midnight in the general store. Zach, Leaf, and Obie are in the store, and they're badly scared. They were scared at 9, 10, and 11 o'clock, too, of course, but they're nearly paralyzed with fright at 12. In fact, the old boys have been scared ever since the store closed, and just to make it clear to you, we might add that Zach, Leaf, and Obie are afraid of something.
Never in all my born days seen such a night as this.
Nothing wrong with the night. It's what's going on in the night. 12 o'clock.
I'm sure glad we got that there clock fixed. It don't strike 13 no more, nohow.
You talk too quick, Zach. Let's get out of here and go home. We tried that a dozen times, and every time we started for the door, that noise got in front of us, didn't it? Yeah, it must be the ghost. That old gypsy was in here today. That's right. When she begged for some strawberries, I give her a box. Then she put a curse on the store 'cause I wouldn't give her no cream to go with the berries.
I hope she gets the hives from them berries and then breaks both arms so she can't scratch 'em.
Yeah, maybe we can get out that door now. We ain't heard that noise for 10 minutes.
Well, now, slow and easy now.
Yeah.
We'll try to snuck up to the door.
Yeah.
Now, don't none of you make a sound. Yeah. Well, boys, I guess we be a-going to make it this time, all right.
There it goes
listen,
again.
I see it. Look there, back yonder in that corner. It's a-moving back behind the counter. Slow-like.
What kind of a thing do you reckon 'tis? Never seen nothing just like it. Must be one of them animals out of another world, like.
Yeah, but there ain't nothing round these parts like that. Too small for a wolf and all spread out wide, like it had a tail all around it. Big, wide tail, do you see, dragging on the floor.
I ain't gone near that door again. Every time we start for the door, that thing beats us to it.
Well, it's away from the counter now. Anyway, I can sneak over there and get my gun.
Oh, there's no good to shoot at it. That's a ghost animal. That's what it is. Bullets would just go right through it. Bad luck to shoot at a ghost. Makes him mad. Yeah, something'll happen to you, Zach. That thing'll get you.
Well, get or no get, I said I'm a-going to get my gun.
Oh, there it is again, that noise. Listen to it.
Yeah.
It's around behind us now. Oh, how did it get there?
Oh, ghosts don't have to get no place, you darn ninny. They just leave one place and happen in another.
Look out. Leif, it's a-coming for you.
What'll I do?
Don't back up no more. You'll fall over that crate.
Help, I'm laying on this thing. It's under me.
Zach, come and help Leif. He's laying on a thing. It's going to kill him.
Oh, you darn fool. What's so funny about my dying?
Only thing you'll die of is being scared. That was just a mouse dragging that big paper sack around, and you just fell and squashed the sack. The mouse wasn't scared half as much as you was.
So you see, there really aren't any ghosts after all. And any noise you hear at night, just fall on it.
Lights out for the devil and Mr. O. It is later than you think. And now, if you haven't already done so, turn off your lights, fasten your safety belts, and off we go on a holiday titled Gravestone.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Hey, that was swell. Now let's go to town. St. Louis woman with her diamond ring, kicking that man around.
No, stop that, Kay.
What's the matter? Am I scaring the horse?
Oh, it seems like a sacrilege singing a song like that out here. This beautiful, clean snow and blue sky.
Well, what's wrong with a hot song to keep us warm? If you think the St. Louis blues is going to dirty up the snow, you ought to hear Frankie and Johnny the way I sing it.
Oh, stop it, Kay. You're not funny at all. Why can't you enjoy the fresh air without that cabaret sort of thing?
Oh, just an old-fashioned gal, eh, Florence? How about you, Edna? Don't you like my songs either? You haven't said anything for the last 5 minutes.
Well, I haven't been listening to you, to tell the truth. I love to watch the snow sort of flow along under the sleigh.
When you say that, gal, smile. Gosh, did you ever see more snow in your life? The man at the hotel said it had been snowing on and off up here for 2 weeks.
I think coming out here to the country's the best thing we three have done since we started rooming together. Hiking in the snow's terribly healthy.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. The healthier I get, the worse I feel. Crazy idiot.
She does say the funniest things, doesn't she? I always say that Kay ought to...
Whoa!
Hallelujah, we're here. Is this as far as we go, driver?
That's right, miss. Can't go no further down this road account of the drift.
Oh, my goodness. The drifts are too deep for a horse. How can we walk through them?
I second the motion.
Well, you young ladies don't have to worry none so long as you keep going down the valley over there. Snow ain't piled up that way all the way to Ma Jenkins.
Oh, well, that's marvelous. Come on, girls. Let's get started.
So long. Take care of yourselves, girls.
Come on, Edna. Goodbye, Mr. Cal. Listen to the snow talking at us. It's very dry snow. Our feet rub particles of it together, and the friction makes a sound.
It's kind of scary, isn't it?
Why?
Oh, I don't know. It's just as if the snow was sort of trying to talk to us. I mean, as if it was angry at our trespassing.
Hey, don't tell me we're trespassing. I don't want any country squire taking any pot shots at my constitutional amendment with rock salt. No, thank you.
Oh, don't talk nonsense, Kay. We're not trespassing. Why, this path through the valley here over to Mrs. Jenkins' house is the favorite hike of everyone who comes up this way during the winter.
What's Mrs. Jenkins got anyway that makes people walk their feet off?
Wait till you taste her cooking.
Eat. Oh, boy, let's go.
It's awfully quiet out here, isn't it?
Oh, that's the glory of it. I've had the roar of the subway in my ears so long. Okay, don't walk so fast.
Come on, look what I found.
Oh, come on, Edna.
Oh, please. Let me take your arm. I'm getting out of breath.
Well, take it easy. There's no hurry. Well, what is it, Kay?
Look, through the circle of trees here. Look what I discovered.
Well, isn't that interesting? It's a sort of a natural amphitheater.
Sure. Say, who was this guy, Daniel Boone?
What's an amphitheater?
Well, that means an oval circling place with rising tiers of seats. It's, like that place we went to for the horse show.
Oh.
Back in the times of the Greeks, they had outdoor theaters.
Listen to the professor.
They made use of places just like this, where the ground sloped up and made a sort of a natural arena or stage below.
Theater. That's an idea. Sit down, gals, and I'll give you a special performance of the Kay Follies.
It's awful snowy here, isn't it?
I'll trample it down with my spring dance. Welcome, sweet thing.
Isn't she a nut dancing in the snow? If I had that girl's energy.
She's really graceful, isn't she? I'll bet if she went on the stage...
Kay! Kay! Kay, did you hurt yourself?
Oh, did I land on my dignity? Here, give me a hand.
Here, I'll help you. There you are.
Oh, did I take a flop?
Did you hurt yourself badly?
I'll live. What in the world did I trip over? Oh, no wonder. Look at that rock under the snow. No wonder I did a nosedive. Oh,
my goodness. There are rocks like that all over.
Oh.
A person could break their neck if they...
Girls,
what's the matter?
What is it?
Kay, the rock you tripped over. It's not a rock.
What are you talking about? Of course it's a rock.
Well, yes, but it's something more than that. It's a tombstone.
Tombstone? Oh, no, it can't be.
Look for yourself. It says, "Here lies buried the remains of one who, restless in life..."
Stop. Don't read any more. Stop.
And all these other stones laying flat on the ground. They're tombstones, too?
Yes.
Whew, what a place to pick to dance.
Oh!
What's the matter, Edna?
What did you scream for?
Kay, you danced on the grave.
What?
You danced on the grave. I saw you do it. You danced on the grave. Oh, Kay.
Edna, stop it. Stop
Oh,
it.
what's come into her? Edna, stop that thing.
Edna, stop, for heaven's sake. Control yourself.
Oh, Kay, I'm so sorry for you. You danced on a grave.
For heaven's sake, stop talking like that. Sure, I danced on a grave.
Well, yes, of course you did. It was perfectly accidental.
And what if it wasn't? What of it?
The poltergeist.
The what?
Edna Hanson, what are you talking about? What's that word you just used?
Poltergeist. Oh, Kay, what have you done?
You superstitious little fool. If you don't stop talking that way, I'm going to slap your face. What's the matter with you? I didn't do anything.
You walked on the grave. You danced on the grave.
Edna, be sensible. We all walked on graves, but it was purely accidental.
Yeah.
We had no intention of desecrating them.
It doesn't matter, I tell you. It doesn't matter. The poltergeist. to come. I know he will.
Oh, what the use? She's crazy.
Edna, what are you talking about? What's a poltergeist? What are you so frightened about?
My father, he told me, if you walk on a grave, if you dance on a grave, the poltergeist.
Poltergeist what? What is a poltergeist?
An evil spirit. It comes out of the grave. It kills. It destroys. It'll kill us. It'll kill us all.
Stop it.
It throws things out.
Oh, please, lay off that. Wait, Edna.
But it won't get me. I'll run
Edna,
away.
come back here.
She's gone insane. I'll get her. Edna.
Kay, catch her. Edna, don't run away. Nothing will hurt you. Nothing. Oh, Edna, look out. Kay, what happened? That stone. It hit Edna.
Edna, open your eyes.
Blood all over her face. Kay, who threw that stone? Who threw it? I don't know. It came from the graveyard.
Let's take a moment before we go on with our The Devil and Mr. O's story of Gravestone and listen to a message.
Say, folks, next time...
We return you to The Devil and Mr. O's story of Gravestone.
Now, girls, take it easy. Take it easy.
Oh, Doctor, she won't die. Tell me she won't die.
No, of course not.
And you're sure that her skull isn't fractured?
Oh, absolutely not. Maybe a little concussion, that's all.
Well, it's almost 5. Our train. Can we get someone to help us carry her down to the station so we can get her on board?
Bored? I'm telling you, that little friend of yours shouldn't be moved out of bed for a week. If you do, well, it might be just too bad.
Oh, Flo, what'll we do? You go home, Kay. I'll stay with her. Oh, no, you won't. I'm not leaving you here alone in this godforsaken place. If you stay, I stay too. Kay, please be sensible. Why should we all lose our jobs when you
If
can...
you'll excuse me, you ladies, I've got to be on my way.
Oh, yes, of course, Doctor. Is there anything more you can do for Edna, Doctor? Any medicine or something?
Nope, I've done all I can do. She's sleeping comfortable now. Miss,
Yes, Doctor.
the constable's sick too, you know, and he's sort of depending on me to keep things straight. Now, just how did you say that little friend of yours got hurt?
Well, it was just the way we explained, Doctor. That rock came flying and...
Yes, I know, but who threw the rock?
We don't know.
What?
That's true, Doctor. We don't know.
But somebody threw it. You can't change facts. Somebody threw the rock that cracked her head.
For heaven's sakes, old man, you don't think we did it?
Now, miss, I
Don't get
did.
excited. Doctor, you've got to believe us. It happened just the way we said. All at once, that rock came flying through the air from the direction of the graveyard. It struck Edna, and we just didn't see who threw it.
All right, if that's your story. Well, you better stay in your rooms here. I mean, you better not be leaving until the constable's on his feet and has a chance to talk with you. I'll be back in a few hours and see how the girl is.
He doesn't believe us. What difference does it make? We know what we saw. But what did we see?
She was running. She fell.
Kay, well, let's not fool ourselves. There was no one there to throw that rock.
There must have been.
But there wasn't.
Stop saying that.
Aren't you brave enough to face facts? There wasn't any place for anyone to hide. I saw that stone. It seemed to come down out of the air. So slowly.
Florence, if you don't stop talking like
You
that...
remember what Edna said? It throws things.
Stop looking at me like that. You're giving me the jitters.
She said the poltergeist throws things. Spirit of evil.
Florence, Rob, have you gone crazy, too?
Why should we laugh at things like that? What right have we got to laugh? How do we know there aren't powers we can't see or understand? Powers of evil that revenge an insult just like an evil man. Kay, how do we know?
What are you talking like that for? What are you trying to scare me for? You're supposed to be the most intelligent one of us all. You with your college degrees. Sure, I danced on the grave. But the dead are dead and they can't revenge a thing. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of anything. I tell you, what?
It's Edna.
Come on.
Edna, we're coming to you. Don't be afraid. We're coming.
Open the door, Florence. It's not locked.
Duck, it won't.
Here, let me. Edna, what is it? What?
Edna, what?
going on here? I run a decent place, and I don't want you... Oh. The girl on the bed. Her head. It's crushed flat in by a rock. God in heaven. It's not a rock. It's a tombstone.
I wish I could cry, but I haven't got any more tears. Florence, darling, please. You'll kill yourself if you keep on like that. Oh, if this horrible night would only end.
It was my fault. Mine. I was the one who got her out here. She didn't want to go. She hates the country. But I made her come. I made her.
No. No, you're not the one to blame. I am. I danced on the grave.
But she was so good. So sweet. Oh, why does it have to be Edna? Why?
You're right. It wasn't right for it to be her, was it?
No.
I did it, not her. I did it. I danced on the grave. I danced on the grave.
You can't deny what you see with your own eyes.
But I tell you, Doc, nobody could have carried that tombstone up the steps without me seeing him, could they?
But there it is, ain't it?
Yeah, there it is.
Either somebody's playing a terrible joke or...
You don't have to say it, Doc. I know.
That's just the trouble. You don't know, and I don't know, and nobody knows.
Yeah. And that tombstone.
Well, what about the tombstone?
I ain't quite sure, but that's a tombstone out of the old burying grounds up at the bend.
You're crazy.
No, I ain't either.
Well, that place is a good 3 miles from here.
Yeah. I know.
Who could have carted a heavy stone like that for 3 miles?
Yeah. Who?
Stop looking like that, you flap-eared old fool. Human hands carried that stone in here and killed that girl?
Sure.
Yeah, the constable will find out who did it the minute he's on his feet again. You wait and see.
No, he won't, Doc. You're smarter than me and all that, but this time you're wrong. There ain't nobody that takes in breath and leaves out breath like you and me, or the constable's going to find out who killed that girl. You know that, Doc.
Oh, stop talking. I wish the constable was here and this night was over. It's been a terrible night. Terrible.
Terrible clock. Ticking. Ticking.
Yeah, I know. I've been sitting here listening to it.
I can't stand it anymore. I'll stop it.
Why bother with it?
Come on to bed, Kay. Please. There's no use sitting there. It won't help her.
Yeah. Nothing can help her. But maybe I can help you.
Me?
It was my fault. Mine. I was the reason it happened. It killed her, and it'll kill you and me, too, unless I stop.
No, don't say that.
It's true. But why should you be hurt? I'm to blame, not you. Listen, Flo. I'll go out there.
There?
Out there to the graveyard.
What?
I'll talk to it. I'll tell it I didn't mean to do it.
No.
That I didn't know where I was dancing.
Please.
Maybe somehow it'll listen to me, and then it won't hurt you.
Oh, no, I won't let you go out there. It'll kill you.
Florence.
It'll kill you, too.
Florence.
No, I'll hold you. You can't go. You can't.
All right.
Come on to bed, Kay, please. In the morning things will be different.
But it won't.
Nothing will hurt us. And then they're right outside the door. They won't let anything get at us. Oh, please, Kay, please come to bed.
Yeah.
We'll pray.
Pray? I don't exactly know how.
Just say anything. Anything. Like this. Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. If I should die before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul to take. Now you
If I should die before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul to take. Kay, are you asleep? I can't sleep anymore. Kay, tomorrow, when it gets light and everything, do you think people will believe us? Do you think so, Kay? I'm not quite sure what happened. I always used to be so sure about things. And now Kay? Kay, where are you? Kay, where? The window. She went out the window. She's gone out there. To the graveyard. To talk to it. Okay, why did you go? Why did you go? I'll go out there, too. Oh, she'll be so frightened out there alone. I'll go, too. Oh, so cold. Hands. Snow so sharp. Cutting my legs. Oh, why did you go out there, Kay? Why did you? I've got to find you. Wind. Oh, why doesn't the wind stop? Blow, blow, thou winter wind. Thou art not so unkind. Oh, I've got to find you, Kay. I've got to find you. It's snowing. I love snow. Edna didn't like snow. Where are you, Kay? Where are you? I've lost my way. I've lost the road. Where are you, Kay? Kay, where are... Oh, Kay. I heard you, Kay. I heard you. I'm coming to you, Kay. We'll talk to it. We'll talk to it together. We'll say that we didn't mean any harm, won't we, Kay? Won't we? Poor Edna. We can't help her, Kay. We can't help Edna. But I'm coming to help you, Kay. I'm coming. I'm coming. Yes, I hear you. I hear you. I'm coming, darling. I'm coming to help. I'm coming to help you. I'm coming. I'm coming. I hear you. I hear you calling my name. I hear you. Yes. Yes, I hear you. I hear you. Where are you? Where are you? No! No!
This way, Hooper. They must have come this way.
Climbing out the window like that in the middle of the night. They must have gone crazy, the both of them.
Well, let's not worry about that now. We've got to find them. Here, give me that lantern.
What is it, Doc? What have you found?
A shoe. One of the girl's shoes.
My gosh, stuck in the snow. We're going the right way.
Come on, move fast. We've got to get to them.
Doc, look at this.
What is it?
Over there. Ain't these footprints?
Yes. Yes, that's right. Footprints. Hello, up ahead. Hello.
Doc, we're getting pretty close to the old burying grounds.
Well?
Maybe. Oh, look here, Doc. Let's not be fools. Let's wait till morning.
What? Let those frightened girls freeze to death? Get along.
But, Doc,
You come with me, or the whole town will know what a yellow-livered no-good you are.
All right. All right. You don't have to get so sore, Doc.
Hello? Hello? Anybody up there? Hello?
Doc, look.
What?
There they are. Up ahead.
Glory be, they're alive. The both of them. Come on.
Doc, Look at them. That's the burying ground up there. And they're dancing. Dancing on the graves.
What? They must be out of their heads. Come on. We've got to stop them.
Doc! Doc, wait for me. Oh, Doc, it's dark again. Where are they, Doc? Where are the girls? Have they stopped dancing?
Yes.
Huh?
They've stopped dancing. Did they ever dance?
What are you talking about, Doc? We saw them. We saw them dancing in this place with our own eyes.
Did we? The moonlight. Here it comes again. See with your eyes again.
Oh, no.
Both of the girls froze stiff to the ground, each with her head crushed by a tombstone.
This is Mr. O. Arch Obler. Can such things happen? Well, mischievous, revengeful spirits doing all that sort of thing? In Africa once, I saw a native chief's home where rocks and pans and everything else were flying through the air, and no one was in the room. No one. I, too, have only questions, no answers, except about our next story, after a short message from your station. This is Mr. O again. Our next play in the series is titled Ancestor, and it's a ghost story, pure and simple. A girl is being held captive by criminals, and as she tries to... But that's next time. It is later than you think.
Well, sir, in all the years that I've been stage doorkeeper in San Francisco, I reckon I'm one of the few things that hasn't changed. Excepting that I haven't much hair anymore. But the plays have changed and the acting has changed. The old days when Nance O'Neill played Martha of the Lowlands with plenty of ranting and screaming, and the days when Mrs. Leslie Carter played Zaza, those days are gone. And Olga Nethersoul and the second Mrs. Tancred. I guess not many of you remember that. And the days of the Central Theater when the Marie Corelli melodramas were popular. You young folks would just laugh if you saw one of them today. Plays like Thelma. But there's one kind of play you never do seem to get tired of. And that's the kind of play, so to speak, that we have for you tonight in our radio playhouse. A mystery thriller. Now, the idea of our play isn't a new one. It's been told in different ways by some of the finest writers. The setting is in a beautiful, sort of faded old California estate in the hills back of Carmel, out beyond the Carmel Valley. The kind of place Mr. John Steinbeck likes to write about. In a room of the big old house, an old man is talking to a young aviation captain. He's got sort of a tired face, the young fella has, but a strong face. And while he's listening to the old man talk, you can see he's got a steady hand. And he's sort of laughing at the rattling of the shutters and the noise of the wind.
Gloomy place, isn't it?
The curtains are always drawn, Captain Craig. The sun never comes into the room.
Well, let's have a little light. It gives me the shivers.
Yes, sir, Captain Craig. But I'm afraid there's not much sun today. It's a gloomy day, sir. I'll open the curtains.
Good.
That'll be a little better, sir.
Yeah, thanks. I don't like gloom.
No, sir. I dare say you saw all the gloom you wanted down in those Pacific Islands. And noise. There's worse noise than the rattling of shutters.
We won't talk about that. Do the shutters always rattle?
When the wind blows, Captain Craig, the house is in need of repair.
What's that?
Just a door swinging on its hinges, sir.
No wonder they call it a haunted house. Do you think it's haunted, Dawson?
I do not believe in ghosts, Captain Craig.
Neither do I. Why do they say it's haunted?
Legends get about, sir. Shadows in the windows at night, strange sounds and whisperings. All things that could be explained, no doubt, by natural causes. But, yes, sir?
That moaning. It gets me.
One gets used to it, sir.
No doubt.
Will you sit down, sir? The workmen will be here in a few minutes.
Yeah, thanks.
If I might offer you a glass of sherry while you're waiting.
Oh, don't bother.
I have it here, sir. Just a small glass and a biscuit.
Thanks, Dawson.
There you are, sir.
Oh, you have some too, Dawson.
If you don't mind, sir.
Oh, don't stand on ceremony.
Thank you, sir. Now, while we're waiting, I'd better explain, sir, why it was necessary for me to request you to come today. Your father was Mr. Angar's attorney, and it was natural that I should think of you when a witness was required. It's just 20 years ago today, Captain Craig, since I have seen Mr. Angar. January 19, 1925. He left orders that on January 19, 1945, that is today, I should call in workmen and have that brick wall torn down.
Mm-hmm. Looks like it'd been built right into the wall of the room.
It seals up a closet that was formerly in use, sir.
Crazy ideas men get. Tell me something about Angar while we're waiting.
He was a Scandinavian, sir, a Norwegian. He was a very quiet man, Mr. Craig. He didn't talk. He was a scholar. He thought a great deal. I came to work for him just after he came to America. That was 25 years ago.
He was married, wasn't he?
He didn't marry for 4 years. Then he married Miss Mary.
She was Norwegian, too?
Her parents were, sir. She was born in California. She was much younger than Mr. Angar.
Oh?
Yes, sir. He was past 50 when he married her. She was 20.
It wasn't a love match, then?
I believe he loved her very much, sir, in his way. Mr. Angar spoke so little. One didn't know what he was thinking.
And he brought his bride to this huge old barn?
Yes, sir. It was lonely. Miss Mary used to walk in the rose garden. She'd talk to the flowers and the birds. You see, there was nobody her own age. It was lonely for a young girl, but she was very cheerful, sir. And if I may say so, we all loved her. There had been little youth in the house.
The pruners must be pruned. I'll tell Dawson. And the Marshall Neals need more sun. They're like little tiny babies. When they don't get sun, they weaken and grow pale. Oh, who are you?
I didn't know there was anyone here.
You see, this is a private garden.
Yes, I know. I've come to work for Mr. Nils Angar. I'm going to work in his library. I'm going to catalog his...
I did not know.
Do you live here?
I am Mary Angar.
Oh,
Mr. Angar is my husband.
I see.
You look at me so strangely.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to...
Does Mr. Angar know you have come?
Oh, yes. Yes, he had shown me to my room. He said I might walk in the gardens. You don't mind?
No.
He said we would not... That is, he said...
You started to say...
Yes, that we would not commence work until tomorrow.
Then I will show you the gardens. I'll show you the roses.
If you would. You're so young.
I am young?
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that.
I am different than you had expected.
Oh, I hadn't thought of it.
Of course. You had come only to catalog the books.
Yes, yes, the books.
Mr. Angar has a very wonderful library.
Very wonderful.
You mustn't look at me that way, as if I was not there at all.
I was thinking of the books.
As if your eyes were looking through me.
It was his library that I was thinking of.
You are No.
You were going to say?
You are a strange young man.
Oh, I'm just...
I do not know your name.
My name is Ronald Bruce.
Ronald Bruce?
Yes.
Your hand is shaking.
Or shiver. A ghost walking on my grave.
Oh, it is foolish to think such thoughts. Come, I'll show you the roses. I'll show you the gardens. The pool where the frogs make such a noise at night. There are water lilies in the frog pool. Coral pink.
Everything is beautiful here.
It is very peaceful and lonely.
The quiet.
One can almost hear the flowers opening. Sometimes I almost think they will talk to me.
You would understand them.
I think I would understand. Here is my husband. Nils, I have been meeting your young man.
I sent him into the gardens. He will be with us a considerable time.
I hope he will be comfortable while he is here.
I hope you will make him feel at home. I do not wish him to feel he is tied to his task.
I will leave you now, Nils. You will want to talk.
We will walk together. We will look at the roses. My wife makes flowers grow where not even weeds would grow before.
Yes.
I know so little.
There is an instinct, more than a knowledge, that guides one in making beautiful things grow. You will agree with me, Mr. Bruce?
I'm afraid I didn't hear what you said.
Quickly the roses fade, Ronald. When you came here, they were just beginning to bloom. Now they are almost gone.
6 months is a long time.
It has been a very happy 6 months.
Has it?
You have been happy, Ronald?
Oh, I have felt I would go mad at times.
You should be out in the sun more. You are pale and you've lost weight.
Perhaps one does need more sunlight. You, too. You are not well.
I am not well.
If you went away...
I cannot go away. I belong here. You must not say that, Ronald.
Mary,
I know, Ronald. Perhaps if you went away.
Well, there is no place I could go now.
The world is big and you are free.
Yes, I am free. Oh, your hair is so soft against the green of the trees.
The world is so beautiful. Why can't life be beautiful, too?
I try not to think of you. I try to think of you as Mrs. Nils Angar.
I am the wife of Nils Angar. Forever.
You're not his wife. You're a flower he has picked. He has put you in a vase and left you there, just as lightly as I pick this rose.
Nils loves me.
As an artist creates his art and says, I have created this, and it is mine to please me whenever I desire.
You must not be bitter.
No, I haven't even that right. Mary, you're trembling.
My poor Ronald, I am sorry.
You are sick.
I am not sick. And yet I think so much of death.
You are young, like a rosebud.
The roses fade.
What will become of us, Mary?
We will go on. Everything must go on as it always has gone on. Nothing changes.
Life would not be endurable.
I can't look at you when you gaze into my eyes that way.
They're soft and gray, like cold flames.
Look away, Ronald.
One looks at the flowers in the garden and doesn't harm them.
This was so foolish, Ronald.
I've never spoken.
You must never speak.
The things that are in us, we know they're there. Must we close our hearts to them and close our eyes to them?
Our hearts and our eyes are closed. always, forever. You wish to talk to me, Niels?
Yes. I brought you a wrap. You shouldn't be in the garden on winter nights.
I am warm.
You have been ill. The color is gone from your cheeks.
I am sorry, Niels.
I wish you to take care of yourself. You must be strong. Someday, I hope you will give me a strong son, Mary.
Is that what you wish to speak to me about, Niels?
That and other things.
I am listening, Niels. If you wish me to go away, Niels.
I do not wish you to go away. There is no thought of your going away. Why should you speak of going away?
I only wish to please you.
But that would give me no pleasure. You are so quick to seize on words I say and give them another meaning.
I am sorry.
It is the same with Ronald Bruce. Why do you start?
You were saying of Ronald Bruce.
He asks me a question. I answer him. He twists my answer into a meaning I had never intended, and then grows irritable in his talk, ready to flare, as though he were the employer and I the employee.
I am sure he means no harm, Niels.
Why are you sure he means no harm?
He is young.
He is old enough to play the man, not a petulant schoolboy.
You must try to understand him.
Do I understand that you are siding with him against your husband?
You know I wouldn't.
I know nothing. It's as if you were all conspiring against me.
Niels, don't.
My desire is to be a good husband and a good master.
Please.
I will not have my home disrupted by schemers.
Ronald is not a schemer.
So, you see, you do give him right and your husband wrong.
I only try to be fair.
What is Ronald Bruce to you?
Niels.
That you should make it your concern to be fair.
I am first and always your wife.
It would be well for you to remember that.
Have I forgotten, Niels?
I was wrong to let you marry me. I was old, and you were young.
You loved me, and do love me.
I shall always love you.
Then, Niels...
That is why I cannot let your young head be turned by this man.
Ronald Bruce has never forgotten that I am your wife.
Any man would forget. You are cursed with beauty.
If you feel he is this way because of me, you should speak to him. You should send him away.
Then there is reason that he should go.
Only if you are dissatisfied.
If there is no cause, I will not need to send him away. If there is cause, I will not send him away.
Yes, Niels.
You will remember, always, that you are my wife. That is all.
Yes.
And now, come in. The night is damp.
I will follow you.
Barry, you mustn't.
You heard.
Only a few words.
Ronald, you must go away.
He wants me to go away?
No. I want you to go away. I want you to go while I still have strength to send you.
There'll be nothing left in life.
Life went on before you came here.
A year has changed all that. Your voice, your eyes, the touch of your foot on the gravel walks is a part of life now.
And that is why you must go away.
If I go, will it mean nothing to you?
You have no right to ask that.
Then I ask without the right. Will it mean nothing?
Heaven forgive me. Life will be ended.
And still, you want me to go?
You must go. Oh, Ronald, we must not spoil a beautiful thing. Go tonight, without a word to anyone. Go, I beg you. Go.
Dawson.
Yes, Mr. Angar.
You walking through the halls?
No, sir.
I was in my room. I thought I heard someone walking through the halls.
Yes, sir.
No doubt it was my wife. She is ill. Does not sleep well. No doubt it was she.
Yes, sir.
I will see. You may go, Dawson.
Yes, sir.
Mary! Mary!
Yes, Nils?
I knocked 3 times.
I'm sorry, Nils. I did not hear.
Were you alone?
Alone? Yes. I was alone.
Why do you tremble?
I did not know I was trembling, Nils.
Close the door.
Yes, Nils.
Sit down.
Yes.
I told you to come in when I left you in the garden.
Yes.
I demand obedience from my wife at all times.
Yes.
Bruce joined you.
He was in the garden. He stopped to speak to me.
What was there he needed to discuss with you?
But, Nils, living as we do, it is as though he were a part of the family.
He is employed by me to catalogue my library.
I know.
He never made love to you?
You shall not say that to me.
Answer me! Did he make love to you?
No, never.
I do not believe you. He'd be a fool if he didn't try to make love to you.
Nils, he's going away.
Oh. He's going away.
I told him to go away.
Why should you tell him to go away?
Because I am your wife.
Then he did make love to you.
Never, I say.
What was that?
What, Nils?
Something moved.
I heard nothing.
Stand aside.
Nils, what are you doing?
There is someone in that closet.
You are mad.
I saw you watching the door all the time you were talking. I heard something move. There is someone in that closet, and I'm going to open the door.
Nils, don't open that door.
Why shouldn't I open the door?
Because I am your wife, and because I've said there is no one in the closet, and so you must believe me and not open the door.
I am master here.
I beg of you, Nils, if you love me and believe that I love you, do not open that door.
Aren't you making too much of it? If there is nothing, no one to hide?
When you open it, you will tell me your faith in me is dead.
Mary, you are sure there is no one in that closet?
There is no one.
You swear it?
I swear it by my faith.
Very well.
What are you going to do?
I shall remain here tonight. I shall be comfortable in this chair. You will sleep. And tomorrow we will talk further.
But I cannot sleep when you doubt me.
You have sworn by your faith.
I have sworn.
Then I must not doubt you. Who is there?
Dawson, sir.
Come in.
The man is here, Mr. Angar.
He has the necessary materials.
He has everything, sir.
Wait outside the door with him until I call you.
Yes, sir.
Mary?
Yes, Nils. What are you going to do?
I asked you last night if there was anyone in that closet.
I swore there was no one.
So, there can be no one. But strangely enough, as you have heard, when I sent Dawson to find Ronald Bruce this morning, he was not to be found.
He said he would go away.
He has taken nothing, neither his clothes nor his possessions. His bed has not been slept in.
And so you still think...
I think what?
That he came here, that I hid him, that he is in there.
He couldn't be in there. You swore he was not in there.
What are you doing, Nils?
I am giving you one last chance to say you did not tell the truth. If you did not tell the truth.
I swore to you by my faith that there is no one in that closet.
Very well. Bring the man in, Dawson. Help him with his things.
Yes, sir.
I am afraid, my dear, this will upset your room. Mrs. Angar is not feeling well, Dawson.
I'm sorry, sir.
She will remain in bed while the work is being done. She wishes, Dawson, to have that closet door walled up. A wall of bricks, Dawson. Then cement and plaster over it. So it will not disfigure the room. You can do that, my man?
Yes, sir.
You can start at once. I wish the work to be carefully done. You see, Mary, it will not disfigure the walls. Mary, I am speaking to you. I say it will not disfigure the walls.
Niels.
I hope you're feeling better this morning.
Yes, Niels.
But you must have some nourishment. Dawson, when the work is finished, prepare something tasty for Mrs. Angar.
Yes, sir.
Bricks and mortar. That'll make a strong wall. Probably it will stand when the rest of the house begins to decay. Eh, Dawson?
Yes, sir.
I didn't hear something moving in the closet. Did I, Dawson?
Perhaps a mouse in the wall, sir.
Yes. Probably a mouse in the wall. Mary, Dawson thinks there may be mice in the walls. It's just as well we're sealing up the closet. What is it, Mary?
Niels, come close to me.
Yes?
Niels, I can't stand it. I'm choking. I'll make him stop, Niels.
You mean make him stop sealing the closet?
I'm choking. I can't stand it.
Oh, now that's absurd, Mary. If you were in the closet and the door was being sealed, then you might have reason to choke. But you're here, and there's no one in the closet. You're sure there's no one in the closet.
I'll make him stop. I've sworn.
Having sworn was all that's necessary. There can be no one in the closet. But it's a closet of unpleasant memories. It would always haunt us. It's best that it should be sealed up.
You're torturing me. Trying to torture me. Cruel.
And you're acting like a child, my dear. Go right ahead with your work, my man. Mrs. Angar is just suffering from a bad headache. I say you're acting like a child, Mary. You swear and maintain there's no one in the closet. But it chokes you to see the closet being sealed up. Sealed up quite airtight with bricks and mortar. What can it matter to you, since your conscience is clear?
You're sealing our lives. You're sealing our hope of happiness behind that wall. Niels, you're sealing up our faith.
Our faith.
Our trust.
Trust.
You're killing my soul and my body.
You are hysterical. You need sleep. Oh, but of course you can't sleep with all this noise. The work will be finished very soon now. Just see how quickly the wall grows. Like magic. Almost finished, isn't it, Dawson?
Yes, sir.
And, of course, with the plaster on it, it will hardly show, will it, Dawson?
No, sir.
It's just as I told Mrs. Angar. I said to her...
Mr. Angar.
Well, Dawson?
The mistress. She's fainted.
Fainted? Oh, no, Dawson, you must be mistaken. She's just dozing. Dawson.
Sir.
Do something. Quickly, do something.
Sir, she's dead.
Well, go ahead, Dawson. Go on with the story.
That's all, Captain Craig. He buried the young mistress in the rose garden. And the day he laid her away, he, too, went away. And before he went away, he ordered me to take charge of the house.
And you've been here ever since?
20 years, sir.
20 years? And I thought 6 months on Guadalcanal was a long time.
And now, sir, if you're ready, I'll have the workmen tear down the wall.
Yes. Yes, the wall's got to be torn down. Let me get going.
Yes, sir. All right, men. Start in.
Yes, sir.
Dawson.
Yes, sir.
Tell them to stop.
To stop?
I tell you to have them stop.
Stop the work, men. They've stopped, sir.
Send them away.
But the wall has to be torn down, Captain Craig. It was your father's orders, and Mr. Angar's orders.
Dawson, Niels Angar is dead. My father is dead. It looks like it's up to me from now on out. Dawson, I've had to be very realistic. War doesn't leave much softness in a man. But I hope I've got a little bit left. For the memory of Mary Egnar, we will never tear down that wall.
You have just heard the radio drama, The Ghost of the House of Angar, written and directed by Samuel Dixon in the KPO drama repertoire, tonight at 9:30. The cast included Robert Fasson as Dawson, Ray Lewis as Captain Craig, Everett Glass as Nils Angar, Julie Ferris as Mary Angar, James Garthwaite as Ronald, and Earl Lee as the old stage doorkeeper. Be listening next Friday night at 9:30 for Dad, the old stage doorkeeper, with his memories of the theater in San Francisco and his radio dramas tonight at 9:30, coming to you from San Francisco's Radio City.
Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time.
We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock.
Have you ever seen a ghost? I mean a real honest-to-goodness phantom, complete with translucent bedsheet and staring eyes, surrounded by a sickly greenish glow? Have you? Well, I've spent many a night in my niche above the sexton's bedroom window, watching the acres of tombstones in the graveyard below by the light of the silvery moon, checking off the witching hours without so much as even seeing a bony hand or chilling to the anguished wail of a tortured spirit. However, ghosts do exist for some people. Only to them it's known as retribution.
It's good to get out of the city, isn't it?
I'll say it is.
You don't know what these afternoons mean to me, Vera. You don't know how insufferable it is for me to see you only once a week. Vera.
Yes?
How long must this go on?
How long must what go on?
Seeing each other on the sly this way. It isn't fair to either of us.
Just what do you want me to do, George?
You can get a divorce. If you tell your husband how we feel about each other,
Do you think I'm out of my mind?
Is it too much to ask?
You're very attractive, George. The last 2 months with you have been interesting.
Interesting? Is that all it's meant to you?
You know, it's meant a lot more. After all, he does have money, and a great deal of it.
Sometimes you frighten me, Vera.
Do I?
You're so cold-blooded. About us.
I'm afraid you don't completely understand me.
Perhaps I don't.
I hardly know my husband. We met 2 months ago, and we were married inside of a week. Then, unfortunately, I met you.
Unfortunately? Is that how you feel?
Oh, Frank's unattractive. He's dull. But he's given me what I've always wanted. Beautiful clothes, home that other women envy. I could have been happy with Frank in a boring way if you hadn't come along.
Then I have made a difference.
A big difference, darling. I'm madly in love with you.
Oh, Vera.
What you driving, darling?
Oh, Vera, we've got to do something. We can't go on this way.
That's what I've been thinking. Sooner or later, he'll get suspicious. And he'll divorce me. That won't be so good.
Why not?
Because he'd cut me off without a cent.
Oh, is that all you think of, money?
Oh, I also think of you. Very often. How nice it would be for us to see each other all the time. Not just a few hours each week.
Well, there's only one answer.
Yes. It's not what you imagine. Why stop here?
What do you mean? It's not what I imagine.
I've planned it very carefully, George. All I need is a little help.
Help? For what?
To kill my husband.
But, Vera, you're out of your mind.
Am I? All right. Forget I ever mentioned it. If you're not man enough to face facts, it's just too bad.
But murder...
Oh, it's easy, I tell you. The way I've planned it, it's perfect. No one could possibly find out. It's so simple, it makes me wonder why I didn't think of it before.
Oh, no, Vera, it's out of the question.
You won't even listen to what I have to say?
No.
Then turn round and let's go back.
But you're asking me
My husband's got money, George, and a great deal of money. We'll go away together, Paris, the tropics, just you and I. And we'll really live.
Live? With that on our conscience?
Conscience? You talk about a conscience. Your conscience doesn't bother you much when you see another man's wife.
Oh, you can be cruel when you want to be.
I know what I want, and I take it when I want it. You ought to realize that by now. I tell you, I've got a plan for the perfect murder. It can't miss. And we'll be absolutely safe. You can either listen to me or take me home for good.
What kind of plan do you have?
I can't understand why you insisted on our driving upstate today, Vera. I was looking forward to having dinner in town.
But I know the most wonderful place, Frank. It's only a few miles from here. The city's been stuffy lately without you.
Oh. Did you miss me while I was away?
Like mad.
Sweet.
Now, keep your eye on the road, darling. We don't want any accidents. Make a right turn up there, dear.
But we're on the main highway now.
Follow my directions, darling, and we won't get lost.
You're the doctor. Vera, it's true we haven't been married very long, but I must say, you haven't shown much interest in my past.
Do you have any deep, dark secrets?
Well, not exactly. It seems to me that a wife ought to be just a little interested in a husband's background and his family.
But you told me you hadn't any family.
Well, as a matter of fact...
Frank?
Yeah?
Look at that poor man standing in the road waiting for a lift.
Oh, hitchhiker, apparently.
Oh, let's give him a break.
I don't usually like to pick up hitchhikers.
We can't pass him up. My conscience will be absolutely haunting if we do.
All right. You certainly do have your whims. Like a lift, mister.
How far are you going?
Oh, just a few miles up the road.
Oh, well, a few miles will help.
You can get in the back.
Thanks, lady. I'm on my way to Albany. Haven't had too much luck on the road up to now.
Must be tiresome waiting for people to give you a lift.
Oh, I don't mind. I've been doing it for quite a while.
Sorry we're not going much farther.
That's all right. I appreciate it anyway.
Oh, Frank.
What is it, dear?
Stop the car.
Stop? What for?
Look, I think I've made a terrible mistake.
What's the matter now?
I haven't been up this way in so long, I'm afraid I made you take the wrong way.
There's a farmhouse just behind those trees.
I'll go in and ask if we're on the right route to the New England Inn.
Never mind, dear. You stay where you are. I'll go.
Oh, be careful. There may be brambles.
I'll be all right.
Quick. Get into the front seat, George.
Oh, Fear, I can't go through with it.
Are you turning chicken-hearted on me?
I've never even seen you before. How can I kill a man?
You'll either go through with this, or so help me, you'll never see me again. Don't you see how simple it is? We've checked everything thoroughly, haven't we?
Yes, but...
We know that farmhouse is deserted, and there's rarely any traffic on this road. No one in the world could possibly suspect...
Shh, he's coming back.
Start the car.
Vera...
If I knew how to drive, I'd do it myself. Start the car, you fool.
No one at home in that farmhouse. Hey, what's the idea?
Hit him.
Where are you going? Hey!
Fear.
He's lying on the road behind us. Back up.
What?
Back up over him. You've got to. Just make sure he's finished.
But I can't, Vera.
You idiot, you're ruining everything. Back up, do you hear? All right. Stop the car. Look at you. Oh, get out and start walking. Leave the rest to me. For heaven's sake, pull yourself together when you get back to town.
I'll try.
It's finished. The rest is easy. Aren't you glad now that you listened to me?
Mrs. Bascom?
Yes?
I'm Detective Haynes, Police Department.
Police?
I'm very sorry to trouble you this way. I know what a difficult time you're having, but there are one or two questions, routine.
I told everything to the motorcycle policeman when he found us.
Well, you were so hysterical at the time, he didn't quite understand you. That's why I'm here, to verify the facts.
We were driving north, and we were supposed to stop off for dinner at the New England Inn.
That's why you were on that side road, is that it?
Yes. Near the farmhouse. One of the tires blew out.
Yes, we found the nail.
My husband left the car to investigate. The flat was in the back. The car was on a hill. As he bent over behind the tire, the car crushed him to death.
What did you do when the car began to move?
I can't drive, but I pulled at the wheel, and the car slid into that ditch where it was found.
You touched absolutely nothing inside the car except the wheel?
I told you I couldn't drive, officer.
Yes, we know that, Mrs. Bascom. The circumstances made it necessary for us to investigate every aspect of the case. I guess the handbrake could have slipped. It's happened before.
Handbrake?
Well, we found the handbrake on, but not completely set. I'm afraid Mr. Bascom was a bit careless, and carelessness in an automobile is not very healthy.
If you have any more questions, please get them over with.
No. That's all I wanted to ask you, Mrs. Bascom. Well, I'll turn my report in and mark it accidental death.
Vera.
I told you not to come to the house so soon.
Oh, no one saw me, Vera. I just couldn't stay alone by myself. I had to have someone to talk to.
All right. Sit down and relax. You look terrible.
Vera, is everything all right?
Of course everything's all right. Could be better. The police have closed the case. They even felt sorry for me, the poor dears. They were sweet.
What then? We have nothing to worry about?
Nothing at all. It was perfect. No one in the world could suspect us.
Well, I'll feel better after a while. I mean, give me a few days to straighten myself out. I'll be all right, Vera.
What you need is a drink.
Yes, I could stand one.
So could I. The funeral was a terrible bore. Thank goodness it's over. What do you have, George? Scotch or rye? George?
Scotch. It's snowing outside.
It started when I came in.
I like the suburbs very much. Let's live here, Vera, when we're married.
Anything you say, darling. You take it straight? George, I said, will you take it...
Vera.
What is it?
Vera. Come here.
What's the matter with you?
Out there. On the road.
What?
I saw him, Vera. Standing there. In the snow.
George, will you make sense? Who did you see?
Your husband, Vera. I saw your husband.
From the beginning of time, there have been those who tried to compare the human mind with some well-made machine. And perhaps it's true. For the workings of the intellect are as delicate and as intricate as any mechanism could possibly be. There is one essential difference, however. A machine has no conscience.
Get hold of yourself, you fool.
He was standing there, Vera. I swear I saw him.
Frank is dead and buried. There's no one on that road, and there wasn't before.
Your husband...
for heaven's sake, George, stop talking like a child. Your nerves are getting the better of you. You need a little rest.
You think it was my imagination?
If you'd just be calm for a moment, you could answer that question yourself.
Yes. Yes, you're right. I didn't see anything, really. Oh, I don't know what's happened to me, Vera. I feel confused, afraid.
What's there to be afraid of? A ghost?
Don't say that.
Oh, really? George, how can you be so ridiculous?
I'm going home.
Wait. You're in no condition to go home alone.
Oh, I'm all right now.
Look, I'll drive into the city with you. We'll use Frank's car. What you need is a little relaxation. Your nerves are going back on you. Tell you what, we'll go somewhere. Some bar where we won't be recognized. I'll get my coat.
Vera.
Well, what now?
Nothing. Go ahead and get...
Want to sit in a booth?
I'd just as soon stand at the bar.
All right. I'll see you in just a minute.
But where are you going?
I've got to make a phone call. Frank's partner. What's the matter with you? Must you jump at everything I say?
Well, I'd just as soon you wouldn't leave me for long, that's all.
Mama won't leave you, not if Mama can help it. Now snap out of it. Order me an old-fashioned.
What'll be, sir?
Oh, one old-fashioned, one straight rye.
One old-fashioned, one straight rye.
You've got quite a few people in here tonight, haven't you?
Yes, we always fill up about this time, sir. I haven't seen you in here before, have I?
No, I don't think you have.
Mister, you feel okay?
Yes, I'm fine. Why?
Well, you look kind of pale.
Oh, I had a cold for the past few days. It took a lot out of me.
What you need is a rotten rye. Let me fix one up for you.
No, a straight rye's fine.
I tell you, this can't be beat. I even take it myself when... Hey, what's eating you, mister?
That man at the end of the bar.
What man?
Tell him to go away. He's dead, I tell you. Tell him to go away.
Mister, for the love of Mike.
What's the matter, George?
Vera.
Is this guy your husband, lady?
He's all right. Just nerves, that's all.
I saw him again, Vera. I tell you, I saw him
George,
again.
for heaven's sake.
He was yelling about some guy at the end of the bar. There's nobody up there but the cashier.
Here. Thanks for your trouble.
Much obliged, lady.
Vera, I swear I saw him.
Shut up.
You better take him home, lady. He's in bad shape.
He's had too much to drink. Take my arm, George. Be quiet. You sure you're able to drive?
Yes, I can drive.
Well, that was a pretty mess, I must say.
You still don't believe I saw him?
Must be going out of your mind.
Maybe I am. Maybe that's what's happening to me. I don't know.
George,
Well,
do you know the penalty in this state for murder?
what are you talking about?
Would you like to see us both get the chair?
Don't talk nonsense.
Just keep on acting the way you have been. That's all we need. Just keep on seeing things. We'll both end up in quick time.
Oh, don't talk that way.
Maybe you're not worried about your own life, but I'm worried about mine. I planned this thing without a hitch. And now you're whining and slobbering our way right into the arms of the police.
But why don't you believe me, Vera? He was standing there. I'd stake my life on it. He was standing there watching.
And what else did he do? Rustle his wings and play a tune on his harp?
I can't make you realize.
That you've seen a ghost? Who do you think you're dealing with, a fool? Are you going nuts or me? Your imagination's running you ragged. You've lost your nerve and you're whimpering like a puppy.
Well, I'm only human. What do you expect me to say and do when...
When what?
Oh, let's not talk about it anymore, Vera.
But we're going to talk about it. This is serious. If I hadn't come back to that bar when I did, you might have said just a little too much. As it is, I'm scared stiff that bartender might get suspicious.
Oh, he won't remember us. We've never come to this part of town before.
You and I have got to come to an understanding, George.
What do you mean?
Either you learn to control yourself and act like a man, or I can't take the chance of seeing you again.
But you couldn't leave me now, Vera.
Couldn't I? You'd be surprised. When my own life is at stake, baby, I can do anything.
I'll be careful from now on, Vera. I promise I will. Only don't go away.
You've simply got to take hold of yourself and forget that Frank Bascom ever existed.
Oh, if I only could.
You can and you will.
Vera, let's get away.
Get away where?
Anywhere, even for a few days. Let's leave town. If I could only get out of town for a while, I know I'd be all right.
Maybe that's not a bad idea.
Yeah, suppose I drive back to my apartment and get some things, and then we can drive to your home and pick up what you need, and we'll leave.
You mean tonight?
I've got to get away, Vera. I can't stand here any longer. I'll go crazy if I do.
I picked a fine lover. What have you got running up and down your spine, jelly?
Vera, will you do as I ask?
It doesn't seem to be much choice.
I'll be all right in a day or two. You'll see. A different atmosphere, a different city. Look, we can drive south. Maybe make Miami if we try. It's only 2 days' drive if you keep at it.
Miami wouldn't be bad right now.
No one will know us there. We can swim and dance and pretend that nothing's happened. What do you say, Vera? How about it?
All right. But I don't see any reason to start at this hour.
We can stop over in Washington or someplace like that, but I've got to leave right now. I've got to, Vera.
Turn around and drive back to your apartment. We'll leave for Miami tonight.
You don't believe in ghosts? Well, neither did Vera and George until... But listen as the clock moves on.
I'll park over here and run upstairs. It'll only take me 5 minutes at the most.
You sure you don't want me to go up with you?
That isn't a good idea for the hotel clerk to see us together.
Well, don't tell me you're getting smart at last.
Now that we've decided to leave, I feel 100% better, Vera. I'm beginning to feel like myself once more.
Keep up the good work. I'm liable to start liking you again. Hurry now.
Oh, I will.
Good evening, Mr. Bailey.
Good evening, Harry.
It sure is snowing, huh?
Yes.
There's a gentleman been asking for you. He's waiting upstairs. He's been waiting a long time.
What? What does he look like?
Oh, about this tall, thin, 45 maybe. Ah, there he is now, coming down the stairs. You want to...
No, it's him. I've got to get out of here.
Mr. Bailey!
George! George, what is it?
He's in there.
Who?
Frank.
Are you crazy?
The hotel clerk saw him, Vera. He's waiting for me upstairs.
Did you see him too?
No, but the clerk did. He told me...
How do you know it wasn't someone else? It could have been someone else, you know. A friend might have dropped in.
It was Frank, your husband. I know it was. But we'll get away. This time we'll make sure to get away.
George, you're driving too fast. The streets are slippery.
I'll get away from him if it's the last thing I do. Vera, look, behind us.
What?
There's a car back there. We're being followed. I can see him through the glass.
George, be careful. Slow down and let me out of here.
If this is it, I'm willing to face it. I'm tired of being hounded. We'll get away from him now or never.
You're doing 70, George, for heaven's sake.
70? I'll do 80. I'll fly if I have to. So help me out.
George, no! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!
Well, that's quite a mess.
They were going pretty fast, officer. I was right behind them. They're both unrecognizable. I tried to reach them, but I couldn't. But I could see they were both dead.
Callahan, get hold of the morgue.
Right, sir.
Yeah, just one stupid driver after another. One of these days, some people will get it into their heads that a motor car is no tricycle.
The roads were slippery, and they were in a hurry.
Yeah, looks that way. Well, let's get the facts. You the only witness?
Yes.
We'll need you to testify.
Very well.
Better give me your name.
My name is Bascom.
Bascom? Yeah, it's funny.
What is?
I ran into another case the other day. Guy in his car. His name was Bascom, too. Frank Bascom.
I know.
What do you mean you know?
Frank Bascom was my brother. My twin brother.
And that is the story of George and Vera as recorded by the clock. Yes, retribution can be a ghost, and a lively ghost at that. And its bony finger can be a substitute for justice.
The Clock will be heard again next week, same time, same station. It is written by Lawrence Clee and stars Hart Maguire as the Clock. In this program, you heard Nigel Lovell as George and Margaret Christensen as Vera. Others were John Tate as Detective Haynes, Don Crosby as Frank, and Gordon Glenwright as Bascom. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production.
I have flown. I have sailed. I have moved about this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in Spine Chillers. The Creaking Door. The manufacturers of State Express 3/5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door.
Good evening, friends of the creaking door. The creaking door is open, so do come in. You know, some ghosts are awful liars. One of our people here tells the most fantastic stories of his life on Earth. And then he wonders why everyone sees through him.
Move in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3 5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders, and the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3-5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3 5s today.
A man sits on a bench near the river. His suit is crumpled and ancient. His shoes broken. Now and then he sips from a bottle of cheap wine that has become his only friend. But he doesn't sip with good cheer and happiness. He drinks in horror.
Move on there. Move on.
Oh, officer, I feel pretty weak.
Drinking in the afternoon won't make you any stronger.
I've been ill.
Oh, sure. I've heard every sob story a hobo ever dreamed up. You know what's wrong with you? They used to call it lack of moral fiber back there in the war. You're just a spineless lump of humanity, not able to get the courage to jump in the river. Now get going or I'll run you in.
Oh, very well. No hard feelings. I know you're just doing the job the city pays you for.
You got the price of a meal.
Oh, I'm a vagrant. Arrest me if you like. It doesn't matter. Another few days in jail. What's that to a guy like me?
If I stake you to a
You know
meal...
the answer? Booze.
I know some people who help guys like you. Most of them are ex-drunks, and they understand. You sound like an educated man. They might be able to do something for you.
No, thanks. I've got the greatest respect for people like that. They'd sober me up, and the one thing I couldn't stand to be sober. No, officer, the nightmares don't come to me through drink. It's the opposite. They come when I'm sober.
Oh, man, we all have our problems.
Not problems like mine. Officer, did you ever hear a dead woman talk? Did you ever have a dead woman tell you that she loved you after you'd murdered her?
Now, what's this talk about murder?
You can't arrest me for it. Sure, I killed her. Sandra helped. Maybe it was Sandra's idea. But you can't arrest me for killing Jeanette because Jeanette isn't dead. You see, I was married to Jeanette when I fell for Sandra. Sandra was beautiful. Jeanette was insipid beside Sandy. I loved Sandy.
Yes, Sam.
I love you.
Me too.
How could it happen to a man like me, 35 years old, married, not really living, and then one day...
Oh, it happens, darling. It happens all the time. One of the big things of life. The biggest. And it happens to you and me. Why do you love me?
I don't know. Yes, I do. Your hair, your lips, the way you walk, the swing of your skirt, the touch of your fingers in the dark.
Did you love your wife that way?
No. Jeanette was the girl next door. Everybody expected us to get married. Well, we did. It was like most marriages. Oh, we didn't even fight. Just petty bickerings, deadly dull. It was never like the thing I feel for you.
Wouldn't it be wonderful
If I were free, I often think that.
Oh, it's wicked to think like that. After all, Jeanette deserves her happiness, too.
She isn't happy with me. How could she be?
And she might divorce you.
Yeah. I'll tell you what I'll do, Sandy. I'll wait until we have one of our usual rows and ask her. You never know. That's how it started, officer. Just a few words said casual.
Tell me the rest of it.
Sure. But remember, there's no arrest you can make because she's still alive. How? Search me, but she's alive and kicking, I know that. You see, officer, I don't know exactly when I decided to kill her. Perhaps it was when she refused to divorce me. Yeah, I think that was it.
I wish you'd remember to wipe your feet when you come into the house, Sam, dragging mud all over the carpet.
Sorry, Jeanette.
Oh, sorry, nothing. I have to clean up after you, don't I?
Yeah, you have to clean up.
And try and take a little care. And we need new drapes for the living room.
Okay, just pick them out, honey.
You don't care, do you? You're tired of me and the house, tired of everything. Who is she, Sam?
Who's who, Jeanette?
Do you think a wife doesn't know? You must be crazy if you do. I know. I knew immediately. Some cheap little floozy.
Well, why should you care? What does it mean to you? There's no love lost between us, and you know it. Suppose there is another girl, and she can give me what you can.
I expect you want a divorce. That's the next step.
Well, I don't see any point in going on like this, do you? Did you ever see any point in it?
You can forget it. Because you may not be the husband of my dreams, Sam, but you happen to be my husband, and I'm not making a free gift of you to some
You
cheap
better
little...
be careful what you say. You don't know her.
I don't want to know her, thank you. Now, that ends the entire sordid conversation, and I refuse to discuss it again.
Make yourself at home, Sam. I'll fix us a drink. Here, take your jacket off.
Oh, this is really like home.
Why, Sam. Sam, you're wearing a gun.
Yeah, I just bought it.
Oh, I hate guns.
This city just isn't safe at night anymore.
No, that's true. But...
I've never fired a gun in my life.
Well, you'll have to get some practice.
Yeah. Maybe we can go somewhere this weekend, huh?
Sam, if I were you, I wouldn't wear that gun. I wouldn't let anybody know you've got it. Leave it here until you need it.
Until I need it, yeah.
Oh, boy, I'm with you all the way.
Thanks, Sandy.
Well, here's to us.
Yep, here's to us. Shut away from the world in our little hideaway. That's how I want it, Sandy. I don't like people a lot, you know. I want us to be together for always. That's how it started, officer. I bought a gun. I expect I'd made up my mind to kill her then. But I fooled myself that I didn't have to. She might see things my way.
And she never did?
No, she never did. Women are funny creatures.
You can say that again. A woman, some anyway, like being married. They like having the status, if you can call it that, even when they hate the man. Crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
But no excuse for murder.
I don't think I'd have done it if... You don't ever know another person, do you? You sit across from them at meals, you share the night with them and talk all the things one talks about. You don't know them at all. I never really knew what was in her mind. Never.
you were late home tonight.
Yeah, that's right.
Seeing your little sweetheart?
Oh, lay off me, will you, Jeanette?
I hoped we could go to a movie, that's all.
You hate me. You show it every day. Why should I take you to a movie?
Because we have to live normal lives, that's why. Does she look like me?
No. You must know she doesn't.
I'll bet she does.
No, she doesn't.
Younger, I expect, and prettier.
I don't want to talk to you about it.
I wonder how she feels. Guilty, I expect. Or is she without feelings of any kind?
What good is all this doing you? You know I want you to divorce me. You know I want to marry Sandy.
Oh, so that's her name, Sandy. How sweet. Or perhaps it's a nickname. Of course, you could leave me and simply live with her. Or is she insistent on the wedding ring? You'll lose a lot, Sam. The house, the car, it's in my name. The alimony won't be cheap. Can you keep your job?
None of it matters. Can't you understand that?
Oh, you have got it badly, my dear, haven't you?
Yes, I have, Jeanette. Our marriage was a mistake, and we both know it. One day the right man for you will come along, and you'll be happy. No, you're just bitter and unhappy.
Sam, a marriage is a marriage. It's for life, and as far as I'm concerned, that's that. If we're unhappy, we deserve to be. I just don't believe in divorce.
Don't be depressed, Sam. Don't be sad about anything.
If she was gone.
Yeah. If there were only an accident, say, or a burglar. You said the city was dangerous. You were right, you know. It is. People get killed. You hear of bad things happening every day of the year. Don't you, Sam?
Move in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3/5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders, and the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3/5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3/5s today.
Oh, this adds up to trouble. You know, many a man has felt just as Sam feels. Only a few use the gun, pull the trigger. Interesting people, murderers. I meet quite a few behind the creaking door.
Well, what did you do? The Sandy girl was asking you to murder your wife, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was, I suppose, officer. I wonder if she knew it then. Oh, I didn't need much telling. I was ready for it. But the way it happened was something else again. Something I didn't expect. Sandy, you're falling asleep.
I'm happy. Cat that ate the cream.
It's great being here with you, closed away from the world.
Every girl has a man in her mind. Man she wants and needs more than anything else. Do I look like Jeanette?
No, nothing like her.
She's a blonde, isn't she?
That's right. She's a pretty girl, nice girl. Just not for me, that's all. Some other guy, he'd make her happy. Some other guy, but not me.
Sam, I've still got your gun here.
I know.
I'm scared of having it here. You better take it tonight.
Okay, Sandy, if you want me to.
You know this thing has to end, don't you?
What do you mean, Sandy?
What I say. It has to end because people can't act this way. Not forever. I'm not your wife. I'm nothing. You better make up your mind to stay with her and love her. There's no other way.
No, please,
A
no.
girl can't live like this. Sam, you make up your mind once and for all. And here's your gun.
I took the gun and I walked home. She was there, Jeanette, with that martyred look on her face, and dinner waiting. Poor Jeanette. None of it was her fault.
I've made dumplings the way you like them.
Thanks.
Can she cook? Sandy?
Just leave me alone, Jeanette.
Whatever you do is your own business, Sam. Oh, here, eat your supper.
I don't feel hungry.
Oh, she can cook, is that it? Take your jacket off.
If you like.
What's that? A gun?
Yes, Jeanette, it's a gun.
Oh, let's see it. I used to be rather a good shot.
Be careful, it's loaded.
Oh, thanks. You poor simp. Did you buy it to shoot me, Sam?
Oh, don't be foolish.
I can read you like a book, Sam. You bought it to kill me, but you didn't have the nerve. You never would have managed it. You haven't the courage to shoot a sick cat.
I wouldn't shoot you, Jeanette. You've done me no harm. If we hurt one another, that's how things are.
But now I have the gun. You pull back the slide like this. Now it's cocked. Push the safety catch forward. Now it's ready to fire.
Oh, careful, it has a hair trigger, Jeanette. Don't point it at me.
Goodbye, husband.
No, it's...
Oh, it's in my hand.
Let go of that gun. Let go. Now, you fool. Oh. Jeanette. Jeanette. I swear I didn't mean it.
Hello, Sam. Oh, Sam, did she let you come here?
She's dead.
What do you mean?
I shot her.
Sam, tell me quickly.
She was gonna kill me, and we fought over the gun, that's all. I didn't mean to, but nobody will believe me now.
Of course not. Did you leave her just lying there? Oh, Sam, tell me everything.
Yeah, I just left her where she fell.
Give me your door key.
What for? I must go to the police, that's
Give
all.
me the key, you fool. I'm in the stool, you know. Accessory after the fact. I can hang, too. The key. Come on, quickly.
Please, Jeanette.
I'm Sandy. I'm not Jeanette.
Oh, my mind's going.
The key, quickly.
There. What are you going to do?
Never mind. Now just stay here and don't leave.
Whatever you say, Sandy. Anything you say. That's how it happened, officer. It was an accident.
Oh, it sounds like something else to me. Where's your wife now?
I don't know. How could I know?
Well, this Sandy, what did she do with the body?
I don't know. I was scared to ask. She came back that night, and she'd been away for an hour. The terrible thing is, she was looking exactly like Jeanette.
I was scared you'd go to the police, Sam.
Did you go around to my place?
Yeah. There's nothing to worry about.
What did you do?
Don't ask. Just don't go there again, that's all.
But what have you done?
I told you, don't ask me. Some things are better not talked about. Is there any brandy left?
Yeah, almost a bottle.
Pour us 2 drinks. Stiff ones. Oh, we need it now.
All right.
We're going to drink it all, then sleep.
Anything you say. Here. You are.
To us.
I'm too weak to live. Nothing I do.
I love you. That's all you have to remember.
Why are you doing your hair like Jeanette?
Drink your drink, Sam. You're coming apart.
I drank everything she gave me and I slept. It was late in the morning when I woke up. The sun was high. There was a woman standing, looking down at me.
Sam, you're in a bad way.
Jeanette, what are you doing here? Jeanette!
You foolish boy. I'm Sandy.
Jeanette!
Did you call Sam?
Jeanette, she was here just now.
You've been having a nightmare.
No, I saw her. She went into the kitchen.
Look, I just come from there. She isn't there, Sam. Jeanette is dead.
But I saw her. I tell you, I saw her. After that, I saw Jeanette everywhere. In the street outside my office, even sitting in my car. And Sandy changed her hairstyle and her clothes. She looked more like Jeanette every day. And she began to nag me, just like Jeanette.
Pick your legs up, Sam. I can't clean the place if you sprawl there all day.
Sorry.
You must try to control these silly visions of yours.
I know, but she's there. She's everywhere. I saw her just now, Sandy, as I came in. She was standing in the hallway just looking at me.
Hello. Yeah, he's here.
But nobody knows I'm here, Sandy.
Well, obviously somebody does. Answer it.
All right. Hello.
Hello, Sam.
Oh, no. You're dead. You're dead.
Oh, give it to me, you fool. No spine at all. Hello? Hello? I rang off.
It was her. I know it was her. Sandy, it was her.
Clear off out of here. I can't stand having you around. Man who schemes to shoot his wife and lacks the courage and gets himself into a state of nerves like a child. Oh, go on. There's the door. Beat it.
Oh, please, Sandy, give me another chance.
There's just one thing I'll give you. The gun. Here, go on, take it with you. You may need it.
I kept the gun. One of these days, it's going to come in handy, officer.
Have you got it with you now?
Sure, I've always got it with me.
Oh, you better hand it to me, then.
No, I've got a permit.
You've just confessed to a murder, laddie buck. You're a vagrant on your own admission. Now I'm taking you to the police station, but first I want a few details. I don't want the sergeant to get all the credit. Your name?
Samuel Wallace. Listen to
And
me.
your address?
31 Hansel Crescent. But it isn't fair. She isn't dead. She can't be.
Oh, we'll soon find out after we've dug up the back garden. Now, the gun. And it's over.
But it's my last hope.
Don't talk foolish. You haven't got the guts to shoot yourself, and you know it. And it's over.
Oh, I guess you're right. Here.
That's better. Now, come along with me, son. Your troubles are over.
My troubles are with me for eternity.
Jeanette?
Yes, dear?
Can I borrow that hairdryer?
Of course, Sandy.
I wonder if he's done it yet.
He won't have the courage until he's quite mad.
It's worth waiting for, though, isn't it?
50,000. Of course, Sandy. And the lovely thing about it is that nobody can ever find out. Nobody anywhere can ever find out how we did it.
Yeah. Well, he deserved it. After all, he was going to shoot you.
Well, of course he deserved it. I acted my own death rather well, of course, but apart from that, how can the man be such a cowardly fool?
Yeah. Say, have you thought what might happen if he went to the police?
Sam, he won't. He hasn't got that much courage.
De Quincey once pointed out that many a man has owed his social downfall to a little murder he thought nothing of at the time. Poor Sam. Perhaps he would have been well advised to shoot both of them. One simply can't tell, can one?
In world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3 5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders, and the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3-5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3 5s today.
This is your host back again. Just a reminder of our rendezvous next week. Where are we going? Through the creaking door? Of course.
The manufacturers of State Express 3 5s Filter King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock, when they will again present The Creaking Door.
Mars Incorporated, makers of America's most enjoyable candy bars, presents
Curtain Time!
The makers of the big new Mars bar welcome you to Curtain Time. The summer season is nearly at its height, and tan faces and gaily colored clothes predominate in the crowded lobby. And here, as always, at our opening night, is the well-known man about town, your host, Patrick Allen.
Good evening.
Well, Mr. Allen, what's in store for us tonight?
Comedy and romance, Myron, and I might say summer romance. But there's the overture, so we'd better hurry inside the theater for tonight's production of Curtain Time.
Tickets, please. Thank you, sir. Seventh row center. Seats 7 and 8.
Thank you. Well, these are excellent seats. But before the lights are dimmed, let's glance at the program. Harry Elders, supported by the Curtain Time Players, is starred tonight in The Dishonest Ghost by Sidney Hoffman. Mr. Elders plays the part of Edward Stearns, and with Nanette Sargent on vacation, Loretta Poynton is featured as Judy Moran.
Curtain Time!
There's the call for the first act of The Dishonest Ghost. The scene is the interior of a Pullman car. The train hasn't left the station yet, and a middle-aged man stands beside one of the seats, talking to an attractive young lady who has just sat down.
Now, Judy, you must remember to be careful.
Oh, Daddy.
I mean it, my dear. You could fall over a cliff.
But, Daddy, I know every inch of those woods by heart.
Well, you have quite a responsibility. 3 girls handling 20 kids all by yourselves and miles away from civilization.
Will you stop worrying?
All right, my dear. I'll be up next weekend to see how you're getting along.
Oh, wonderful.
And in the meantime, I'll certainly miss you at the office, Judy.
Oh, darling, I'm sure the Moran McGuire Publishing Company can get along without one little old manuscript reader for a few weeks.
Well, I gotta get off now, dear.
All right.
And it looks as though you've got the whole section to yourself.
Well, now, Daddy, please run it.
Goodbye, dear. Be sure to write now.
Yes, goodbye.
Here you are, sir. Apple tea.
Thanks, Porter. Pardon me,
Oh, that's all right. Make yourself right at home.
Thanks.
For a while, it looks as though I'd have both the upper and lower to myself.
Well, I'm sorry, but will you excuse me if I'm not very sociable?
Well, of course.
I have some work to do.
Yes, I see. Are you a writer?
Mm-hmm.
What are you writing?
I beg your pardon?
I said, what are you writing?
Oh, a novel. Right now, I'm making some corrections.
Then it's finished?
No, I've got 236 pages so far. And... Oh, I suppose I should ask you.
Ask me what?
Well, sometimes I type at pretty odd times, and if I decide to do some writing tonight,
You mean you can type in an upper berth?
Sure, why not?
Why not? You must be a contortionist.
No, I'm not. It's simple. You just put the typewriter on your lap and, type.
Well...
Thanks. I'm sure you wouldn't mind.
Oh, good heavens, he wasn't kidding. Well, if he's going to keep this up, I may as well pull the curtains back. Hey, what's this? Well, what do you know? Shakespeare dropped a page of his book. And I'll bet a cookie he doesn't know it. Let's see. Hurled into this maelstrom of doubt and bewilderment, Lucinda wonders why she keeps on living. Questions once again the fundamental truths. Lucinda. Golly. Daddy'd never buy a novel with a heroine named Lucinda. But it's not bad. Oh, well, as long as I can't sleep anyway, I may as well get back to work. Now, where the dickens did I put that pencil?
Oh, but Porter, you must have seen it.
I saw it, sir. I went to the corridor first thing this morning. There wasn't a scrap of paper on the floor.
Just the same, it was...
You better hurry up, sir. The train's almost ready to pull out.
But I've got to find that page.
You better get off quick, sir. We've been standing here in this station 2 minutes longer than we're supposed to.
Oh, all right. Oh, you gods, what a way to start a vacation. Losing page 237.
Good morning.
Oh, hello.
I think I have something that belongs to you. Isn't this yours?
Why, it's page 237. How did you get it?
Well, I guess it dropped out of your berth last night. I picked it up off the floor.
But it's all marked up.
I know. You see, I was going to give it back to you before I got off the train, but I found out that you were getting off here, too, and, well, I thought that we'd have more of a chance to talk about it if I just...
Of all the unmitigated nerve.
I thought you'd appreciate it.
Look, whom do you think you are, anyway, making corrections in my novel when I haven't even let my agent look at it?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't know it was sacred. Most writers would appreciate what I did.
Well, I don't.
So I see.
The idea of anybody just picking up a guy's manuscript.
Well, now, Molly.
Oh, Judy, am I glad to see you.
Oh, gee, Molly, I just can't believe I finally got
Come
you.
on, honey, let's get going. Lorraine has her hands full with the kids this morning.
Okay.
Say, Judy, who was the man with the typewriter who just walked away from here a minute ago?
All I know is that he's a very sensitive young author.
An author?
Yes.
Gee, I'll bet he's Edward Stearns, the man who's rented the Wilbur's cottage.
Oh? Well, I wonder how he expects to get to it.
Hey, look, Judy, he's coming back.
He probably wants to bawl me out again.
Bawl you out? Why?
Shh, I'll tell you later.
Pardon me, but is there a bus from here to Bird Lake?
Are you kidding? You're in the North Woods.
Well, perhaps you can tell me how to get to the Wilbur's cottage.
Oh, sure. It's a good 4-mile hike up the road.
4 miles? Oh, good grief.
Look, why don't you hop in the station wagon?
Well...
We're only half a mile from your cottage. We'll drop you off.
You're only half a mile from me?
Yes.
But I didn't know there was anyone else up here.
There isn't. Just you and our girls' camp.
Girls' camp? Oh, brother, when does the next train leave?
Anybody home?
Yes, what is it?
It's Miss Moran, Mr. Stearns. I thought you might like some of the cookies I baked this morning.
Leave them on the porch.
But the dog might get them.
Oh, all right, I'll come get them.
Hello.
Look, it's very nice of you, Miss Moran, but how in heaven's name do you expect me to get any work done if you come calling every day?
How's the novel coming along?
Should have been finished by now.
Oh? Well, I'd love to read it.
I'm sorry, but I don't let anyone see my unfinished work.
Oh, you shouldn't be ashamed of it, Mr. Stearns. The page I read was excellent, except
I'm
for...
not ashamed of it. Just happen to believe that it's bad luck to let other people read what I've written before it's finished.
Then you'll let me read it when it is finished?
I didn't say that. Besides, the minute I'm through, it goes to my agent. After that, it's up to him who sees it.
Oh.
And now, if you'll excuse me...
Oh, sure. Well, I have to get back to camp now myself. Goodbye, and I hope you enjoy the cookies.
The cookies? Oh, yes, the cookies. Thanks. Dear God's cookies. What'll she think up next to bother me with?
Mr. Stearns! Mr. Stearns! Mr. Stearns!
Hey, what's the idea?
It's Molly Adams. Mr. Stearns, I'm sorry if I woke you up.
Oh, good grief. What time is it?
It's after midnight, and Mr. Stearns, I'm simply frantic. Judy and the 4 little girls haven't come home yet.
That's too bad.
They left right after dinner. I wasn't there at the time, and no one seems to know where they went.
Uh-huh.
It's so late, and I don't know what to do.
I recommend you go back to bed.
But they may be lost up there on the mountain.
You don't say.
Yes. I telephoned Bill Yates,
Who's he?
the forest ranger, but he's 30 miles away, and it'll take him hours to get here.
Look, what are you getting at?
Won't you please try to find her?
Me?
Yes.
Miss Adams, I came up here to finish my book, but your Miss Moran has hounded me every day since I arrived.
But, Mr.
And
Stearns...
now you come here in the middle of the night and want me to go out in the woods and look for her. Well, she can stay lost for all I care.
Mr. Stearns, you don't know what you're saying.
Don't I?
I can't leave the camp, and... Oh, gosh, if Judy isn't back here by the time her father arrives tomorrow morning...
Then he can look for her when he gets here.
But if anything happens to Judy, and if he finds out, there won't be any camp.
What do you mean by that?
I mean that her father practically supports the camp.
Uh-oh, I might have known it.
Well, he doesn't like people to know it, but John K. Moran is one of the most generous men that
Did
ever...
you say John K. Moran?
Yes,
Is he John K. Moran, the publisher?
that's right, and if he ever...
Gods, and I almost turned down a chance to rescue his daughter.
Then you...
Will I? Which way did she go? Where's my flashlight? Where's the...
Well, don't you think you'd better...
I'd better what?
Well, you're hardly dressed to go searching for...
I'm hardly dressed, period.
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's Curtain Time play, starring Harry Elders and featuring Loretta Poynton. And now, Myron Wallace.
Summer days are recreation days, days when we like to be lazy and enjoy ourselves. And these summer days, one way that you can always be sure of real relaxation and enjoyment, at work, at home, any time, anywhere, is by treating yourself to the delightful taste of the big new 10-cent Mars bar. In each bite of this luscious new candy bar, you'll enjoy the rare flavor combination of an extra thick, pure milk chocolate coating heaped high and packed with crunchy, fresh, whole toasted almonds, all over a soft, snow-white nougat center that is creamy, rich, and smooth. Together, the milk chocolate, crisp almonds, and soft nougat make every bite of the big new Mars bar a taste of candy at its finest. For the finest quality candy bar of them all, just try a Mars bar.
There's the call for the second act of The Dishonest Ghost, brought to you by the makers of the big new Mars bar. Edward Stearns, who has gone north to the Northwoods in order to finish a novel, has been pestered ever since he's been there by Judy Moran, the publisher's daughter. Well, to top things off, Judy, a counselor at a nearby girls' camp, has got lost, and Edward is out trying to find her. Well, it's now the next morning. Molly, Judy's friend, talks to Mr. Moran.
Why, I just didn't want to tell you before, Mr. Moran, but I'm...
Come, Molly, out with it. Where's Judy?
She's lost.
Lost?
Yeah.
In these woods? That's a joke. She knows him better than the forest ranger.
Well, but she didn't come back to camp last night, Mr. Moran.
She didn't?
No, she and the 4 oldest girls, they've disappeared.
Well, I can't believe it. Judy lost?
Yeah.
Hi, everybody. Who's lost? Hello, Daddy.
Oh, Judy. Oh, Judy, where have you been?
Young lady, what do you mean worrying the whole camp this way?
But I told Molly yesterday morning that last night was our special overnight camping trip.
But you said it was tonight.
I'm terribly sorry, Molly, but I said last night.
Well, no harm done, I guess, except for a sleepless night and some gray hairs for Molly.
Yeah, well, I guess I can live through that, but... Well, gee, I was so frantic I even telephoned the forest ranger. He should be here soon.
You mean poor old Bill Yates is traveling all that distance for nothing? And we've been practically within shouting distance of each other.
Yes, and I forgot. Mr. Stearns is out looking for you, too.
Edward Stearns went out to look for me?
Yeah, poor guy. I woke him up in the middle of the night, and he hurried right out.
Well, Judy, it looks as if you made another conquest.
Oh, Molly, you shouldn't have let him go. He doesn't know the woods at all.
Oh, but if he wanted
Yes,
to...
he did seem quite anxious.
Hello!
Well, look who's here. Bill Yates. Bill, it's good to see you.
Well, it's nice seeing you again, Mr. Moran. And Judy. I thought they said you were lost.
Oh, no, Bill, it's Mr. Stearns. He went out to look for me in the middle of the night, and he hasn't come back yet.
Well, it's sort of hard to get lost up on Bird Mountain. The trails are all marked real clear. Did them myself.
Oh, but he doesn't know anything about trail markings, and he's been up there alone all night.
Then I guess I better go after him.
Well, I'll go with you. I'll be ready in a minute.
What do you mean you'll be ready? Where do you think you're going?
Father, Edward's lost up on that mountain. He may be hurt, and all because he... Well, I've just got to help find him. Bill, we've been up here for hours and not a sign of him.
Yeah, it sure is funny where he could have disappeared to.
Oh, I really can't believe he ever got this far.
Well, the only thing for us to do is split up for a while.
All right, you keep this side of the trail, and I'll take the other.
Okay, but don't go beyond the sound of my voice. I don't want you to get lost.
Oh, I'll be careful, Bill. Here's hoping.
Well, I guess I'll try the ridge up yonder. Get a better view of the situation. Judy? Can you hear me, Judy? I'm over this way. It looks like somebody's been here. It looks like somebody's been here. All these fresh branches broken. Hey, there's someone sitting up there on the ridge. Say, you up there. Are you Stearns, the fellow from Bird Lake who got lost?
I'm Stearns, and I sprained my ankle. But it's Judy Moran who's lost.
There's nobody lost around here except you, brother.
What do you mean? Did they find Judy?
Judy wasn't lost.
What?
She took 4 of the girls on an overnight camping trip. They were just a little ways up the trail.
You mean that I've been out here all night wandering around on a wild goose chase and shouting myself hoarse for nothing?
Now, easy, fella.
Going without breakfast, spraining my ankle?
Well...
Making a fool of myself, all for the sake of a dumb bunny publisher who might be grateful enough to publish my book?
Well, I'm terribly sorry you went to all this trouble just for me.
Oh, good heavens. What are you doing here?
I'm beginning to wonder.
You come up here to look for me, too?
No, I just came along for the walk.
That's the last straw. It isn't bad enough that I have to sprain my ankle. They have to send a meddlesome, wisecracking female out after me.
Why?
Honestly, why don't you get lost?
Oh. Well, easy does it now, fella.
Oh, but I must be darn near pulling your neck off.
Don't worry about me. Besides, we're past the worst part, aren't we, Judy?
I suppose.
Look, how much farther do we have to go? My foot can't take much more of this.
Well, we're almost there. When we get around the next turn, we should be able to see the cabin. Right, Judy?
Now, to tell the truth, I'm a stranger here myself.
Oh, for crying out loud. Don't stay mad. I'm sorry.
You said that before.
Well, what do you want me to do? Dedicate a book to you?
Not if it's that book you've been writing.
What do you mean, not if it's that book? You don't have to be nasty. You haven't even read it.
And I don't think I care to now.
Hey, I think I see the cabin.
Hey, you're right. I can see the sun on the window panes.
Oh, there's someone out in the yard, too.
Well, you've got better eyesight than I've got, Judy.
See, it does look as though someo's down there.
Well, I think it's Daddy.
What's he doing? He keeps going into the cabin and coming out.
Say, that doesn't look like sun on the window panes to me.
No, it doesn't. And there are other people there, too.
Oh, that's funny. I wonder why... Good heavens, my cabin's on fire.
Edward, you can't.
But I've got to get my cabin.
Edward, be careful of your ankle.
Wow, look at him go. Never saw a fellow run with a sprained ankle like that.
Oh, Bill, what a terrible thing to happen. It's all my fault.
It is not, Judy, and stop fretting about it. From what I've seen of him, he's not worth worrying about.
Oh, but he is, Bill. He is.
Young man, of all the stupid, harebrained young idiots, you take the prize. Running off to the mountain there and leaving a fire burning in the fireplace. Why, you could have...
Tell me, did you save it?
Save what?
He means his book, Daddy.
We didn't save anything. All we could do was...
Get out of my way. I've got to go in there.
Now, hold on.
Edward, you can't go in there. It's nothing but smoldering wood.
Yes, Molly and the rest of us got the fire out. If we hadn't, the whole force would be inflamed by now. But as far as trying to save any book...
That's just swell. My novel, it's just a bunch of ashes.
Before we bring you the third act of tonight's Curtain Time play, starring Harry Elders and featuring Loretta Poynton, here is Myron Wallace.
For as long as there have been hot summer days, people have searched for new and different ways to cool off and enjoy themselves. And now candy lovers have discovered the luscious new summer treat of a chilled Mars bar. With each bite of a Mars bar that has been chilled in your refrigerator, your teeth sink through a crisp, cold milk chocolate coating that is heaped extra high and packed with crunchy, fresh, whole toasted almonds, all over a cool, snow-white nougat center that is creamy, rich, and smooth. Here is truly one of the greatest of candy triumphs, for the finest quality candy bar of them all. Just try a Mars bar.
There's the call for the third act of The Dishonest Ghost, brought to you by the makers of the big new Mars bar. Edward Stearns was awakened in the middle of the night because Judy Moran was supposed to be lost. But the next morning, Judy wasn't lost at all, and Edward was. But Judy and the forest ranger found Edward. When the trio returned to Edward's cabin, they discovered it had burned down, and Edward's novel had been burned up with it. Well, it's now a week later. Edward, whose ankle was sprained, is at the girls' camp, and Judy is taking care of him.
Thanks, Judy. You're a good nurse.
Oh, bandaging a sprained ankle doesn't make me a good nurse. If I were really good, you'd be pounding away at the typewriter, rewriting your novel.
Please. We've been over that so many times. I can't rewrite it.
Not even on the pretty typewriter I lent you?
You just don't understand.
Well, explain it to me again.
Judy, would you mind leaving me alone?
Well, no.
You and Molly have been swell, but I just can't talk about my book.
Well, I can.
Please,
Edward Stearns, you're no more a writer than the man in the moon.
What?
Do you think that a real honest-to-goodness author could be stymied by a mere accident?
A mere accident? 2 years' work gone in one day?
All right, feel sorry for yourself. You've been sitting here for 1 solid week staring into space and telling yourself how much you're suffering.
That's a nasty crack.
You're wallowing in misery because the great American novel got burned up.
Listen, you. I've never struck a woman in my life.
And now with a chance to rewrite it, to improve it, to correct all the things you didn't like about it...
Will you please get
well,
out?
what do? You sit here mourning over your deathless prose.
I told you.
What's the matter? Isn't there any more where that came from?
Chapter 1, all finished.
Edward, won't you let me read it? I promise I won't tell a soul.
Oh, gee, Judy, I hate to turn you down. You've been so... That is, you and Molly have been so swell.
Pretty please?
Oh, well, I don't suppose it matters if you do read it.
Then you will let me...
Here, take my carbon copy and I...
Yes?
Well, I don't know exactly why, but I hope you like it.
You do? Well, I think I will. on page 12, don't you think it'd be more logical if Lucinda... Oh, Edward, won't you please change her name?
No, I won't. Lucinda's real. That name belongs to her just as much as, well, just as Judy belongs to you.
All right, if you won't, you won't. But what do you think of my other suggestion?
Well, it hadn't occurred to me, but the way you explain it, yes, it does sound better.
Well, then why don't you change it right now?
That's a good idea. Here, give it to me. Judy, what do you think of Chapter 3? I followed your idea.
Just a minute, I'm not through yet.
Okay. But say, did you bring back my carbons of the first 2 chapters?
What?
The first 2 chapters. Did you remember to bring my carbon copies back with you?
No, I wanted to read them again.
Well,
Edward, I can't finish reading this here. I haven't time, but, well, let me take it back to camp with me.
Okay. You can have the carbon copy.
Swell.
For gosh sakes, don't lose it.
Edward, so far it's positively wonderful.
Gee, I'm awfully glad you like it, Judy.
Oh, well, I really do, but, well, I didn't mean to interrupt your work. I just dropped in to say goodbye.
Goodbye? What do you mean, goodbye?
Well, just that my vacation is over.
It is?
Mm-hmm. Daddy's driving up to take me home tonight.
Oh, but it seems... vacations always seem so short, don't they?
Yes, especially this one. It's been so wonderful.
I think so, too.
Do you, Edward?
Judy, I'm so grateful to you for everything.
Don't mention it.
By the way, you still have the carbon copies of those first 4 chapters.
Yes,
why don't I walk back with you and pick them up?
Oh, no, I wouldn't think of having you interrupt your work.
It'll take only a few minutes.
No, I'll send someone back with them tonight before we leave. I promise I will.
Come in. What? Oh, Mr. Moran, come in, sit down.
I certainly will, my boy. But I haven't got much time, so let's get right down to business.
Business?
Yes, and let's see where I put those darned option papers.
Option papers?
Of course. Stern, you don't sound much brighter than I thought you were. If I didn't know that you had written this,
Written? If you hadn't known...
Oh, yes, here they are. Now, stop muttering for a minute and sign here.
Sign?
Yes, all 4 copies.
All 4?
Come, I haven't much time. And Stern, don't tell me you've offered it to someone else.
Mr. Moran, I don't quite know what...
Your novel, Stearns, your novel. Good heavens, what in the world do you think I've been talking about?
But my novel's not finished
I
yet.
know that, my boy.
You want to buy it now?
Of course. You don't think publishers always wait for a book to be finished before they buy it, do you?
Well, no.
And Stern, that was a terrific trick.
Trick? What do you mean?
Why, mailing me a chapter at a time.
I mail you a chapter at a time?
Yes, indeed. Terrific trick. Kept me in suspense, just like reading Terry and the Pirates.
Well, gee,
Yes, you've done a brilliant job of rewriting.
Well, thanks, but...
Funny thing, too. I told Judy you didn't have it in you, but, well, I guess our first meeting was a little unfortunate.
Look, let me get this straight.
Why, Judy.
I think this is where I come in.
Judy,
Edward, I owe you an apology, I think.
Look, will somebody please tell me what this is all about?
Oh, I will if you'll just listen to me. I've been trying to tell you that I've been terribly dishonest with you.
Dishonest?
My dear, I'd hardly call it...
When you wouldn't let me read the first draft of your novel, Edward, I borrowed the carbon copy and read it.
Of all the crust.
Young man,
there
what's
were
your
lots
language?
Of things wrong with it. Lots of things
Go
wrong with it.
on.
But I sent it on to Daddy anyway.
Yes, and
I knew you wouldn't miss it because you thought it'd been all burned up.
And all the time you had a copy. Why, I couldn't...
No.
But that's not all.
If you ask me, it's plenty.
I also sent Daddy suggestions I had for rewriting it.
Oh, you did?
Yes, she did. And I wrote back that if the revisions were made successfully, I might be interested.
Oh, honestly,
Edward, if you'll
You had the colossal gall to take it upon yourself to show me how to rewrite my novel. Are you sure you didn't also start the fire?
Stearns, you're accusing my daughter of arson.
Oh, what a sap I was. Here you couldn't return my carbon copies because you've been mailing them to him.
Young man, were you planning to sell your book, or did you just want to frame it and hang it on the wall?
Why,
Daddy's right. Are you going to give him an option on your book, or aren't you?
Well, gee, an option?
Well, now he's waking up.
Oh, good grief. What's the matter with me?
I don't know, but I hope it's not catching.
Oh, gosh, Judy, if it hadn't been for you,
Then you're not mad at me anymore?
Mad? Oh, I should say that.
I'm a busy man, Stearns, and I've got a long trip ahead of me. Are you going to sign this or not?
Judy, can you ever forgive me?
I can. If you can forgive me for presuming to be your ghostwriter.
Oh, you're the most charming ghostwriter that ever lived.
Now, if I may bust in on this Mutual Admiration Society.
Oh, sure, Mr. Moran.
Yes, here's my fountain pen.
Thanks.
You sign right there.
I will if my hand doesn't shake too much.
Son, there's just one thing wrong with your book so far.
Oh, what's that?
The name of the leading character. You've just got to change that girl's name.
Well, I've been considering that.
You have?
Yes.
Good.
But I can't do it without asking Judy first.
Well?
How about it, leading character? Do we change your name?
You mean my last name?
I do.
Well, Mr. Author, seeing you put it that way, it's a deal.
The curtain falls on the last act of another Curtain Time play, brought to you by the makers of the big new Mars Bar. Tonight's Curtain Time starred Harry Elders and featured Loretta Poynton. The supporting players were Geraldine Kay, Michael Romano, and George Caesar. The Curtain Time music is arranged and conducted by Bert Farber, and the entire production is directed by Harry Holcomb. Next Saturday, Curtain Time will present a comedy romance entitled The Story of Pat and Mike. And now I'll join this gay theater crowd as it leaves the Merchandise Mart. Many on their way to the glamorous after-theater spots here in Chicago. Until next week, then, this is Patrick Allen reminding you of your date every Saturday, same time, same station, when the makers of the big new Mars Bar present Curtain Time!
Monday night, be sure to hear Dr. I.Q., the mental banker, and next Saturday, be with us once again for Curtain Time. Remember, for the finest quality candy bar of them all, just try a Mars bar.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Come in. Welcome. I am E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the sound of suspense, to the fear you can hear. Our tale is a blood-freezing story inspired by a nursery rhyme, a sweet, simple song. Ring a ring of roses, a pocket full of posies. Achoo, achoo, we all fall down. It sounds young and innocent, doesn't it? But it is very old and very sinister. For the ring-a-ring of roses were the splotches that first appeared on the faces of those afflicted during the Black Plague. The pocketful of posies were the herbs that were carried, hopefully to ward off the fatal disease. The sneezing sounds, achoo, achoo, were the sounds of the final spasms. And we all fall down was, well, you can guess. Our mystery drama, A Ring of Roses, was written especially for the Radio Mystery Theater by S.J. Wilson and stars Glynis O'Connor. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Science has brought most plagues under control, but not so those other epidemics of the past, those that plague us with their unseen, unknown, and unexpected terrors. And such is the tale of terror you're about to hear. Draw close to the guttering candle, for you will receive no warmth from a ring of roses.
You know, George, I've heard about this place so often from Helena. I'm just dying to see her home.
And I'm anxious to meet your friend Helena.
Oh, I'm sure you'll like her.
But will she like me? Taking her best friend away from her.
Come on, George. You know you're irresistible.
Ha!
Why do you think I'm going to marry you?
Well, for one thing, my beautiful, exquisite, enormous pots of money.
Oh, George, wait. Look.
Laurie,
stop.
get your hands off the wheel. What do you think you're trying to do?
But we passed it. It's the sign to the house. Back there.
Now, Laurie, I never want you to do that again. I'm not going to let missing a sign risk your getting hurt. You understand?
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have grabbed the wheel that way.
All right, forget it. But please, never again, ever. And that is supposed to be the sign?
Helena warned that we might miss it.
Well, why would anyone use a rose-colored stone in a brass oval with no name or any identification on it for a house sign?
Well, their name is Ralston. And Helena said that generations back when their family first moved to America, it was rose stone. And so they put up a rose stone.
Well, if they want people to get that meaning from it, they either enjoy guessing games or, more likely, just want to keep themselves very, very private.
Yes.
Guess what?
As you said, they are very private.
Well, I got that impression before we got here. And I also have the feeling that they're not very friendly either.
Oh, how can you say that? When Helena's mother especially invited us over because she personally wanted to give us our engagement gift.
Yes, and that's pretty peculiar, too.
How?
How many parties, showers, did your girlfriends give you? 4, right?
No, 3. The last one was a dinner.
All right, and Helena was invited to every one, but she...
I know, George. She didn't turn up for any of them.
You know, Laurie, I've never seen you so wound up. What's spinning around in that pretty head of yours?
I don't know, but... Well, I am on edge.
About what?
I guess about meeting Helena's mother. You see, she's so strange. She seems so powerful and so terribly uncompromising. I was trying to change things for Helena, and then I let her down by becoming engaged to you.
Well, now, don't tell me you weren't going to marry for poor Helena's sake.
Well, at least not until she married first. We were going to share an apartment together in the city.
You know what I'm going to do, Laurie? I am going to turn this car right around and head back to the city. This whole trip is more foolish than funny.
Oh, no, George. Please don't.
A pocket full of posies.
Hey, what's that?
We all fall
You hear something
down.
like singing?
Ring of roses.
Let me open the window.
A pocket full
It's a woman
of posies.
singing that
A
old
2.
nursery rhyme.
A 2. We all fall down.
But what's that snapping sound? It sounds it's like a piece of leather. It sounds like a whip.
George, what are you doing?
I'm getting out. Something's happening here that I don't like.
Don't open the door. Please don't. We'll go back if you want to.
I'll be
but
right
don't.
back. Keep the window shut and the doors locked.
No, don't leave me, George. I'm coming with you. Wait.
Okay, but stay close to me.
Ring of roses.
It seems to be coming from behind those hedges.
A 2.
You know, it could be just kids playing games.
If that voice is coming from a kid, he's using a bullhorn. Let's stop here. We might see through the hedge.
Please be careful.
Holy Toledo. Look at that.
Let me see.
That man. The old man with the beard. He's trying to catch the girl with his whip.
Well, she's teasing him. She's making fun of him.
If he lands that wagon whip on her, he'll split her face open.
Look at their clothes, George. They're dressed like settlers. Back in the early 1800s.
Yeah.
You know, they could be rehearsing a play.
If they are, he's lost his mind in his part. That man's going wild with that whip.
But she's provoking him. Why doesn't she stop?
Hey! Hey, you there! What are you two doing?
Oh, George, you shouldn't have done that.
And who is it who is ordering me and questioning me?
I am. Over here. That's a terrible thing you're doing.
Oh, George, please don't go in there.
They know we're here. We must meet them. That's a dangerous whip you're using. That young woman can be killed by it.
I see by your clothes you are a stranger. And I can also see that you are a kind human who wishes no harm to come to another. But this wench is my daughter. And what I am doing is the true way to gain the obedience of a child who will stray.
But what in heaven could she have done to deserve being whipped?
I did no harm to no person or to him. I have broken no law of God or man.
Strumpet, hold your witch's tongue. Believe me, young woman, when I tell you that she has the demon in her, playing and wenching with the young master who owns this land. While I'm out here working at clearing their forest lands, she's up there in the great house with her enticements and tricks and enchantments. And if it has already come to this, that he has given her a gift for favors promised or already bestowed, the gift of a ring, an already cursed ring.
He gave it to me fair and with the holy vow that he will marry me in the month of the next full moon.
Marry you, will he? You who can half fare to read and write? You who are lower than his mother's kitchen scullion? You give me that ring.
I won't. I swear by the name and the soul of my sainted mother that you will never get this ring.
Then until I do, though it mean your own death, you get the whip.
Stop it! Don't! Why can't you be a little more reasonable? She may be telling you the truth.
I am. I swear it on my dead mother's Bible, I am.
Well, then, if you are, why don't you give him the ring and let your young man personally tell your father of his plan?
No, he'll do no thing like that. He'll bury the ring in some secret spot and drag me away before the fall of night. For he doesn't want me to marry to no one but to stay with him and clean and cook and wash for the rest of his devil life.
As you can see, she's beyond talking of matters with sense and decency. She's been taken up with her planning and scheming to get away from me for the purpose of harlot's gain. And she hardly of marrying.
I'll kill you.
George! She has an axe! An axe! She's going to kill him!
Stop! For God's sake, stop!
Oh, George, I can't look! She's dead! She killed her own father!
Where is she? What happened to her?
There she is! She's running away!
Hey! Hey, come back! Come back! You can't get away!
It's you who will never get away. The ring will circle you.
George, don't try to catch her.
She's like the wind. I'll never get my hands on her.
She's almost in the forest.
Come back! Come back! We're not going to hurt you.
It's you who are going to be hurt.
She's disappeared.
Even before she got to the forest.
But, George, look what I found. It's the ring. She dropped the ring.
Let me see it.
You know what it's like? It's just like the road sign.
It's the same shape. The same color stone. It's smaller, but it is just like the road sign. Rose colors.
George, we've got to get help. The police,
Yes,
someone.
but where? Well, of course, the house. We've got to get to Helena's house.
This ring so rosy, this ring so red. Does it belong to the living or the dead? We'll return shortly with Act 2.
Are you alone? I don't want to disturb your mother.
My dear, you're not disturbing me in the slightest. This room has no secrets. Its acoustics are incredible. I'm Helena's mother.
Hello, Mrs. Ralston. We've just had a very unusual experience. Laurie's pretty badly shaken by it.
Yes, so I see. Helena, why don't you take Laurie to your room, let her refresh herself? Perhaps Mr. Williamson will tell me something more about what's happened?
I think the police should be notified at once.
The police? Here? Did you have an accident?
Well, not exactly, but we happened to see something that can only be described as gruesome, I guess. And the police should be notified.
Mother, do you think... Helen, dearest, this is not the time for speculation. I shall be glad to have the deputy's office call. But can you give me some indication of what they're to be told? We don't like bothering our officers unnecessarily. They have enough to do as it is.
But someone's just been murdered.
Oh, no, not again.
What?
Now, Helena, restrain yourself, dearest. Laura, you say someone's been murdered? Who?
We don't know who he is, but he was trying to whip a young woman.
And, Mr. Williamson, she took an axe and killed him.
You know. How could you?
I was praying that it wouldn't happen to you. Oh, poor Laurie.
Now, why don't you young people make yourselves comfortable? A glass of sherry might calm you.
But, Mother, you told me that it would never happen again. That thing...
Helena, I said I had taken every precaution not to have it happen. But who am I to promise I will control the uncontrollable?
Are you saying that this has happened before?
Laurie, maybe Mrs. Ralston wants to explain.
Well, not really, but I feel I'm obliged to. However, it is difficult. How does one explain the inexplicable?
I think they're ghosts.
There are no ghosts, Helena. Dr. Medvig, the last scientist I consulted, said it was undoubtedly an instance of photosensory projection. Helena pooh-poohs it. But has either of you ever heard of that discipline?
Oh, vaguely. It once came up in a course on parapsychology that I had at school.
No one has ever proved PSP, Mother.
Well, they've never proved ESP either, but a lot of serious scientists work with it.
But George, what does that photo whatever mean?
It's quite complicated. Photolysis is the means by which light can affect the arrangement of chlorophyll grains in leaves.
Chlorophyll grains? Leaves? There's a man not more than a mile from here who's been murdered.
Now, calm yourself, my child. There is no such man and no such daughter. This has happened before. I've seen it. Helena has. A very few close friends have. Unfortunately, you have too. Mr. Williamson, do you think you'd still like to try an explanation of PSP?
Well, it's spooky in a way. By that I mean the scientific explanation of it. You see, we're all supposed to give off certain light and heat waves.
And what is it happens in the case of individuals who are emotionally stimulated, let us say, people in love?
Well, the theory has it that people in a very intense emotional state give off more highly concentrated waves.
Well, I just don't understand what chlorophyll and leaves and light waves have to do with a man being murdered.
You see, it's tied up with photosynthesis. And scientists aren't sure how that process really works. But with the unusual intensity of light, the cells of chlorophyll rearrange themselves and are forced to give off some of the excess carbohydrates in which there is an unusual amount of stored energy.
I'm not following this at all.
My dear, Helena speaks of you as having the patience of a saint. So, if you'd like me to telephone the deputies, I suggest you give your fiancé a chance to finish.
There isn't much more, Laurie. Just that the openings in the leaves, they're called stomates, tend to react like projectors. And through the magnification of additional oxygen are supposed to be able to relay an episode they once absorbed when they were in the receptive state, like film.
Are you talking about something like motion picture film?
Yes, Laurie, but he means something like a projector with a memory. A memory of blood in this case.
Well, it happens that chlorophyll is very much like hemoglobia, except that it contains magnesium instead of the iron found in blood.
Are you saying that what we saw was a motion picture? Nothing more?
Well, essentially, that's it. But when and where the original was recorded, we have no idea.
But there's a building. There's a cabin out there. And there's a man's body bleeding. Why don't you go and see for yourself if you don't believe us?
No, Laurie, there's nothing there.
Helena, you too?
Yes, as Mother said, I've seen it. Others have too. Around here, they call it the Enchanted Forest. But if you go out there again, you won't find a cabin or a man. Nothing. The police know all about it. They'll come and you'll just feel foolish.
I don't know what to think. It all seemed so real.
Well, now, why don't we come back to the present and the truly real? Because I have the real pleasure of giving you our gift to celebrate your engagement.
It's a complete surprise. Even I don't know what it is.
Laurie, dear, it isn't that what we're giving you is expensive or valuable, but it is dear to us. We hope it will be your first family heirloom. Here it is. No pretty wrapping, but it seems too lovely a box to cover with silly paper.
Mother, I've never seen that box before.
Well, now, isn't it nice that I can still have some surprises for you?
That's a great-looking box, Mrs. Ralston. Those are roses painted on ivory, aren't they?
Oh, it's so beautiful. I feel as if I'm depriving you of something very special if I accepted it.
Oh, no. Please, take it. It's little enough, and you know what I think that box would be perfect for?
It already has its purpose, dear.
What I was going to say was that it would be the perfect place to keep a lock of your first baby's hair. Wouldn't it?
And I'm afraid it's going to stay empty for some time.
Oh, George, we don't know that. Not yet.
We will have to find you another container for that when the time comes. This box already has its occupant.
You mean there's something inside?
Well, look and see.
Well, go ahead, Laurie.
My heart's beating so loudly.
She's been like that all day, so excited. Darling, do you want me to open it?
No, I'm all right. Just let me take a deep breath. Oh, no.
Hey, that's the same...
Laurie? What's wrong? Mother?
Oh, she's music!
Give me the box, Laurie.
And inside! Oh, the ring!
Oh, I've got her.
Put her on the couch.
Yes. Laurie?
Mother, do something. Don't just stand there.
Helena, control yourself and get some water.
Oh, Laurie, my poor Laurie. Wake up.
Laurie, come out of it, honey. Darling?
She's trying to open her eyes.
Slowly, Laurie. It's me, George.
Oh, who? What happened?
You just passed out for a moment.
Here, give her this water.
Here, honey. Sip this slowly.
Oh, I don't need it. But did I really see it?
See what?
The ring.
Yes, I've got it.
What ring?
This ring. The same one. With the rose-colored stone.
Mother, how dare you? That's mine. You know what that ring means to me.
Oh, please take that thing away. I don't want to look at it.
Don't worry, you won't have to. Here, Mrs. Ralston, take it back. And I hope it isn't a sample of your sense of humor.
Just one moment, Mr. Williamson. I don't particularly appreciate your tone or your attitude. What do you mean by my sense of humor?
If you and your daughter know all about that axe-murdering scene that we saw earlier, then you must have known about the ring.
What about it? It's mine.
That ring. It's just like that road sign you have on the highway.
Yes, the sign was copied from the design of the ring. It's been our family hallmark, so to speak, for generations.
Is that why the girl who killed her father did it? Because of that ring?
What do you mean?
She had it. She teased him with it while she sang that song. That same nursery rhyme in the box.
Oh, no. That couldn't be. That's my ring. She couldn't have had it.
Are you too sure you saw this ring?
Well, that girl in the field. She dropped it when she ran away.
Then where is it now?
Well, George, you had it.
What? You sure? I thought you put it into your purse.
Well, I'll look.
Well, it isn't in any of my pockets.
No, and it's not here in my purse.
How could it be? There is only one ring, this ring. It's been in the Ralston family for generations. It was brought here by a Ralston early in the 18th century. And it has always belonged to the oldest child in each family.
In which case it would be your daughter's, since you are a Ralston by marriage.
Yes, that would be so if it were true.
You're not going to tell them?
Well, why not? It's time that silly cloud you've been hiding behind was blown away.
Don't, Mother. Please, I beg you, don't.
Nonsense. I am a Ralston. That ring belongs to me. Helena's father died in the Southeast Asian War, shot down even before he knew I was going to have a child.
Mother, I hate you for this. I hate you.
Helena, don't say that to your own mother.
Why not? She's hated me ever since she learned that her father and I had never married. Imagine that in this day. A girl making such a fuss about legitimacy.
Stop it, Mother, please.
We don't have to hear any more, Mrs.
Oh,
Ralston.
yes, you do.
George, can't we get out of here quickly?
You can go whenever you like, Miss Thornton. But out of your friendship for Helena, you must take that ring with you.
No, I couldn't.
I won't let her. Give it to me.
Helena, what are you doing? The ring! She tore it out of my hand.
I've got it, and no one will ever get it from me.
Let her go. She'll be back. And with the ring. She knows it's wrong for her to have taken it. Eventually, the ring must come to you, Laurie.
We don't want it.
But it will come to you. It can do you no harm. It's a silly superstition, but only Ralstons are supposed to be vulnerable to the ring. And, Laurie, if you are Helena's friend, as you say you are, you will take it.
But she wants it. She insists that it stay hers.
Only as an excuse.
But what sort of an excuse could the ring give her?
The excuse not to marry.
And why not?
She considers herself fated, ill-starred, if you will. You see, at one time, the superstition arose that if the firstborn was female, the ring would prevent her from marrying. It's high time that ring is out of Ralston hands.
Why don't you just throw it away?
What, with Helena carrying on as if possessed?
Well, we just do not want it. I'm sorry, but we must get back to the city.
Yes, it's a long drive, and we'd like to make it before dark.
I regret this has turned out to be so unpleasant, but then perhaps it couldn't have been avoided.
Perhaps. But it's over now. George, let's go. Oh, I can't get away fast enough.
I don't know what the speed limit is here, but whatever it is, we'll break it.
Helena, I order you to come out of your room at once. At once.
Mother, don't hurt her. She is my only friend. The only friend I have in the whole world.
Run from the ring. Run for your life. But without a ring, what's a husband? or wife? We'll return shortly with Act 3. Let us try and penetrate the shrouding darkness of the final act of A Ring of Roses. Laurie and George have been plunged into a strange, unreal experience. As the twilight lowers over the countryside, they are fleeing from the Rostons, the malevolent nursery rhyme, the flashing axe, the avenging curse, the fatal ring. What can flight outrace those forces of evil?
That woman at Mrs. Roston, she's monstrous.
Oh, I'm so sorry for Helena.
Yeah, well, I didn't see any halos around her head either.
Yeah, but just imagine having to live with that mother. Why does she have to tell Helena that she and her father had never married?
Do you believe it?
Well, why would she lie about something that important?
Maybe out of just plain malice. Or
what?
It just occurred to me, couldn't she have invented that story about the curse the ring puts on firstborn Roston girls?
Well, to what end?
Simple. It'd be a guarantee that she'd never be alone. That she could hold on to her daughter for life. Like the woodcutter.
Oh, don't remind me of him. Anyway, I can't see how the ring and whatever it's supposed to do fits.
Well, if she made up the business about fate keeping her from marrying Helena's father, now wouldn't that be a kind of evidence, proof for Helena that the curse was real?
Well, then why would she give us the ring?
Well, I'm only guessing, but couldn't it have been Mrs. Roston's way of telling her daughter that she wouldn't marry even if the ring was off the premises, so to speak?
But, George, whatever we think of Mrs. Roston, she's still a mother. And what mother would sentence her daughter to a lifetime of misery?
Huh?
Look, I'm sorry I got you into this mess. I didn't dream it would be that horrible.
Well, you had no way of knowing.
Well, looking back, I should have. Helena, always so strange, so withdrawn, so mysterious about herself, her home, and her mother. It should have been a warning.
Honey, let's find a happier subject.
Such as?
Well, let's see. Okay, it's not original, but it'll do. For instance, if and when we have our first baby, would you want a boy or a girl?
Oh, don't be corny.
Why not? Corn is fine as long as it doesn't...
George! George, isn't there someone in the road?
Where?
Well, look, straight ahead.
Oh, yeah, that's a woman. Well, we're not stopping for man or beast or any mixture of the two. There, that should get her off the road. Because if it doesn't, then she may be another bit of PSP and we can drive right through her.
Darling, slow down. She's waving at us. George, slow down!
No way. If that's a living body and it wants to stay that way, she'll get off the road.
Oh, please. She isn't moving from the middle of the road.
Damn her teeth, whoever she is.
George, you're going to hit her.
Laurie, all right?
Yeah, I think so.
That stupid woman.
It's Helena.
Yeah. Well, just wave goodbye and we'll get going.
Laurie, please, I must speak to you.
Tell her you'll phone her on Halloween. Hey, wait, Laurie, don't lower the window.
Well, she's in trouble.
Better her than you.
There can't be any danger in finding out what she wants.
Haven't you been through enough? Helena, we're in a hurry. Telephone Laurie tomorrow.
No, don't go, please. Let me explain.
George, I don't have the heart
Wait a minute. Are you sure that's Helena?
Well, of course.
Her face, it looks so strange.
Well, what's strange about her face?
Look at her eyes. They're washed out. They're sunken as if she's taken some kind of drug.
That's probably because she's been crying. I'm lowering the window.
And you're also raising my temper.
Well, what do you want me to do?
Just wave goodbye and we'll get going.
Oh, she's gone to the front of the car now, George. Oh, she does look dreadful.
Why not? She is dreadful.
I've got to find out what she wants. Just 1 minute. Let me talk to her for just only 1 minute.
Okay. 60 seconds. But don't lower the window more than an inch.
Helena? Helena, over here. Now, what is it?
Oh, thank you, Laurie. If you only knew how miserable I am about what happened today. It was all my fault.
You don't have to apologize. It wasn't anybody's fault.
Mother had only the best intentions in giving you the ring.
Sure she did. Nothing like unloading something on a couple of strangers that isn't yours to give away.
But the ring does belong to her mother.
Only to be given to her child, which excludes you.
Well, that's true, but you see, after me, there won't be any Rostons.
But you will marry Helena. Just wait and see.
I doubt it. And even if I did, my children won't be Rostons.
Helena, this has been the weirdest day in my life. Frankly, the sooner we get away from here, the better off we'll feel.
Just one more thing. Prove to me that you are still my friend, and please, take the ring.
No, Helena. Thank you, but I couldn't. Absolutely not.
Helena, why don't you just throw that ring away somewhere?
I can't. I'm not allowed to. It has to be given to a Roston or to the person closest and dearest to me.
But how could you expect me to take it? Every time I'd look at it, I would remember that terrible scene in the woods.
I swear, the ring has nothing to do with what happened out there. It never has before. This is the first time.
And it'll be the last for us. Okay, Helena, stand away from the car. I'm backing out.
Laurie, if you don't take the ring, I'll die. I know I'll die.
You won't die, Helena. Why should you?
Because it will mean that I've lost my only friend and that I'll have no one to turn to, and I'll be stuck here in this prison with my mother. And she'll never let me go. Never.
So long, Helena.
If I return to the house with the ring, my mother will do something terrible. If you don't take the ring, I'll throw myself in front of the car. I don't care anymore. I don't care.
Helena, give me the ring.
Oh, you mean you will take it? Oh, Laurie, you've made me so happy. I'm indebted to you forever. Forever.
You're angry with me, George, aren't you?
No.
I'll probably never see her again. And if it meant that much to her...
What probably meant even more to her was that she could twist and bend you in any way she wanted.
Well, in a way, it was her last hope of getting out of that house. That's why I finally took the ring. Actually, what harm could it do?
I don't know, Laurie, except that anything connected with the Rostons seems dangerous.
That's because the Rostons are difficult to understand or explain.
Well, that may be. But while we might never get to the bottom of that axe job in the woods, there must be a key somewhere to the Rostons. After all, they're not ghosts or optical illusions. They're people, living, breathing humans. Still, for all we know about them, they're just as haunted as that phantom woodcutter and his crazy daughter.
Let's stop talking about them.
I will, if you do me an important favor.
If I can.
You can. Throw that ring away.
You mean now?
Right this second. Open the window and throw it out.
But why?
Honey, I'd consider it a special favor to me if you got rid of that ring.
Well, I have no intention of keeping it. But I don't want to just throw it away.
What do you want to do with it?
Give it away.
To whom?
I haven't thought yet.
Try thinking about it right now.
You sound as if you're ordering me to do it.
Actually, I'm begging you, Laurie, begging you to get rid of the damn ring.
I said I would.
But when?
When I find someone to give it to. Someone who would appreciate it. It just doesn't make sense to just throw away something that's probably valuable for just anyone to find or to have it crushed under a car. Say, I know what I could do with it.
Drop it, Laurie. It's only going to get us into an argument.
No, I'm serious, honestly. I just thought of where this ring could do the most good.
Fine, you do what you want with it, but let's not talk about it.
Oh, you'll agree? I bet you will.
Oh, honey, do you realize that since we've known each other, we've never had so many disagreements?
But I'm not disagreeing with you.
Good, then let's change the subject. Or better still, let's let everything take a rest.
If that's what you want, fine.
Laurie, what are you doing?
Nothing.
Laurie, what are you doing with that ring?
Nothing, I said. Besides, you don't want to talk about it.
Why are you wearing it?
I was playing with it. I just wanted to see if it fit.
Will you please take it off?
What are you getting so excited about?
That ring, if you can't throw it away, at least put it away.
You're getting awfully bossy, George.
You're doing it only to get a rise out of me.
You can forget about it. Because I'm going to give it to that thrift shop around the corner from where I live.
Great idea. Now, please take it off.
All right. Anything for some peace. Hey, that's funny.
What is?
The ring's stuck. I'll get it off.
You shouldn't have put it on if it was too small.
But it wasn't. In fact, it felt too big. Isn't that strange? I can't even twist it.
Get the flashlight out of the glove compartment. Now turn it on and hold your finger under the light.
There, can you see it?
Your finger doesn't look swollen.
No, it isn't swollen. But the ring won't budge. George, do you hear something?
Hear what?
That voice. The singing. Don't you hear it?
No, I don't. Wait. Yes, I do. It's that song. Where's it coming from?
I don't know. It seems to be surrounding us.
I'll turn the bright lights on. You keep trying to get that ring off.
I am trying, but it's as if it's cemented to my finger. And that singing. It's the same as the girls in the forest.
Get rid of the flash and give me your hand.
What for?
Maybe I can get it off.
Well, you can't. You're driving.
There's no traffic, Laurie. I can manage the wheel with one hand.
Why don't we wait till we get to a gas station? Then I can get it off with a little soap.
Come on, give me your hand.
All right. No, wait. I can't.
Why not?
Oh, I just can't, George.
Laurie, you were about to drive me out of my head. Why can't you give me your hand?
Because I remembered something.
What, for heaven's sake? What, Laurie?
Well, what Helena said back there. When she wanted me to take the ring.
She said a lot of hysterical things.
That if she couldn't give the ring to a Rostin, it would have to be to a person nearest and dearest to her.
Oh, Helena's all whacked up. Now give me your hand, Laurie.
But what if it's true? Oh, that voice, that terrible voice. Why doesn't it stop?
Laurie, please give me your hand.
No. Because if you can get it off, then you'll be stuck with it.
Who cares?
I don't want anything to happen to you. Not for anything. George, look straight ahead. Oh,
it's them, the two of them, the old man and the girl.
He's got an axe.
I'm stopping the car.
No, don't. Go around them. Through them. Run them down. Kill them. Do anything,
The brakes
George.
aren't working.
George, we're practically on top of them.
Laurie, for the last time, give me your hand. The ring can't harm him.
No!
Laurie, are you all right? It was a tree we hit. Only a tree, Laurie. You hear me? It was only a tree. Laurie, the ring. The ring. What did you do? Not on your finger. Your finger. Good Lord. She's dead.
So you gave Laurie the ring, Helena.
Yes, Mother. As you told me to.
Now give me the box. And we'll see if the ring has worked wonders once more.
Here is the box. The one with the roses.
Open it.
Yes, Mother. But the music. Why isn't the music playing?
It's a good sign that it's not playing. It's the sign that the ring has done its work. Your friend Laurie will not marry ever. Not ever.
But The ring, Mother. Where is the ring?
You'll find it in the woods, in the clearing, in the same place where I killed your great-grandfather 143 years ago. Go and bring back the ring. It will keep us alive forever. Forever.
Forever, you ghosts. Forever you sing. But your death is as forever as your grim, rosy ring. I'll be back shortly. Let us end our tale of A Ring of Roses. For as we also know, roses are red, roses are blue. But the rose of death is meant for who? Our cast included Glynis O'Connor, George Petrie, Sidney Walker, Elspeth Eric, Holland Taylor, and Carol Hilliard. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Car care expert Linda Clark joins us next hour. And
Lights out for the devil and Mr. O. It is later than you think. Turn out your lights now. We bring you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly so that if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly but sincerely to turn off your radio now. This is Mr. O.R. Jobler. Vacations is our grisly subject for today. Now, vacations can't be grisly, you say? Well, hold off your judgment until after you hear Vacation with Death, which begins after a word from your station.
Inner Sanctum Mystery.
Hello, this is your host, welcoming you through the squeaking door. Not for a half hour of terror, but to tell you about Radio Nostalgia Magazine. Radio Nostalgia Magazine is a must for old-time radio fans. It's the magazine with many photos and stories of old-time radio and its stars. Our current issue features a 16-page article on The Shadow. All subscribers will get a free Captain Midnight decoder badge, a Captain Midnight Flight Patrol membership, and a Flight Commander certificate from the Secret Squadron. To get your copy, send $1.50 in check or money order to Radio Nostalgia, Box 8007R, Union City, New Jersey, 07087. That's Radio Nostalgia, Box 8007R, Union City, New Jersey, zip 07087. Send now and get a free 8x10 photo of the Lone Ranger and Tonto, boys and girls.
Well, this is Mr. O once more. It's amazing, isn't it, how very cautious people, you know the sort who carry umbrellas when one cloud appears in the sky, throw all of that caution to the wind when they go on a vacation. They get too close to the edge of the Grand Canyon or to the top of Yosemite Falls, or they rent a country cabin meant for nothing human with no questions asked. By the way, if you haven't turned out your lights yet, turn them out now and listen to Vacation with Death.
50, 60, and 20 is 80, and 20 is 100. Perfectly correct. $100 rental for 2 months. Now there's the matter of a receipt, of course.
If you don't mind.
Oh, no, not at all, Mr. Cook. Do business in a business-like way is my motto. We're not a very large firm, but service supreme is our motto. So, what did I do with my receipt book? So careless of me. In this pocket?
Oh, any old piece of paper will do, really.
No. Here we are. Had it in this pocket all the time. I'll just sit down over there and write it out for you.
Well, darling.
Oh, Chuck, it's simply unbelievable.
$50 a month for a furnished Grand Central Palace like this one. Beautiful. There's something wrong in the woodpile someplace.
Your figures of speech are a little mixed, husband. But the fact remains that $100 is the price we're paying.
Yep. Service Supreme over there is making out the receipt with his good left hand, so I suppose it's true. Oh, say, where's the draft exemption?
Sleeping there on the sofa.
Made himself right at home pretty quickly, didn't he?
Takes after his papa.
Oh, now that's libel. I never curled up on a strange sofa without...
Quiet. Here's Service Supreme.
Here we are, folks. Here we are. Money receipted back and proper. I hope you'll be quite satisfied here. Not quite.
Oh, I'm sure we will be. As you can see, our boy has made himself at home already.
Boy? Oh, yes. A cute little fellow. I do hope he'll be quite all right. Quite all right. Yes. Well, I must be getting along. Business, you know. Moving in at once, aren't you?
Well,
yes. You told me you were. Yes. Well, good luck, and goodbye, Mrs. Cook. Mr. Cook, goodbye. Bye.
Well, wasn't she in a hurry to get out?
Service Supreme until the moment the rent's paid, and then it's exit extraordinary. Well, I'd better go get the things in out of the car, huh? Say, I never thought we'd spend the summer in a mid-Victorian mansion, did you, dear? Dear, I'm talking to you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Why the pensive look? What are you thinking about?
That's what that man said.
What man? Oh, you mean Service Supreme?
Yes.
Well, what pearl of wisdom did he spout?
Remember when he looked at Billy sleeping there?
Sure.
He said, I do hope he'll be all right.
Yeah, so he did. So what?
The way he said it.
Oh. Say, you'll have to get some help in to clean up this place. Looks like my fraternity house used to after we threw a dance. And...
Chuck.
What are you staring at? Oh.
What are you doing here?
Phew, fella, you startled us.
What are you doing here?
Oh, Chuck, he must be the caretaker the real estate man told us about.
Oh, yeah.
You
sure.
answer me.
Hey, Chuck, what's the matter with that man?
What? Look here, old man. You don't have to throw any cat fits. We rented this place from Service Supreme. What's his name? Mr. Hawkins, that real estate man up in town.
Rented?
Here's the receipt. $100 for the next 2 months.
2 months?
Yeah. Well, I know it isn't much, but that's all the fellow wanted, so that's all he got. Of course, with all due respect to your caretaker. Oh, you are the caretaker, aren't you?
Yes, I.
Oh, good. Then I can speak freely. Well, as I was saying, the rental doesn't seem like much, but after all, big as it is, this is a pretty crummy old place.
Chuck.
Well, it is. And that real estate fellow said there hadn't been anyone living here regularly for 20 years since those people, what's their name, all died. So I figured that the price...
Reynolds.
Huh? What'd you say? What'd you say?
I don't know. But he frightened me.
Reynolds, Mr. and Mrs. and Paula.
Oh, Reynolds. Yeah, they're the people that lived here, aren't they? Mr. Who's real estate said something about
Get out of here.
What?
Get out of here.
Chuck.
You hear me?
Now, wait a minute.
Get out.
Wait a minute.
Out. You do not belong
wait now.
here.
We rented
Get
this place,
out of here. No one belongs here.
Why?
No one. It is mine.
What do you...
Mine, 20 years,
now,
mine.
stop waving your arms
Get
around,
out.
old man. Stop
Get
it.
out. You've got to go.
Stop you.
All
wake
of
up
you.
Billy.
This
You
place
wake up the
is
dead.
mine.
He's making enough
mine,
noise.
I tell you.
Now,
You've
look
got
here,
to
old
get
man.
Out. My house, mine. Nobody. Get that.
Chuck, he's sick. Catch him.
Old man. Old man.
Chuck, he's not.
No. Just passed out, I guess. Wonder where some water is. We ought to...
He's coming to.
Thought he popped a valve or something the way he was blowing off. Give me a hand. We'll put him on that other sofa.
Take your hands off of me.
Huh?
Take your hands
Oh,
off
now, look
me.
here, old man. We just want to help you.
Your hands off of me.
Oh, Chuck, help him get out.
No. I am all right. I will live longer than anybody. You will have to get out. You will have to get out.
Hey, now, wait a minute, old man.
Stay here. No.
Can you imagine that, old duck?
Running off like that.
We did get a bargain. A house and entertainment by a cracked nut, all for $50 a month.
But why was he so furious?
Don't ask me. I'm no psychiatrist. Oh, well, let's not let the old crackpot spoil things.
No.
I'll slip him a few bucks in the morning. He'll be all right.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's wake up that snoozing son of ours and...
Chuck, look.
Huh?
He is awake.
Why, you little rascal, you. How long you been sitting there watching, young man?
A long time. Where are we, Dad? I'll tell you, Billy. We're in a great, big, beautiful house where you and I and Father are going to have a good time for the next 2 months. Isn't that good news?
Well, why don't you answer your mother, Billy? Aren't you glad we're going to be staying here in the country?
Dad,
Yes, son.
please, let's get out of here. I'm awful scared.
I wonder if he's sleeping yet.
I'll go see.
Be very quiet, Chuck.
I will.
Well?
Like the proverbial cherub.
Chuck, keep your voice down.
Oh, that air of ours is sleeping so deeply it'll take Sousa's band to wake him up.
Maybe we should have let him sleep with us this one night.
And have him grow up into a lily that falls over the side of his own shadow? Oh, no, Mrs. Cook. He sleeps in that room and likes it. Anyway, he's deep in sleep, so that's that. And here I go. Boy, stretching out feels good. You know, it's going to take at least 2 bands to wake me up tonight.
Lock all the doors
Mm-hmm.
and the windows?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Oh, now listen, honey.
Oh, please tell me.
I am telling you. This house is locked up tighter than a hoosgow. Shutters, doors, everything. I can tell you if that crazy old coot decides to come back to continue his oration, he'll have to use a hacksaw to get in.
I wish it was morning.
Hmm?
You could sort of straighten things out with him. After all, he is a caretaker.
Oh, forget it. We rented the place from the accredited agents, and the old boy doesn't like it. Well, it's just too bad. Let's go to sleep.
But, Chuck.
Oh, Anne.
But I want to know.
What?
Why should he have gotten so excited? It's been worrying me.
I don't know. Maybe because he thinks we'll mean more work.
20 years alone.
Huh? What'd you say?
I was just wondering why this place hadn't been rented or sold all these years.
I don't know.
Could it be...
What?
Nothing.
Say, are you thinking of... Oh, that's nonsense.
Is it?
Sure. Just because a house is big and old and hasn't been lived in for a long time doesn't mean that... Oh, I tell you, that storybook stuff.
Chuck.
What?
Why did Billy say that he was frightened?
Oh, he's just a little kid.
Well, isn't it possible that young children are closer...
To what?
To things that aren't of this world?
And Cook.
I was just thinking...
Well, stop thinking things like that. All the screwy ideas to get in the middle of the night, in the middle of nowhere. Oh, come on. Go to sleep before you give me the jitters, too. Save the ghost talk for tomorrow morning when the sun's shining. It's a little dark and dismal and weird right now to be talking about ghosts.
Chuck, listen.
Music.
Oh, Chuck.
It's not a radio.
Chuck, I'm frightened. I knew something was wrong here. I knew it. The old man was right. We shouldn't have come here. We shouldn't have. I knew it the minute I saw him. I want to go, Chuck. Please, I don't want to stay here. We shouldn't have come here.
Stop.
Please.
It stopped. So quiet now.
Yes. Oh, Chuck. Did we really hear it?
I felt the floor vibrating like it does when the organ plays in church.
It's Billy.
Yeah.
Billy!
He's all right.
Billy.
Hello, Mom, Dad.
There's no one with him.
Billy. Billy, why are you laughing like that? Why, Billy?
Oh, because I've been having fun. Gosh, lots of fun.
Oh, a dream, son. You mean you've been having a funny dream?
Gosh, no. Not a dream. Isn't my dad funny, old lady?
Old lady? Who did you say that to, Billy?
She wants me to go downstairs with her to listen to the music.
Music?
But I told her I couldn't go. Not unless you said I could go. Can I, Mom? Can I go?
Go where, Billy? Over where?
Downstairs, like I told you. With her.
Billy, listen to me. Who are you talking about?
Son, answer your mother. Who are you talking about? Yes, and why are you staring at the foot of the bed? What are you looking at?
The old lady, Dad. Don't you see her sitting there?
Old lady?
Son.
Gosh. Can't you see her? Funny old lady. You can kind of see right through her.
And now a word from your station before we return to Vacation with Death.
Can you use $10,000 cash? New Jersey homeowners can borrow up to $10,000 or even more. How? Your home is sure to be worth more today than when you bought it. The present resale value of your house, less the amount you owe on your mortgage, is your equity. That equity gives you power to borrow up to $10,000 or more through Provident Investment Corporation. You can use the money for a business investment, consolidation of debts, home improvements, purchase of a car, new furniture, college expenses, or even a wonderful vacation trip. And payments can be stretched out over many years, small enough to fit your budget. So if you are a New Jersey homeowner, call 488-3030 anytime, day or night. That's 488-3030. All information by phone, just one visit to our offices to pick up your check. So call 488-3030. That's 488-3030.
And now back to our story of Vacation with Death.
Cold, dear?
A little.
Let me get this around you. Kind of a wind blowing in from someplace. We should have stayed upstairs with...
No. I couldn't stay up in those horrible bedrooms. I couldn't.
Now, don't get upset again. Here we three are, and here we stay. Until daylight.
Won't it ever get light?
Oh, no, honey. Just a few more hours. Gosh, kids are wonderful.
What?
Billy. Look at him there. Asleep as if nothing had happened.
He doesn't know that anything did.
Oh, you just wait until that old sun starts doing this stuff. I'm going to turn this house upside down until I find out what...
Chuck, wait.
Something?
I don't know. I thought I heard something sighing. That horrible music again.
It's here. An organ, right in his room.
But where? Where is it coming from? Where?
I don't know.
Oh, I can't stand it. I can't. Don't make them stop it. Organ
dearest,
playing. No one can
control yourself. You'll wake up the boy.
Saying that.
Billy, he's up.
Mom, come to me, Mom.
Yes, Billy. Yes, Billy boy, yes. What is it?
That funny music. Where is it coming from, Mom? I don't know. But, Mom...
It's all right, son. Stay here by me. That's the boy.
Won't it ever stop?
Won't daylight ever come?
I wish he wasn't here.
Chuck, It's getting darker.
It's all right. Just the dark before the dawn. You know.
Dad, it's getting light.
The music's dying away.
Light. But what a strange light. Anne, there's something wrong with my eyes.
No, I see it too.
The wall over there. A light growing on it.
Oh, Chuck, I'm afraid.
We'd better get out of here. Quickly.
Yes.
No. Wait. That wall. The light's gone through it. Beyond it. There's a room there now. A room.
Yes, I see it too. Oh, Chuck, what is this?
Mother, what are you afraid of?
There's someone sitting in that room.
Yes.
It's a girl. I see her so clearly. And yet, somehow it isn't real, is it?
Look at the way she's dressed. So strangely.
So clear. And yet it's more like a picture on the wall. No depth. The flatness of the picture.
Chuck, look. Man coming into that terrible light.
By George, it's he.
What?
Don't you recognize him, the old caretaker?
Yes.
But now he isn't so old.
Get me out of here.
No, wait. We don't dare go. Not yet. Pictures on the wall, and yet not pictures.
He's going closer to her.
I see it.
Hello, Paula.
He's talking. Oh. And yet he hasn't flashed. I know he hasn't.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Elvison.
Yeah,
Pictures
Paula.
talking as if...
wanted to talk.
Am I insane?
No, Mr. Elvison, Mother doesn't like to have me talk with you.
Because I am a gardener.
Oh, Chuck, Billy.
Talk.
Whatever's the reason, Mr. Elvison, you shouldn't come in here when Mother's away.
Bless your mother.
Mr. Elvison.
I say bless her. I've got nothing, so I'm not good enough.
Please go.
Your papa, before he died, he promised me money. Plenty money for all I did for him.
I'm sorry you didn't
Your
leave it.
mother.
It wasn't in the will. How could she give it to
Your
you?
papa, Mr. Reynolds, he promised me.
Reynolds, they're the people that own this place.
But Mr. Hawkins said they'd all been dead for 20 years.
You drive me out too, eh?
No, please.
If I had the money your papa promised me, you wouldn't tell me to go. Maybe you would love me.
Don't. Please.
You could love me anyway, Paula Reynolds. I make you love me. Make you love me.
Daddy, what is it? Moving pictures? You frightened me.
The light fading out.
And they're going with it.
Oh, what have we seen, Chuck? What?
Wait. The light. It's coming back.
Don't look, Billy boy. Here, put your head against Mother.
And look. He's killed her.
Oh, Chuck.
Standing over her. That horrible look on his face.
Chuck, another woman's coming in.
The mother.
He's turning toward her. Chuck, he's going to kill her, too.
I can't move.
I want to scream. I can't. Do something, Chuck. He's killing the mother, killing her.
What can I do? I can't move. Gone. The light goes, and they go with it.
But we saw him kill them both. Mother and daughter.
Billy didn't see.
No. He buried his head against me so tightly that... Why, Chuck.
What's the matter?
He's asleep.
Asleep?
Yes. So quietly against me. It is as if someone out there didn't want him to see that horror. Only you and I. Oh, Chuck, what was it that we saw? What?
Whatever it was, we're getting out of here. Quick, give me the boy.
Please.
Who the...
The old man, the one we just saw kill...
The one you just saw, what?
You killed them. How? Why, I don't quite understand. But we saw you kill them. Mother and daughter.
Oh?
Was it real?
Yes. I killed them both. Yes, I killed them. And why not? The young one gave me no love. The old one no money. He promised me. But when he died, they gave me nothing. Killed them. Yes, killed them with my own hands. I killed them.
Chuck, the police.
Yes,
no,
I'm going...
No police. There were no police then. There will be no police now.
But murder. 2 women.
They know. I know, and now you know. No one else will ever...
What do you mean?
You hear? They understand.
That horrible organ music.
Their music. Night after night since I killed them. Now you know why I didn't want your hair. Now you know why I must kill you.
Kill?
That gun!
Yes, with the gun. Them 20 years ago with my hand. You with this gun.
You crazy...
No, stop! You'll kill you! Look out!
Kill you all. I'll kill you all.
Give me that gun. Give it to me, I tell you. Give me that.
Look out! Chuck.
I'm all right. Dead. I had my hand on the gun, and then it seemed to turn in my hand toward him, as if someone.
I saw.
Billy, is he
Still sleeping.
sleeping through all that?
Blessed sleep.
The wall! It's falling out! The wall. There's the organ. The organ that was playing. And women. 2 women sitting at the keyboard.
No, Chuck. Don't go closer.
Oh, no.
Chuck, what is it?
No. I was wrong, Anne.
Wrong.
Not women. Not anymore. 2 skeletons in dresses.
Oh.
I think I know now. He killed them 20 years ago. And then walled up their bodies in there with the organ.
But what we saw, the music, how could it...
Anne, look.
They're crumbling.
Bones into dust. He's dead. Now they can have peace.
This is Mr. O. Arch Obler. Well, friend, if you want a rational explanation for the return of the dead, don't expect it from me. I conceive the stories, I write them, I bring them to you. And if you want facts on ghosts, well, I'm just not in the mood. You see, last night as I was driving up to my ranch, I passed a graveyard and, well, no, I think I'd much rather talk about our next play with the very provocative title of The Hole, after a message from your station.
Mr. President, what does it mean to say love makes all things new again?
Love makes all things new again? Well, you see, if somebody's down in the dumps, that means they're very sad. I'd say, I care about you. And then they go, pew!
Why is that?
Well, when a person knows somebody cares about him, they just feel great. They go pew!
Oh, I see.
No, that's the same thing as love.
What's the same thing as love?
Caring about people.
Well, suppose there were 2 people down in the dumps, Mr. President.
Oh, I just say, I care about you, I care about you, and go pew, pew.
Suppose 200 million Americans were down in the dumps, Mr. President.
I'd say, I care about you, 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 I care about you.
Love makes all things new again. Hey, what was that?
Another sound of love from the Franciscans.
This is Mr. O again. A few years ago, one of our very large industrial companies came out with what could well be the ultimate glue. One small drop between surfaces, and you couldn't pull them apart with an elephant. I know. I've tried, and it wasn't easy to get the elephant. So after trying that glue, with my involuted mind, I began to think, what if somebody came up with the ultimate solvent, one that could dissolve anything? Of course, the problem would be that you couldn't find a bottle that would hold it if it would dissolve everything. But out of that grasshopper thinking came the play that I'm bringing you next week, The Hole, a hole without end, next week.
Broadcasting Company invites you to meet Great Caesar's Ghost. Someone once said, every man to his own friends, every man to the company he keeps. Well, this is well and good for most people, but not for Julius Caesar Jones, leading druggist in the little town of Kingston. No, with J.C. Jones, it's different. Because, as we shall soon see, some of the company he keeps is, well, to say the least, unusual. As our scene opens, Julius is in the back room of his drugstore putting up a prescription when the telephone rings.
Jones Drugstore.
Hello, Pop.
Oh, hello, Buster.
Do you know where Mom is?
Oh, she's at home, as far as I know, having a tea party.
I called, but nobody answers.
Well, you know your mother's tea party, son. These women are always talking so loud and so fast they'd never hear a dozen telephones.
Gee, I let it ring for about 10 minutes. Well, that's all I wanted to know, Pop.
All right, son. I'll see you later.
Okay, goodbye, Pop.
Goodbye, Buster. And now, let's see. Where was I? Oh, yes. Mrs. Flemington's prescription. Now, let me think. Sulfur. Yes. Ammonia. Mm-hmm. Sodium nitrate. Or did I put sodium nitrate in? Confound it, I can't remember. I'll have to start the whole thing all over again. Great Caesar's Ghost.
Greetings, citizen.
What?
Hail and well met.
Who are you? How did you get in here?
All hail the mighty Caesar. Make way, knaves. Bow down. 'Tis great Caesar who approaches.
Caesar? Now, look here. What kind of practical joke is this? Who are you, and what are you doing behind the prescription desk in that nightgown?
Nightgown? Forsooth, you make light of my toga. By Marius Jonesy, if you don't wish to discourse with me in a manner befitting my regal personage, and carry on as if you don't believe it is I when I stand before you, why did you call me?
Call you? Well, that's the last thing in the world I'd do.
But you did. Just as I was leaving my palace, I distinctly heard the words.
Words? What words?
I must say that you used them in an uncomplimentary manner. You used them rather as an expletive. Great Caesar's ghost, you said. Now, didn't you?
Well, yes, but...
Those words will always bring me. Whenever I hear them, I must immediately put a halt to whatever I am doing and answer you.
Oh, now, look here. This is ridiculous.
You doubt the great Caesar? Stand back, Jonesy. Watch closely now. I'll disappear.
There now, you see. I mean, now you don't see. Say the words, Jonesy.
You mean...
Go on, Jonesy, and put a ring in them. Say them proudly.
Great Caesar's Ghost.
And Caesar is here. From the past into the present. From the invisible to, Jones Drugstore.
But I don't understand. No, I can't believe this.
It's very simple, Jonesy. You are a direct descendant of the great Julius Caesar.
I am? But I hardly knew him. I just happen to have his name.
And his royal blood in your veins. You're the first one in over 800 years, Julius Caesar Jones, to have both Caesar's name and Caesar's blood.
And you are Great Caesar?
Egad, sir, I am Great Caesar's ghost. The spirit of the ruler of men.
Be careful, sir. My drugs.
The emperor of the Romans. The leader of thousands.
And don't whirl around like that, Caesar. You'll not knock my bottles off
the figurehead of the great Roman Empire. Yes, and I will do anything you bid me do, Jonesy.
You've done enough. You've ruined Mrs. Flemington's prescription.
Yes, and spotted my toga with some of the most unpleasant of the ingredients. I'll most certainly have to do something about that. Not a very good start, Jonesy, but I repeat that I will do anything you bid.
Anything?
Anything? What do you have in mind?
Well, would you mind helping me mop up this mess on the floor?
A mop? Egad! What a pastime for Gaius Julius Caesar, the ruler of men, the emperor of the Roman
Caesar.
Empire.
There are more bottles in here.
Oh, yes. Carefully. Very well, Jonesy. The great Caesar submits. Lead me to the mop.
Oh, Cassandra, it was a wonderful party. Wonderful.
Oh, do you think everyone had a good time?
Of course they had a good time, Cassandra. Everyone always has a good time in the Joneses' house. Oh, I wish I could say that about the Fisher house.
Now, Effie, we always enjoy coming to your place.
Maggie Kingston, you know that's not true. My husband's the city's only undertaker, and I've resigned myself to it. Why, every time I have the girls over, I know what they're thinking. I see them looking around, under things, like they expect to find I don't know what hidden away somewhere in the corner.
Oh, Effie, nonsense. Now, we're going to have our next meeting of the Ladies' Benefit Club at your place, and no one's going to look anywhere for anything.
Certainly not. Now, Cassandra, I'll help you clean up.
Oh, no, really, don't bother. Oh, Maggie, don't forget to take your luncheon cloths. You were a lifesaver. Imagine having a party and all my cloths at the laundry.
I was glad to bring them, but I wish they had been a little better. That new linen cloth of yours on the dining room table certainly shamed my covers.
Cassandra, where did you ever get such a lovely cloth?
Oh, over at Clover City. I've always wanted a white linen with a blue border. The color picks up the blue in the wallpaper.
Oh, it's beautiful. If it turns up missing one of these days, Cassandra, you'll know where to look for it.
My goodness, look how late it's getting. I must hurry.
Well, I'll take you in my car, Effie. Oh, you didn't bring yours, did you?
No, Fred had a funeral. He always takes our car when he has a funeral. You should be glad you're the banker's wife, Maggie. You can have a car of your own.
Fred's not doing so badly. Why don't you make him get your car?
Oh, well, you know Fred. He's never interested in anything unless it's a matter of life and death, particularly the latter. Well, Cassandra, thank you again.
Oh, I wish you could stay a little longer.
Cassandra, it's been awfully nice. But you just wait until my next party. I got the most wonderful idea while you were passing out the cookies. I wrote it down and put it in my purse. Oh, my purse. I'm walking off without it.
Wasn't that your purse in there on one of the dining room chairs, Maggie?
Oh, yes. Now, isn't that just like me? Oh, never mind, Cassandra. I'll go get it. I know exactly where it is.
No wonder Banker Kingston's always saying Maggie's so scatterbrained.
Oh, she's not scatterbrained. She just has a lot on her mind all the time. Did you find it, Maggie?
Oh, yes, right where I left it.
Well, Effie?
Are we ready?
Uh-huh. Well, goodbye, Cassandra.
Bye.
Say hi to Mr. Jones.
Yes, I will. Bye.
Bye.
In a banana field. Buster! Buster! Remember what I told you. We have to wax the floors before your father gets home. Oh, they should have been waxed yesterday. But the girls were all so busy admiring my new linen tablecloth. My tablecloth. My tablecloth. It's gone.
Jones Drugstore.
Julius, I have to talk to you.
Yes, dear.
Well, I don't know what to say. I had my white linen tablecloth with a blue border out so the girls all could see it, and now it's gone.
Gone?
Mm-hmm. The last time I saw it, Maggie Kingston and Effie Fisher and I were all admiring it. And then we got to talking about something else, and the girls started to leave. We got as far as the front door, and Maggie suddenly noticed she'd forgotten her purse. Well, she went...
Oh, she wouldn't take your tablecloth, Cassandra.
Well, I don't like to think she would.
Of course she wouldn't. My banker Kingston could buy more tablecloths than I've got pills in my drugstore.
But she did go back after her purse, and she was in the dining room alone. And when I went in there just after she and Effie had gone, the cloth was missing.
Didn't you borrow some cloths from Maggie for your party?
Oh, well, yes.
Well, then she must have accidentally mixed your cloth up with hers.
Oh, dear, I'm sure you're right.
Why don't you call Maggie up and ask her?
Oh, Julius, I don't want her to think I'm accusing her of stealing the cloth. Can't you think of some way to get it back without embarrassing the Kingstons?
Well, I'll try to think of something. What did the cloth look like?
Well, it was white linen with a blue border about 2 inches wide all the way around the edges.
White with a blue border. All right, Cassandra. I'll stop by the Kingstons and see what I can find out.
You going over there?
Yeah, I might as well. I'll be in that neighborhood anyway. I have to deliver a bottle of medicine to old Mrs. Flemington out on the north side of the town.
Well, Julius, nice to have you up around. Here, have a cigar.
Thanks, Banker Kingston. I didn't know you'd be at home this time of the day.
Yes, indeed. Banker's hours, you know.
I was just passing by. Thought I'd drop in and say hello to you and Maggie.
Well, Maggie isn't here just now. She was over at your place earlier, and then she had to go over to see Mrs. Mitchell about getting a dress fitted or something.
She's been here then? Since she left my place, I mean?
Yes, in and out, so to speak, yes.
I see. You know, Kingston, I've always admired your place. Never have talked to you about it much. Find it pretty convenient, do you?
Convenient? Well, yes, certainly.
Lots of room, plenty of windows, and good light. Nice big hallway out there.
Julius, do you want to take a tour of the house?
I'm sorry. I forgot I was company.
For goodness sake, Julius, you company, why, you're as welcome in this house as Maggie and my own daughter Penelope.
Well, thank you, Kingston. By the way, where is Penny?
Still at school, I imagine.
I suppose she's a big help to Maggie, huh?
Yes, Penelope's a good little helper. Yeah, I suppose so.
Sets the tables, I suppose. Clears it, too, and puts away the luncheon cloths.
Luncheon cloths?
You know, covers for the table. I gather Maggie keeps most of them here in this hallway linen closet.
Yes, I suppose so.
By the way, do you have a copy of the last lodge report, Kingston?
Lodge report? Why, yes, I have.
Could I borrow it for tonight? I've mislaid my own someplace.
Why, certainly, Julius. I'll go right up and get it. It's upstairs in my den.
Oh, now, if it's a lot of trouble, don't
No
bother.
trouble. You just wait there. I'll be right back.
All right. Oh, great Jupiter. I feel like a sneak thief. But Cassandra said to find a way not to embarrass the Kingstons. This is where Kingston said Maggie keeps her linens. Let's see now. White tablecloth with blue border. Blue border. Here's one that's blue with a white border. This must be it, all right. Oh, Cassandra was just so excited. She got the colors mixed. Yeah, sure as anything, that's it. Wait a minute. This red check cloth. That's ours, too. I remember Cassandra used it at breakfast just the other morning. Ah, poor Maggie. I wonder if Banker Kingston knows that she's that way about tablecloths.
Albert Kingston, I don't mislay things. I told you that I'd put them here in the downstairs linen closet. And when I went to get the blue one to put on the table for supper tonight, it was gone.
Mother's right, Daddy. She showed me the drawer. Someone had rummaged all through it.
Albert, was anyone in the house while I was at the dressmaking?
No. Well, no one but Julius Jones. He just dropped in to get a copy of the lodge report, and then he just... Hey, there was something peculiar at that. Julius Jones. Why, after all these years. Why, that pill roller, a pilferer. Poor Cassandra. I wonder, does she know that Julius is that way about tablecloths?
Well, Cassandra, there they are.
My goodness, Julius, these aren't my tablecloths.
What?
Mine was white with a blue border, not blue with a white border.
And whatever made you bring along this red checked one?
You used it just the other morning.
Julius, are you out of your mind? There's never been a red checked tablecloth in this house.
But I thought that...
Ooh, what's this sticky stuff all over them? Smells like medicine.
Oh, it is medicine. Old Mrs. Flemington spilled some of her prescription.
Well, there's only one thing to do. I'm going to wash them out and iron them just as nice as I possibly know how. And then you're going to march right back to the Kingston's place and return them. There now, Julius. Don't they look nice? All washed nice and clean.
Cassandra, I've been thinking about all this, and I don't see how I'm going to get those things back into the Kingstons without them finding out.
Julius, you managed to steal them.
I didn't steal
them.
them.
So you can manage to get them back where they belong. Well, thank goodness it's a dark night out. I can hang them on the line and no one will know.
But, Cassandra...
I'll be back in a minute.
Oh, if Kingston ever finds out, he'll skin me alive. He'll make me the laughing stock of the town. And what's more, the lights. Who turned out the lights? Buster? Buster, are you fiddling around with the electric fuses? Buster, turn those lights back on. Great Caesar's ghost.
Egad, Jonesy, what now?
Caesar? That you?
Forsooth, who else? Listen, Jonesy. You'll simply have to do something about that broken cord in the bathroom.
Broken cord? In the bathroom?
By the bones of Brutus, yes. I was trying your electric razor in there a minute ago, and all the lights went out.
Push that doorbell button again, Penny.
Father.
Push it. I'm going to stir Jones out of there if it takes me all night.
All right, Father, but can't you see the Joneses aren't home?
They are home, I tell you.
But look, not a light in the house.
Penelope, I distinctly saw lights in the house as we came around the corner. Penelope, did you push that doorbell button?
Several times, Daddy, but I don't think it rings.
Why, of course it rings. Jones' doorbell always rings. Jones is just hiding, that's all. He's gone underground.
Underground?
Like all criminals do.
Oh, Dad. Don't be so melodramatic.
I'm not being melodramatic. Simply want those tablecloths back. Come on, let's go try the back door.
Maybe if I call for
Penny,
Buster.
Don't you dare. I came over here determined not to raise our voices. There'll be no shouting over this matter.
But, Daddy, I always holler for Buster when I don't see him outside.
Penelope, we will not create a disturbance under any circumstance. Why, you know how these things are in a small town. The minute someone finds out, everyone else in 7 counties will know about it by morning.
Shall I knock on the back door, Daddy?
No, wait a minute. Penelope, do you see what I see?
What's that, Daddy? It's so dark out here.
There on Cassandra's clothesline. Aren't those your mother's tablecloths?
Tablecloths? Why, Daddy, I do believe you're right.
Of course I'm right. They're exactly the ones your mother described as missing.
Daddy, where are you going?
To take those tablecloths off the line. Why, the nerve of Cassandra. She was probably trying to wash out all of Maggie's identification marks.
We'll return to Great Caesar's ghost in just a moment. As we re-enter the troubled life of Julius Caesar Jones, we again find him answering the ring of his drugstore telephone.
Jones' drugstore.
Oh, Julius, thank heavens you're at the store already.
Just opened up, Cassandra.
Julius, they're gone.
Gone? Who's gone?
Maggie's tablecloths. When I went to get them, they weren't on the line.
Well, maybe Buster brought them in.
No, I asked him.
But, dear, who would take tablecloths off our clothesline?
Oh, Julius, this is terrible. If they were our own, I wouldn't mind half as much. Oh.
Now, Cassandra, don't get all excited. It won't help a bit.
But what are we going to do?
There's only one thing to do. Go down to Bircher's department store, Cassandra, and try to replace them. If you can find 2 just like them to give her, she'll never know the difference.
Now, Buster, where are you going?
Over and look at the new marbles Bircher's got in yesterday.
Buster, you are not going to buy any more marbles.
But holy smoke, Mom.
They're all over the house now. You just stay right here with me. I brought you along for a purpose, and I don't intend to have you running all over the store while I'm in here shopping.
But, Mom, they've got some swell new Aggies.
I don't care what they have, son. You can look at them some other time. I want you to stay right here, and if you see Maggie Kingston coming to the store, let me know right away.
Holy smoke, Mom.
Well, good morning, Mrs. Jones. May I help you?
Yes. I'd like to look at some table covers.
Oh, certainly. Do you have anything special in mind?
Well, yes, I do. First of all, a red checked luncheon cloth.
Red checked luncheon cloth. Mm-hmm. Well, yes, I think there's one in this box right here, Mrs. Jones. Oh, well, isn't that fortunate? There's just one left.
That's exactly the one I wanted. How much is it?
That's $5.59, marked down from $7.50.
I'll take it.
All right. Now, was there anything else?
Oh, yes. Something blue and a dinner cloth. A light blue with about a 2-inch white border.
Oh, my. We're terribly short on dinner cloths, especially in blue. I do have one, however, but I don't think you'll like it. It's really a ghastly thing.
Is it blue?
Yes, but not a very pretty blue, Mrs. Jones.
Does it have a white border?
Yes, it has, and it's a full-size dinner cloth. Shall I show it to you?
It's the only blue dinner cloth you have?
The only one in the store.
Oh, well, I might as well look at it.
I'll get it for you right away. Will you excuse me?
Mom, there's Hanky Davis over looking at the marbles. Hi, Hanky.
Buster, hush. My goodness, yelling like that. Where are your manners?
Oh, Hanky doesn't get embarrassed very easy.
Well, perhaps not, but I do. Everyone in the store is looking at us.
Hanky, are you finding any new ones you don't have already?
Buster, stop making faces at that boy.
I'm not making faces. I'm trying to talk to him.
Well, you can see him later. Now behave yourself.
Here we are, Mrs. Jones. But I just know you aren't going to like it.
Like it? My goodness, that's just like the one Julius took from Maggie. Well, that's exactly what I want.
You do?
My goodness, yes, and you just about didn't show it to me.
No, that is, I just about didn't, did I? Oh, but it is a lovely cloth. Don't you think so?
I certainly do not. I agree with you. It's ghastly.
My goodness, Mrs. Jones.
How much is it?
It's very reasonable. Just $18.
Never thought I'd pay $18 for a pen wiper like that.
But you are going to take it? Both of them, I mean, the red check, too?
Oh, yes, I'll take them. How much is it altogether?
$23.59, Mrs. Jones. But if you'd like to wait until our next shipment of blue covers comes in...
Oh, no. You don't understand. I'll take both claws. Oh. Will you wrap them, please?
Oh, certainly, Mrs. Jones. They'll be ready in just a minute.
Can I go now, Mom?
No, Buster, you cannot. I want you to help me when we get home.
Holy smoke, Mom. Help you?
Yes, dear. I can't give those table covers to Maggie looking like they do.
Looking like they do?
Oh, they're too new looking. I'll have to wash them out so Maggie won't know they haven't ever been used.
Well, Penelope, I guess I'm not getting so old at that.
Old, Daddy?
No, not when my very beautiful young daughter chooses to wait an entire half hour at the bank to walk home with me. Oh, here, Penny, we go this way.
Across Bernie's vacant lot?
Yes, saves a minute and a half.
Do you always come this way when you walk home?
Sure, takes me right by Schaefer's backyard and
the Joneses?
Well, I sometimes stop a minute and say a few words to old F. Schaefer. I don't see him out
There's
today.
Buster going in his house. Hey, Buster! Oh, I guess he didn't hear me.
Yeah, he probably doesn't want to hear you. He's more than likely ashamed.
Ashamed?
Yes, of Julius, his father.
Daddy, I still don't think there's... I still think there's some mistake. Why, for heaven's sake...
Hold on a minute, Penny.
What?
Look. There on Cassandra's clothesline.
My heavens, Daddy. Mother's red check tablecloth.
And the blue one with a white border.
The Joneses got them back again. Well, did you
Penny,
ever?
you wait here.
Daddy, where are you going?
Where do you think I'm going? I'm going to get those tablecloths and take them home to Maggie again.
Hello? Hello?
Oh, hello. Oh, yes, it's Cassandra.
My heavens, Julius, I've been trying to get you for 20 minutes. Julius, you won't believe it, but I saw it happen with my very own eyes.
Believe it? You saw what happened?
Banker Kingston. I was in the kitchen, and when I looked out of the window for Buster, I saw him going through the back gate.
Buster?
No, Julius, Banker Kingston. And he was carrying off those 2 brand-new tablecloths I brought this morning for Maggie.
Great Jupiter.
Julius, what are we going to do about it?
Well, it's time to close up the store. I'll come right home, and we'll both go over to Kingston's and have a talk with them.
Will you hurry, Julius?
Sure. I'll get there as fast as I can.
All right, dear. Goodbye. Oh, dear. Now, who could that be? Oh. Maggie Kingston and Banker Kingston.
Cassandra, we want to talk to you.
Yes, and I want to talk to you, Maggie.
Maggie, my dear, will you take the package now?
Just hold it a while longer, Albert. Well, shall we invite ourselves then, Cassandra?
Oh, yes, do come in.
Thank you, Cassandra. Thank you very much.
Now, let's not get excited about this. I'm sure there's been a misunderstanding all the way around. So Albert and I thought that we should come right over.
Well, Julius made a terrible mistake in taking those tablecloths. He thought he was doing right, but, well, we all make mistakes.
What do you mean that Julius thought that he was doing right when he stole my tablecloths?
Julius did not steal them, Maggie. He only thought he was taking what belonged to us.
But how on earth could he have thought that?
Well, Maggie, after all, you took my brand-new white linen tablecloth to begin with.
I took your white linen? Why, Cassandra...
Oh, see here, Cassandra.
Cassandra, do you deny that my husband found 2 of my tablecloths on your clothesline?
2 of your tablecloths? 2 of mine, you mean? Why, I saw him take them off my line with my own eyes not more than 30 minutes ago.
I don't mean those 2. I brought them back to you. Albert made a mistake when he took them.
Well, then you admit he took them.
Yes, I took them, and I took 2 others last night.
Last night? You took the ones last night, too?
Why, of course I did. They were Maggie's. They had our laundry mark on them. Why, do you deny they were our cloths?
No, I don't deny it. Julius took them when he went over to talk to you about the new white linen you took from me.
Cassandra Jones, I have never taken a single thing from you in my life.
Then perhaps you can explain how my new cloth disappeared.
Disappeared?
Between the time you and I and Effie Fisher left the dining room and the time you went back after your purse.
Look here, Cassandra. Are you insinuating
I'm not insinuating anything. I'm simply
you are,
saying...
Too. You're calling me a thief, and I'm not going to stand for it. While...
No, this whole thing has me so upset Oh, dear, I've even forgotten to take off my apothecary jacket. I must be losing my mind. Great Caesar's ghost.
Egad, Jonesy, not again.
Oh, I keep forgetting. That great Caesar...
Oh, caution, Jonesy. Don't say it, or I shall disappear before we've had our little chat.
Oh, yes, chat.
Yes.
Listen, you promised to help me, didn't you?
Anything your little heart desires, Jonesy.
Well, then, find out who took my wife's tablecloth.
Well, as you moderns say, this is a tough pecan to crack.
You mean nut?
Who is?
Oh, never mind. Just, please, find Cassandra's tablecloth.
Time, Jonesy. Patience, boy. As you can see, I don't have it on me. I'm not concealing it. I have on but my toga, a white bit of cloth trimmed...
In blue. That's it. The tablecloth.
This? Don't be insane, Jonesy. I found this toga lying on a table with a bowl of fruit in the center.
No.
Precisely. What a queer place for a bowl of fruit, don't
now,
you think?
Look. That's my wife's tablecloth. It's been causing an awful lot of trouble, and I have to get it back.
You want my toga? But, Jonesy, what will I wear? Besides, it wouldn't look well on you. You're too short.
Now, see here. I don't want to wear it. I want my wife's tablecloth, and I want it right now. You can have my work jacket. Come on, slip it off. You said you'd do anything.
Well, very well, Jonesy, as you wish. Now I'm to wear that drugstore jacket. A little while ago it was mops, tablecloths, drugstore jackets. Oh, I think I shall go back to Rome tonight and rest. And now we'll get back to the conclusion of Great Caesar's Ghost.
Oh, Julius, I still don't get it. Where on earth did you find it?
Well, dear, I didn't exactly find it on Earth. That is, I just found it, dear.
Well, I'm just tickled to death that it's all settled. Where'd you find it?
Now, Cassandra, honey, the important thing is that we have the tablecloth back.
Well, yes, I suppose that's right. And it's settled with the Kingstons, and everybody's happy again.
That's right, sweetheart. Doesn't it look nice on the table where it belongs?
Oh, yes, I'm so proud of it. Well, I'll go get dinner, dear.
Remarkable. I should thank him. He really didn't know. I wonder. Yes, I think I will. Great Caesar's Ghost.
Egad, Jonesy, I'm certainly glad you called.
Yes, I just wanted to thank
Do you realize what's happened?
Well, no.
Well, I'll tell you what's happened. I have just returned from Rome, where I was laughed and booed off the Appian Way.
But why?
Why? Great Julius Caesar, the leader of men, the ruler of the entire Roman Empire. Caesar, the all-powerful, labeled Jones Drugstore. Great Caesar's Ghost was produced in our San Francisco studios. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
There was gaslight only in the living room downstairs. He went into the bathroom, locked the door, and ran the bath, conscious that in spite of his good resolutions, he still felt uneasy. As he undressed, the tension increased. He started violently when he heard a noise behind him, coming apparently from the empty grate. But although he examined it carefully, there was nothing there to account for the noise. It was just as he turned to go back to the bath that he slipped and fell heavily to the floor. Half stunned, he lay there, and before he could summon up enough energy to get to his feet, his candle flickered and went out. In the impenetrable blackness which surrounded him, his fears naturally increased, and he was just trying to remember in which direction the door was when he was paralyzed by a new noise. Someone was in the bath he had just run. He could hear the splash of water and the quite unmistakable sounds of someone soaping his body. He could even hear the rather heavy breathing. Just when he had summoned up enough courage to call out, he heard the creak of the cupboard door opening. Rigid with renewed fear, he listened to the soft rustle of silken underskirts, to the sound of light approaching footsteps, and then a chill, weightless shoe was placed on his chest. Silken garments swept over him as though he did not exist, and continued to the edge of the bath, where the occupant still washed, splashed, and breathed heavily. Suddenly the noises changed. There was a loud splash, followed by a terrible choking gasp, and the ineffectual drumming of heels on the bottom of the bath. Terror-stricken, Mr. Graham listened as the sounds in the bath grew fainter and fainter, and the noise of breathing stopped altogether. For a time, all he could hear was the monotonous drip, drip of water from one of the taps. And then there was the rustle of long skirts again as the wearer turned and made for the fireplace and the cupboard beside it. Suddenly, a pallid light glowed in the blackness of the room by the cupboard, a light which revealed a woman's face. That she was beautiful, Mr. Graham had no doubt. But he glimpsed more than beauty in that face. He saw there an evil and a hatred which made him turn away in sick disgust. When he looked again, the face had gone, and once more the room was in total darkness. Now he had endured as much as his nerves would stand. Groping his way to the door, he unlocked it, stumbled out and along the passage. He told his wife all that had happened, only to be met with blank incredulity. Who ever heard of a ghost taking a bath? You did say it was a ghost, didn't you? What else could it have been? I'll swear I was alone in that bathroom when I locked the door. Oh, really, dear? We all use that room every day, and no one else has ever seen anything strange in it. You imagined it, dear, because your candle went out when you slipped and fell.
It went out after I had fallen, not when I was falling. And I told you before we bought this place that I didn't like that room.
You did. And now you're letting your imagination run away with you to provide you with a reason for your dislike. All I ask of you is not to let the children know of these foolish fantasies.
I tell you, they're not fantasies. There were two other beings in that room with me, and one, the woman, murdered the other.
Very well, his wife said with a patient sigh. Let's go and investigate. They lit 2 candles and returned to the bathroom. There was no one there, no one in the cupboard. The bath itself was half full of clear, lukewarm water. No one could possibly have washed in it without leaving some trace. Neither of the new taps dripped.
All right,
Mr. Graham said in a defeated tone.
I panicked in the darkness and imagined it all.
The Grahams agreed to forget about the matter. Certainly nothing was ever hinted at in front of the children. And then one morning, the eldest son announced that he was going up to have a bath. His parents heard him leap up the stairs, turn on the taps, and whistle cheerfully. They heard him turn off the taps, and then the whistling stopped abruptly. A shriek after shriek of terror rang out. They both ran from the sitting room to the hall in time to see their son dash wildly from the bathroom into his bedroom and slam the door shut. "Whatever is the matter?" Mrs. Graham demanded, hurrying up and looking in the bathroom. She tried the water, but the child couldn't possibly have scalded himself as she first feared. "I can't find anything the matter," she said, looking over the banister at her husband. "Don't you think you ought to come up and look for yourself?"
"Nothing now will get me into that bathroom," her husband answered. "Go and comfort the boy and see what he has to say, and then you come down and tell me."
Mrs. Graham remained with her wildly sobbing child for some time, calming him down, assuring him that he was perfectly safe. "It was horrible, Mama," the boy shuddered. "Horrible. I'd just run my bath and was going to step in, and then I saw... Oh, I know you won't believe this, but it's true, Mama. I promise you it's true. There was someone else lying in the bath, an old man with grey hair. His face, oh, it was all purple and swollen, and his eyes were wide and staring. Oh, Mama, those dreadful, dreadful eyes." And the boy began to cry again. Once more his mother calmed him down and called to her husband to come upstairs, determined that the 3 of them would see for themselves what she knew already, that the bathroom was absolutely empty. Reluctantly, her husband mounted the stairs. Together, mother, father, and son left the bedroom and crossed the landing and stopped. They were not alone on that first floor. A beautiful young woman, dressed in expensive clothes and wearing costly jewelry, walked past them as though she owned the house and they did not exist, and disappeared into the cupboard in the bathroom. Mrs. Graham stood stock still for several seconds and then turned to her husband. "I'm sorry," she said. "This place is evil, but the evil is none of our making. We shall move into an hotel tomorrow and look for a new home. Oh, tell the agent to sell this place as quickly as possible." But Mrs. Graham was curious as well as practical. She wanted to know just why their house was haunted and she had discreet inquiries made in the neighborhood. Naturally, people were reluctant to talk. It was a well-to-do neighborhood of respectable middle-class citizens. Gossip could only cause distress and bring crowds of sightseers to stare and disturb everyone. It was all over and done with, and people with influence had managed to keep the incident away from the headlines, even though it might have involved murder. Murder? Although Mrs. Graham was prepared for this, she was still shocked. Yes, that was what some people said. It appeared some time previously the house had been owned by a very rich old man. One day he brought home a bride. Some said she was Spanish, but everyone agreed that she was extremely beautiful. Her husband showered her with gifts of expensive clothes and even more expensive jewelry. Anything she wanted was hers. But he was old, and she was young. It wasn't long before she discovered that money doesn't buy happiness. The splendid house became a prison, her husband an old and ugly jailer. The servants heard them quarreling more and more frequently. They noticed how the girl's once beautiful face was becoming distorted with anger and hatred. One day the old man was found dead in his bath. His young widow wept and was inconsolable. She had loved her husband dearly and had frequently warned him against his habit of indulging in long, hot baths. It was obvious to her what had happened. He had disregarded her advice, fainted, and falling back into the water, had been drowned. It was all a terrible accident. Of course, there was an inquest, very discreet. Sympathy was with the beautiful young widow dressed so becomingly in black. And the doctor affirmed that there was no evidence of any violence. The verdict was accidental death. The Grahams knew it was no accident. Mr. Graham had heard exactly how it had happened. His wife and son had seen the young bride and the old husband. But none of them could prove anything. They just knew.
The Carter Coal Company and the dealers of Olga Coal present
The Mummers in the Little Theater of the Air.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, by now we're getting a bit used to winter. We're like soldiers in the middle of a campaign, growing hardened to discomfort and better able to take it, and looking with longing toward the day when the war is won and there'll be plenty of everything again, including that good Olga coal. But like good soldiers, we can't afford to let down now that victory is in sight. We must work harder than ever to get every bit of heat from the coal we get, make it go further and use less. We must figuratively tighten the belts on our coal bins and wade into Old Man Winter with a little less fuel and a little more heat from every ton. That can help make Hitler's ghost walk, which brings me to the hermit, who's ready with a ghost story for you right now.
Ghost stories. Weird stories. And murders, too. The hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. Have you heard the story of Handsome's ghost? Then listen while the hermit tells you the story.
I'm glad that you two people came to me to talk this matter over.
Well, we're glad, Dr. Thorndyke, that there is someone we can talk with before we go to see Uncle Hanson.
I'm really all against going up to his old house. Marion feels it's because it was her father's last request before he died that she see him. Well, we decided to make the trip.
I understand.
We might as well tell Dr. Thorndyke the truth, Douglas. My father also said that Uncle Hanson has a great deal of money. He felt that it should be left to Douglas and me.
You were the only rightful heir.
Dad said that if Uncle Hanson knew us, got acquainted with us, he might come to his senses and leave some of it to us.
You make it sound awfully mercenary, Mary.
Well, it should belong to me. Uncle Hanson cheated my father out of part of the estate.
Yes, I remember. You see, Mr. Randall, your wife's uncle and I went to medical school together.
So Marion told me.
Then, when we planned to leave New York and come to see him, I thought it best that we write to you first and find out about Uncle Hanson.
I'm glad you did.
Marion wrote to her uncle and never heard from him.
I'm not surprised.
So, here we are in Warhawk. And, Dr. Thorndyke, you said in your letter that Uncle Hanson was very queer, that you wouldn't advise us to stay at his house.
True.
So before we go there, Douglas thought you should explain to us.
Just what is wrong with him, Dr. Thorndyke?
Well, first of all, no one in Woodhawk ever goes to see him. Second, he lives in an old, bleak house that in itself has a grim past. Now, you may think I'm the one who is queer when I tell you this, but there is scarcely a person here who doesn't believe that the house is haunted.
Some old superstition?
Yes. But as far as I can see, it must have some truth to it.
And Uncle Hanson lives there all alone?
No. An old servant, a shy, crafty, almost demented-looking fellow lives there with him. I don't want to frighten you unnecessarily, but 2 years ago, I made a visit at the old house.
You saw Uncle Hanson?
Yes, at his request. You see, while your uncle and I were studying in medical school together, he had begun to show signs of strangeness.
Yes?
He was experimenting with a strange theory. He believed that he could recall from the dead the soul of some individual, and that the soul he recalled could return to the body of some person living in the present.
Merciful heavens.
Terrible, isn't it?
The man must have been crazy then.
Oh, he was very serious about it.
But why work on such an inhuman theory?
Because he felt that to return a soul from the dead was the only way of perpetuating life. If he could recall from the dead a soul that had passed beyond before its time, and could get it to live in another body, then the person could go on living.
Preposterous.
He claimed that someday he would prove it. He claimed that he himself would never die, or he would get some dead soul to occupy his body. And this way he might retain perpetual life.
It's all pretty awful and muddled.
To think that such a crazy man was my father's brother.
As I started to tell you, 2 years ago, his old servant brought me a letter asking me to come that particular evening and see Dr. Hanson. I drove over to his house that night, walked to the door, rang the bell.
Yes?
It's Dr. Thorndyke.
I see. Come in.
Keep it dark in here. I can't see where I'm going.
The doctor needs it dark for his work. We don't care for the light.
Will you tell Dr. Hanson that I'm here?
He expects you. You can follow me up these stairs.
All right. Can we have a light to see by?
Your eyes will grow accustomed to the darkness like mine do.
What was that sound?
Did you hear it?
I only heard it, but I felt as if some icy hand had reached out and touched my face, almost clawed at me. There. I felt it again. Something touched my face again. Come in. Hello, Philip.
So you came, Thorndyke?
Yes.
I sent for you to prove my theory to you, Dr. Thorndyke.
Yes, Philip?
And don't look at me as if you thought I was demented. I'm not crazy.
I never thought you were demented. Only obsessed.
Dr. Thorndyke was visited by one of the wandering spirits on the way upstairs.
Really?
Something cold brushed against my face, if that's what you mean.
The spirits that roam this house were trying to be kind to you. Trying to get into your body. Trying to give you new life. You're lucky.
So, you're still working on that old theory, are you?
Working? I have it practically complete.
Now listen, Philip, if this is what you called me over tonight for, I can't stay and listen. I have calls to make.
You always scoffed at me, didn't you? Never believed I could do it.
Why would you want to do it, Philip?
I have found a young soul that died too soon. The spirit of a man who was stabbed by his own wife.
What do you mean?
In this very house. Yes, he lived here. We know. Don't we know, Thread?
Yes, we know.
A young man who was stabbed by his wife. She went to prison for it.
I remember the story.
But about the spirit of that man, I'm able to recall. You did not know.
Philip, this is nonsense.
I'm about ready to call that spirit forth and get it to take abode in my body.
Philip Hansen, I won't stay here and listen to such balderdash.
You know what it will mean to me. I shall never die. Never. For once I've recalled one spirit to come and live in my body, I can recall others.
I'm leaving.
Wait, not yet. I shall never die. I shall have years and years to use my money. No one will be able to take it from me. It shall be mine for years to come, long after you are dead.
I have no desire to live beyond my time, Philip.
But I have.
I'm going.
Now, wait. I shall show you my experiment. Then you can go if you wish.
What do you have cooking in a kettle? And in these test tubes?
The essence of spirits. Turn down all the lights, Thrill.
Yes, sir.
Now I shall pass my body through the fumes coming from the steaming kettle. I shall put the fumes all about myself. Watch, and to make no sound. Now.
There is something moving there in the darkness. I see it.
Quiet.
Where's the door? Let me out of here. I shan't stay another minute. Let me out of here. Get away from me, whatever you are. Get away. Where's the door? I've got to get away. Got to get away. Get away from here. Get away. Away!
Thorndyke flees from the house, frightened by the strange, weird things he has seen. Is it true that Dr. Hansen is able to make a dead spirit return? Or is it something he and his demented servant has conjured up to frighten people away? The hermit will tell you before the night is done.
Well, when it comes to frightening people, I'm not very good, but I'm a whiz at encouraging them, and that's what I hope I've done for you. I hope I've encouraged you to be better soldiers on the home front with these little lectures on how to save Olga coal and to cooperate with your friend, the Olga coal dealer. Suppose we look at the situation this way. We'd all like to do more to help win the war, so suppose we imagine we're all soldiers and the Olga coal dealer is the supply sergeant. Well, he's in it along with the rest of us, and he can't give out any more coal than he gets. All he wants to do is equip your coal bin to the best of his ability, and that's what he's doing. He gets gripes from every side, but he's delivering the coal as fast as he gets it, and he's trying to do so in a way that gives everyone his fair share. So don't be too hard on your Olga sergeant, folks. I know none of you envy him, and I know he wants to keep on serving you after the war is won in the manner to which you once were accustomed. So as you sit with your sweaters on and look at that thinly lined coal bin, think of the day when it will all be over. And you can once more take phone in hand and say, I want a whole bin full of that good Olga coal. That's right, the kind spelled O-L-G-A. Well, come on in, Hermit. You haven't even been here, and we've been telling ourselves stories.
And now to Marion and Randall. Dr. Thorndyke of the town of Wohog goes on telling the story of Marion's strange Uncle Hanson. Yeah. Listen.
I'm sure I ran out of that house yelling, "I've got to get away."
Oh, how horrible.
Man is positively crazy.
That's what I thought. But he did conjure up something. I saw it.
It's unbelievable.
I know it is. That's why I hated to tell the authorities. But I finally did ask them to go up there and investigate.
What did they say?
They saw him in the afternoon. They said he was sitting downstairs reading and acted perfectly normal.
What do you think?
So they reported that he was perfectly harmless. Merely a wealthy, eccentric old man who makes a study of dead spirits.
Why didn't you ever write my father of your visit?
You can see how impossible it sounds?
Yes, of course.
The more I thought about it, the more like a bad dream it seemed to be. I began to feel as if I was the crazy one.
Dr. Thorndyke, have you seen my uncle since?
No, not since.
Do you think he would harm us, Doctor?
No, I think his mind is weak, but I think he's harmless.
If we went to see him in the daytime, there'd be no danger, would there?
I don't think so. But I thought you ought to know my story first.
Marion, you don't want to go up to the house after hearing Dr. Thorndyke's story.
If Dr. Thorndyke thinks he's harmless, then to pay him a visit wouldn't be dangerous.
It's up to you, Marion.
I think we'll go. Tomorrow. And thank you, Dr. Thorndyke, for telling us your story.
Perhaps it's all over now. It may be it was only shadows. Natural shadows and natural sounds that I heard and saw in that old house. Yet it was such a weird experience. I shall never forget it.
Are you nearly ready to go down to dinner, Douglas?
Yes, dear. Just fixing my tie.
You know, the more I think about it, the more it seems as if it's Dr. Thorndyke who's demanded it.
I know it.
We've been visiting here 3 days at Uncle Hanson's, and I haven't seen him do one strange thing.
Only this creaky old house gives me the jitters in the night.
Oh, it's like all old houses.
I could have sworn someone opened our door in the night and crept in.
It's the story Thorndyke told. We're too much on our guard. Everything has a double meaning to us now.
Maybe you're right.
Sure I am. And Uncle Hanson has been awfully kind to us, and so pleased to see us.
Uh-huh.
Even this old servant of his isn't bad. He's been kind, too.
Cooks good meals for an old duffer, doesn't he?
Yes. And do you know what he said to me, Douglas?
What?
Well, he told me yesterday that Uncle Hanson was so glad we came to see him. So glad that you and I were sensible.
Uh-huh.
And that now he could die peacefully, knowing that we wouldn't waste his money for him.
Well, it's all turning out better than I anticipated.
Well, you ready to go down to dinner?
Already.
He still works in his laboratory long hours, doesn't he?
Yes.
I asked him last night to let me see it, and he said perhaps he might tonight.
Why do you want to go up there?
Oh, just to see what he does. You can see that he's completely forgotten trying to restore dead spirits. I'm not afraid of him, honey.
I guess you're right.
So I just want to see what he does do up there in that room. Maybe we can tonight.
Listen. What was that? Marion, wake up. I thought I heard our door creak open.
What, Douglas?
Sure as anything, I thought I heard our door creak open.
I was asleep. I didn't hear anything.
If there were only electric lights in this house. Where's that darn candle?
There was one on the bedside table.
I can't find a thing groping around in this dark.
You've got yourself upstairs from visiting Uncle's laboratory. But he did have the most queer-looking gadgets up there, didn't he?
Yes. Now, if I can only find a match. Darn it. Where did that wind come from? It blew the light right out.
Oh, why don't you forget it? You just heard some board creak. There isn't anything in here.
Darn funny creaks.
It's strange how you're more upset than I am.
I'd just as soon move out any time, I can tell you.
I'm not frightened anymore. Good night, dear.
Good night. Now, what was that sound? Marion, something cold passed over my throat. Marion.
Douglas, what is it?
Get away from me. Marion.
Douglas, there's something standing right over you. I can see it. Douglas. Oh, help!
Don't move. This won't take long.
It's Thrail. Thrail, what are you doing? Get away. Get away from here.
Leave me alone if you know what's good for you.
Get out of our room. I'm going to call my uncle.
Get his hands off my throat. Get them off my throat. Help.
Uncle Hanson, help. Help.
Let go. Let go of me. Please, stop. We won't need the dead spirit of Mr. Randall. The other one has come back.
The other one has come back?
Yes, come. All of you to my laboratory. I captured the spirit trail as it wandered about the house tonight. It's hidden in my laboratory.
That is good.
If my experiment works through, then it may be we can get a young spirit for you. Then you can live on, too.
Oh, Douglas.
Now, all is dark in here. Very dark. Only the fumes from my kettle. That is all.
If anyone speaks and frightens the spirit away, we'll make away with him.
Oh, Douglas, they're both crazy.
Quiet, both of you. So you thought you could get my money, did you? You thought I was going to die. No, I shall live many, many years.
He's the kettle, Doctor.
Yes. And now the dagger that we found in this house. The dagger that was used to kill the dead spirit lurking in this room. Bring it to me. I'll stir the kettle with it.
Here it is, Doctor.
Yes. Now all very quiet, very dark, very still. And the fumes are rising. See, they cover me. Now, spirit, dead soul, wherever you are, come out. Come out. Spirit is here. Can you hear his voice? It's getting lighter. Can you see?
Look. Over there. A shadow is taking form. Look.
There is some light. It is approaching me. Look. It is coming near me.
Yes, I'm coming closer. Closer.
I see him. Look.
It's going right up to Uncle Hanson.
You wanted to call me back. Well, I am here. And I shall enter your body. Just as you wish.
Dr. Hanson. I'm disappearing.
Merciful heavens. What's happening?
Look, see. Before you stands another man. He's done it. He's no longer Dr. Hanson. The spirit has entered his body.
I'm back again. See this dagger in my hand. I'm back again. So you thought my wife killed me long ago, did you? Well, she didn't. I killed myself.
Look.
I tried to kill her just as I'm going to kill you, Thrail.
No.
Yes, just as I'm going to kill you now.
Have mercy. Dr. Hanson, come back. Take the spirit out of your body. He's going to kill me. Help!
Help!
You wanted to bring me back, didn't you?
Save me! Save me! Help!
Marion,
Help!
don't move. Stand right where we are. I'll see if I can save him.
Help! Please!
Frail. Here, this way. Here. Now, stand back with me, out of the way.
Oh, look! Look!
I couldn't kill my wife long years ago, and I can't kill you. But I can kill myself again. Yes.
What is he doing?
You brought me back into your body, Dr. Hansen, only so that I might kill myself again. Now the dagger through my heart.
He's killed himself.
Here, let me light a candle so that I can see. Where's the candle?
Here, Douglas.
There.
Oh, it's Uncle Hansen. Look, he's on the floor, dead. The dagger through his heart.
Yes. The spirit returned and did the same act that it did when it was living. We didn't count on that.
But, Douglas, it's only Uncle Hansen here. He's killed himself and he tried to kill his servant.
We did hear another voice, didn't we?
Of course you did. It was the spirit that wanders this house. And that Dr. Hansen tried to get into his own body.
Oh, it's so terrible.
But it didn't work. It didn't work like he thought. The spirit came back and did the same deed all over.
The ghost returned, as Dr. Hansen wanted it to, and entered his body. But it killed, just as it had when it was on Earth before. Yes. Turn on your lights. Turn them on.
You have just listened to the 406th story by the Hermit, made possible through the courtesy of the Carter Coal Company, producer of Olga Coal, and your friend, the Olga Coal dealer. That word friend is full of meaning for you these days. The dictionary defines it as one who entertains for another such sentiments of esteem, respect, and affection that he seeks his society and welfare. Now, isn't that just about a perfect definition of the man who looks after your coal needs? I don't really have to tell you that you can trust your Olga dealer to look out for your interests. You know he appreciates your patronage and wants to keep you on his side. Sure, I know nowadays he can't always give you as much coal as you'd like, as promptly as you'd like it. He can't always even give you the kind of coal you'd like or the size you'd prefer. But you can count on him to do his best. In these war days, that's all anyone can do. So don't shop around for coal. That does no good, just causes a lot of confusion. And above all, don't get panicky about deliveries. After all, these shortages are never as bad as you think they'll be. You're still eating and wearing shoes and clothing, aren't you, in spite of what you've heard? Well, the chances are you'll not freeze either. And remember the reason for all the shortages. What you don't get is going to help those boys of yours and ours at the fighting fronts. By saving every bit of coal you can, you're doing your part on the home front. And remember, when you do order coal, ask for Olga Coal, spelled O-L-G-A, by name. Olga Coal is a good buy because of its smokeless, dustless, economical qualities, so keep on asking for it. and keep on buying war stamps and bonds till it hurts the enemy so badly he'll throw up his hands and surrender. Buying war stamps and bonds is one way that everyone can help win the war, regardless of age, health, means, or occupation. Every penny you citizens of the United States and Canada put into war stamps and bonds weighs the balance that much further in our favor against the Japs and Nazis. Buy war stamps and bonds, and don't stop until the enemy gives up.
And the hermit has more stories for you. Listen in again next week for my hounds howling. I'll tell you the story of the devil dog. I'll be back. Pleasant dreams.
All characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermit's Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, or occurrences is purely accidental. Jack Lellman speaking.
Lipton Tea and Lipton Soups present Inner Sanctum Mysteries. Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host, opening the squeaking door for another session of the AGGMS, the Association of Ghouls, Ghosts, and Midnight Spirits. Oh, may I see your membership card as you enter, please? What's that? Oh, no, it's not a printed card. All you have to do is show me your wrist. If there's any blood pulsing in your arteries, then you don't belong here tonight. Better come back and try some other time. After you've passed your mortuary tests.
Well, Mr. Host, I'm afraid I don't qualify as a member of your AGGMS, Association of Ghouls, or whatever it is. But I am a charter member of the ILLB Society.
The ILLB? What's that, Mary? It's a new one on me.
Why, those initials stand for I Like Lipton's Best. To join this club, all you have to do is see that the tea in your teapot is always Lipton's. The club password isn't a word at all. It's that familiar sound of appreciation, mm-hmm. For really, Lipton tea is delicious, as zestful and spirited as can be. And the reason? Very simple. It's Lipton's brisk flavor. Brisk, you know, is the tea expert's own word for the lively, full-bodied flavor of Lipton tea. That brisk flavor has made a lot of friends, for more folks buy and enjoy Lipton's than any other tea in the world. So try a cup of Lipton tea yourself. I know you'll say, as so many others do, I like Lipton's best.
And now for tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery. It's an original radio play by Emil Tepperman called Make Ready My Grave, and stars two radio favorites, John Banks and Richard Widmark. It's about a boy and a girl who've just been married. A piece of colored string, an open grave, and a hangman's noose. That train is the Southeast Limited. See it? Long, sleek, and powerful, clicking off the miles and the humming rails. A masterpiece of 20th century mechanical perfection. Nothing about it to suggest lurking hate or fear or superstition or death. But let's take a look into compartment A, car 17. John and Betty Loomis, just married, are going for their honeymoon to John's ancestral estate.
John, I'm so happy. How soon do we get to Loomisville?
In about an hour, Betty.
Just think, I married into one of the oldest families in the state.
I hope you'll be very happy, darling.
Oh, I will. You do love me, don't you, John?
Of course I do, baby. I'll always love you. Always. No matter what happens.
What do you mean, no matter what happens? What could happen? John, something's bothering you.
No, it's nothing at all.
You're hiding something. There's something you haven't told me.
It's nothing, Betty. It's nothing to worry about.
You don't want to tell me?
No, not now. Maybe later.
Why are you playing with that piece of yellow string?
What?
You've been playing with it ever since we came onto the train.
Gosh, I never noticed.
I watched you. You've been tying a knot in it.
A knot? Good Lord. I must have tied it without knowing what I was doing.
You've tied it into a noose. A hangman's noose.
I don't know how I came to make it or where I picked it up.
Well, it's only a piece of string.
Yes, it's only a piece of string. Betty.
What is it, John?
Here, take this.
A gun?
Take it.
But why?
If I should ever try to strangle you,
John.
Please listen to me. If I should ever try to strangle you, promise me to use that gun on me.
What are you talking about?
Loomisville, next stop.
No,
Next stop, Loomisville.
This is where we can...
John, what's this all about? That piece of yellow string and now this gun.
Put it away, Betty, and remember what I said. Don't ever forget it.
Why is it so dark here?
This is just a way station. The train only stopped here to let us off. Otherwise, it goes right through.
Oh? I thought Loomisville was a big town.
Well, it used to be 100 years ago, but now there's only the Loomis estate.
Well, are we far from the estate?
About 2 miles. Old Herman Galt should be here to pick us up in the station wagon.
Herman Galt?
Mm-hmm. He's the handyman. There's been a Galt working for the Loomis family for the last 150 years.
John, I don't like it here. Dark, and that wind.
The devil can Galt be? I wrote them what train we were taking.
I'm right here, Mr. John.
Oh, Galt, you frightened my wife.
I'm sorry, ma'am, if I scared you.
Oh, that's all right. It was just the way you spoke so suddenly out of the darkness.
If you'll follow me, I've got the station wagon back here.
John, he doesn't like me.
Galt? No, that's just his way. He's very devoted to the family. Wait till you get to know him.
I don't think I care to. Johnny, he's driving too fast. It's so dark.
Don't worry, Betty. Galt knows this road like the back of his hand. We'll be there in a few minutes.
I'm frightened. Darling, please, tell me why you gave me the gun.
No, I can't tell you now, Betty. Maybe after you meet Uncle Everard.
John.
What?
What's that in your hand?
What? Oh.
Another piece of string. A red one this time.
What? I must have picked it up in here, off the seat.
You've knotted it into another hangman's noose.
Galt.
Yes, Mr. John.
This piece of red string, did you put it here?
No, sir.
Then how did it get here?
You ought to know.
Yes. Yes, I ought to know.
Galt, why are you stopping here?
We're home, ma'am. This is the entrance to the Loomis estate. I've got to get out and open the gate. I'll be right back.
Betty, I've got to get out, too. I've got to see for myself.
See what,
You
John?
stay here, Betty.
But,
Stay right where you are.
Wait a minute, I'm coming,
Go back,
too.
Betty. Get back in the car.
Mr. John is right, ma'am. You shouldn't go with him.
Take care of her, Galt. I won't be long.
Galt, where's he going?
That is the Loomis family cemetery.
Cemetery? What does he want to see in there in the middle of the night?
He'll tell you himself, ma'am. In due time.
No, I'm going to find out right now.
Better not, ma'am. Better come
John!
back.
John, wait for me.
Betty, I told you to stay
I'm
in the
going
car.
with you. I want to know what there is in that cemetery.
Get back in that car.
I'm your wife now. I have a right to know what this is all about. I'm going with you.
All right, if that's the way you feel about it. But hold on to that gun I gave you. Keep it in your hand all the time.
John, why?
You'll find out soon enough. This is the gate of the family cemetery. All the Loomises and their wives are buried here.
It's so shadowy. White tombstones look like ghosts. Hold my hand, John.
No. Just hold on to that gun.
John, whose grave is this with the high tombstone?
My great-grandfather's, Stuart Loomis. He founded the Loomis estate. This is my grandfather's grave. His wife. Here's my father. My mother.
And that's all.
That should be all.
What do you mean?
Come over here. This is what I came to see. This is what I've been afraid of.
John, it's an open grave. Freshly dug.
Yes, Betty. It was just dug tonight. But
who is it for?
Betty, darling. I'm afraid it's for you.
Well, what's poor Betty letting herself in for? With a fresh grave waiting for her on a honeymoon. And a husband who ties little strings into hangman's nooses. But come to think of it, Betty's a lucky girl at that. How many girls who get married nowadays can count on finding a nice, snug place all ready for them to lie down in and rest? In peace.
Gracious, Mr. Host, Betty doesn't seem like a lucky bride to me. Why, most brides have things much easier. Because there's so many things today to help them make their marriage a success.
For example?
For example, Lipton tea. With Lipton tea on the pantry shelf, a young bride today has a much better chance of making her home a happy one. Just the other day, I was talking to a friend who just got married. As we sat there in her kitchen sipping our Lipton tea, me occupying the only chair and she perched on the kitchen stool, she said, "You know, Mary, it was silly of me to worry about being able to cook the things Jack liked. It's not nearly as difficult as I imagined. Take this Lipton tea here. It answers the whole beverage problem as far as Jack is concerned. He's happy as long as he has Lipton's morning, noon, and night." Well, I told her I could understand that, because most husbands I know about are partial to Lipton tea. And it's because of the extra satisfaction that's in Lipton's wonderful brisk flavor. Satisfaction, did I say? You just try Lipton tea and see if that isn't an understatement. Try Lipton's tomorrow.
And now let's hurry back to our date in a graveyard. Remember? With poor Betty, whose husband has just told her he's afraid the freshly dug grave is for her.
John, what do you mean? Who dug this grave for me? Who?
If I told you, you'd think I was crazy.
No, you've got to tell me. If I'm in danger, I have a right to know. Was it Galt? Your Uncle Everard?
No, at least I don't think so.
His wife, Christine.
Betty, do you believe that a ghost could dig a grave?
Ghost? Do you mean I'm in danger from a ghost.
Oh, I told you you'd think I was crazy.
John, why are you looking at me like that?
I don't know. Betty, have you got that gun with you?
No, I left it in the car. What good would a gun be against a ghost?
There's the station wagon still waiting at the gate, but I don't see Galt.
Maybe he went up to the house.
Galt, where are you?
Hello there, John. What's up?
Uncle Everard. What happened to Galt?
He came up to the house. Said you'd gone into the cemetery. So I thought I'd better come down.
Oh.
Is it there?
Yes, it's there. A freshly dug grave.
Yeah.
Uncle Everard, this is my wife, Betty.
Who are you, Betty?
Hello.
You saw the grave too, Betty?
Yes, and John says he thinks it's for me. I'm afraid I don't understand all
You
this.
haven't told her anything yet, John?
Well, just a little. I couldn't bring myself to.
I think it's time you did. More tea, Betty?
Thank you, Uncle Everard. I will have a little more.
You, John?
No, thanks.
Too bad Christina's ill. She's upstairs in our room. But I hope she'll be better by tomorrow. You can see her then.
Maybe.
What do you mean?
That grave out there. Maybe it'll be filled tomorrow.
John, don't you think it's time you kept your promise to tell me what this is all about?
You tell her, Uncle Everard.
Well, Betty, there's a ghost in the Loomis family. That's it in a nutshell.
Oh, I see. And it was a ghost who dug that grave.
I know it sounds mad. But after 150 years, we Loomises have come to the conviction that it can't be anything but a ghost.
150 years? You mean...
John's great-grandfather, Stuart Loomis, settled this strip of seacoast under a patent from the colonial governor. There's his picture over the fireplace.
Wait. He doesn't look much like you, John.
Stuart Loomis was a hard man. There was a French privateer in these waters who made a lot of trouble in those days. Gaston Leroux, who sailed the seas with his wife, Antoinette.
But what has a French pirate and his wife to do with that grave?
Stuart Loomis captured Leroux and his wife, and under the authority conferred upon him by the governor, had the power to hang them.
You mean the woman, too?
Yes. He hanged them both on a gibbet where our family cemetery now stands.
Oh, how terrible.
Before he died, Gaston Leroux laid a curse on the Loomis family. He swore that just as his wife was hanged, so would all the Loomis women die. He swore that he would come back and dig a grave for the wife of a Loomis in every generation, and furnish the noose by which a Loomis would strangle his own wife.
But that's incredible.
A short while afterward, a fresh grave was found beside the gibbet where Leroux had been hung. That night, Stuart Loomis's wife, John's great-grandmother, was found hanging by the neck from the eaves of this very house.
And Stuart Loomis?
I told you Stuart Loomis was a hard man and had made many enemies. There were many who hated him deeply and bitterly. He was arrested and tried for the murder of his wife, convicted and executed.
Now you know the secret of the Loomis family.
But, John, that still doesn't prove there's a ghost.
No, that one incident doesn't prove it. But it happened again when the next Loomis married, John's grandfather. And to the next Loomis, John's father. Sometimes a year after he married, sometimes 5 years. But the curse never fails.
It's happened in every generation?
Yes. And now, John Loomis has brought a new wife home. And there's a freshly dug grave waiting in the family cemetery.
Then I'm next.
I don't know, Betty. Maybe that grave isn't for you.
What?
Maybe it's for Christine. My wife.
This is all ridiculous. A ghost couldn't dig a grave, make John strangle me to death. Uncle Everard, you can't believe such a legend. It can't be true.
Maybe not, my dear. But the graves of the strangled Loomis women are out there to prove it. Well, this is your room, Betty. I'll have God call you at 8 tomorrow morning. Good night.
Good night, Uncle Everard.
Good night, John. Good night, Uncle Everard.
This is such a big room. It's so gloomy.
The whole house is like that. It lies gloomy and sullen under the Loomis curse. Oh, Betty, I love you so much. We'll beat the curse together.
Let me go, darling. I want to change my clothes and wash.
All right. There's the bathroom over there.
I'll only be a minute.
All right, darling.
Oh, it's a lovely bath.
Betty, what is
John,
it?
quick.
What?
Look. Hanging from the shower bar.
What? A hangman's noose.
It's a real one this time. Of rope.
Ready to hang someone.
Who put it there?
It's the Loomis curse. We can't get away from it.
No ghost could have hung that rope there.
Let's call Uncle Everard.
All right.
Have you got the gun with you?
No, it's in my handbag.
Well, get it.
But John...
Get it, I say.
All right, John. Here. Here, I've got it.
All right, now keep it with you all the time. And don't be afraid to use it. On me, if necessary.
All right, let's get your uncle.
This is his room. I wonder if I ought to wake him. It might upset Aunt Christine. She's sick.
We've got to wake him. Better knock harder.
Well, it wasn't locked.
Call him.
Uncle Everard. Uncle Everard? He doesn't answer. But there's a light in the room.
Push the door further open.
All right. Well, there's nobody in the room. The bed's empty. Uncle Everard? Aunt Christine?
Maybe in the bathroom. The door is open.
Betty!
John,
What? Aunt Christine.
She's hanging by the neck.
She's dead.
It's the same kind of a noose as in our bathroom.
Uncle Everard hanged her. It's the Loomis curse catching up with us. Well, Galt, any trace of Uncle Everard?
I searched the whole house, basement to attic, not a sign of him.
He must have gone out. Come along.
But it's raining.
We've got to find him, Betty. Come on.
So dark out here, how will we ever find him?
I have a flashlight, ma'am. You look.
What?
Fresh footprints in the slush.
Oh, they must be Uncle Everard's. They lead down toward the cemetery. Come along, Galt.
Here, Mr. John, you can see for yourself. The footprints lead right to this new grave.
But why did he come here?
There's the answer, Betty. A cross at the head of the empty grave. Throw your flashlight on it, Galt. There's something written on it.
It says, Christine Loomis.
Betty, what is it?
Look. Over there.
Another grave. He's dug another one.
There's a cross on this one, too.
Does it say anything?
Yes. Yes, it does. It says, Betty Loomis.
John, sit close to me. That portrait of Stuart Loomis over the fireplace looks so real. It frightens me.
Now, remember, Betty, whatever happens, hold on to that gun, and don't be afraid to use it tonight.
Where is Galt?
He ought to be here soon. He went to look for some weapons.
Here I am, Mr. John.
Galt, you always frighten me coming in so quietly.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Here, Mr. John. These ought to be pretty good weapons.
Size?
Yes, I had them sharpened only the other day. They could slice a man's head off in one stroke. Take one, Mr. John.
Thanks. But I'd hate to use it on Uncle Everard.
If he shows up tonight, you'd better use it.
Maybe he's come back into the house through the back way.
I'll go through the house again if you'd like. This time I'll start with the attic.
Be careful, Galt.
I will, Mr. John.
John, I don't like him.
Galt?
And I don't think he likes me either.
Oh, that's not true.
Darling, what's that?
Must be Galt in the attic.
Help, Mr. Galt!
He must have met Uncle Everard hiding up there. Stay right here, Betty, and hold on to that gun.
John, be careful.
Don't worry. Just take care of
John,
yourself.
come back. I'm frightened. I'm afraid to be alone. There's nothing to be afraid of. I have this gun. And if anybody comes... The lights. Lights went out. Who's there? Who's in this room? Don't come any closer. I have a gun and I'll shoot. I can't see you, but I'll shoot at the sound. John! Rope. Around my neck. Let go. I'll shoot.
It's not loaded. I took the bullets out when you left it in the car.
Galt.
Yes, ma'am, it's Galt. Mr. John is busy up there in the attic with the body of Mr. Everard. I killed him, too. And when Mr. John comes downstairs, he'll find you. And I'll cut him down in the dark with my scythe.
Why?
There were others besides the pirate LaRue who hated Stuart Loomis. Like my own great-grandfather, he was in the service of Stuart Loomis, and he hated him. When LaRue laid the curse on the Loomises, my great-grandfather decided to make it come true. It was he who strangled the wife of Stuart Loomis. Through the years, the Galts from father to son have handed down their hate.
You're mad.
Maybe. I'll tighten the noose and finish
Betty,
you.
where are you? Why is it dark in here?
John!
Betty!
John, look out, it's all he has his eye.
And so will I.
John! John!
Oh.
Who is it?
Darling, where are you?
Here, John, here. Oh, darling.
Betty, we finished forever with the Loomis curse.
Well, that was a pretty rough honeymoon for Betty. But, you know, there's a lesson in her story for forgetful wives. Yes, if you keep tying little colored strings to your fingers to remind you of things and you still can't remember them, why not try a rope neatly tied around your neck? It's sure to help you forget.
Oh, dear, Mr. Host, there you go telling our listeners how to forget things when I've got something for them to remember.
Oh, I didn't realize that, Mary. What is it you want them to remember?
It's Lipton tea, folks. And you don't need any string tied on your finger or any such reminder. To make sure you get it when you visit your grocer's tomorrow, just remember that Lipton's is the tea with the wonderful brisk flavor. The fine quality tea that gives you all the goodness nature meant tea to have. I wish you'd try a cup of Lipton's soon, because it's so delicious. Just ask your grocer for Lipton's. Remember, Lipton's is the tea with brisk flavor.
And so our evening's over, with the usual quota of corpses to qualify for the ghoul school. We're working on a special matriculation for bachelor ghouls. In case you didn't know, a bachelor ghoul is one who believes that two can die as cheaply as one. Oh, by the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is I Hate Blondes by Wolf Kaufman. And next week, the makers of Lipton Tea and Lipton Soups will bring you another Inner Sanctum story directed by Hyman Brown and called Dead Man's Turn. It's a little night course in murder, that's all. As you have your choice of majoring in choking, shooting, drowning. But why don't you just listen in to Inner Sanctum next week and you'll get all the inside told. Oh, yes, next week part of the country goes on daylight saving time. If your area remains on standard time, tune in to Inner Sanctum 1 hour earlier. Until then, good night. Pleasant dreams.
Want a delicious dinner treat in a hurry? Then Lipton's noodle soup mix is the thing for you. In just a few quick minutes, you have a grand-tasting chickeny soup ready to serve. Lipton's noodle soup is full of tender, golden noodles and seasoned to perfection. And it's economical, too. Costs less and makes lots more than ordinary canned soups. Just ask your grocer for Lipton's noodle soup mix. Your family will love it. And don't forget to tune in next week for another Inner Sanctum mystery.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lights out for the devil and Mr. O. It is later than you think. Turn out your lights now. We bring you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly so that if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly but sincerely to turn off your radio now. This is Mr. O. Arch Obler. I've got a favor to ask of you. Listen to the story that I'm about to tell you historically. I mean that, historically. Now, this play was written when I was very young. I don't mean that I'm exactly history, but I do mean that this tale about a visitor from outer space was written long before motion pictures and television scoured the skies. It began one night many years ago when I stood on my California ranch and looked up at the great dome of the sky. And suddenly a shooting star burned in that night sky. Larger and larger and larger. But that's the story of the hungry one that begins after a word from your station.
Can you use $10,000 in cash? Well, New Jersey homeowners can borrow up to $10,000 or even more. How? Your home is sure to be worth more today than when you first bought it. The present resale value of your home, less the amount you owe on your mortgage, is your equity. And that equity gives you power. Power to borrow up to $10,000 or more through Provident Investment Corporation. You can use the money for a business investment, consolidation of debts, home improvements, purchase of an automobile, new furniture, college expenses, or even a wonderful vacation trip. And payments can be stretched out over many, many years, small enough to fit your budget. So if you're a New Jersey homeowner, call 488-3030 anytime, day or night. That's 488-3030. All information by phone. Just one visit to our offices to pick up your check. So call 488-3030. That's 488-3030.
And now, if you haven't already done so, turn off your lights now and listen to The Hungry One.
Furthermore, I might speak frankly, my dear Diane. The basic thing wrong with woman is her nose. Let's cut it off.
Russell Adams.
Then there's the matter of her ears. Look at them.
Well?
They're too obvious. Cut them off, too.
No nose, no ears. Oh, a fine art critic you turned out to be.
Oh, is this thing odd?
Russ Adams, I hate you. I think it's the best piece of sculpture I've ever done.
Egomaniac.
Oh, will you go away?
Not until I tell my wife how much I adore her. How about stopping the artistic endeavors for the night and romancing with the old man?
Any night.
Come on. Out on the veranda. There's a moon.
Spoken as Professor Russell J. Adams, instructor of astronomy at our beloved university.
I don't know a single scientific fact about this moon. It's a special satellite built entirely for romance.
Then it's a date.
After you, fair Diane? Why do you laugh?
Just thinking it's a good thing we haven't any neighbors, or they'd think we were honeymooning.
10 years and 2 more weeks.
Sweet.
Why?
For remembering.
Why the sigh?
It's such a lovely night.
Yes. You're very lovely with the moonlight in your hair.
Darling.
335 days out of the year, moonlight to me is just a reflected light of the sun. A light interesting only that it may be analyzed spectroscopically. But these 30 days of our vacation, Diane, oh, what a magical change. It's a soft lover's moon hanging in the heavens only to brighten your loveliness.
Spoken like a true professor. Oh, Russell.
What's the matter?
I saw the brightest shooting star.
Is that all? The way you gasp, I thought you saw the angel of death himself galloping over those meadows.
There's another one. Look, Russell.
My dear, for 11 months out of the year, the heavens have my full and undivided attention. Oh, but during this blessed month, let the heavens fall. I can't be bothered.
I never saw such bright shooting stars.
Yes, and another thing, my dear. As the wife of an accredited professor of astronomy, I think it no more than fitting that you give the phenomena that you observed its proper name, namely the fall of a meteor.
There's another one. And another. Oh, Russ, how bright and beautiful.
They travel at such a tremendous rate, the friction of our atmosphere burns them into a fiery vapor.
There's more of them. Look, one after the other. I've never seen so many shooting stars. I mean so many meteors in all my life. Oh, so that's why you wanted me out here. You knew about this meteor shower, didn't you?
It's one of heaven's free spectacles in this constellation. Every 3 years, and this happens to be the 3rd year.
How frightening.
Why frightening?
Those great masses of stone and iron coming from who knows where in interstellar space, traveling millions and millions of miles, and then going up in such glorious flame just as they reach the end of their journey.
Not all goes to flame. Hundreds of them strike the earth each year.
Oh, Russell, there's no danger.
Oh, no. The probabilities of being struck on the head by that cosmic rubbish is about 1,000 times more remote than winning a sweepstake without buying a ticket.
Oh, look. That one. The brightest of all.
Wait, Diane. What's that?
I don't know. Something from the sky. It's shooting star.
Look out, Diane!
Right.
All right, dear. Everything's all right.
What? How?
A meteor. Must have landed out in the field there. Here, let me help you up. You all right, dearest?
Yes, I'm all right. Russ, where are you going?
Out there. Where it must have buried itself. Wait here. I'll be right back.
No, I'm going with you.
All right, if you want to. Oh, Diane, what an experience we've had. The one chance in a million I spoke about almost occurred to us.
But Russ, was it really a shooting star? That explosion like a bombshell?
A bombshell of the universe.
What will we find out there?
A fragment of the meteorite. I
but
hope.
It'll burn.
No. All of its heat will have been dissipated. Then again, it may have exploded into 1,000 minute pieces. I pray to heaven that it hasn't.
I'm afraid.
No. The danger's all over. Here. The moon's so bright. If any of the mass landed, I should be able to find the torn ground where it smashed through the turf.
Oh, please, darling, let's wait until morning.
No, I must find the thing at once. The moon gives plenty of light. From the brightness of the flash, I'm positive that the meteor landed someplace right in here. I'll tell you. Look.
What?
The turf, all torn up. This is the place.
Russell, are you mad? Get up off the ground.
Right here. It must have struck a glancing blow off the brow of the ridge. I've got it.
What?
A fragment of it. Still warm. See? No larger than a baseball. All that was left of it.
That's a meteor.
A meteorite. All that's left of the meteor that burned and exploded. What a find.
Drop it, Russ.
What are you talking
Throw
about?
it away.
Come back to the house, quick.
What are you going to do with it?
Diane, what's the matter with you? Your face.
I don't know. Somehow I'm afraid for all of us.
Afraid? Good heavens, my dear. There's nothing dangerous about this. A mass of metal that's 90% iron. Why, it's as harmless as any inert piece of metal. Come to the study. I'll show you where the rush of air against the incandescent
Russ,
metal...
wait.
Huh?
Someone's crying.
Yes.
I'll go and see. It's Helga. Oh, Helga, you poor thing. We forgot all about you.
Oh, Mrs. Adams, it was exploding.
Now, everything's all right, Helga.
What's going on, Diane?
Oh, poor Helga. The explosion frightened her out of her wits.
Oh, Mr. Professor Adams, we die. We all die.
Don't be a
fool. The fire, it come from the sky. It kill us. It kill you and me and everybody. We die. Everybody die.
Stop it. For heaven's sake, stop that. Take care of it, Diane. Give her a sedative or something.
All right, Russell. All right now, Helga. Everything's all right. Don't be frightened.
I'm going to get at this meteorite, so please quiet the dumb fool down as quickly as you can.
Right, Russ.
Superstitious idiot. Simple phenomena, and she thinks the world's ending. Simple little meteorite. Iron, bit of nickel content. Nothing particularly unusual. Oh, Diane, quiet her down, will you?
Yes. She'll be all right.
You look a little rocky yourself. Here, sit here.
She's very frightened.
Yeah, and even you, Diane.
Well?
Well, you've acted so strangely, as if this inert piece of cosmic metal could cause some supernatural ability.
What are you going to do with it?
Nothing. Examine it. Here, I'll take some of this nitric acid. Where's that bottle? Yeah. Now watch closely, and I'll show you that the stone consists of ordinary elements. Iron.
Russell.
What?
This mark on it. How strange.
Yeah. Funny I hadn't noticed it before.
Circles the entire stone.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised that a blow right here would break it in half. Yes, I think I'll try to do that.
No, Russ. Leave it alone.
Good heavens, Diane. Nothing but a stone. All I'm going to do is try and break it along this fissure. See, I had a hammer on it. Here. I wonder if the stone will break. Almost solid metal. I'll try. By George, it did. Clean in half. What?
Look. What's inside?
Flesh.
Oh, Russ, how...
Negative gray protoplasmic. No, it can't be. It can't. This is a meteor. It came from out there. There is no flesh. Nothing could live.
Russ, look.
Huh?
It's growing.
Growing?
We leave our The Devil in Mr. O's story of The Hungry One for a short message.
When you've got a family to feed, you know there are ways to cut high food costs, and we'd like to tell you an economical, tasty way to serve top-quality meat dishes. Today's answer is high-protein ham, H-A-M, ham Crackus, and Atalanta imported Polish ham. When you buy Crackus or Atalanta Polish ham, there's no waste, no grizzle, no bone to throw away, and no water added. It's all lean, flavorful ham, down to the very last tasty bit. And you can even use the small amount of jellied broth to make soups more nourishing or to create delicious gravies. And ham is also perfect for breakfast, school lunches, and snacks and parties. It's the easiest food you can prepare because Polish ham is fully cooked when you buy it. So, if you wish, just zip open the can, slice, serve, and enjoy from end to end. Get exactly the right size for your needs. There are 2, 3, 5, or 7-pound cans, as well as larger sizes. And you can buy Polish ham sliced at deli departments anywhere. Remember that Polish ham always goes further to please your entire family. and your budget.
And now back to our The Devil and Mr. O story of The Hungry One.
Faster and faster. Gray flesh. Growing. Russ, I'm afraid.
No, Diane, no. Wait, control yourself. This is something we've got to see, both of us, calmly, so we can tell others clearly what we saw.
I'll try. Russ, keep your arm around me.
Larger and larger. Listen, the noise as it grows.
I hear it. When will it stop? When?
Look.
I can't. That horrible gray flesh.
But you must see it. Look. It's forming into something.
What?
A head. It's forming into a head.
Oh!
How can it be, Diane? Flesh in a meteor growing into a head.
I see it. A head. Horrible head.
Diane, you heard.
Yes.
A head without body speaking.
Yes, speaking.
Russell.
You hear and understand me?
His lips laughing.
I laugh at the fear and wonder in your simple little faces.
Who are you? What are you?
If I told you, would your little earth minds understand?
Earth? Russ, what does it mean? What?
Yes, tell us. Whatever you are. Tell us what you are.
What you on earth will soon have for masters.
All right.
No, wait, Diane. I must know. You thing... what can I call you? Tell me what you mean, you... masters.
Surely you simple little men do not think that in you creation has reached the ultimate.
No. Gray flesh talking. I'm getting out.
You will stay.
Russ, I can't move.
Nor I.
You cannot move.
Who are you? Tell us, who are you?
You saw how I came.
A tiny bit of protoplasm in that meteorite?
So I willed myself to be, to reach your earth.
You came here in that? Through space?
Through space beyond your furthest conception. Earth thing. Many of my people have tried. I am the first to succeed.
Then meteors are
the means we have used to try and reach this haven of plenty. I am the first. Now there will be others.
You're from another planet?
An old world. Old beyond your understanding. A world grown cold in its age. Empty with passing years. We must escape to a young, fertile world. This world.
But you're only heads. Heads without bodies.
Oh, Russ, I'm so afraid.
No, please. I must hear him speak. This that is happening to us is a miracle of all times. Tell me, you there, are you only heads in that world you speak of?
Heads. You see what I will you to see.
But what are you?
A mind and a will beyond your feeble understanding, as far above you as you are above the apes that still must crawl in your jungle.
But how can it be that you speak as I speak and understand what I say?
Your prattling wearies me, but I tell you this. All that you say, I know. The most profound thought any of you earth things have ever thought is to me as the babbling of children. But now I am hungry. You understand that, little thing?
Hungry?
Hungry?
Hungry with a hunger that has driven me over space without ending. Hunger that has brought me here.
But what do you eat?
You will know.
What do you mean?
What food could there be here to fill the hunger of such as I? Hunger that would make me entomb myself in metal, flung into space in the hope that chance would bring me through the fire of that air of yours. What food, earth thing?
I don't know. Tell me.
Come closer, earth thing.
Oh, no.
And why, oh no, earth thing.
You don't... Human?
Human. You think you crawling worms are human to us.
But if you're men...
But we are not men. You are the cattle, and we are the keepers.
Oh.
You raise the cattle for life, and we for centuries have raised such as you on our world for life. But now, as I told you, our world has grown too old and too cold. The herds of you die, and we grow hungry. That is why I am here. We need new cattle. Here there are so many of you. Earth woman.
Russell, it spoke to me.
We've got to get out of here.
Earth woman.
No. Stop it. Don't look at me. Stop it.
Come closer.
Don't listen to him, Diane.
Closer.
No. Don't move, Diane. Stay where you are. Stay right there.
You hear only me, Earth woman.
Only you.
No, Diane. No. Don't say that. Don't look at that monster, Diane.
Closer, Diane.
Yes.
No.
Closer.
No, Diane. Stand still. Don't move toward it. Don't.
Closer,
No.
Diane.
Closer.
Monster. Not Diane. Diane, I beg of you, don't go closer to it.
Closer.
No.
Closer.
I'll kill you. If I could only get to you.
Soon you will move to me as she is. Closer.
Diane.
Closer.
If I could move.
Closer.
Diane.
Closer.
I've got to find the way.
Closer.
The strength to stop him.
Diane, you're almost...
Closer.
That bottle. Nitric acid. The bottle.
Closer.
Got it. Yes. Yes, close to you, monster. Take this. A pool of flesh. Flesh. That's all. Diane, wake up. Open your eyes. I've killed the thing. I killed it.
Oh.
Diane, it's all right.
Russell.
I've killed it.
Oh.
Diane, look. Outside it's still dark. Yes, the sky's still streaked with the rush of meteorites. And that thing said more of the monsters of his breed are trying to reach this earth. To feel that devil's hunger in them. Another meteorite is just fell. And in it, perhaps... Oh, Diane. Diane. Is that truly to be in for mankind?
This is Mr. O.R. Jobler. Remember when we started this play, I asked you to listen to it historically, in relation to other stories that you may have heard over the years about little green men arriving in flying saucers? So you see, 30 years ago, some of us were already very concerned about what might happen if, through sheer accident, an entity with attitudes and philosophies unlike our own should suddenly stumble across this very tasty, juicy morsel of the earth. Which brings us to the obvious question, do I believe in flying saucers? Well, frankly, I don't believe in that sort of supposedly super intelligent visitors who would communicate only with one of our desert rat type of intelligences and completely ignore going to our men of science or our men of politics with their story. But I do believe in the laws of probability. I do believe that if we don't blow up our world with fission and fusion, eventually, mind you, I say eventually, some roving starship from another galaxy wandering through space might chance upon our Earth, land on it, and if they don't eat us up or exterminate us as a very undesirable tribe, might actually take pity on us and teach us, as if we were very small children, how to really live in peace and wonder on our revolving bit of dust. Now, that's much too serious, so let's talk about $3,000 after a short word.
When searching for the thoughtful gift for Mother's Day, the beautiful gift for someone you love, remember the name Neil Diamonds, 161 Canal Street, downtown Manhattan. At Neil Diamonds, you'll find a broad selection of truly fine jewelry, pins, charms, bracelets, pendants, and a full line of nationally advertised name-brand watches, all at low Canal Street wholesale prices. Mother's Day specials include a sculptured ivory elephant neckpiece ornamented with precious stones and set in 14-karat gold. Also see the ram's head medallion studded with emerald eyes and diamonds, plus a superb selection of rings and jewelry in 18-karat gold, platinum, and other precious metals from conservative to mod styles, fashioned by Neil craftsmen. Why pay more when Fifth Avenue quality is yours at Canal Street prices? To accommodate Mother's Day shoppers, Neil Diamonds will be open both Saturday and Sunday for your convenience. Easy to reach at the foot of the Manhattan Bridge. Neil Diamonds, 161 Canal Street in Manhattan. Phone Walker 51375.
This is Arch Obler once again. What would you do for $3,000? Oh, now, please, you're embarrassing me. I mean that question. $3,000, simoleons, or call them what you will. What would you do for them? Now, that's the theme of our story next time. $3,000. It is later than you think.
Living fiction. Northwestern University, in cooperation with the National Broadcasting Company, brings you a radio dramatization of another timeless story, The Canterville Ghost by Oscar Wilde, another in a series of living fiction. As the story goes, several years ago, a certain Mr. Hiram B. Otis of the United States Foreign Embassy purchased Canterville Chase, a gloomy, forsaken old English castle. Everyone told him that he was doing a very foolish thing, for there was no doubt the house was haunted. Even Lord Canterville himself, whose family had owned Canterville Chase for hundreds upon hundreds of years, felt it his duty to mention the ghost to Mr. Otis when they met to discuss terms.
And I feel it my duty to warn you, Otis. We've not cared to live in this place ourselves since my grand aunt, the Dowager Duchess of Bolton, was frightened into a fit by two skeleton hands being placed on her shoulders.
I appreciate your telling me, Lord Canterville.
And I feel bound to tell you, Otis, that the ghost has been seen by several living members of my family, as well as by the rector. None of our younger servants would stay with us, and Lady Canterville never got any sleep at night. All because of the mysterious noises that came from the corridor and the library.
Don't let a little thing like a ghost bother you, my lord. I'll take the furniture and the ghost at evaluation. You see, I come from a modern country where we have everything that money will buy, and I suppose if there were such a thing as a ghost, we'd have it too.
But, Mr. Otis, I fear the ghost does exist. It's been well known since 1584, in fact. And it always makes an appearance before the death of any member of our family.
Well, so does the family doctor, for that matter. No, Lord Canterville, there's no such thing as a ghost. But I might add my family and I would be interested in finding one.
You are certainly very natural in America. And if you don't mind a ghost in the house, it's all right with me. Only you must remember, I warned you.
So this is Canterville Chase. Gee, look at those big towers and twisted trees all around the house. I'll bet they've been here for 1,000 years.
Hey, Dad, did you see all those rabbits near the house where you parked the car? Gosh, Johnny, we'll sure be able to shoot lots of them with our BB gun.
Now, twins, we'll have no shooting around here. You did enough of that back home. Oh, my, it's so quiet and secluded. You know, I think I'm going to get some rest after all.
I knew you'd like it, dear. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bought it.
But it does look awfully dark and mysterious.
Oh, that's just because those big clouds are covering up the sun. It does look as though it might rain soon, though. Well, here we are at the door.
Oh, I'm so excited. You know, it looks just like the old castles we used to read about in school.
It does look sort of romantic, doesn't it?
Might as well go in now. It should start to rain any minute.
Oh, look. There's even a crest on the door.
And the door knocker, Virginia. That's more important. Lord Canterville said there's to be a housekeeper here. Well, we'll soon find out.
Very quiet, isn't it?
Yes?
How do you do? I'm Mr. Otis from America.
Oh, yes. I bid you welcome to Canterville Chase. Will you come in?
By all means. It certainly looks as though we're in for some bad weather.
I'm Mrs. Omni, the housekeeper.
I've heard about you, Mrs. Omni. This is my wife, Mrs. Otis.
It's nice to meet you, Mrs. Omni.
And this is my daughter, Virginia.
Hello.
And these are the twins, Jimmy and Johnny.
Hi. Would you like to see our BB gun?
No, twins. Well, now that we all know each other, let's take a look at this place.
Through this door is the library.
Well, this is nice.
Gosh, it's all paneled in black oak.
Certainly looks awfully old.
How can we have any fun in a house like this?
With those big banisters, are you kidding?
I've laid some tea for you, ma'am.
Why, thank you. My children, isn't that a beautiful fireplace?
Oh, yes, it is.
Look there, dear. Isn't that a spot on the floor?
Where?
Right here. Yes. Well, we'll have to clean that off. I'm afraid something's been spilled.
Yes, ma'am. Blood has been spilt on that spot.
How horrid. I don't care at all for bloodstains in a sitting room. It'll have to be removed at once.
It's the blood of Lady Eleanor de Canterville, who was murdered on that very spot by her husband, Sir Simon de Canterville, in 1575.
So?
9 years later, Sir Simon suddenly disappeared, and his body has never been discovered. But his guilty spirit still haunts the chase.
Well, it must be removed.
And the blood has been much admired by tourists and others, and cannot be removed.
Can't be removed?
Why, that's all nonsense. Johnny!
Yeah?
Go look in my brown bag and you'll find the bottle of Pinkerton's Champion Stain Remover. Pinkerton's will clean up anything in no time.
But, sir, it's tradition. We really couldn't remove the blood stain.
Nonsense. It's near the top, Johnny.
We found it. Here it is, Dad.
Here's an old handkerchief to pour it on with.
Now, we'll just give it a rub. There. Nothing to it. I knew Pinkerton's would do it.
Oh! Wait, dear, Mrs. Omni's fainted.
The thunder must have scared her.
Here, Mother, I'll rub her wrist.
What terrible weather. I guess there's so many people here, they don't have enough decent weather to go around.
Hiram, what can we do with a woman who faints?
Charge it to her like breakage. She won't faint after that. How is she, Virginia?
Oh, there. She's coming, too. You'll be all right now.
Oh, thank you, my dear.
You sure scared us. Hey, do you do that very much?
I don't like it. You shouldn't have removed the spot. There'll be trouble. I've seen things with me own eyes that would make a person's hair stand on end. I don't like it. There'll be trouble. You don't know the ghost.
There. Just as red as it always was. Those Americans have no respect for tradition. For 400 years this spot has been here, and these infidel Americans have the audacity to remove it. Oh, how they shall taste the vengeance of the Canterville ghost. How they shall be made to writhe in terror. I shall waste no time. Now, how shall I disguise myself? Shall I appear as Red Reuben, the strangled babe? What success I had with that disguise. Or I could go as Gaunt Gibbon, the vampire of Bexley Moor. Oh, I could wait until morning, when they're at the breakfast table, and play a game of ninepins with my own bones upon the living room floor. That alone to return 3 Cantervilles into blubbering idiots. Ah, those were the days. All my great achievements. I have it! Tonight I think I will wear my chain. And I shall glow with a faint phosphorescence. Just enough green light for them to see me. There, that's it. Where's my mirror? This is the disguise with which I frightened the butler insane last year. And all he saw was a faint green hand at the window, and he heard only a few light clanks. First, I'll go to the master bedroom, then to Virginia's room, and then to the twins' room, little brats. With These burning eyes, green bodies, soiled clothes, and these heavy manacles. I'll haunt their souls through eternity. Now, up the stairs, down the hall, and through the bedroom door. Ghosts never worry about doors. They just slip through them like mist. Now...
Who's making that noise? That you, twins? Oh, so you're the Canterville ghost. Noisy chains you have there, aren't they? You know, we can't possibly sleep with you clanking around in those things. Here, wait a second. I have some Tammany Rising Sun lubricator in my closet. That should do the trick, by golly. Those chains sure look as though they need oil.
What's the matter, Dad? We heard a funny noise.
Ooh.
Hey, there's a ghost. Hey, hold him, Jimmy. I got my BB gun. It's right here in the hall. Hey, that's not fair. I saw him first. Now, here I come. Quick, Johnny, crawl behind this door. I see him. Take this, Mr. Ghost. Oh! You pernicious veteran! Look at him run, will you? He's going down the hall. Hey, I'll get the pillow off Dad's bed.
All right, boys, let the poor ghost alone now and get back to bed.
There he is, Johnny. Throw the pillow, quick. Okay, here I go. Wow, you got him right on his head. Hey, Dad, look what he's doing now.
Well, can you imagine that? He's turned into a big dog. Isn't that ingenious? I suppose the poor thing must not feel well.
Hold still, Johnny. Let me side over your shoulder. Ah, you missed him.
Well, he disappeared through the wall anyway. Okay, boys, back to bed. We've got to get up early tomorrow to see the estate, you know.
All right, Dad. Good night. Night, Dad.
Good night, boys. Settle down now.
The nerve of some people. Oh, the humility of it all. Oh, and such ignominy, offering me lubricating oil, shooting little guns at me, hitting my head with a pillow. Oh, and to think that very same stunt of mine turned Lord Raker's wig gray in a single night. Oh, but things shall be different. I will appear before them in my remarkable impersonation of Martin the Maniac, or perhaps Dum Daniel the Suicide Skeleton, or Rupert the Corpse Snatcher of Chertsey Barn. Oh, how they shall rue their deeds, the infidels.
Toast, please, Mother? Certainly, dear. Hiram, have you noticed how the rain left the grass and trees so nice and clean?
Yes, it was quite a storm, all right. Too bad you missed seeing the ghost last night, Virginia.
Oh, I'm so far away from everyone at the other end of the hall. I guess I slept through all the excitement.
I wasn't there last night either, but I must say that considering the length of time he's been here, I don't think it's at all polite to throw pillows at him.
On the other hand, if he insists on refusing to use the oil I offered him, well, we'll just have to take his chains away from him. Otherwise, it's going to be impossible to sleep with such a racket going on in the hallway.
Hiram, did you notice that blood stain? It's back on the library floor again.
It is?
Yes.
Well, there's another thing we shall have to warn the ghost about. No unsightly stains on the floor, and he might just as well realize that we are firm on that principle right now.
Enough of this nonsense. It's time I showed them just who is master of this house. Now, what shall we select from the wardrobe for this occasion? Well, my slouched hat with a red feather can't be left out. It will add a homey touch to my costume. Oh, a nice winding sheet, frilled at the wrists and necks. And, oh yes, I mustn't forget my rusty dagger. Now, let them dare to scoff at me. Me, the Canterville ghost. Now, down through the wainscoting. And up the stairs. Let's see now. First, I shall go to Virginia's room, and I shall stand at the foot of her bed and gibber. Then I will stab myself in the throat 3 times to the sound of low music. Then to the master bedroom where... what shall I do? Oh, yes. I will place a nice, cold, clammy hand on Mrs. Otis's forehead while I whisper into the ear of her trembling husband the awful secrets of Canterville Chase. I might grabble at the counterpane with palsy-twitching fingers a few times, too. And as for those twins, oh, what a lesson I'll teach them. First, I'll sit on their chests and stifle them. Then I'll stand between them in the form of an icy green freezing corpse till they become paralyzed with fear. And finally, as my pièce de résistance, I'll divest myself of my sheet and crawl around the room with white bleached bones and one rolling eyeball. That alone made Lady Barbara Modish die a raving maniac. Now, down the hall. It's almost time. They should be sleeping peacefully. All I have to do is drift around the corner, and then I can... Another ghost!
And I have come to haunt you, Canterville
No,
ghost.
those fiery eyes, that horrible loose mouth. Oh, it can't be, it can't be. Not another ghost, not another one.
Did you see him run? Guys, that was funny. Did you see his long sheet streaming out behind him? Yeah, and the way he ran through that wall and the look on his face. Come on, let's follow him. Through a wall? Don't be silly. Hey, where'd you ever learn to yell like a ghost? The same place you learned to write like a ghost. Gosh, the expression on his face when he read that.
What are you boys doing up so late? And what are you doing with that sheet? And Father's flashlight?
You tell her, Johnny. Well, we wanted to scare the ghost, Virginia, so we rigged up the sheet over these boards and cut holes in the top and pasted red paper over the holes.
Holes in the sheet? Oh, just wait till Mother sees that. And what's this sign? Ye Otis Ghost, ye only true and original spook. Beware of ye imitations. All others are counterfeit. Did you twins write this?
Sure. We pinned that sign on our ghost. Boy, you should have seen him run. But it was for a good cause, Virginia. I bet we scared him away for good.
Oh, why don't you boys leave that poor old ghost alone?
You should have seen him running down the hall as fast as he could. And he went right through a wall.
Oh, well. You run along to bed right now, and don't worry that poor ghost anymore. And you'd better take these things with you, where Father won't see them as soon as he gets up.
Okay, Virginia. Good night.
Gee, I sort of pity that old fellow. It's almost as though he were human, just like any of us.
Good morning, dear. What are you doing on your hands and knees?
Oh, it's this floor. It's still just like it was when we came here. That Canterville ghost seems to be very fond of this blood spot.
Well, he's not only a noisy ghost, but a persistent
Well,
one.
I certainly wish he'd be more considerate. Cleaning spots off floors isn't the world's most pleasant task.
I thought you scrubbed that spot off yesterday.
Oh, I did. But Mr. Ghost felt differently about it last night.
Gee, that's the 5th straight time. Hey, and look. Yesterday the spot was kind of dull red. Today it's yellow. Wonder why that is. Gee, that's funny.
Well. Business as usual, I see. Still at it, eh, dear?
Yes, Hiram, and I'm getting very tired of it. Very tired.
I notice this time the spot's green.
And we're practically out of Pinkerton's spot remover, too. Oh, Virginia, would you get me a rag, please?
Oh, Mother, why don't you leave it alone? That spot won't hurt anything.
Why, what's the matter, Virginia?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll get a rag for you.
Oh, I wonder when he'll tire of painting that spot back on. First bright red, then dull red, next yellow and blue, and now green. Oh, I wish he'd at least make up his mind.
Well, I think it's about time for Hiram Otis to take leave of his happy family.
What time is it, Mother?
It's 11 already, dear.
And I, for one, am going to bed. You coming, Mrs. Otis?
Yes, I guess so. I certainly hope that ghost remains quiet tonight. I'd like to get some sleep.
The way those twins scared him that first night, and have been treating him ever since, I wouldn't be surprised if we never see him again. You coming to bed now, Virginia?
No. I think I'll sit here and read a while. And I do think you should all be ashamed of yourselves, the way you've been treating that poor ghost.
Oh, Virginia. Come to bed soon, dear.
I will. Good night.
Good night, Virginia.
Good night, dear. Don't read too late.
Oh. I wish I could talk to the ghost. I bet he's not as bad as everyone says he is. He can probably love and hate just like any other person.
That's right. I can love and hate and be afraid, too.
Who's that?
It's just me, the Canterville ghost.
Oh, I don't see you around anywhere. Why don't you show yourself? I'd like to talk with you.
I wish I could talk to somebody who understood how my life really is.
Oh, I'll understand. Really, I will.
Oh, what can a mortal know of the spirit world? Oh, I'm so tired and weak, and my nerves are completely shattered, and I start at the slightest noise.
Oh, why don't you sit down? You could probably use a little rest. This couch is very comfortable.
If it will please you. Although I feel more at home in my nice cold lead coffin.
Won't you please make yourself visible to me? You know, I never have seen you. In fact, I'm the only one around here who hasn't.
If it will please you.
Oh, there you are. A little misty, but much more solid than air.
Are you sure the twins are in bed?
Oh, yes, quite sure.
They are little ruffians.
Oh, no, they're not really bad. Just like all other American boys.
But they've made life so difficult for me. They stretched strings across the hall to trip me. And yesterday they greased the back stairs with butter, and I fell from top to bottom and bruised my shins. It's not as though I didn't have to wander around the house, because I really do have my duties to perform.
Oh, I didn't know that.
It is my solemn duty to appear in the corridor once a week, and to gibber from the large window on the first and third Wednesday of every month. And I don't see how I can honorably escape from my obligations.
Oh, you poor ghost.
But I've given up all hope of ever frightening this rude American family. You don't know what terrible lengths I've been forced to in order to escape those fiendish twins. I met them Thursday in the kitchen and was forced to make my way into the stove and up through the flues into my room. Fortunately, the stove wasn't lit.
Oh, well, that can't go on. Tell me, why must you always be a ghost? Can't you just die like other people? You know, Mrs. Umney, the housekeeper, told us you murdered your wife.
Well, I quite admit it. But it was purely a family matter.
Oh, but it's wrong to kill anyone.
Virginia, you didn't know my wife. She was so plain, and she was always nagging, and never had my ruffs properly starched. And she knew absolutely nothing about cookery. Why, there was a buck I killed in Hogley Hollow, a magnificent creature. And you know how she had it sent to the table? Well, that's all over now. The only thing that matters is that I killed her.
Oh, how terrible.
Well, then there's no more terrible than your rude, vulgar, dishonest family.
You stop that. It's you who are rude and vulgar and horrid. And as for dishonesty, you know who stole the paints out of my box and painted that ridiculous blood stain right here on the library floor. First you took all my reds, and then the yellow, and then the blue. But even when I saw the emerald green, I never told on you. Now, who ever heard of green blood?
Well, what was I to do? It's very hard to get real blood nowadays. And as for that, the Cantervilles had blue blood, the bluest in all of England. Well, still, that doesn't help me now. I want to go to sleep, but I can't.
Oh, that's silly. All you have to do is go to bed and blow out the candle.
I haven't slept for 400 years, and I'm tired. You know, there is something restful about you. I've begun to feel rested already.
I told you it was easy.
Virginia, has anyone ever told you you were beautiful?
Why, no, I'm not.
But it's true. It's very true. You're one of the most beautiful mortals I've ever seen.
Oh, you flatter me, Mr. Ghost. But I really shouldn't stay here any longer. It's way past my bedtime. And I would have been asleep long ago if you hadn't come along.
But I had to do something. It's not my fault. It's your brothers who make me so nervous. If they had let me quietly murder them, things would have gone on as they have for the past 400 years. Now, is that too much to ask of them?
Kill my brothers? Oh, how awful. You get out of here right away. The idea of saying that about my brothers.
Please don't send me away, Virginia. I love you. Really, I do. Oh, you don't want to send me away, do you? You do love me, don't you?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. But I don't love you. And I certainly wouldn't consider an old ghost who wants to murder my brother.
I know it's true. Very true. But if you say that again, you'll break my heart.
I'm very sorry. Maybe we can continue our conversation some other time. But I must go to bed now. So, good night, Mr. Ghost. I do hope you sleep well tonight.
Wait, Virginia. Wait, Virginia. Oh, mournful world. Now I'm all alone again. All alone. How I wish I were really dead. Death must be so beautiful. To lie in the soft brown earth with the grasses waving above one's head and listen to silence. To have no yesterday and no tomorrow. To forget time, to forget life. Be at peace. How long must I go on like this? Sometimes I envy my wife, Lady Eleanor. All those years, she's had no worries, no anguish, and no heartbreak and loneliness. No two little brats to bother her. Lady Eleanor, I do envy you. If only I could be where you are. But what's the use? Still, when I think of what she did to my Ruffs and her horrible
Was
cookery...
she really that bad, my lord?
And the way she used to nag... Goodness, what was that?
Who do you think, my lord?
Not another Otis ghost to scare me?
Yes, a ghost, Lord Canterville, but this time a real one. Look closely.
Yes, now I can see her. Upon my soul.
Right, Simon. Lady Eleanor, your wife.
Zounds.
Remember me, your sweet little
But I
wife.
thought you were...
Where I couldn't keep an eye on you, my lord.
Well, I was... It's nice to see you again, dear.
Don't you dare me, you hound. You're just like you always were. I've waited 400 years to get something on you, and now I've got it.
My dear, I don't quite understand.
Oh, don't look so innocent. I heard you propose to that young girl. You ought to be ashamed.
But Lady Eleanor, I naturally assumed after all these years,
I know exactly what you've assumed, you cradle robber,
My
you.
dear, you wrong me, I assure you. I had only the very best of intentions.
I know all about your intentions, Simon. And enough of this procrastinating. I heard you tell that young girl you loved
Your
her.
ears deceive you, Lady Eleanor.
I've left you alone all these years, Lord Canterville. But now I think it's about time I look after you.
Nonsense, my dear. There's no need for that. Now, I've been getting along perfectly splendid.
Yes, I can see that. No, Simon, I'm not leaving. I feel you need your wife.
Nice of you to consider my feelings, but I really don't think there's any need
No,
for you
Lord Canterville, my mind's made up. And to start with, I'd like to have a little discussion with you.
Now, stay back, dear, stay back. Let go of
When
my
I
rock.
finish talking to you, Simon, you won't need any
But Lady
rock.
Eleanor, please, put your shoe back.
I'll put it back all right on the back of your head.
Hey, Mom, come here, quick. Look what we found in the library, Dad. Guess what we found? You've never seen this before.
What in the world is all this commotion about?
Now, quiet down, children. What's happened?
Over here by the fireplace.
I don't see anything.
Right here on the floor.
Oh, my goodness. Hiram, do you see what I see?
Where?
Right by your foot, Dad. 2 spots of blood.
The Canterville Ghost by Oscar Wilde is another in the series of living fiction presented each week by Northwestern University in cooperation with the National Broadcasting Company. The Canterville Ghost, adapted for radio by David Eckberg and Edward Abramson. The cast and directors were students of Northwestern University. Mr. Otis was played by Don Niff, Virginia by Pat Horner, the Ghost by Richard Swift. Others in today's cast included Faith Kellogg, Bert Weil, Norma Leonza, Nancy Shields, Christine Gehring, John Bowditch, the assistant director Barbara Clark, the director Joseph Gillis. This is Don Anderson speaking. This is the NBC Radio Network.
2 pairs of footsteps echoed down the dark alley. They stopped, waited for Jack the Ripper to strike. But this is not London in 1888. No, this is Chicago in 1945. Yet Jack the Ripper is loose again to knife, to butcher his victims without trace. Hello, creeps. This is Peter Lorre, opening the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. If you recall, some 60 years ago, London was terrorized by a one-man crime wave, by a murderer who was never captured and never seen. And tonight, we follow the investigations of Sir Guy Hollis, who firmly believes that Jack the Ripper is still alive, that it is he who is the fiend that once again slashes and kills. There is the element of the supernatural in this story that will amaze you, for it seems that the spirit world has given the black heart of Jack the Ripper the power of everlasting life.
Time, the present. Our scene is the reception room of a well-known Chicago psychiatrist, Dr. John Carmody. Miss Canister, the doctor's assistant, is chatting with a tall, distinguished man who is apparently waiting to consult Dr. Carmody.
But surely, Sir Guy, you can't believe a theory that seems so, well, astrological.
I'm afraid I do, Miss Canister. You'll grant, Miss Canister, that we still know very little about the life energy of the sun, about those forces which keep the planets in their spheres and keep a star from spinning astray and crashing into the Wrigley building.
Hello there.
Oh, Dr. Carmody.
I'll be with you in a moment, Mr. Hollis. Miss Canister, will you step into my office, please?
Take your time, Doctor.
Anything to gain your patient's respect.
Well, what have I done now?
It's Sir Guy Hollis.
Oh.
He's a lord or a knight, or anyway, not a commoner. Attached to the British consulate here.
Did you find out anything else about him?
Nothing about his medical condition. He's right out of an English movie. Only thing that's missing is a monocle. Oh, yes, and he's a bug about astrology.
Send him in.
Mm-hmm. Doctor, we'll see you now, sir.
Thank you. It's been a somewhat busy day, Sir Guy. Sorry you had to wait so long.
An apology a doctor need never make, sir. Most attractive office, Doctor.
That's also my home.
Oh, that explains the piano, then, and the painting.
Perhaps.
Aye. What do you think of London, Doctor?
London? Why?
Have you ever noticed anything strange about it?
Well, the fog is famous, although here in Chicago we sometimes have one to match it.
Yes, the fog. That's important. You see, it always provides the perfect setting.
For what?
For murder.
Tell me, Sir Guy, what is a Londoner doing in Chicago discussing murder with a psychiatrist?
Have you ever heard of Jack the Ripper, Doctor?
The murderer?
The greatest monster of them all. Worse than Spring Hill Jack or Crippen, even. Red Jack. Red Jack the Ripper.
Yes, I've heard of him.
Do you know his history, Doctor?
See here, Sir Guy, doctors are pretty much in demand these days. I assumed you were a patient, wanted my help as a psychiatrist. If you just wanted to swap old wives' tales about famous crimes, perhaps we might arrange dinner
This
some night.
is no old wives' tale, Doctor. This is a matter of life and death.
Sorry. What is?
Well, listen. London, 1888. Out of nowhere, a shadowy figure with a knife, haunting the squalid dives of Whitechapel and Spitalfields. 6 times that knife descended into the throats and bodies of London's women. 39 stab wounds, the paper said the first time. August 31st, another victim. On September 8th, watchmen making their rounds in the gray dawn stumbled across the third hacked and horrid thing.
Well, I understand he used his knife rather well.
He was an expert, Doctor. And where had he learned? At the operating table? The butcher's block? Some said on the police force. On November 9th, a 6th victim was found on the floor of her room.
Panic in the grandstand?
Yes, but needless panic. Months passed, a year. They said Jack had escaped to America. They said he committed suicide. They've been saying things ever since.
You tell the story very well, but I'm afraid that's all the time I can give you today, Sir Guy.
I haven't finished.
I'm anxious to hear the rest of your story.
Dr.
but
Carmody, I am on the trail of Jack the Ripper. I've tracked him here to Chicago.
You've tracked... See here, Sir Guy. Oh, what was the date of those London murders?
1888.
Well, look, if Jack the Ripper were even born that year, he'd be 56 today. I'd say Red Jack would be good and dead about now.
Would he? Or should I say, would she? Because the Ripper may have been a woman, you know. Do you think I'm insane, Doctor?
No.
Well, then you might listen to my reason for thinking the Ripper is still alive. I have been studying these cases for 13 years. Talked to officials, friends of the poor drabs he killed, and then I started studying unsolved murders all over the world. Followed a trail of blood. I could show you clippings from San Francisco, Shanghai, Berlin, Cairo, Milan. 87 such murders. And all had the trademark of the Ripper. You remember the New Orleans torso slayings last summer?
Well, vaguely. A colleague of mine attended the hearing.
Then surely you remember two recent ones here in Chicago. One out on South Durban in September, and then a few weeks ago there was another very much like it up on Posted.
Yeah?
Well, Doctor?
You're the criminologist. But figure it out, Sir Guy. If Red Jack were, say, 30 in 1888, he'd be 86 today. And no man of 86 could have butchered up that Halstead corpse.
Suppose he didn't get any older. Suppose Red Jack knew how to stay young.
But people do grow old, Sir Guy. Murderers, too. Whether they're women or butchers or scientists, they grow old.
What about sorcerers?
Who?
Necromancers, wizards, practices of black magic. Now, see here, Doctor, I have studied the dates of those 87 murders, and they have an astrological significance. Suppose Red Jack didn't murder for murder's sake alone. Suppose he wanted to make a sacrifice.
What kind of a sacrifice, Sir Guy?
It has been said that if you offer blood to the dark gods when the moon and the stars are right, they grant boons. Boons of eternal youth.
I don't understand, Sir Guy. I'm not an authority on witchcraft, nor even an amateur criminologist. Why have you come to me?
Because Jack the Ripper is here in Chicago, and through you, I am going to capture him.
Morning, Doctor.
Morning, Canister.
Well, how did his lordship turn out last night? He's the most exciting patient we've had in months.
He's not a patient, Canister, at least not yet.
Shouldn't he be?
No, I can't tell. He talks so convincingly. Maybe there is a shred of reality in his story. It's real enough to him, Lord knows.
Oh, excuse me, Doctor. Dr. Carmody's office?
May I speak with Dr. Carmody, please? It's most urgent.
One moment. His lordship again.
Oh, hello?
It's Guy Hollis, Doctor.
Oh. Any new clues turn up overnight?
You're willing to go through with it?
Oh, just this minute sent my nurse out for a magnifying glass and a pair of
I don't
handcuffs.
think that'll be necessary, Doctor.
Now, look here, Sir Guy. How can I possibly help you?
I have good reason to believe the Ripper is among your acquaintances.
What good reason?
I'll tell you when I see you. I understand Lester Benton, a friend of yours who writes a column for the Sun Herald, has invited you to a party tonight.
Yes, that's right. How did you know that?
I hope that you'll take me with you.
Take you with me?
I told you that I have plotted the astrological chart. The Ripper must make a sacrifice before this night passes.
Oh. Okay. How about supper first?
Splendid.
Pick me up at about 7:30.
Thanks awfully, Doctor.
Right. Bye.
Are you sure you're doing the right thing?
That's why I wanted him to supper first. If he proves dangerous, I'll manage to sidetrack him somehow. I hope Lester's in.
I know. Hatchet murder on Polk Street.
Oh, no murder yet, Lester, but if you don't become conscious, there may be.
Oh, John.
Yes, that's right. Now, look, old man, is it okay if I bring someone to the party tonight?
Oh, sure, John. Well, like her?
It's a guy from the British consulate.
Well, all the better. Manpower shortage and all that.
Now, listen, Les. He's kind of a strange duck. I'm not sure yet whether his head is on right.
That's okay. Plenty of company. See you tonight.
Right. Cannister, all that remains now is for Sir Guy and I to attend the party tonight and capture the Ripper.
What are you talking about?
Well, Sir Guy says the Ripper will be there tonight.
You're joking.
I am, yes. But Sir Guy isn't. And perhaps he's right. But I still don't know who you're hoping to find at Lester's party tonight, Sir Guy. A few writers, a painter, singer, all fairly normal.
How about so is the Ripper? Perfectly normal. Except on certain nights.
Uh-huh.
Then he becomes an ageless, pathological monster crouching to kill. On evenings like tonight, when the stars are arranged in blazing patterns of death.
But why among my friends?
Because they are the kind of people the Ripper seeks out.
But I warn you, Sir Guy, once these people find out what you're up to, you'd better be prepared for just about anything.
I'll be ready.
Look, what's that you got there? See here, Sir Guy, you can't go around among my friends with a gun in your pocket.
Oh. Then you keep it for me.
Yeah.
But be prepared to use it.
Sure. Well, come on. The party should be in full swing by now. Well, Sir Guy, are you enjoying yourself?
Immensely, John. Your friends are very charming.
Except that one of them is Jack the Ripper, huh?
Perhaps. And if I get the opportunity, I think I'll show you how we can find out.
Soon, I hope. It's 1 o'clock. I should be leaving.
Leaving? Who said leaving? Are you trying to spoil my party, John?
Well, Lester, it is late.
Don't be a killjoy, John. I've hardly met our honored guest.
Oh, dear.
Are you here on a military mission, Sir Guy?
Not exactly.
Well, then if it's not secret, you could...
Oh, not at all, Mr. Benton. I'm on the trail of Jack the Ripper.
Jack... Well, it's rude of us to be so curious.
Sir Guy has an idea that Jack the Ripper is prowling around Chicago, Les, and he's out to find him.
Oh, really?
Sir Guy is serious.
Well, he should be. According to some old files I've read, Red Jack was something of a menace. Had some ripping good times.
Oh, Les, your puns get worse daily.
Oh, they're not
Sir
bad.
Guy is sure that the Ripper is responsible for the South Dearborn murder. And the one up on Halstead a few weeks ago. You've covered them, Les. What's your idea?
Could be. Very neat carving on both of them.
But the victims were men. I thought the Ripper was only interested in women.
Oh, not at all. It's probably occurred to you that the women we know the Ripper sought were fairly vivid symbols. A kind of living comment on the society which he detested.
Oh, yes.
And then just as our laws change and our society changes, so then must his victims change.
Cut out the music.
With each new age, the Ripper discovers a new symbol of protest.
But tell us, Sir Guy, which do you hope to find here? The Ripper or the symbol?
Yes, I'm rather curious about that. The Ripper. All right, boys and girls. We're trapped. Let's face it.
Thank you, Les. I told you he was serious.
I know, John, but what can a considerate host do? I've got it. Laverne, let's have that bread knife there on the sideboard.
Oh, Les.
Thanks. Sir Guy has come a long way on a difficult mission, so let's give him a fair chance. I'll turn out the lights for 1 minute, and Sir Guy can stand here in the middle of the room with the bread knife. Now, if anyone here is the Ripper, they can either make a break for it or take the opportunity to, eradicate the pursuer. That's fair enough, Sir Guy?
Fair enough, Lester.
Laverne, some suitable background music, please. Something Wagnerian, you know. Now, choose your partners for the kill, ladies and gentlemen. Every 60 seconds of darkness for evil to make its cosmic presence known. Unchallenged, unmolested, let the Ripper ride. A minute for death, at the end of which we'll look for the bodies. Ready? All right, silence. Now, turn out the lights. Don't anyone move. Let the affirmative forces return.
Let there be light.
Look there on the floor. It's Sir Guy.
My lord, he's been stabbed.
Here, let's pick up the body
No,
and get it off.
look,
Well, I guess
listen.
nobody had better touch the body.
Look.
What is it? I mean, well, doesn't Hollywood recommend the police in moments like this?
For heaven's sakes, Les.
I swear, Les, I didn't want to bring him, but he insisted. He said he'd plotted the chart. Said he was certain the Ripper would use his knife before the night was out.
I don't suppose we ought to move him, do you?
What?
Well, I'll call the police.
For heaven's sakes, Les.
Now, look, if you have any ideas what we should do, Nadja, now shoot.
Whoever goes to get the police could just as easily make a neat getaway. Lord, Les, if he was right about the Ripper...
But I wasn't, John.
Sir Guy.
Hey, wait a minute. Look at that.
Now, wait, I really don't think that's
really
quite
scared
the kind of a
to
joke
death.
we should have had.
Please, forgive me, Nadja, for frightening you so. When you were all so innocent.
What is it, Guy? What do you mean?
Hold it, everybody! Are you sure about our innocence, Sir Guy? Oh, yes. You see, if the Ripper were here, he would have betrayed himself when he saw me lying there. Not a very gentle spoof, I'm afraid.
Oh, sure it was. Settled like a ton of bricks. Yeah, come on, let's get a drink. Let's get away. Well, John, shall we leave? It's getting rather late.
Yes, Sir Guy. Oh, you can shut your mouth now, Nadia. The game's over.
For heaven's sake.
I'll get your coats.
Thanks.
Well, goodbye, everyone, and forgive me if I gave you an unnecessary scare. Oh, they've forgotten about it already, Sir Guy.
Good night, Les. Thanks.
Don't mention it, John. Come around again, Sir Guy. I'd like to. Good night, Lester. Good night. I suppose you're thinking that I'm guilty of the same sort of sensational tricks as our friend the Ripper, but I want only to rid the world of a devilish fiend who lives by the blood of others.
As Les said, they've all forgotten it by now.
Well, I guess I was wrong to seek him out at a party. You know, we're far more likely to find him out here in the darkness and the fog, perhaps along a lonely, shadowed street such as this, or perhaps in a neglected dead end, like this one here.
Not so, Guy.
Please, do me one more favor. It's only a hunch, but let's turn up this alley, see what it has to offer. Remember, the Ripper must make a sacrifice tonight.
Well, as long as I've gone this far.
Thanks, old boy. Yes, this is what the Ripper likes. Small, gaping alleyway. Hardly noticeable to the rest of the city. It'll be in a hidden corner like this where I'll capture him. And I'll turn the bloody swine over to the police. He's a mad beast, John. An ageless monster let loose on the world.
There's nothing up here, Sir Guy.
No, just to the end of the alley, John. And we'll turn back, I promise.
Look, Sir Guy, don't you think this is carrying a hobby a little too far?
A hobby, John? In 1888, one of those nameless drabs the Ripper killed was my mother.
What?
Yes. My father spent his life searching for the Ripper. Caught up with him, too, about 1926 in Hollywood, where he was stabbed in a brawl. The police never learned who it was. But I know it was the Ripper. And I'll live till I find him. I swear I will. Let me have my gun now, John. We've left your friends, and I feel safer with my gun on me.
Now, see here, Sir Guy.
Oh, please, John, now let me carry the gun. Now, let me have it, John. Please.
All right. You insist.
John, it's not a gun, it's a knife.
I know.
John, what are you doing?
Never mind the John. Only Jack.
No.
Hello, Lester. Canister. I didn't get you out of bed, did I? Yes, the police picked John up this morning. The guy? Oh, he's dead, all right. Oh, it's horrible, that. Well, of course he's in a cell. All right, Beth, I'm going in now and talk to John. Insane? Of course he must be. Right, Les, I'll meet you here at the jail. My time's up now, John. I'd better be going.
Just one more thing, Canister. For some reason, I want you to understand. You see, Sir Guy was right. I did have to make an offering before the night was over. I didn't want for it to be him, Canister. But up there in that alley, I realized he was as determined as I. You know, Canister, I still wonder who at that party was astute enough to send the police after me so quickly. Lester, perhaps. The police won't tell me, but I'll find out, Canister. And if it was Lester, he'll know I found out.
But what difference can it make now?
Oh, the police haven't won yet, Canister. The gods won't let me down. They never have. Sir Guy was right about that, too. I am eternal. I have no age, you know. I never shall.
Well, I'll be going.
I'll miss you.
Bye, John.
Bye, Canister.
Lester.
Canister, I've died 10 times over.
Why, Les? He's safe today. The charge, you know.
I still died 10 times over.
He suspects it was you who called the police.
As long as he doesn't suspect you put me wise. Now, will you tell me how you found out about it?
I was emptying the wastebasket after Comedy left last night for the party.
Mm-hmm.
I discovered a lot of astrological plotting in his handwriting. And that Englishman's words. Couldn't forget them. Comedy just told me the gods won't permit him to be executed. He thinks he really is Jack the Ripper. He's insane, Les.
Oh, and I was afraid you'd say that.
Well, what do you mean? Any doctor will tell you he is insane.
I know they will. They'll also tell the jury.
So?
So, the law doesn't execute the insane. It allows them to live.
You mean?
Who knows, Canister? Who knows?
Comfortable thought, isn't it? Dr. Carmody may die for his crimes, but Jack the Ripper will live on. Oh, well, spirits are hard to kill, unless they come in a bottle. Now for our next production, we have something much less exciting. Oh, only 17 shots, a mob of crooks outsmarting each other for a paltry $200,000, 2 murderers, and Simon Templar, better known as the Saint. Follow me to the green room for a preview. Right this way. Come. Come.
You know, Horace, you really should have told me sooner.
Told you what?
That police headquarters have been moved to a Long Island mansion like this. It's quite a shock to a hard-working taxpayer like me.
You better start getting used to shocks, Bub.
Oh, Mr. Nesson, the judge is expecting you. Go on in. I wish you wouldn't keep prodding me with that rough, though, Horace. It tickles.
This way, sir.
Why, cozy little stump, isn't it, Horace?
My name is not Horace. In here, please. Judge Stryker, Mr. Nasson is back, sir.
Ah, yes. Come in. You might as well lock the door, Nasson.
Right, sir.
Sit down, Mr. Templar. So you are the famous gentleman known as the Saint, are you?
Sometimes my friends call me that.
Mr. Templar, we are faced here with a serious matter, a very serious matter.
So it would seem.
So serious, in fact, that I have been obliged to adopt rather extraordinary measures to deal with it.
Like sending around a phony dick to pick me up?
Oh, you knew he was a phony?
My dear fat-headed friend, you didn't really think that Horace over there could successfully impersonate an officer of the law, did you?
Why,
Shall we get down to business?
Very well. You have in your possession a certain diary. containing statements and suggestions which I hardly need say are wholly untrue.
Such as the statement that when you held a fine job in Washington, you dreamed up the high-tor oil swindle and got away with it.
Yes, fabrication from beginning to end.
And that you and your associates now control about 90% of the black market.
It's lies, every one of them.
Naturally. That's why you're so anxious to have them suppressed.
The fact remains that their publication might seriously damage the character and financial standing of certain reputable members of the community.
Especially including you.
It is for that reason and that reason alone that I am prepared to ascertain what value you place on this volume.
What's your offer?
Shall we say $10,000? May I ask you what you find so funny about $10,000?
Oh, nothing under ordinary circumstances. But you must admit that in this case it is a little ridiculous.
And what would you suggest?
$200,000, Judge Stryker.
What did you say?
You heard me. I said $200,000.
You're insane.
Oh, no, I'm not. I'll tell you what I'm going to do, Judge. I'm going to set up a foundation, the Simon Templar Foundation for the Rehabilitation of Wounded War Veterans. It will have a capital of $1 million. Your share will be exactly 1/5. Do I make myself clear?
Why haven't you changed your tune before you ever get out of this house?
Don't try to get your gun, Horace. You see, I always carry a spare, and I'm an excellent shot. In recession, you should have remembered that I always have something up my sleeve. Now, take your gun out, very slowly, by the muzzle. Drop it. Thank you. Now, take it toward me. That's right. And now, if you'll be good enough to unlock the door.
Go on. Open it.
That's a good little boy.
You'll hear from me again, Templar.
Oh, I'm quite certain of it. In fact, I shall expect to have your check by Saturday morning. Good night, Judge.
Yes, they call him the Robin Hood of modern crime. But even a Robin Hood is not immune when powerful interests concern themselves with arranging for the sudden death of the saint. So with these gentle thoughts, this is Peter Loring closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Until next time, good night. Sleep tight. The Armed Forces Radio Service.
I have flown. I have sailed. have moved about this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The creaking door. The manufacturers of State Express 3/5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door. Good evening, friends of the creaking door. The creaking door is opening, so do come in. Oh no, you won't need that. Once you're through the creaking door, you'll realize that everyone who enters here leaves their mind behind. Move in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3/5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders, and the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3/5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3/5s today. With his hands clasped in front of him, the cord from his dressing gown trailing across the highly polished surface of the floor, Oliver Carsons walks in his slippered feet, up and down, with soft, measured tread, his lips moving silently as though in supplication. A voice stabs at his consciousness like a sharp knife.
Not in bed yet, Mr. Carson.
What? It's you. Yes, I'm going.
Well, sleep well. Pleasant dreams.
Yes, thank you.
Good night, then. Sleep well.
Stay awake. That's the only answer. Think of those who love me, want to protect me. Think of Auntie May, for instance. You're here? I told you last night I'd be here. But last night was a dream, a nightmare. You came into my mind. And now? Please, leave me alone. 3 nights you've been standing there grinning at me with ashen white face, those large eyes, hot coals of fire, as though you were going to burn right through to my very soul. You must pay for your crime. It wasn't a crime. It isn't true what you keep telling me. No. Let me remind you.
Oliver, it's getting later. I must go back.
Sally,
Oliver, please, Oliver, behave yourself.
You know how I feel about you, Sally.
Stop it. Oliver!
Come back. Come back, Sally. I'm not going to hurt you. I love you.
Hurting me. Oh, let me go. Please let me go.
I worship you. You know that. Sally.
Please, Oliver. We were such good friends. Don't spoil everything.
You and I are the only 2 beings left in this world, made for each other.
No.
Yes.
No.
killed her. What are you going to do? Look at these hands. Huh? Give me your wrists. They're as cold as death. No. No. Auntie May! Auntie May!
Oliver, my poor boy. What is it?
He's...
Oh, you're not having one of your nightmares again, are you, Oliver?
He was going to kill me.
Oh, my poor boy. You're imagining these things.
He was here, I tell you. You must believe me.
Dear Oliver, my dear boy, what am I going to do with you? There's no one here. My room's next door. I rushed as soon as I heard you shout. No one left by your bedroom door. The window's bolted and barred. You must have been dreaming.
But Auntie May, you saw for yourself. I haven't been to sleep.
This man, you say, that visits you in the middle of the night. What does he look like?
He's tall, with a long, thin face. His skin's drawn tight. His face is almost like a skull. His eyes are like two pieces of black coal set against a yellow flame. When he points his finger at you, it's as though a piece of white steel...
Oh, really, Oliver, white steel indeed. Now you try and get some sleep.
Please don't leave me. Please, Auntie May.
I promise not to leave you until you're fast asleep.
But supposing he...
Now do what your Auntie May says.
Yes, you're the only one that can help me.
Now, that's right. Now just relax. Relax. Relax.
You're so good to me. I don't know what I'd do without you. You don't think it's true what he said? I didn't kill Sally.
Hush. You sleep. Of course you didn't. Very idea. She's gone away.
Hello, Oliver.
Sally. Sally, you're here.
Why, whatever's the matter?
Well, where have you been? They told me you'd gone away. I thought... Oh, Sally, why did you go away without saying goodbye?
I was only going for a week. Besides, you were very naughty that day on the cliff.
When you ran away from me, I didn't know where to find you. Oh, Sally, it's good to see you. He said that I... Wait, he thought you were dead.
Dead? Oliver, what on earth are you talking about?
This man, he came here. Oh, I've been so worried.
Oh, Oliver, darling, that's why you're looking so hollow-eyed and so pale and drawn.
Oh, yes, because I thought I'd lost you forever.
Somehow, I felt that you were calling to me, that you needed me.
I do, Sally. You'll never know what this visit means to me.
It won't be the last. I know I acted a little foolishly running away from you, but we'd only known each other just over a week.
Just one little kiss, that's all I wanted.
Here. Better?
Better? Oh, Sally, you worked a miracle. I don't know who he was or what he was. Whether it was in my imagination or... Well, who cares? You've banished him forever.
Sleep well, Oliver.
Everything? Huh? What? You lied to me. You said I killed her. Well, she loves me.
How can a corpse love? Where will it draw its warmth? You won't be able to love once you pay your debt.
You've got it all wrong. You're a liar.
Sally's not dead. She's alive. I spoke to her today. She kissed me. She loves me.
Loves you?
Yes, loves me. I don't know why I listened to you in the first place. Who are you? Are you real? Are you flesh and blood? Why do you want to torment me? What have I ever done to you?
Do you want to know whether I'm flesh and blood? Who I am? What I am? You'll know soon enough. And when you do, it will be your last piece of knowledge on Earth. Here. Take my hand.
No.
Go on, clasp it. I thought you said you weren't afraid anymore.
No, I'm not afraid, but your hand, it looks so cold and damp. All right. I'll clasp your hand. Perhaps I'll find you're not real. There. Your hands are cold as death. Yes. Death. Are you dead? Have you come to claim me now? Just when I've learned that Sally loves me?
I'm not death. I'm Death's agent. And this is my last visit.
But why must I die?
Because of what you did to Sally.
But she's alive. She's alive, I tell you. Look, I'll call someone. We'll get Sally over here.
Now, at 3 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, she won't mind. She'll do anything for me. She loves me. She said so.
Where are you going?
I'll call Auntie May.
It's locked. You always lock your door at night, remember?
You came into my room through a locked door.
Through a locked door, through the thick walls, through the shuttered windows. Does it matter?
You'll see. I'll prove to you that Sally's still alive.
Come away from that door.
No, I'm going to prove to you. Let me alone.
This is my last visit. You must be prepared to...
You're strangling me. Auntie May. Auntie May.
It's no good calling for your Auntie May.
Oh, yes, it is. Take your hands away from his throat.
Auntie May. Thank heaven you're here.
There, Oliver. He won't touch you as long as I'm here. Now, you go back into bed. I'll deal with this thing, whatever it is.
You'd better take care.
So would you, frightening this poor man out of his wits. Get back into bed, Oliver. You'll catch your death of cold.
Death of cold.
You'll be laughing on the other side of your face by the time I've done with you. Coming here, disturbing people in the middle of the night. What's your game? What are you really after?
Him. He's forfeited the right to live.
He's my nephew. He's only 28 years of age. A decent, hard-working man. At least he was until you came and tried to destroy him. Why?
I've already told you why. The girl, Sally.
But she's alive. I keep telling you. You know she's alive, don't you, Auntie May?
Of course. I spoke to Sally after she visited you this morning.
You're lying. You're lying to save your nephew. She's dead, I tell you. Dead because of his brutal lust.
How dare you? Oliver, you stay here. I'm going to get the police.
The police? What are the forces of the police against us? Could they go through that locked door, that bolted and barred window?
We'll soon see about that.
No, don't, Auntie. Don't leave me. If you go, he'll...
Oh, well, perhaps you're right. Look out at the window. See that golden glow on the horizon. Soon it will be dawn. And if this thing is really from another world, he will have to go before the sun appears.
What's the good of that? He'll come back again. Had you not come in when you did, I'd have been...
You would have paid the penalty for your sins.
Then we'll all sit here until the dawn.
In world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5 today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders, and the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke.
We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Smooth in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5 today.
Well, poor, frightened Oliver, lying there on his bed, with his Aunt May sitting at his side. And the ghost, is he still there? Or has he gone to find his aunt?
Wake up, Oliver. Wake up. He's gone. Oliver. Oliver, wake up.
What?
Look, the sun is high in the sky. Let's open the window.
No, please don't do that, Auntie May. He's...
Yes, he's gone. Oh, thank goodness you're all right. I'm ashamed to say I dozed off, and when I opened my eyes, he wasn't here anymore. Heavens, I have a lot to do. Why don't you get up and take a walk in the sun?
Yes, I think I will. Now that I know that Sally's all right.
That's a good boy.
But what about...
Don't you worry about him. Now, as soon as you've had your morning tea, go out and get some fresh air.
Yes, I will, Auntie May.
Good, and I'll see you later.
Auntie May, the door's locked. I'll unlock it. Auntie May! Auntie May, where are you? How did you get out? How did you get out of this door?
Mr. Carson, what's going on? Oh, good gracious me, now look at you. Here, let me help you get into bed.
How did you get in here? The door was locked. I thought it was locked.
Oh, dear, into bed you go. That's it. Oh, now look at the state this pillow's in. There. Now, don't you move.
But I was going out in the sun.
Later. You look so pale. I'm going to get Dr. Ratcliffe to look at you. Now, please, Mr. Carson, just stay where you are.
All right.
You know where she's gone, don't you? She's gone to get Dr. Ratcliffe. That's what she says. But you and I know who's coming to see you. And you and I know why.
Go away. Stop torturing me.
Torturing? Torturing you? Don't you deserve to be tortured?
No.
You haven't got your Auntie May with you now, have you?
But they said you wouldn't come here when it's light.
Who says I'm here, as you call it?
Huh?
Can you see me?
What?
Look around you. I'm not anywhere. I'm not anywhere, am I? And yet I am. You know where I am. In your mind. In your mind.
Help me! The hypodermic.
Yes, Doctor. He's very bad.
It's to be expected. Oh, when we start to resist the drug, you know.
Here we are, Doctor.
Oh, thank you. Roll up his sleeve, will you? Yes. That should keep him under for a few hours. I think we've reached the crisis we've been waiting for.
Poor chappie. He looks so lost and helpless.
True. But I think that if our treatment is successful, he's going to have an interesting story to tell. Auntie May? Auntie May? So you're awake, Carson. But you're... Yes, Dr. Ratcliffe. You've been having rather a bad time the last few days. How are you feeling now?
Auntie May, she's...
Carson's, for your own sake, we have to bring you down to reality. Huh? When you first came to the sanatorium, you were under heavy sedation. Then we reduced the amounts because we can never hope to cure any form of mental sickness unless we get at the cause. And you know what the cause of yours is, don't you?
No. No, I'm not sick. I want my Auntie May.
Now, listen to me, Carson. We're either going to put you on the path of recovery in the next few days, or you'll go into a home for the incurably insane. Which is it to be?
She was here. She stopped him from torturing.
Your Auntie May died when you were 6 years old. From that time on, she's been the only image you've ever had of warmth and comfort and security. But all your life, you've been living in a dream world, running away from people, inventing fantasies when you were alone in your own little room. But this last business, it was then that your brain snapped. You've got to get rid of your sense of guilt.
It isn't true. She'll come back. Auntie May...
You were charged with criminally assaulting this girl's Sally.
No,
and throwing her unconscious body from the top of Beacon Hill.
I didn't. She's alive, I tell you. She's alive. She loved me. She loved me. She came to see me.
She couldn't have done, because she's dead. Oh. Did you throw her deliberately, or was it an accident?
It was an accident. I just wanted to tell her I loved her. She slipped.
Well done. She slipped. But she's dead. You were charged with her murder, and you were found not guilty.
Yes, they said I didn't do it, but he tortures me. He put his hands on my wrist. They were ice cold, like death.
Or handcuffs.
Yes.
My compliments to Detective Sergeant Hinchcliffe, nurse. Tell him I'd be grateful if he'd come to the sanatorium. I need his help.
Yes, Doctor.
Carsons, 4 nights ago we gave you EST treatment. You've been having a bad time, but I think we're going to put you right. Now, you were charged and you were found not guilty.
I told the truth in court. He doesn't believe me.
We're going over the evidence of that day, of how you laughed and made love, and she ran out and her foot slipped and... And so it was an accident. And so you don't need any Auntie Mays to protect you. No one is punishing you except yourself.
Keep him away! Keep him away!
Come on in, Sergeant.
Sergeant?
Sergeant Hinchcliffe, you spent many hours interrogating Mr. Carsons.
Yes, I did, sir.
You accused him of killing that girl.
Yes, but it's all over now. The court found him innocent.
You think that I'm innocent?
Of course I do, Mr. Carsons. Now that the court has found you innocent, well, I accept that.
Is he the apparition that's been visiting you?
Yes, but I don't understand.
Sergeant, do you solemnly promise to leave this young man alone from now on?
Of course, but I don't quite understand how...
Come with me, Sergeant. Just stay with Mr. Carsons, please, will you, nurse? Yes, it was good of you to come down.
Poor chap. Is he any better?
I think so. We managed to bring all his fears and fantasies into the open.
When he collapsed in the courtroom after being found not guilty, he kept calling for his Auntie May. I did try to get the address out of him.
That's one of the things that triggered him off. She died when he was a child. He's always been something of a neurotic.
Fancy his brain snapping just like that.
His guilt was too great to bear.
Do you think he really killed her? But the verdict was wrong?
It's not for me to pass judgment. I don't believe that he deliberately threw her from Beacon Head. On the other hand, I don't believe that she was a willing party to his advances. I believe that this miserable, loveless character frightened the girl with his overtures, that she ran away from him, slipped, and plunged to her death. On the other hand, I believe he lied to the court when he said she was a willing party to their lovemaking. And that lie has festered in his mind ever since. And that's what has caused his brain to snap. But I think he'll be all right now.
Keep away from me! Doctor! Help!
All I want is a little love.
Well, Doctor, it seems as though you're wrong.
Judging by that girl's scream, they're going to find Oliver Carson's a much more difficult nut to crack than they thought. Still, when he starts calling for his Auntie May again, and they give him up as hopeless, we'll make room for him here, behind the creaking door.
In world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3/5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders, and the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3/5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3/5s today.
This is your host back again. Just a reminder of our rendezvous next week. Where are we going? Through the creaking door? Of course.
The manufacturers of State Express 3/5 Filter King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock when they will again present The Creaking Door.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
I was with Danny when it happened, but I couldn't hang on to him. He ran off and left me, and I've been looking for him ever since.
That was Captain Fowler. Something had happened to his friend Danny.
I ain't going to no doctor at this time of the night. Tomorrow, maybe, but I'm not going tonight.
That was Danny. Danny knew something had happened to him, but he didn't know what it was.
But, Danny, you couldn't have done a thing like that. I know. Don't worry, Danny.
That was Fay, Danny's girlfriend. And this is Joe Rodriguez, a fisherman.
It's much better that I leave town, Danny. If I stay, I might forget I am your friend.
Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the strange story of fog.
Well, Danny, my boy, this is the thickest fog I've seen in this harbor in many a year. Mm-hmm. And I've been a sailorman for a long time.
Yeah, that's right, Captain. Can't see a single light along the entire waterfront. But we don't need light for where we're going. I know the way to the Anchor pool room.
Yeah, I know, too. Hey, Danny, you didn't bring your gun, did you?
Sure I did. Why?
Now, wait a minute. I'm not going to let you talk to Duke Moran with a gun in your pocket.
Why not, Captain?
Well, you might lose your temper and do something you'd regret.
What's the matter with you, Cap? I ain't going to shoot anybody. I just want it in case Duke Moran gets tough.
Oh, sure. I know. But if he gets tough, you can handle him with your fists.
Sure. Unless he tried to slip a knife through my ribs.
Well...
don't worry about the gun, Captain. I won't lose my head.
So Danny and Captain Fowler continue on their way toward the Anchor pool room, Duke Moran's usual hangout, where Danny intends to have a showdown with Moran. But the captain is worried about Danny's gun, for he knows that Danny hates Moran to the core of his being.
Now, look, son, I hate to keep bringing this up, but, I wouldn't go storming up to the Duke and start raising the devil.
He borrowed money from me, and he ain't kept his word about paying it back.
Oh, I know, my boy, but he'll pay it back.
Oh, no, he won't. He's planning to skip town and leave me holding the sack.
Now, look, you're working for me, Danny, and you're my best friend. And I'm going along to back up your claims because I was a witness when the loan was made. But look here, I don't want to see you in no trouble.
Oh, I'll take it easy. But I can tell you one thing.
Hey, look out for that hydrant. Look out. Danny, you're hurt. Here. Let me help you.
No.
That's it now. Easy does it. Up now. There we are. Nasty spill. You just sit here for a bit. Boy, you took a real header.
Yeah?
How do you feel, Danny? Yeah, better let me see if you cut yourself.
Keep your hands off me. Who are you?
What?
What is this, a stick-up?
Danny, are you kidding?
Go away. Get away or I'll call the cops.
Why? Danny, you're out of your head.
Get away.
But don't you know me?
Let me alone.
Oh, come back here. No, don't go away. Come back. Danny!
Danny breaks away and quickly disappears into the fog. For a quarter of an hour, Captain Fowler searches the vicinity and finally hurries on to the Anchor pool room.
Hey, any of you guys here in the pool room seen Danny Price?
Oh, hello there, Cap. No, I haven't seen Danny.
Neither have I, Cap. Don't think he's been around.
Oh, I see. Well, is Duke Moran here?
The Duke? He was here a minute ago. Where'd he go, George?
Out in the alley, I think.
Yeah, that's right. Some guy opened the back door and called him.
Some guy? Oh.
Uh-huh.
Well, tell me, was it Danny?
I don't know.
I don't know either, Captain. We didn't pay no attention to who it was.
Oh, I see. Well, okay, boys. Thanks.
Later that night, groping his way along the waterfront, Captain Fowler arrives at the box office of the Crystal Motion Picture Theater. An attractive girl is selling tickets.
Hello, Fay.
Well, hello there, Captain. Going to the show?
Oh, no, not tonight, Fay. I'm looking for Danny. Have you seen him?
No, I haven't. And I'm sore at that big lug, too. He promised faithfully he'd be here to take me home, and it's time to close the box office right now.
Look, Fay, I don't want to excite you, but I've got to tell you something. Danny's had an accident.
An accident?
Yeah. He fell down on the street. He tripped over a fire hydrant, and when he got up, you know what happened? He couldn't remember nothing. He was walking around someplace in a daze.
Good heavens.
Yes, I was with him when it happened, but I couldn't hang on to him. He ran off and left me, and I've been looking for him ever since.
Would you tell the police?
No.
Well, for heaven's sake, tell them, Captain. Maybe they can find him.
No, Fay, I don't want to tell the cops.
Why not?
There's a certain reason, and I don't want to talk about it here.
Look, you wait here till I check in the cash. It'll only take a few minutes. I'll be right with you.
All right, Fay.
All right, Captain. Now tell me, why didn't you notify the police?
Because Danny's got a gun on him.
Oh.
Yes. He was on his way to see Duke Moran. You know, about that money.
Oh, yes.
And he was afraid the Duke might start something.
I see. You say you've been looking for Danny?
Yes, I've been everywhere. Been to the casino, over to the bowling alley.
Have you been to Fred's Cafe?
Well, no.
Well, Danny goes there for coffee sometimes.
Well, all right. We'll take a look. Fred's Cafe, why, it's in the next block, ain't it?
Yeah.
Oh, I tell you, Fay, we got to find that kid. He's like a crazy man. You know what he did? He looked me right in the face, and he didn't know me.
Oh, my goodness. Captain, suppose his memory never does come back.
Oh, now, Fay, don't carry on like that. And don't you start worrying. Yeah,
Oh.
I know how you feel. You and Danny engaged to be married and all, but don't you worry. I think everything will turn out all right.
Oh, I hope so.
Hey, wait!
Listen.
What's your hurry, folks?
That's Danny.
Well, sure it is.
Hey, you going to a fire or something? I've been chasing you for a block.
Oh, Danny.
Hiya, Fay.
Oh, Danny, you're all right.
Oh, sure. Sure, I'm all right. Except I'm kind of mixed up. All of a sudden, I'm sitting in the Clark Hotel. And I don't remember going there at all.
The Clark Hotel?
Yeah.
Well, so that's where you been.
Well, it seems to me I was walking along with you, Cap.
Of course you were, Danny. Don't you know what happened? You had a lapse of memory.
Huh?
Yeah, we've been worried to death about you. The captain and I were looking for you. Oh, Danny, I'm so glad you're all right.
Oh, so I've been off my noggin.
Sure. Don't you remember falling over that fire hydrant?
Fire hydrant?
Yes, that's what did it, Danny. When I helped you up, you thought I was a stick-up man. You ran off down the street.
Well, I'll be darned. How long ago this happened, Cap?
Well, it's been an hour ago or more. You've been in the Clark Hotel all that time.
Well, how should I know?
When did you come to your senses, Danny?
Well, just now. I'm sitting there in the lobby wondering what it's all about when I seen you folks passing the window.
Oh, swell. But look, Danny boy, you're going to a doctor right away.
What do you mean, doctor?
Well, your head, you must have struck it when you fell.
Oh, my head's all right.
Oh, now, please, don't put up an argument, Danny.
Oh, now, look. Hey, here comes an ambulance. Maybe I better flag it down and crawl in.
Oh, now, don't be smart.
Wait a minute. That's no ambulance. Well, it's a police car.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, come on, never mind the police car. Danny, come over here under the light. Let me take a look at your head.
Oh, now, look, Fay, I tell you there's nothing wrong with...
Hey, look. You see where that car's stopping?
Huh?
Over in front of the Anchor pool room.
Yeah? Well, wonder what's happened there.
Well, I don't know.
Well, forget it.
No,
Come
no.
on.
I want to find out what's going on.
Yeah, so do I.
Come on, Danny, let's go over and see.
All right, you people, get back now. Don't block the doorway.
Hey, what's happened, officer?
The guy's been killed. Shot.
Yeah?
Yeah. They just found his body out in back of the pool hall.
Who was he? Do you know?
Yeah, Duke Moran.
Duke Moran murdered, killed on the very night that you, Danny, with hatred in your heart and a gun in your pocket, were on your way to demand your money. Could it be that after your mind went blank, you continued on to the Anchor pool room? Look at your gun, Danny. If no shots have been fired, you're all in the clear.
Did I kill him? Did I kill him? Did I kill him?
Come on, Danny, let's go.
Well, how do you like that? That guy gets bumped off owing me $100.
Yep, and you can kiss that dough goodbye.
And how?
Captain, who do you suppose killed Moran?
Well, how should I know? Didn't have any enemies that I know of. Except Danny.
What do you mean, except Danny? I wasn't the guy's enemy. I just wanted my money back, that's all.
Sure, I know.
You know what?
But you just wanted your money back. What are you getting so excited about?
Hey, boys, let's not walk down this way. There's no doctor in this direction.
Oh, Fay, will you let up on that doctor thing? I tell you, there's nothing wrong with my head.
How do you know?
Well, anyhow, I ain't going to no doctor this time of the night. Tomorrow, maybe. My head starts aching or something.
Is that a promise?
Okay, that's a promise.
Hey, Danny.
Yeah?
You know, I went to that pool hall right after you disappeared. I thought maybe I'd find you there.
Yeah? Was I there?
No, you wasn't. I asked about Moran, and they said he'd just gone out in the alley. Somebody opened the back door and called him.
Why, Captain, you must have been there just before the murder.
Sure looks like it. I'm sorry now I didn't go out and back and see who Moran was with.
It's a shame you didn't.
Yeah. Hey, Danny, I've been wondering...
All right, go ahead and say it. It was me that called him out and back. It was me that killed him.
Why, Danny.
Well, that's what he's thinking, Fay. I can see it sticking out all over him.
Danny, you mustn't say that.
He knows I've been out of my head for an hour. Can't remember a thing, so now he's trying to pin a crime on me.
Shut up, you fool. Shut up. Why should I want to pin a crime on you?
That's what I'd like to know.
What if you did kill Moran? I'm not holding it against you. You couldn't be blamed. You was off your nut.
Well, I didn't kill him.
How do you know?
I didn't. I know I didn't.
Yes, but how do you know?
Oh, Captain, use your head. Danny lost his memory, and that includes his memory of Moran and his grudge against Moran and everything.
Sure. So now what do you got to say?
Well, maybe that grudge was in the back of your mind, Danny, even while your memory wasn't working.
You see, Fay, he's bound to make out I did it.
Oh, no such thing. But look here, if you was mixed up in this murder, Danny, it's up to me to help you. I'm your friend, and I gotta find out about it, Danny. Let me see your gun.
Huh?
Let me see your gun.
Oh, the devil with you.
Let him see it, Danny. That'll settle everything.
Oh. All right. Sure he can see it. There you are, Cap.
Thanks, Danny. Well, the barrel smells of powder.
Oh, you're crazy.
And 2 slugs have been fired, Danny. Look here.
All right, so the gun's been fired. And that means I killed Moran, I suppose. You're crazy, I tell you.
He's right, Captain. That gun doesn't prove a thing. He might have fired those shots anywhere for no reason at all.
Sure, I've been out of my head, ain't I?
Don't you worry, Danny boy. You didn't kill Moran.
Of course I didn't.
You couldn't have done a thing like that. Not even in a trance. So don't worry. Everything's going to be all right. Don't worry, Danny, darling.
Poor Fay. She doesn't believe her own brave talk. Deep down in her heart, she's afraid that Danny is a killer. It is nearly midnight now. Danny and Captain Fowler have returned to their boat, the fishing boat Dolphin, in the harbor. Danny sits on the deck, gazing morosely into the fog.
Well, hadn't you better turn in, kid? You ought to get some sleep.
Oh, I couldn't sleep. Stick here a minute, will you, Cap? I'd like to talk to you.
Sure.
I'm sorry I blew my top the way I did when we was ashore.
Oh, that's all right, Danny.
I know you was thinking of my interest when you asked to see the gun.
Sure I was.
All kidding aside, it looks pretty much like I bumped off Moran, doesn't it, Cap?
Well, Danny, to be honest with you, it does. Still, there's room for doubt. And if I was you, I'd lay low and say nothing.
And I know one thing. I could never be convicted of murder, even if I did do it.
Why not?
Because I was suffering from amnesia.
Yeah. The trouble is, how are we going to prove that?
How are we going to prove it? Well, couldn't you prove it? You was there when it happened. You saw me go slug nutty.
Sure, but who's going to believe me? I'm your friend. They think I was lying to save your neck.
Yeah, I see what you mean. The things look pretty bad then, don't they?
Now, look, Danny. Don't go hanging yourself in advance. You know, maybe it's like Fay said. Maybe you just happened to fire them shots.
Hey, listen. I hear a motorboat.
Well, so what?
It's coming this way. Hear it?
Well, sure, I hear it.
It's the cops. They're coming here to ask questions.
Oh.
I'm getting out of here, Captain.
No, you keep your shirt on. I'll hail the boat and find out who it is. Now, you wait right here. Ahoy there! Ahoy! Who is it?
It's me, Joe Rodriguez.
Oh, there you are, Danny. It's only Portuguese Joe.
What's he doing out here this time of night?
Well, I don't know.
Here is my line, Captain. You make me fast. I'm coming aboard.
Okay, Joe.
How'd you know we'd be up this late?
Yeah.
I just took a chance, Danny. But I am glad you are up.
Oh, don't tell me you ran out of live bait again.
Oh, no. I got plenty live bait.
Oh? What can we do for you, Joe?
Captain, I got a little business proposition I would like to talk over with Danny, and I would like to talk to him private.
Private? Oh, now, wait a minute. Anything you got to say to me, you can say in front of the captain.
No, Danny. This is private. Very private.
Oh, see. Well, that's okay, kid. I'll go below. I was about to turn in anyway.
Thank you, Captain.
Oh, don't keep him up too long, Joe. You need some sleep.
I'll just be a few minutes, Captain. Good night.
Good night.
Well, what's on your mind?
Danny, I'm fed up with East Town. Business is rotten here. I want to go to Seattle.
Yeah?
And I need a little money, Danny. $200. And I want for you should let me have it.
Are you kidding?
Ain't you got $200?
Sure. Sure I have, but I'm getting married in a few days. I need every cent I've got.
Oh, yeah? The sweet young lady who works at the Crystal Theater, huh? You'll be very happy with her, Danny.
You bet I will.
But you'll be much more happy if you give me the money so I can get out of town, Danny.
What do you mean?
I am your friend, Danny, and I do not wish to cause you any trouble. But I know something about you that nobody else in this world knows. Not one soul.
Yeah?
Yeah. Tonight I am in an alley, behind the Anchor pool room. There is much fog, but I can see a little bit because there is a light. I see you shoot Duke Moran twice to the heart.
You're a dirty liar.
So you see, Danny, it's much better I should leave town. If I stay here, I might get drunk someday and forget I am your friend. I might talk, Danny.
You climb in that boat of yours and get back to shore. Go on, or I'll throw you overboard.
You come to see me tomorrow, huh? Before noon? If you don't come by noon, well, maybe I get drunk, huh?
Cap, you awake?
Oh, yes, Dan.
Well, there's no room for doubt now. I'm the guy that did it.
What? How do you know?
Portuguese Joe was an eyewitness. He was there in the alley, saw the whole thing.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
That's right, Cap. The dirty rat came out here to blackmail me. Tried to shake me down for $200. Said I'd have to dig it up by tomorrow noon or he'd start talking.
Well, I'll be darned. Kid, I guess it's time we started doing some fast thinking.
Now, that ain't necessary, Cap. I'm clearing out tonight.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Don't get panicky now. Now, let's give it some thought.
Oh, no, I'm on my way, Cap. No fooling.
Well, where are you going?
I don't know. But I'm going for good. I won't be back.
You won't be? Oh, now, look here. What about Fay? What about your wedding?
Well, that's just a broken dream, Cap.
Oh, Danny. Well, at least you're going to see her before you go, ain't you?
No.
Well, Danny, what's the matter with you? It ain't fair you to run out on Fay.
It's the fairest thing in the world. Why prolong the agony? There's got to be a clean break.
Oh, but Fay is such a grand kid, and she'll wait for you. Fay's loyal. Yes, sir, Danny. After this thing blows over, you'll find Fay right here waiting for you.
I don't want her to wait for me, and I ain't coming back. Can't you understand that? You think I'd marry Fay now? Me, a killer?
Oh, yeah, I know.
I love that girl. I wouldn't bring disgrace on her. And it would be disgrace even if I'd cleared myself of the charge. I'd still be a killer.
Yeah, I guess you would. Well, I guess there's no use talking to you. You won't listen to a word I say.
No, Cap. I've made up my mind. I'm going to pack my grip now and go ashore.
Golly, kid, I sure hate to lose you.
Yeah, I hate to go, too, Cap. You've been a prince to me. More like a brother than a boss.
All I can say is thanks, Danny.
Even when you knew I was saving up my money to buy a boat of my own, to go into competition with you, you never said a word.
Well, why should I? Oh, this is a free country. Every man has a right to advance himself.
And about Fay, I wish you'd explain to her. You know what to say.
Well, not quite as good a talker as you are, Danny, but I'll try.
You know something, Cap? I wish you and Fay'd get married. I know you'd make her happy.
Me and Faye? Oh, no, why, she wouldn't have me.
Don't be too sure about that. She'll forget about me after a while. But explain things to her, will you?
Well, okay, Danny. I'll try. I'll do my best.
Well, I'm going to hit the first freight train out of town. So long, Captain.
Danny, wait a minute.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Oh, Danny, I'm so glad I saw you. I was about to get a boat and go out to the Dolphin.
Yeah?
I've got some wonderful news for you.
What?
At least I think I have. What caliber is your revolver?
Well, it's a .38.
I thought so. Danny, you didn't kill him. You didn't kill Moran. He was shot with a .45.
Huh?
Yeah. I just came from the police hospital. They took the bullets from Moran's body. They were bullets from a .45.
Oh, no. No, that can't be right.
It is right, Danny.
Well, there's some mistake, honey. Look, I hadn't figured on telling you this, but there was an eyewitness to the murder. Portuguese Joe, the bait peddler. He's just been out to the boat trying to shake me down for some hush money.
Well, he's a liar if he says you did it.
Oh, no, honey. You got a bum steer about them bullets.
I didn't, I tell you. I got it straight from the doctor. What's more, I've been to the Clark Hotel. The clerk said you were there for practically an hour, sitting by the window. That means you went there right after you left the captain, so you couldn't have been to the pool room.
I'll be darned. Now, look, Faye. Suppose you go out to the Dolphin. Here, take this grip. Tell the captain what you just told me. And tell him I'm paying a visit to Portuguese Joe right now.
Yes. Just 1 minute. Who is it? Who's there?
It's me, Danny.
Oh. Well, I wasn't expecting you so soon, Danny. You could just as well have come in the morning.
I wanted to get this thing settled.
Sure. Have you got any money?
Joe, you didn't see me shoot Moran.
Nah, Danny, I hope you're not going to put up no argument.
You lied to me, and I'm here to get the truth.
Now, look, Danny.
Come on, admit it. You lied to me, didn't you?
No.
No, you shoot did.
No, you... Let me go. Let me go.
I'll choke the living daylights out of you, you rat. Come on. Tell me you lied.
Yes, I lied to you.
I thought so.
Let me go now.
Sure, I'll let you go.
But you're going to come clean. You're going to give me the lowdown on this whole rotten business. Come on now, start talking.
Yeah.
The fog has lifted now, and the eastern sky heralds the approach of dawn. As Danny returns to the Dolphin, he finds Faye standing on the deck.
Hey, Danny, I thought you'd never get back. It's almost daylight.
Well, I had a long ways to go, honey. Joe lives way out at the end of the Channel Street Wharf. That's where his bait shack is.
Well, what'd you find out? Did you face him with his lie?
I sure did. Is the captain in his cabin?
No, he's not. He's gone ashore.
Gone ashore?
Danny, there's something wrong with the captain. He's been acting very queerly.
Yeah?
When I told him you'd gone to see Portuguese Joe, his face went as white as a sheet. Then he went over to his desk and wrote a note. Sealed it in an envelope and told me to give it to you when you come back.
I'll bet I know what's in it.
What?
A confession. But I won't need it now. I got one from Joe.
What do you mean?
Honey, the captain's been framing me.
Framing you?
Yeah, that's right. It's hard to believe, but it's true. Remember he said he didn't go out in back of the pool hall to see who it was that called Moran out in the alley?
Yes.
Well, he lied. He did go out there, and he saw the murder committed. He knew who did it.
Why, Danny.
And right then, he got a bright idea. He figured he'd make me believe I committed that murder. So I'd take it on the lam. Get out of town. You see, honey?
Well, why would he do that?
Because he was in love with you.
What?
Our wedding day was getting closer, and the captain was half crazy with jealousy. He wanted me out of the picture so that he could marry you.
Oh, Danny, I can't believe that.
It's true, honey. Joe told me. I'd have got a lot more out of Joe, too, only he broke loose from me and dived into the water. Last I seen of him, he was swimming away.
Well, what about the murder? Did you find out who killed Moran?
I got a hunch that Joe himself did it. After he left, I looked around his shack. I found an IOU there signed by the Duke.
You did? Then the Duke owed Portuguese Joe money, too.
Yep. And I figured the captain made Joe a proposition. If Joe'd come here and make me believe I was the killer, the captain wouldn't squeal on him.
Sure, Danny. That makes sense.
Well, I better see what the captain wrote.
Yeah. Open it up, Danny.
Dear Danny, I suppose you know everything by now. I haven't got the nerve to face you, kid, so I'll be the one to hit the freight. You won't need to save any more money for that boat. I've signed over the Dolphin to you. You'll find the papers in my desk. Good luck, Danny, and make Fay a good husband.
Yes, the captain was the villain in our story. But wait, what about Danny's gun with the 2 empty shells? That doesn't fit into our solution at all. Or does it? Remember when the captain and Danny were on their way to the pool hall and Danny stumbled over the hydrant? The fog was pretty thick, you know. The captain didn't have a bit of trouble in slipping that gun out of Danny's pocket. He wanted to make sure Danny didn't use it on Moran. And later, after the captain had formulated his plot against Danny, it was a simple matter for him to fire a couple of shots from the gun and then slip it back into Danny's pocket when he met Fay and Danny on the street. Yes, a fog sometimes has its advantages.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Tonight's Whistler story was written by Herbert Connor, directed by J. Donald Wilson, and originated from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next Sunday, same time, 9:15.
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you the unusual story of jealousy. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. The American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for today is called Dark Gray Magic. Yes, I'll be there. Yes, I said. I'm here. Yes, hello. Yes, this is Mr. Barleycorn. Whom did you think it was? Well, this is my room. I'm not in the habit of having people in my room when I'm not here. No, there's nobody in my room. What? Yes, I'm in my room. But there's nobody in my room except me. All right. Were there any calls for me? No calls. Well, all right. Hang up and let me sit down. All right. Oh, heavens. I'm exhausted. Oh, I'll just call Lumen. Get me Gramercy 91044. Yes. Oh, I'm exhausted. Hello, Mr. Lumen Crittenden, please. Oh, Lumen, it's you. Didn't recognize your voice, Lumen. How are you? I'm just exhausted. I've just had the most extraordinary experience. Well, I was waiting for a Madison Avenue bus there on 4th Avenue. Well, I guess I have to place more properly. You know, right across from Wanamaker's where the subway station's in the middle of the street, kind of. You know. Well, I was waiting there for a Madison Avenue bus, and you know all those second-hand bookstores along 4th Avenue? They have tables outside, carry away these classics, 6 for 50 cents. Wait a minute, Lumen. There's somebody at the door. Always somebody interrupts my telephone. Well, now, who did that? How was that? I'll bet it's those kids again. No, it wasn't anybody, Lumen. I mean, it was some kid or something. Hello, Lumen. Lumen, are you there? Hello, Lumen. Oh, wouldn't that freeze you? Somebody cut us off. Hello. Hello, office. Hello, you cut us off. You did, too. Get me Gramercy 91044 again. Wait a minute. I thought there was somebody at the door again. Gramercy 91044. Make it snappy, too. That kid's at the door again. Hello? Oh, hello, Lumen. We were cut off, weren't we? Well, I went to the door and... Yes, I know. Well, I was waiting for the bus. Oh, yes, I did say that, didn't I? And about the second-hand books. Well, I bought a book. Yes, I did. 45 cents. You guess. No. No. No, you give up? Magic. No, not card tricks. Magic, real magic. Black magic, just like real. Sure. I nearly broke my neck on my way home. Oh, walking along reading it after I got off the Madison Avenue bus, I fell over a cat. Cat, C-A-T, cat. Black as the ace of spades. Wouldn't that freeze you? Oh, but that isn't anything. Somebody followed me. Wait a minute. I wonder if that could be him that was at the door. Do you suppose... No, it's that little Yussel Silverman that lives down the hall. He always wants to sell me cigars. Cigars! Why, I haven't the faintest idea where he gets them. I think he filches them from somewhere, the little Dickens. Oh, no, wait, Lumen. I want to read to you from the magic book. But it's fabulous, Lumen. You want to know how to give people warts? No, I suppose not. Wait. How to ride a broom. Oh, that's for girls. Oh, wait. How to make ye dready spirits appear from beyondy ye beyondy. Oh, boy. Listen to this. Gin thou wouldst raise up a naughty spirit to teach thee all the secrets of evilldom, thou must needs... Wait a minute, Lumen. I've got a cramp in my leg. Wait till I sit down. Must needs... Well, for goodness sake, listen to this. Thou must needs first stumble unawares over a catty. It's spelled C-A-T-T-E, Lumen. A catty of the blackest hue. Imagine, Lumen. Well, I did trip over a black catty. Wait. Listen to this. Over a black catty, the cat, whilst thou dost read the 40th page of this bookie. Wait, let's look at page 40. Oh, let your dinner sit. It won't run away. 37, 38, 39... 40. Well, I'll be jiggered. I'll be absolutely, comprehensively, teetotally jiggered if that isn't a coincidence, Lumen. That's the very page I was... Lumen, do you smell anything? Oh, that's right. How could you smell on the telephone? I smell something, though. Like something burning. Goodness, you suppose it's brimstone? Are you listening? Well, wait till I find my place again. Here. Then must thou place thy left thumb on thy right ear, and close thy left eye and say, honorific... Goodness, what a word. Honorificability... For the love of Kate's cats, did you ever hear a word like that? Honorificability to the... Honorificability to the cattle. What'd you say, Lumen? Explosion? Well, I didn't hear anything. They all must be blasting in the street or something. Oh, heck, there is somebody at the door. Wait a minute, Lumen. Darn little Jussel Silverman again. I'll get a cookie. I'm right here. Kids, well...
Hello.
Well, hello yourself. What do you want?
You Mr. Meredith Barleycorn?
I certainly am. Who are you? You're not Jussel Silverman.
No, sir. May I come in, please?
Well, come in.
Thanks.
Well? All right, little boy. What's so funny?
I'm no little boy, Mr. Barleycorn.
What?
Meredith?
You ain't? Aren't?
I am not.
You get out of here, you little devil.
That's better.
How?
Oh, stop being such a silly fool, Meredith. You just called me, didn't you?
Called you?
Idiot, you tripped over a cat, a black cat, and you were reading the book, and then you said the word. Go finish your phone conversation with Lumen, Crittenden, Meredith. Then you and I'll talk.
But I... Huh? Yes, sir. Hello, Lumen. Yeah, there was somebody at the door. Scared? No, I'm not scared, Lumen. I just...
Meredith.
Wait a minute, Lumen. Yes?
Who's this a picture of?
On the desk? Why, that's Lumen.
Oh, is it? Lumen, hey? Here.
What's that?
A pin.
A pin? Just a second, Lumen.
Stick the pin in Lumen's picture, Meredith.
What for?
Just for fun. Here. Right here in his fat stomach. There.
Well? Sorry, Lumen. This little fellow is... What did you say, Lumen? Hello, Lumen. Hello... Lumen? Lumen! Lumen, where are you? What are you laughing at?
Why, you learned your first lesson sign, Meredith.
Huh?
Why, you wanted to learn all the secrets of eagledom, didn't you, Meredith?
Sir?
You stuck the pin right through Lumen's big fat stomach, Meredith. You murdered him. Sure, Meredith. You did everything the book said. You called me to teach you evil, boy. You got a fine start. Murder. Oh, what do we try next? You decide.
I killed Lumen?
With the pin through his stomach. Haven't you ever heard of that? Voodoo, they call it sometimes. Works fine, doesn't it, Meredith?
I killed him?
Sure.
Oh, my. Why, you dreadful, murderous, horrible, evil little devil.
Thank you, Meredith.
Excuse me. Hello? Hello? What? Lumen.
Huh?
Lumen, I thought you were dead. You what? Stomachache.
What the?
And you're not dead, Lumen? Oh, Lumen. Me? Matter with me? Why, Lumen, I'm so happy.
Yeah. I'm awfully sorry, Meredith. I don't know what could have happened. It's always worked before. Oh, well, better luck next time, I always say. Who do you want to murder now? Got any more pictures?
I want to know who you are.
Excuse me. My name is Bodge. I'm a demon.
Well, you just get right out of here, you demon.
I won't do it.
You better.
Won't do it. You call me, and here I am. Come on, what do you want to learn?
I don't want to learn a thing. What can you learn me? Teach me.
All the evil magic in the universe, Meredith.
Really?
There are 64 ways of murdering people by magic, Meredith.
64 miles?
Show you how to produce an earthquake, fires, floods, sicknesses, start wars, rob people.
No, I guess not, thanks.
Turn people into fishworms?
I don't think so.
Bust radios?
No, thanks. Well...
Make people jump out of windows?
Very interesting, Bodge. Bodge?
Bodge. That's right. B-O-J.
You're a mean little cookie.
Thanks.
How old are you?
Oh, a couple of million.
Well, you don't look it.
In some of my forms, I do.
Forms?
I turn into different things.
Oh?
Evil things. Snakes, bats, platypuses, great big spiders, ornithorynchuses.
What's that?
Like a fish. Lives way down the bottom of the ocean. Very horrible.
I imagine.
Well, come on. Let's murder somebody. Let's make somebody jump off the Empire State Building, huh?
Can you really do that?
I can. I'll teach you how.
Really? How?
Easy. Think of somebody. Lumen?
Okay.
Okay. Now, say after me. Ibbity bibbity.
Bibbity bibbity.
Sibbity sad.
Sabbity said.
Jump.
Jump. Oh, my goodness. I was thinking of Lumen.
He jumped. Bye-bye, Lumen. Got him that time, Mary.
I don't believe it.
You wait and see.
Just because I said ibbity bibbity sabbity said.
Sure. Did you say Sabbity Sid?
Sure, Sabbity said.
Oh, you halfwit. Sibbity Sam.
I thought that's what I said.
You said it backwards. Answer it.
Yes? Oh, hello, Lumen. Hey, you see?
Oh, phooey.
I can't hear you very well, Lumen. What's all that noise? The what? People, what people? Trying to get into what phone booth? For goodness sake, where are you, Lumen? Where? On top of the Empire State Building? Well, how in the world did you get... You what? You jumped up there?
You, Meredith, you're the dumbest man I ever saw. You and your Sabbity Sib. You know what? That's the first good thing I've done in 2,708,202 years, 5 months, and 9 days. And I could cut your heart out for it. With a butter knife.
Well, Lumen's happy in Hollywood. My gracious, he's getting $1,000 a week in that new picture, The Man Who Jumped Over the Empire
He
State.
didn't jump over it.
Well, you know, Hollywood.
Come on, time to learn how to poison dogs.
I don't think I want to know how to poison dogs' butts. I wonder how Lumen's doing.
We could poison him. It's easy. Look,
I hope he's happy.
He's happy, all right, the jerk.
I hope Dixie's happy, too.
Who's Dixie?
Lumen's wife.
Women. Let's burn down a schoolhouse.
Oh, no.
That's full of little children.
I detest kids, that little Yussel Silverman.
Well, let's burn down his schoolhouse. I'll show you.
I should say not.
Sissy.
No, I wouldn't give a lot of kids that kind of break burning down their schoolhouse. I think I'll write Lumen a letter.
Let me show you how to put epizootic germs in it.
What's epizootic?
Some kind of disease horses get. I know how to give it to people. Come on, I'll put in a handful in the letter, and maybe his wife will get it, and she'll turn green, and...
Heavens, no.
Oh, I wish I wouldn't say heavens. Makes me all icky.
I wouldn't want Dixie to get up whatever it is.
No?
No.
Why? You in love with Lumen's wife?
I was once.
Oh, you were.
Madly.
I see.
But she married Lumen. I was heartbroken. I still am.
I see. Well, can you cross your little finger over the next one?
Oh, I guess so. Sure, see?
Both hands?
Sure. See?
Can you say Opadeldoc?
Opadeldoc? I guess so. Opadeldoc, why?
Say it again.
Why?
3 times, go on.
Oh, Opadeldoc. Who's that?
Spell.
Spell what?
A spell to bring back a lost love, Meredith.
That's so. That's so!
You were in love with Lumen's wife.
Dixie?
Now, fix that Lumen.
What are you talking about?
Somebody at the door, Meredith.
Who's that?
Meredith. Oh, Meredith, darling.
It's Dixie's voice.
Sure.
What have you done to me?
I didn't do anything, Meredith. You said Opadeldoc.
Meredith, are you there?
Come in, Dixie.
Oh, Meredith, darling.
Hello, Dixie.
Oh, kiss me, Meredith.
Now, Dixie. Now, Dixie.
Oh, I love you so much, Meredith.
Now, wait a minute. I mean, Lumen.
Oh, Lumen. I've changed my mind, Meredith. It's you I love. Oh, my goodness, I sure do love you, Meredith.
See, Meredith?
Who's that little boy?
Lady, don't kid yourself. I'm no little boy.
Well, you ought to be ashamed of yourself standing there looking on at a lover's meet.
I'm enjoying it, lady. Kiss him again.
Oh, no!
Now, you hark to me, Meredith Barleycorn. I've gone and left my husband for you, and I love you. So you just grin and bear it, you hear me? Kiss me now.
Now, stop, Dixie.
Oh, Meredith, you and me, we're going to be so happy.
She's awful fat, Meredith.
And I just love you so much. But I don't like your apartment.
You don't?
Meredith, we're going to have to do something about it. Just the minute we get married.
Married?
Well, of course, Meredith, honey.
But what about Lumen, my friend?
Oh, bother, Lumen. It's you I love. Now, Meredith, I want to know how much money you're making. I expect to be escorted in the style I've got accustomed to since Lumen got his job in the movies. How much do you make?
He only makes $85 a week.
Oh, I wish you'd go away, little boy. Meredith, is that all you make?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, that's something we'll have to take care of right away, sweetheart.
I wish you wouldn't call me sweetheart, Dixie.
Oh, my sweetheart. I just love you to pieces.
Now, Dixie.
And another thing, Meredith. You'll have to go out with me and buy some new clothes. That's sweet.
Oh, I like you, Dixie.
Well, I'm going to march you into a store and make you get the finest two-pantsuit $22 will buy.
$22?
I've never let Lumen pay more than $22 for a suit in his life. And you've got to get some new ties, darling. That's plenty. Oh, goodness. I want you to look like a young lover.
Me?
Nothing's too good for the man I love.
Did you buy Lumen's ties, too, Dixie?
I certainly did. And what's furthermore, I took one of his ties with me when I left. For you, darling. Oh, don't you just love those purple ducks on it? See?
My.
Well, I'll be a...
Oh, shut up, little boy. And such a lovely shade of green, too. And don't you just love the fringe? 39 cents, and worth every penny of $1.19.
Gracious.
Hurts my eyes.
Well, I just love it. Oh, kiss me again, Meredith. I sure do love you, sugar.
But what about Lumen, Dixie?
Oh, leave Lumen out of it. He can have his $1,000 a week out there in Hollywood, lolling around on beaches in the sun and eating every day at the Laurie's Drive-In and throwing his money away in the shooting gallery.
Gosh.
And that's just what I say, honey bunny. Now, you and me, you'll work your fingers to the bone for your little Dixie.
Little.
And Dixie will just make our little penthouse a real love nest for her, Meredith. And every night when you come home, I'll cook liver and onions for you. And rhubarb pie twice a week.
Dixie, I don't like liver and onions.
Oh, you'll learn to like it, Meredith. I just adore
And
it.
I detest rhubarb pie.
Oh, I love it. With chocolate ice cream. Mm.
Where are you going, Podge?
I'm sick, Meredith.
And we'll sit home and play hearts every night and look at the television.
No.
Oh, yes, Meredith. Don't you want to please Dixie?
Dixie, I do not.
Why, Meredith. Dixie loves you so much. Kiss Dixie.
No.
Meredith?
No, sir. This has gone far enough, Dixie. I'm not going to stand for it.
Oh, don't you love me, Sugar Pie?
I do not. You're much too fat, for goodness sake. And besides, you're Lumen's wife.
But I love you, Meredith.
Well, I don't care. You go back to Lumen.
I won't.
Well, you just better.
Now, Meredith. Oh,
Oh,
What's the matter?
oh, it's a bug, a great big green and yellow bug.
Where? Where?
Oh, it's on my nose. Do something, Meredith.
Stand still,
Oh,
Dixie. Stand still.
Oh! Meredith Barleycorn, you struck me.
I was trying to kill a bug.
Nevertheless, you struck me. You're no joke.
Oh, I tell you, I just...
Oh, thank you to shut up.
Hey?
I thought I loved you, but now I know I'll not have anything to do with the gentleman who strikes ladies on their noses.
Oh, wait, Dixie, where are you going?
I'm going home to Lumen. He loves me.
Oh, Dixie, wait.
Don't you speak to me, you brute, you.
Oh, my goodness me. Doesn't that freeze you? Now, Dixie...
And you give me back Lumen's necktie. You monster.
Oh, man.
Dodge.
Yeah?
Where were you?
Me? I was the bug.
The what?
The green and yellow bug you were slapping at.
Oh. The bug.
Sure, I can change myself into things. See?
The bug.
Had to do something to get rid of her, so I turned myself into a bug.
Well, you nearly got squashed.
I jumped. Boy, you sure smacked her nose.
I think I've got enough of you, too, Bodge.
That's what you think, boy.
You get out of here.
Meredith, I can't.
No, you better. I'm a desperate man.
You can't hurt me.
I can, too.
Look, if you make a pass at me, Meredith, I'll just change myself into an elephant or a chair or a horse or something.
How?
Look.
My goodness, an elephant.
See? Look, a teacup.
I'll smash it.
No, you don't. I'm still too fast for you, Meredith. Look, I came here because you called me to teach you evil.
You certainly made my life a misery.
I'll be reasonable, Meredith. If you'd let me teach you something, or if you weren't so dumb about doing things backwards, we could have a lot of fun together. Come on. I'll show you how to sink a battleship.
I don't want to. I want you to go away.
I can't go away. I'm going to be here forever. That's the rules.
I don't want you.
You called me.
Well, I didn't mean to.
But you did. Come on. Let's practice disappearing.
I don't want to disappear.
Assassinate the mayor of Brooklyn?
Brooklyn hasn't got any mayor.
Set off all the atom bombs in the world. Oh, boy. That'd be terrific. Listen, you just put your fingers in your ears.
Will you stop?
It's just an idea, Meredith.
Don't you ever have any good ideas, Bodge?
Well, I should say not. Say.
Sir?
Don't you ever have any bad ideas?
Getting rid of you.
No. That's a good thought, Meredith. Besides, it can't be done, I told you.
Please go away.
Let's change people into different things.
No.
Sure, Meredith. We could turn Lumen into a billiard table.
Lumen's got troubles enough.
You're telling me. Well, let's change Dixie into a pencil sharp.
Or a necktie.
With orange cactus plants on it.
And a light yellow background with serif dots.
And rhinestones. Come on.
How do you do it?
You just stand on one foot and point and say what you want it to be.
Is that all?
Sure, it's easy.
Maybe she could change herself back.
No, once they've changed, they're stuck for good.
Good.
Huh?
Can I change you into something, Bodge?
Me? Uh-uh. No, of course not.
You can't change me, can you? Can you, Bodge? I know all you can do is teach me how to do things, evil things.
You wouldn't change me into something, would you, pal?
You taught me how.
No, Meredith.
It sucked you in, didn't I?
I'll run away.
You can't. You told me you couldn't.
Please, Meredith.
For my own good, Bodge.
Don't say good, Meredith.
Let me see. A butterfly.
No.
Yesterday's newspaper.
No, Meredith.
A box of cigars. A cloud.
I'll rain on you.
I got you at last, Bodge. A little dog.
I'll bite you and give you hydrophobia.
A fountain pen.
I'll write poison 10 letters about you.
I've got it.
What? What, Meredith? Oh, no, please, Meredith, please.
Oh, yes.
No,
Get ready, Bodge.
No, Meredith, please.
Bodge, I command you to...
No.
Stand still. I command you to become a... Hello? Who? Yes, Roman. Hello, Roman. What? Who? Oh, Bodge. Oh, yes, Bodge. Why, I turned him into something. Yes, I know. No, I don't know, Lumen. Sure, Lumen. Goodbye. Wouldn't that freeze you? I forgot what I turned him into. And he's still loose.
The title of today's Quiet Please story is Dark Gray Magic. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper, and the man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Bodge was, I think, played by James Monks. Dixie was Miss Polly Cole. As usual, music for Quiet Please is by Albert Berman. Due sound credit today by Mr. William J. McClintock. Now for the word about next week, our writer-director Willis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. Next week, I have a story for you called The Other Side of the Stars.
And so until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
And now a listening reminder. Right now, the whole world is talking about the possibility of the Berlin blockade being lifted. Now, official sources have confirmed the story. But ABC listeners heard it first more than 10 days in advance on Drew Pearson's regular Sunday night program. Listen to Pearson. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Now, Autolite and its 60,000 dealers and service stations present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you Mr. Ralph Edwards in Ghost Hunt, a suspense play produced and directed by Anton M. Leader. Friends, replace worn-out narrow-gap spark plugs with a set of those new wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs. Your motor will idle smoother, give better performance on leaner gas mixtures, actually save gas. These winning benefits are all made possible by a newly developed Autolite 10,000-ohm resistor, built right into every Autolite resistor spark plug, making practical a wider spark gap setting, and that's what does the trick. What's more, Autolite resistor spark plugs with this exclusive Autolite resistor have greatly increased electrode life and cut down on radio and television interference. So, folks, see your Autolite dealer and have him replace old, worn-out, narrow-gap spark plugs with a set of the new Autolite resistor spark plugs. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And also remember, the Autolite Suspense Show is now on television.
Every Tuesday night in many parts of the country. And now, Autolite presents Ralph Edwards in a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Yeah, didn't that leave you high, huh? Left me feeling treetop tall. That was Louis Armstrong's I Can't Give You Anything But Love. And that's all we have time for on the Hot and Mellow Hour tonight. Yes, this is Smiley Smith, your favorite disc jockey. I hope, hooting the Hot and Mellow Hour home for this evening. I'll be back again tomorrow night, minus the music, but with a little surprise for you. Tomorrow night, Friday night, as you know, is stunt night here at station WXP, and have I got a stunt for you. Last week, if you remember, I planted my wire recorder in the steam room at a lady's Turkish bath and let you listen in on the playback, remember? Well, tonight, as soon as I leave the studio, do you know where I'm going? Your friend Smiley is going to spend the night in a haunted house on a spook hunt. You heard me. A spook hunt in a haunted house. I'm bringing my little old wire recorder along with me, and if you tune in tomorrow evening at this time, you'll learn what it's like to spend a night in a haunted house. Ain't that something? Yeah. A real haunted house. No kidding. 4 people are known to have committed suicide there. So tune in tomorrow night and share a real thrill with your old pal Smiley. I must be crazy, Smith. Good night.
Care for a cigar, Mr. Thorpe? I got some cigars in the dash there.
No.
Well, no reason for you to carry a chip on your shoulder, Mr. Thorpe.
Oh, really? Well, I don't like this fool stunt.
Well, I don't see it as a fool stunt at all. I really don't. I think it's the only way you're going to unload this house. Ordinary selling methods won't work in a case like this. Now, don't forget the reputation saddling this house. 4 suicides since 1939. You know what people call it. The death trap.
Yes. It's a lot of nonsense.
Sure, but try to convince people of that. Anyway, when this disc jockey offered me this chance to kill all the rumors about the about the property, I just naturally jumped and took him up at it. Especially since it don't cost a cent.
You sure about that? I'm not liable for a penny.
Not a cent. We're doing him a favor, letting him use the place, he said. Thanked me for the chance last night when I drove him out here. So one hand washes the other, as the feller says. He got a chance to pull off a stunt, and the wire recording will prove the people the property's A number 1, and we increase the chance of selling the place.
Well, as long as it doesn't cost me anything.
Not a thing. He's using his own recorder, and I'm paying for the rental of a couple of walkie-talkies he hooked up to it.
Well, what about this, Reed? Does he charge anything?
He comes gratis, too. Dr. Reed is a psychic investigator. Belongs to a couple of societies that do nothing but hunt ghosts. He showed me articles he's written about it in their magazine. Well, here's the house. Yeah, looks real nice in the sunshine, don't it? Yeah, man, smell that sea breeze.
You don't have to sell me. Well, let them know we're here.
Yeah, probably asleep up all night and everything.
Why don't they come out? You think they've gone?
Well, I told them last night I'd pick them up around 11. Smith! Smith! Hey, Smiley! Dr. Reed! Yeah, fast asleep, I guess. We better go in and wake him up.
Of course, they may have taken the bus back to town.
Oh, no. It's a 2-mile hike to the main highway. Smith! Hey, Smiley. Where are you? Wake up.
You don't suppose, do you?
Oh, no. Smith. Dr. Reed.
What's that clicking noise from in there?
Well, it's his wire recorder. He left it running. These machines cost a lot of money. Doesn't he care if he uses up his batteries?
Well, where is he? And where's this Reed?
Maybe they're upstairs. Smith? Hey. Anybody home?
They must have walked to the highway and taken the bus.
Well, he wouldn't have left his machine.
Well, where are they then? Where are they?
No. Don't get excited, Mr. Thorpe.
Don't tell me not to get excited. If something's happened to them in my house, I'm liable.
Well, you try this side. I'll try that.
All right.
Smith. Hey, Smiley. Smith.
Oh. McDonald, come here.
Oh, what? What it? Oh, no. Reed. Dr. Reed. No, don't touch him, Mr. Thorpe. You'll get your hands off. Look.
Blood. His
He dead?
I can still feel his pulse. We better get him to hospital fast.
Care for a cigar, Mr. Thorpe?
No, thanks.
Well, why not try to relax? The nurse said Reed would be all right as soon as he's had a blood transfusion.
You told the radio station to be sure and call us as soon as they had any word about Smith?
Yes, I told them. Why don't you sit down?
No, I'm all at 6s and 7s. What do you suppose happened out there last night?
We're going to know in just a second, just as soon as I can get this recorder set up.
You don't suppose Smith and Reed got into a fight, do you?
Yeah, there. Huh? A fight? I don't know.
Well, what's wrong? Won't it work?
Yeah, it works. Take it easy.
1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2, 3.
There.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. All set, Dr. Reed? Miss McDonald, eh? Okay, here we go. This is Smiley Smith speaking. Smiley Smith, the ghost hunter. I don't know whether to hope this will turn out to be a success for the sake of the program or a failure for my own sake. Anyway, all the preparations have been made now, and it's up to the spooks. I better tell you where we are. Right now, we're standing on the lawn of a house about 12 miles above Malibu Beach. The ocean is 100 feet away, straight down. The house is perched on a cliff, and there's a sheer drop of about 100 feet right into the old Pacific. Maybe you can hear the surf pounding. I'll turn up the volume. Hear it? Now, I'm going to have you meet two gentlemen who are here with me. Incidentally, we're the only people around for miles and miles. First, I'd like you to meet Dr. Clarence Reed of the British and American Psychical Research Guilds. Dr. Reed is a famous investigator of psychic phenomena, and I'm very honored to be associated with him on this ghost hunt. He's smiling in an embarrassed sort of way.
You're much too kind, Mr. Smith.
Dr. Reed has conducted experiments in this field with such great believers in spiritualism as Oliver Lodge and Arthur Conan Doyle. He looks a bit like Santa Claus. He's short and stocky. You don't object, do you, Dr. Reed?
No, indeed.
And he has a magnificent white beard, a truly great beaver. Dr. Reed is so enthusiastic about ghost hunting that he got out of a sick bed this evening to be with us.
Excuse me. My lungs.
Mm-hmm.
I was gassed in the First World War.
Yeah. Anyway, Dr. Reed and I are here on the lawn looking at the house. Can't see much. It's around, 11 p.m. now. Seems to be a rambling sort of house, 2 stories high. Since it was built, there have been 4 suicides here. Is that right?
That's right.
Now, into the mic, please.
Yeah. 4 suicides since 1939.
I better tell them who you are so they won't think you're a ghost. Standing with the doc and me is a real estate agent, Mr. Charles McDonald. He handles this property, and he can tell you a lot more about it than I can.
Well, the house was built by a man named Marcus, Toby Marcus, an orange grower. Built the house as a wedding present for his wife. A month after they moved in, she took her own life. On the day of her funeral, he committed suicide the same way. There have been 2 other cases since then, and
Did they all jump into the ocean?
Yeah, all 4 of them, right over there.
Well.
The last one was actually seen doing it. About 3 years ago. He was seen running like all get out the edge of the cliff, and he was shouting and laughing and yelling as though there was people at his side running right along with him.
You kidding?
No, it's fact. He was laughing and yelling and running, and when he got to the edge, right over there, he jumped and never came above water.
As good an argument against cold baths as ever I've heard.
Since then, people just refuse to live in this house. Silly, I call it. Anyway, if you and Dr. Reed find any sign of a spook, I'll advise the owner to pull the house down and rebuild. But if you don't find anything, I'm hoping this will convince folks that here's a real buy. Okay, Mr. Smith, you and the doctor are on your own. I'll be by in the morning to pick you up around 11.
Goodbye, Miss McDonald. I hope there's something left for you to pick up in the morning. Well, it's almost pitch black, folks, and I guess Dr. Reed and I ought to begin. I don't believe in ghosts, never have, but what I say is this. If you're dead set on looking for them, this is a dandy place to do it. So long! Mr. McDonald just checked out. And then there were 2. Well, 3. Oh, my dog, yeah. Folks, I have my dog, Jeff, with me. He's a wire-haired terrier, 3 years of age, and he can talk. Yeah, say hello, Jeff. Come on, Jeff, say hello. Come on. Well, anyway, he's a wire-haired terrier, and he's 3 years old. Shall we go inside now, Dr. Reed?
I was about to suggest it.
Now, how do we hunt ghosts, Doctor? How do we do it, huh?
Well, we don't really hunt them. If there should be any in the house, they will come to us.
How cozy.
And please, not ghosts. Do not refer to them as ghosts.
We know them as apparitions.
Now, remember, I've no desire to hurt their feelings. Where ghosts are concerned, I say live and let live. Well, we've opened the front door now. Maybe you heard the hinge squeak a little. Now we're standing here looking in. Can't see much. Smells sort of musty and damp. What's the matter, Jeff? What's the matter, boy? Jeff. Oh, come on now, come on. My dog seems to object to entering this house. He has all 4 feet braced, and he's straining against the leash.
Perhaps he senses something we don't.
Like apparitions, maybe?
Perhaps. It's not unusual. Animals lack the veneer of sophistication we humans possess, and are more sensitive to such emanations.
Yeah, come on, Jeff. Now, stop this nonsense. He probably smells a mouse or rat or something. Come on, Jeff. We're going in whether you like it or not. Well, there's a short entrance hall, and over there at the end of it is a flight of stairs leading to the 2nd floor. Jeff! And over here at the left is what seems to be a large reception room. We're entering this large room now. There are windows over there, French windows, and through them I can see the ocean. The electricity hasn't been turned on, so all I have to see by is a flashlight. Not a very powerful one at that. Dr. Reed is now adjusting his walkie-talkie. It's hooked up to my recorder so that he can cut in while he's hunting and tell us what he's found. Here's a few words from Doc before he sets forth on his investigation through the house.
Ladies and gentlemen, excuse me. Mr. Smith has introduced me as a ghost hunter. He spoke, I think, in a spirit of skepticism and levity. I'd like to assure you all that my purposes here are serious. I have spent my entire life seeking reliable proof of the appearances of apparitions.
Have you ever seen any? Ever?
I have seen phenomena which lead me to believe in the possibility of their existence, although I have never seen any. I account myself sensitive to the evidence of their existence. This house, for example, affects me profoundly. It doesn't seem to affect you in the same way.
I'm not too happy about all this, if that's what you mean.
You are not psychic, and therefore not sensitive to these matters as I am. I imagine the question in the minds of those of you listening to us is, shall we find apparitions? I don't know. But I feel they are here and that they are evil. I sense danger. I shall soon know.
Dr. Reed's leaving the room now to make a tour of the house. First thing I'm going to do is open the windows and let some fresh air in. Feels better already. Cooler anyway. I know that. Oh, a bat just flew into the room. I think it's a bat, not a bird. I didn't actually see it, just its shadow as it fanned my face. There it is again. It touched me as it passed. Jeff, come back here. Jeff, you fool dog, come back here. Dr. Reed. Dr. Reed. Dr. Reed!
For suspense, Autolite is bringing you Mr. Ralph Edwards in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Hello, snap out of it.
Huh? I'm reading a letter about the new wide gap Autolite resistor spark plugs, Hap.
Oh?
It's from Mrs. Clark Perry right here in Hollywood. She says our 1948 station wagon has given constant trouble. Finally, the garage man said all the difficulty was spark plugs, and he installed a set of Autolite resistor spark plugs. Now the car runs beautifully. The very first time my husband has been really pleased.
Well, smart garage man.
Smart people to take his advice. Hap, you know, as more and more people learn about wide gap Autolite resistor spark plugs and how they make an engine idle smoother, give better performance on leaner gas mixtures, actually save on gas, why then more people will replace old, worn-out, narrow gap spark plugs with sensational new wide gap Autolite resistor spark plugs.
Any more letters like that, Harlow?
Plenty, Hap, plenty. Why, here's another one from New York City.
Oh, read it to me later, Harlow. We haven't time because here's suspense.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Ralph Edwards as Smiley Smith in Ghost Hunt, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Jeff, come back here. Jeff, you fool dog, come back here. Dr. Reed. Dr. Reed. Dr. Reed.
Reed speaking. What is it, Smith?
Jeff has run off. My dog, he jumped through the window and ran off.
Oh, so? I told you he sensed something about this house, didn't I?
Yeah, you want to come and see if you can determine what it was exactly that set him off?
Soon. I am making my way slowly up the stairs toward the second floor now. I'm halfway up. I'll be down with you soon.
Folks, my dog's run away. You probably heard him howling. He jumped through the window and took off. Never did anything like that before. Frightened by the bat, I guess. Personally, alone here in this big room, I can understand how he must have felt. This isn't a cheerful spot by any means. I may not be psychic, but I sure have a feeling this house doesn't want us here.
Read again. Excuse me. I have something of great interest to report. I'm now standing in an alcove on the second floor trying to recover my breath. As I reached the head of the stairs, I felt what I think is a definite psychic manifestation. I felt suddenly as though I had been punched in the solar plexus. That's the only way I can describe it. At the same time, I began to perspire. My head is still swimming slightly, and I have difficulty in swallowing. My pulse rate is around 110 for the minute. The sense of evil is very strong. I feel very, what shall I say, profoundly depressed.
Do you want me up there?
No, I prefer to remain up here alone. The presence of a disbeliever such as you might interfere with my investigation.
Folks, I'd like you to get a picture of what it's like here. It's very quiet, for one thing. I've never been in such a quiet place. And it's pretty dark. No light except my flashlight. Tell you what, you go now and douse all the lights you have on. Go ahead, put out the lights, and that'll give you a clearer feeling of how it is here with me. Go ahead, put out the lights. Hey, did you hear that? Real estate agent told me I'd probably hear rats and mice in the walls. Well, I can certainly hear them now. Even you can hear them, I think. It's as though...
Dr. Reed speaking. I've been working my way toward the front room, the one directly above the one in which Mr. Smith is now. The vibrations have become stronger and more pronounced as I approach it. I think I am on the verge of an important discovery.
Important discovery. Did you get that? Now I can hear Dr. Reed moving about in the room above. I don't suppose you can. Have a try anyway, huh? Hear him? I hope he finishes his investigation soon, because, quite frankly, I'd like to get out of here. I can well imagine people becoming unhinged in this place. Right now, I find myself pretty jumpy. Not being very brave, am I? Being alone in this room down here that does it. This darned old house. It's so very, the atmosphere, it's so very...
I wish only to make this hurried report before continuing with the investigation in this room. I have carefully sounded out all the parts in this room, and the emanations are most strong from what appears to be a closet, before which I am now standing. As soon as I open the door to this closet, I will have, I think, a thing of great interest to communicate. I find no key to the lock, and so I will attempt to remove the hinges with my penknife, and I will tell you what I find when I open it.
I'll tell you what it would cost to get me to open that door. In the basement at Fort... There's that bat again. It seems to like me the way it keeps... Each time it passes, it touches my face or my neck with its wings. They're smelly things, bats. I don't suppose they bathe very often, if at all. I wonder how... Get away, you bat! That bat'll be the death of me. That's like a jingle, isn't it? Bat'll be the death of me, the death of me, the death of me, bat'll be the death of me. It isn't far from London. No, that isn't the way it goes. It's come down to Q in lilac time, in lilac time, in lilac time. Come down to Q in lilac time. It isn't far. I haven't thought of that since I was a kid in grammar school. See, I had a lonely childhood when you come right down to it. That's my affair, isn't it? Yes, it is. It certainly is.
I have succeeded in removing the hinges to the door, and I find inside it is not a closet, but much larger. It is, I think, a dressing room. I have not yet been inside, but I am about to enter.
What was I talking about? Bats. Well, the bat flying back and forth in this room. Did you hear that? Did you hear it? Dr. Reed must have knocked something over in the dressing room. A chair, yeah, a heavy chair by the sound of it. The chair, or whatever it was, must have fallen right over my head. That's the way it sounded. I can see a small stain forming right on the ceiling, right over my head. Something ran across my foot just a rat, I think it was. I've always hated rats. Most people do, of course. That stain up there bothers me. It's gotten so big so soon. I think I'll take a chance and bother Reed and ask him what it is. Dr. Reed. Reed, can you hear me? Are you all right? Hello? Well, he didn't answer. I think he's just a little bit deaf. Think so. What do you suppose he's found, huh? I'm afraid this is rather dull for you listeners. I'm not finding it so, of course. There. I heard him cough. Did you hear that cough? Hope he's all right. He got out of a sick bed to come here this evening, you know. He was gassed in the First World War, and this place is beginning to get on my nerves a wee bit. Just a teensy-weensy bit.
Reed, speaking,
Hello? He switched off. That's the bad cough he's got. I feel so lonely. I've been alone so much in my life. Not so much now, of course, but when I was younger, I was alone so much of the time. You know, struggling to get ahead, living in a hall bedroom, wondering where my next meal was coming from. I get the blues just remembering it. Seem sad, young people having to spend so much time alone. Sad for old people, too, of course. I'm saying of course a lot. Of course I am. Hey, that stain on the ceiling, it's grown amazingly. It's actually beginning to drip. I mean, form bubbles. They'll start dropping soon. Colored bubbles, they seem to be. Odd-shaped stain, like a body lying on its back with its arms stretched out. It's cheerful. Oh. I'll certainly advise Mr. McDonald to have this place pulled down. I'll go upstairs in a minute or two to see how Dr. Reed's making out. You know, listeners, I really believe I go completely crazy if I had to stay here much longer. Wears you down. That's exactly what it does. It wears you down. It's so close and musty in here. I feel sort of trapped. I don't know why I said that. That's what they call this place, you know, the death trap. There, what did I tell you? That stain started to drip drop. Drip drop. Drip drop. Drip drop. Drip. I'll catch the next one with my hand. Reed? Dr. Reed! I'm going upstairs now, listeners. I'm afraid something has happened to Dr. Reed. I'm not kidding now. I mean, this is on the level. Which room could it be now? Right? Left? No, right. This is it, I think. Oh, evening, gentlemen. And madam? I'm so glad to see you. I was just aching to see somebody. Anybody. I've been so lonely down there. What have you done with the doctor, huh? I know he's been hurt. See the color of the bubble on my hand? What have you done with him? Make way, please, gentlemen. Make way. Well, this isn't the funniest darn thing. This can't be Dr. Reed lying here. He didn't have a red beard. Now, don't crowd me, gentlemen. Don't crowd me, please. Huh? You want me to go where with you? You want me to do what? Speak up, gentlemen. To the cliffs. Down to the cliffs? You mean right now? Well, all right, if you'll come with me. I don't want to be alone anymore. You will come with me? All of you? All four of you? You too, ma'am? Oh, good. Come on, then. To the cliffs. To the cliffs. To the cliffs. To the...
He jumped over the cliff. He jumped over the cliff.
McDonald, he jumped over... Mr. McDonald, Mr. Thorpe, you may come in to see Dr. Reed now.
What? Uh-huh.
Dr. Reed is conscious. You may see him now.
Is he able to talk?
Just for a few minutes. In here.
Come in. Come in, gentlemen.
How are you, Dr. Reed?
We've been waiting to see you.
Yes, and I must apologize, gentlemen. I had a most unfortunate accident. Hemorrhage.
Hemorrhage?
Yes. My lungs, you know. Now, gentlemen.
Hemorrhage? Dr. Reed, what happened in that house? What happened to Smith? We've just been listening to a playback of the recordings you made out there.
Smith? Well, isn't he with you?
We've just heard the recording, Dr. Reed. Smith jumped over the cliff. Into the ocean.
Oh, that poor boy.
Dr. Reed, will you please tell us what happened? From what we heard on the recording, there were ghosts in that house.
Ghosts? I didn't see any ghosts.
But Smith, what about him?
If he went over the cliff, it was fear that drove him over. Gentlemen, I didn't see any ghosts. As for that unfortunate young man, who can say now what he saw or thought he saw?
Thank you, Ralph Edwards, for displaying your versatility by appearing as guest star on Suspense.
Say, Harlow, that Edwards does everything.
Hap. No does.
don't use that word on our Autolite show.
Oh, come now, Harlow. I can make you use that word, as you call it.
How?
Now, don't you say that Autolite resistor spark plugs make your car engine idle smoother?
Yes, but...
And your car gives better performance on leaner gas mixtures. Saves gas.
Sure does. Does.
Aren't we devils?
Ralph, you tricked me. Well, anyhow, it does my heart good to tell people that Autolite resistor spark plugs are ignition engineered by Autolite, which makes more than 400 products for cars, trucks, airplanes, and boats in 28 plants from coast to coast. Autolite also makes complete electrical systems for many makes of America's finest cars. Batteries, spark plugs, generators, starting motors, spark plug wire, battery cable, coils, distributors. All ignition engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly because they're a perfect team. The lifeline of your car. So, folks, don't accept electrical parts that are supposed to be as good. Remember, you're right with Autolite.
And now here again is Ralph Edwards.
I want to thank Tony Leader and his great cast of actors for helping to make my appearance on Suspense a very pleasant consequence. Like all of you, I'm a great suspense fan, and I'm looking forward to next week when radio's outstanding theater of thrills brings you Joseph Cotton in The Day I Died, another gripping study in
Suspense.
Tonight's suspense play was adapted for radio by Walter Newman from an original story by H.R. Wakefield, with music composed by Lucien Moraweck and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. Make it a point to listen next Thursday to Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills. Remember, next Thursday, same time, hear Joseph Cotton in The Day I Died.
You can buy Autolite resistor spark plugs, Autolite stay-full batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Down in the willow garden where me and my love did meet, oh, there we sat a-courting, my love dropped off to sleep.
This is Tall Tales Time. Legends of long ago. Stories from the day before yesterday. Settle back in your chair and listen as we spin for you Tall Tales. The story tonight is The Innkeeper's Ghost.
I stabbed her with a dagger, which was a bloody knife. I threw her in the river, which was a dreadful sight.
Dead men tell no tales, and dead men don't go galloping horses down a road at midnight. And yet, who are we to doubt Will Freeman's story about the horseman in black galloping toward him that night in the year 1890?
There ain't a man been born more skeptical of haints than I am. Beg pardon, than I was. It's not in me to make up a tale out of whole cloth. Take it or leave it. I don't much care. I saw what I saw, heard what I heard.
What makes that blood on the point of your knife? My son, now tell to me.
There was bloody doings around here in the old days. Travelers got warning even before they crossed the line from Kentucky to Tennessee. Watch out, the folks up there'd say. Watch out at the tavern where the front door steps a big flat rock. More than one man has walked in that door and never come out again. But there weren't many taverns along the way, and Nashville was a day's journey and more. So many's the traveler chanced it, and stopped at Flat Rock Tavern.
What makes that blood on the point of your knife? My son, now tell to me. It is the blood of my old gray mare who plowed the fields for me, who plowed the fields for me.
All this was near 100 years before my time, and yet I reckon a dead man'll wait any number of centuries to tell you how he met his fate. I was digging one day, chipping at the stone floor of the cave below Flat Rock Farm where the old tavern used to be. Confound this rock! I need a pick and a shovel to make headway. What in the world they want the floor of this old cave level for anyway? I'm a farmer, not a stonemason. If they hire a man to farm, why won't they let him farm? No, it's take the spade to the old cave and widen the... Hey, what's this? Well, I'll be dogged. Teeth, human teeth, and bones, all mixed up in the shell and rock. Hey, them's coins, gold coins. Hey, what's been going on here? Human teeth and bones and gold coins, all buried in this cave. What in tarnation's been going on?
Would you like to know, Will Freeman? And if I tell you, will you listen?
What's that? I heard a voice. I heard it speak my name.
Sure you did. I spoke it.
Oh, it's somebody trying to joke with me. Come on out of them shadows, whoever you are. Hey, you come on out. I'll go after you and I'll give you the licking of your life.
I mean you no harm, Will Freeman. You asked a question and I'm prepared to answer it. But there'll be no fighting betwixt us. You get naught but dust on your fists, for I've been dead these many years.
I give you your chance to speak up like a man. Now I'm going to drag you out of this cave into the sunlight and give you a regular hiding. Where's that lantern? Got to get it lit. There. Now we'll see who's playing tricks on Will Freeman. Come on out wherever you are. Don't be a plumb darn fool. I'll follow you to the end of the passage. I've been over every foot of this hole. Nobody's here but me. I'll swear somebody called my name. Well, it's enough digging in this cave for one day. The damp's entered in my bones. Sunlight's the place for a man. Time enough after he's dead for a man to stay underground.
Come back, man. I can tell you about the bones and the gold coins. Come back. Listen to me. Come back. Listen to me.
What makes that blood on the point of your knife? My son, now tell to me. It is the blood of my brother John, who hoed the corn for me, who hoed the corn for me. What will you say when your father comes home? When he comes home from town? I'll set my foot in yonder boat, and I'll sail the ocean round, round, round. I'll sail the ocean round.
Will Freeman! Will Freeman!
I'm in the barn, ma'am. I'll be along directly.
I'll be in the kitchen wing.
Miss Craighead, it's me, Will Freeman.
Come in, Will.
You wanted to see me?
Mr. Craighead does. Wants to ask after the farm and all. It's a real comfort to him, Will, to have you on the place since he's been so sick.
I'm glad to be a help, ma'am. I'll go on in and see him. How is he?
Not much change, I'm afraid. Oh, Will, did you finish up down at the cave? I'll be using it again to store milk, soon as the cows come fresh.
Well, I meant to say something about that, Miss Craighead. I didn't finish the job.
Well, that's all right, I guess. Tomorrow will do as well.
Miss Craighead, you ever notice anything, well, strange about that cave?
What do you mean, Will? Something strange.
Well, now, you gonna think I've slipped a cog, Miss Craighead.
Will!
In the first place, there's human bones in the floor of that cave, mixed up with 'em of what I take to be old coins. They glitter under the dirt, see?
Oh, Will, is this really true?
True as I'm standing here. See for yourself. Here's one of the coins.
Must be very old.
But there's another thing about that cave. Voices talk in there. And they don't belong to nobody real.
The old stories, all over again.
Ma'am?
Many years ago, I heard the old people talking. It was about a man who operated a tavern on this very site. They called him just Elisha. Old Elisha. He must have been very brutal.
What did they say about this fella?
Oh, it was all whispers, hints, rumors.
No proof, huh? But folks just didn't like him.
Well, the worst of the whispers about him was murder.
Phew, murder?
It was rumored that more than one traveler went into the Flat Rock Tavern and never walked out again.
Golly, didn't the law ever catch up with him?
Oh, this was a country without much law, Will. Miles from any settlement. Just a tavern in a clearing on the trail from Cincinnati to New Orleans.
Well, this fella, Elisha, did anybody ever accuse him to his face?
Well, there was a Scotsman, a world traveler. He was an ornithologist.
What's that?
Oh, a bird expert. He was in the States to write a book about North American birds. His name was Alexander Wilson, and he came past this way.
Did you say a Scotsman? A man with a brogue?
I guess so. Why?
Oh, nothing. No reason. But you say this Wilson accused Elisha to his face?
He did. I've heard the story time and again. Let's see, how did it go?
There was 3 of us entered the cave. The innkeeper, the man they call Elisha, and a neighbor, and me, Alexander Wilson. I'd heard of the cave, I told my host, and could I see it? He was a surly man, swarthy of face and rough in speech.
They do say that Mr. Wilson took his life in his hands and went into the cave with old Elisha. You've seen the door of the cave? Of course you have. Well, it creaked open, and Mr. Wilson, with his hand on a pistol in his pocket, advanced into the gloom.
My host, big and stout and slightly lame, opened the door to the cave, and in we went. The roof and sides were solid rock, dripping wet. Pots of milk were on the floor of the cave, cooling. You lead the way, I told my host. I kept my hand on the pistol in my pocket. We advanced deeper into the damp darkness. Suddenly I realized that Elisha and I were alone in the gloom. The third man in the party dropped behind. At that moment, I fixed this dark man in his evil eyes, and I spoke bluntly to him. You cannot be ignorant of the rumors about you, I said. This cave, I've heard it said, is the grave of innocent travelers. It was an outrageous thing to say, I know, but I couldn't restrain my curiosity.
And there he was, face to face with this man Elisha, and the 2 of them in that cave alone. And Mr. Wilson had the nerve to say that to such a man.
Well, what was the answer? What happened?
Exactly nothing.
What? Nothing? Well, I'd have thought this Elisha fellow would have done a man in who said such a thing.
I stood there expecting the worst, but old Elisha's voice rumbled at me out of the gloom. I understand you, he said. It's all a blasted lie.
He denied everything, Mr. Wilson reported. But, Will, a strange thing happened after that encounter in the cave. Elisha became like a man obsessed. He cornered every man who came to the tavern, asking him, "Do you believe those lies about me?" And from that time on, he never rested. Some terrible force seized upon him, the way a burden of sin weighs on a man until he cannot bear it and goes out of his head. And now that you've told me about what you found in the cave, I believe old Elisha's sins have found him out.
I talked with Mr. Craighead and then went away. The story his wife told me seemed to explain the things I'd found in the cave, the gold pieces and the bones. I went to bed that night pondering on old Elijah's burdens of sin, and then in the middle of the night I heard a voice calling me.
Will Freeman! Will Freeman, come quickly! The mistress took a turn for the worse.
I rubbed the sleep out of my eyes and raced for the house.
Go for the doctor, Will. Mr. Craighead's bad off, I'm afraid. Saddle old Tig and ride.
Me and the horse went larping down the road to the doctor's. In the misty moonlight, I marked a grove of cedars ahead, the churchyard. And then I heard something that made the hair stand up on my head. Another horseman was riding after me. I pulled aside to let him pass. I strained my eyes in the darkness. Who was it? Who was following me? The horse was black as night, and the rider's face was all in the shadow. A big man he was. I opened my mouth to yell at him. And suddenly there was nobody there. Horse and rider had vanished. And now what do you make of that? Was it the ghost of Alexander Wilson riding to tell me to beware of old Elisha? Or was it the ghost of the innkeeper himself, unable to rest these many years after the burden of his guilty conscience? I wonder. I've wondered all my life.
Makes the blood on the point of your knife, my son, now tell to me. It is the blood of my brother John, who hoed the corn for me.
You've been listening to Tall Tales. Tonight you heard the story of the innkeeper's ghost.
What will you say when your father comes home, when he comes home from town?
Tall Tales is written by Bill Woolsey and comes to you every Tuesday evening at this same time. In tonight's cast were Catherine Ferguson, Charles Galbraith, and Bob Weiner. The ballad singer was George Grice. Tall Tales, produced by Marjorie Cooney, is a presentation of the Department of Special Program Services and comes to you from WSM, the broadcasting service of the National Life and Accident Insurance Company in Nashville, Tennessee.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the weird tales of the Whistler? I'm the Whistler.
Here's the sanitarium, Harvey.
Is he still unconscious?
Yes. Here comes the attendant.
We're all ready for him, Mrs. Jackson. Take his feet, Harold. Oh, had to tie him, eh?
Yes, I had to give him a good one on the chin.
You'll have to watch him. He may try to get away when he comes to.
Don't worry, we've got a lot of tough cases here.
Don't let him know who brought him here.
And don't let him know I had anything to do with it.
Leave everything to us.
It's a 2-hour drive back to the city, Donna.
Yes, sir. Well, I'll phone you tomorrow.
Good. If anything happens, we'll call you.
Thank you. Good night.
Saturday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales. I know many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the mysterious tale of Death as a Thirst. The long black car with a handsome man at the wheel and the woman beside him returns to the highway and speeds on through the night. The man and woman sit staring ahead, lost in thought. The man is Harvey Davis. The woman, Mrs. Victor Jackson, wife of the unconscious man recently deposited at the sanitarium.
I'm sorry I dragged you into this, Harvey. But I had to have some help, and I knew I could depend on you.
It's all right, Donna. I only hope it'll do some good. Victor never drank a drop while we were in school.
He didn't drink when we were first married. But after his father died and Victor took over the business, he started.
It's a huge concern, and I guess he just couldn't take it. He's always had an inferiority complex.
But the thing that hurts me most is that the drinking has completely changed him. Why, he's suspicious of every move I make. He accuses me of the most disgraceful things. Accuses me of lying to him about everything and of being in love with other men. Oh, countless things.
Other men? What men?
Any man I speak to. Even you, Harvey.
Me? Well, after all, if he's going to be suspicious of any man, it would logically be me.
Why?
You've brought most of your troubles to me. He knows that. I'm as good a victim as any. He knows I'm terribly fond of you.
Are you, Harvey?
From the first day I met you, I said, here's a woman, a strong woman. Maybe she'll develop some backbone in my willy-nilly friend, Victor.
That's very nicely put, Harvey.
Let's hope this sanitarium does him some good.
If it doesn't, I don't know what I'll do.
Don't worry, Donna. Just remember, I'll do anything for you.
Thank you, Harvey.
About midnight, the black sedan arrives at the Jackson mansion. The butler greets Harvey and Donna at the door.
Evening, Mrs. Jackson. Evening, Mr. Davis.
Evening.
Dr. Saunders is in the library, ma'am. He's waiting for you.
Dr. Saunders at this hour? What on earth does he want?
You'd better see him, Donna. Maybe he knows.
Well, how could he? Come with me, Harvey.
Of course.
Oh, good evening, Dr. Saunders.
Good evening, Donna. Evening, Harvey.
Hello, Doctor.
This is quite a surprise.
I can imagine.
Harvey and I, we've just been for a little drive. I felt I needed some air.
Oh, that's so.
Did you come to see Victor?
Victor isn't here.
Really?
But I know where he is.
You do?
He's in a cheap dive of a rooming house downtown.
What?
But that's impossible.
That's where he always goes.
Well, you're wrong this time, Doctor. I took him by force to a sanitarium tonight. Harvey helped me. Maybe they can do something for him.
You told the sanitarium that I was his physician, didn't you?
Yes.
Well, they called me an hour ago. He's escaped.
What?
Oh.
They said he came to and broke away from them. I know where he usually goes, and I can find him. If you want me to find him.
Well, what are you inferring, Doctor?
Donna, I know what you've been through with Victor. I know what a trial it's been. I've tried, and you've tried. We've all tried everything we could do to make him stop. Not many women would have put up with what you have. We've dragged him through before. We probably can do it again. I just thought that, well, maybe you'd had enough.
You do know where he is?
Yes, I'm pretty sure I know.
Well, then find him. I'm determined to cure him if I have to take him to a desert island.
That's an idea. A long ocean trip might be the answer. You'd have to hog time.
I could do that, too.
Very well, I'll have a talk with him. I'll phone you in the morning. Good night.
Good night, Doctor. Oh, Harvey.
No. You've done your best, Donna.
Oh, but I feel so hopeless. I don't know what to do.
Try the desert island.
Why not? Harvey, it might work, mightn't it? You can help. Your yacht. Dr. Saunders may be right. Oh, at least it's worth a try.
I wonder.
Please, Harvey, it may be the answer.
I can't get away just now, but if you're determined, you're welcome to the yacht.
Oh, please, I'd feel better if you came along.
All right, Donna. I'll go. I'll arrange it. But he won't want to come.
We'll take him aboard by force.
Shanghai? Well, all right. Just let me know when you find him, and I'll arrange everything.
He sure was plastered. Well, I'll leave you alone with him, Doctor.
Thanks. That high pole will bring him out of this. Victor. Victor.
What's going on here? Who are you? Get away.
Quiet. Take it easy, Victor.
Huh? Who are you?
Doc Saunders.
Doc? Oh, what you want?
I want to talk to you, Victor. It's very important.
Important?
Come on, Victor. Snap out of it.
Hey, what's the idea? What you slap me for?
To wake you up. I've got to talk to you.
Oh, hello, Doc. What are you after?
Is your head clear?
I guess so.
Well, then listen to me. You know where you are?
Yeah, my old haunt.
You know how you got here?
Well, let me see. No, I can't seem to remember.
Well, I'll tell you where you're going if you don't pull yourself together.
Where?
To the insane asylum.
Did you say asylum?
I did. I haven't told you this, but your great-grandfather died insane.
What?
And that was your father's greatest fear, that he would be a victim.
Oh.
And there's nothing that hastens final mental breakdown more than alcohol.
Insanity. Are you just telling me that?
No, I can prove it.
Good Lord.
Do you want that to happen to you?
Oh, no. Oh, but I just can't seem to quit.
You're going away, Vic.
Away? Where?
I'm sending you on a long voyage with no liquor.
Oh, no. No, you're not. No, now, I'll get hold of myself.
You said that before.
I can take it or leave it alone if I want to.
But you haven't so far. You've gone from bad to worse. Now you're going where you can't get it.
But, Doc, I can't. I'd die. I couldn't stand it.
You'll stand it and like it. If I have to kill you.
No, I won't be pushed around by anyone. I know who's back of this, don't I? She wants to get rid of me. Asylum, yeah. Yeah, that'd suit her fine. She'd like that. So she can cavort around with Harvey and all the others.
Shut up, Vic.
You're all planning to get rid of me. You don't like me.
You're taking a trip.
Get rid of me and you all share in the estate. Well, you'll see how much good it'll do.
But you are taking a trip, Victor.
And now, here you are, Victor. Several hundred miles at sea. And worried, too, aren't you, Victor? That talk about insanity really upsets you. You believe it, too, don't you?
What's this? Where am I? Donna.
Do you feel better?
What is this? It's moving. I feel dizzy.
I don't think you're dizzy. We're on a boat, darling.
What boat?
We're on a boat in the middle of the ocean.
A boat? Doc Saunders. That's what he said. A voyage. It's his idea.
Oh, now, Victor, everything's going to be all right.
I know what you're planning to do. You're planning to kill me. You want to get rid of me. Want me to die.
You won't die.
Whose boat is this?
Harvey's yacht.
Harvey. Now I know it's a plot. Now I know what it's all about. You and Harvey, that's it.
Don't be ridiculous, Victor. Harvey consented to let me have the yacht.
Is he on board?
Yes.
Of course. You and Harvey and me a prisoner. What a perfect setup.
You don't mean that, Victor.
I've been suspicious of you two all along. Who else is on board?
Nobody but the captain and the crew of 4. And Harvey and the doctor.
Where are you taking me?
We're just cruising.
Just cruising. Till you find the right spot.
Right spot for what?
To dump me overboard. No one will ever know, will they? And you'll say I jumped over. I was washed over the side.
Oh, Victor, what has happened to you? You're like a stranger to me. I just don't know you. It doesn't seem possible that you're the man I married. My darling, what's happened to you?
Don't you know?
If I only did.
Why, I'm crazy. Insane. Surely you knew that. My great-grandfather was insane, and my grandfather, and undoubtedly my father, so why not me?
You're talking nonsense.
No. Hasn't Doc Saunders told you what he knows?
No.
Oh, come now. You three are closer than that.
Stop talking such nonsense. I won't listen.
I'm getting out of this cabin. I can't stand to be cooped up like
this. No, please stay here for a while, Victor. Please. Here, I brought you some milk. Please drink it.
Milk? Ah. Got a funny color to it. And it smells strange. What's in it? Arsenic?
It's just plain milk, Victor. Now drink it.
Do you like milk, Donna?
Yes, I love milk.
Then drink it yourself.
Victor! Oh, all over my dress.
You're trying to poison me, that's it. Now get out of here. Get out.
Oh, Victor, please, darling.
Get out! Oh. What do you want, Doc?
How do you feel, Victor?
They're trying to kill me. They plan to kill me.
Who?
Donna and Harvey. She just brought me some milk, and it had poison in it. I could tell by the color.
I think you're imagining things, Victor.
No, I'm not. They want me out of the way. I can tell.
What made you think the milk was poison?
It was a purplish color. Here's the glass. Smell it. Maybe I'm not so crazy after all.
I didn't say you were crazy. I only want you to stop drinking. Drink may bring it on.
Doc, where would they get poison?
Oh, come now. Forget it.
Do you know where they get poison, Doc?
I'll see you later, Victor.
Maybe.
Did you send for me, Doctor?
Yes. Did you take some milk to Victor?
Yes, I did.
What'd you put in it?
Why should I put anything in it?
Victor thinks you did.
You should know me better than that, Doctor.
You did put something in it.
Oh, yes, I did. Some of that red liquid to make him quiet.
Oh, yes, of course. That's what it was.
And he threw it all over me. Oh, I'm thoroughly disgusted, Doctor. I can't go on with him this way. He isn't drinking, but there's something wrong. I decided to give it up as a bad job. I'm going to get a divorce.
Divorce? I'm afraid it's too late for that, Donna.
Too late? Why, what do you mean?
Well, there's something I haven't told you. I've been hoping it wouldn't be necessary. But after today, I've given up all hope.
Why can't I get a divorce?
You can't get a divorce from an insane person.
Insane? Good heavens.
There's been a secret in Victor's family for several generations. Not even Victor knew it. It touched his father ever so lightly, but Victor has all the symptoms. And the liquor has hastened the crack up. I couldn't be certain as long as he was drinking. But today, I realized the truth.
Why, I'm bewildered. I've never been so shocked in my life. I wish you hadn't told me.
I'm sorry, Donna. I wanted you to be on your guard. He has some strange hallucination about you and Harvey. He thinks you're planning to do away with him.
Do away with him? Oh, but that's ridiculous. I've never had such a thought. Never. Oh, but now I am frightened. Doctor, what about Alice?
Your daughter's only 8 years old. There are no symptoms, and it may miss her entirely.
But think what this will mean. If this gets out about Victor, why, it may ruin her whole life.
I understand that.
That must never happen. It must remain a secret.
That'll be difficult. It's going to be hard to handle when that craving returns.
Yes, he will. I'll think of something. I'll find a way.
Doctor, come quickly. It's Harvey Davis.
What's wrong, Captain?
Found him in his bunk with a cord around his neck.
Good heavens. Quiet, Donna. Come along.
Is he dead?
No, he's breathing. Found him just in time. He'll be all right in a few minutes.
Thank heaven.
Harvey.
Harvey.
Donna, what's wrong? What's happened?
Nothing much, Harvey. Just a little accident. You'll be all right.
Oh, my throat. What's going on?
You don't remember?
No, I was just taking a little nap. I feel as though I'd been choked.
Better tell him, Donna. Come along, Captain. Any liquor aboard, Captain?
Yes, Doctor. Several bottles in the locker in my cabin.
Let's have a look.
I keep it locked because, Hey, it's been jimmied. Well, what do you know? It's all gone.
I expected that.
I'll skin those men alive.
Don't blame the men, Captain.
What do you mean? What the devil is that? We've hit something. Come on. Captain. What is it, man? What's wrong with you?
The boilers blew up. We must have hit a reef. All three of the men of the crew were down there. We've got to abandon. I'm hurt bad, Captain.
He's dead.
See to the lifeboat. Round up the others. I'll go below.
Yes, Captain.
Murphy! John! Murphy! Are you there? Good Lord, what a mess. I can't imagine.
Two days pass. The sun beats down relentlessly on the 5 survivors in the open boat. The doctor watches anxiously over the still unconscious captain. And Donna and Harvey keep a constant eye on Victor, who sits alone in the end of the boat staring at the horizon.
How's the captain, Doctor?
Still holding his own. Must have had a bad fall down that companionway.
I don't think he fell.
Good thing you went down after him.
We're running low on water. I hope we sight some land today. How much water have you left in your canteen, Donna?
Half full.
Hey, look over there. What's that?
Why, it's a ship.
No, it's land. An island. Grab an oar, Victor. Come on, Doc. Well, I've looked all around. The place is as barren of food and water as the Sahara Desert. I'm afraid if we do locate any water, it won't be fit to drink.
There must be water.
What do you care about water? You've got a canteen full of whiskey.
How much water's left?
I have some, and Dr. Saunders has some.
So I'd better get busy. Although my experiences on these islands haven't been so good.
Here's a chance to put your chemistry to use, Harvey. You know the test for lead and zinc?
Yes.
I'll give you 2 vials, some sodium sulfide tablets, and some potassium chromate. You know the test, 1 tablet of each and 10 cc's with water.
Mm-hmm.
A dark precipitate means poison.
Yes, I know. Thanks, Doc. Well, I'll start off and keep a direct line to the other side. Wherever that is.
Wait a minute, Harvey. I think I'll go with you.
Oh, why?
Oh, maybe I can help.
I'd go with you, Harvey, but I'd better keep my eye on the captain. He's the only one who knows where we are. I've got to pull him through.
That's all right, Doc. I don't need any help.
I think I'll go anyway.
All right. If you insist, come on.
Harvey, wait. I'm going too.
Why?
Because I want to.
We don't need you.
But I'm coming just the same. Please, Harvey, I'd like to come.
All right. Let's go. It's certainly hot. How do you feel, Donna?
All right. How far have we come?
Oh, 10 miles, I should say. This is a pretty big island at that. And nothing but desert.
Are you sure those last 2 water holes were poisoned?
Certainly.
Look good to me. I'm getting mighty thirsty.
Better quit drinking that whiskey. It'll only make you thirstier.
Harvey, can I have a little water?
I'm sorry, Donna, but you'll have to suffer it as long as you can. Please wait.
You suppose we'll ever get out of here?
I don't know.
Oh, it's all my fault. What a shame to get you into such a mess. Please forgive me, Harvey.
There's nothing to forgive, Donna. I'd do it again 100 times over. For you.
Would you, Harvey?
Yes. Poor Victor, what a sad thing.
No one must ever know, Harvey. Promise me if we get out of this. Promise me you'll never let anyone know.
No one will ever learn from me.
I got him! I got him!
What on earth?
Harvey, he's got a gun.
Where'd you get it? Come on.
I got him. Look, a lizard. A big one. I knew we'd find something.
Put that down. You can't eat that.
There must be water around here. There must be.
Where'd you get that gun?
Out of the captain's locker.
Better take it easy with those shells. We may need them.
Yeah. Maybe I will. Have a drink?
No.
All right. I'd sure like some water. How about it?
There's just enough for one of us to get back. And if only one goes back, it'll be Donna.
Donna? How chivalrous. Who's got the water?
I have.
Come on. Let's keep moving.
There's water around here. There must be. And I'm going to find it.
Donna, if we don't find water, he's going to start pleading for what you have. No matter how much he raves or pleads, don't give it to him. Even if he threatens us with a gun. Tell him you drank it all. I want you to have the best break out of this.
Thanks, Harvey. I appreciate that.
I found it. Water. I found water.
Hurry, Donna. Hurry.
Well, what about it? What's the test show?
Just like all the rest. It's full of lead and zinc and heaven knows what else.
Poison, huh?
Worse yet.
How about some of that water?
What water?
In Donna's canteen.
There isn't any more.
Who drank it?
I did.
You both did. You left none for me.
You've got your whiskey.
I can't drink whiskey all the time.
You've done pretty well on it for several years.
I've got to have some water.
Harvey warned you.
Harvey. Is that all you think about, Harvey? You should have married Harvey.
Perhaps you're right about that.
Are you sure that water's poison?
I'm not drinking it, and I'm thirsty, too.
Maybe you're just waiting.
For what?
I don't know. But I can imagine a few things.
We'd better stop here for the night. Are you very tired, Donna?
Awfully.
Better try and get some sleep. Where are you going, Victor?
Just going to look around. May find something. I'm hungry.
I'm going to build a fire with this brush. Don't get too far away.
I'll be around. Don't worry.
Keep a close watch on your canteen, Donna. I have an idea what he's up to. I'll try not to sleep, but I'm dead tired.
I'll do my best, Harvey.
If he goes to sleep, I'll try to get that gun away from him. Good night, Donna.
Good night, Harvey.
Night comes on. The fire burns low, and only a red glow remains. Donna, in spite of herself, drops off into a sound sleep. Victor stirs from his place 20 feet away, looks about him, and crawls silently toward the sleeping Donna.
Put it down, Victor.
I want some water.
There isn't any more.
I think there is.
You heard what I said.
You're lying. You have got some.
Victor, what is it?
You've got some water and you won't give me any.
Harvey.
I'm wise to you. You don't want me to have any. You want me to die. You're in love with each other.
You're drunk.
What if I am in love with Harvey? What of it?
Donna.
You want me out of the way. Neither of you's very thirsty, no. Because you had some water. And you got it out of that pool. You're lying to me. It's good water.
You're crazy.
You sneaked it out of there while I was asleep. You tried to make me think it was poison. I ought to shoot you both.
All right, Victor, if you're so positive. Go on down and drink out of the pool.
Oh, that gives me an idea. I'll just find out if that water's poisoned. Go drink some of it, Harvey.
Certainly not.
I'll give you 30 seconds.
It's poison, Victor.
Go ahead, drink, or I'll shoot.
No, don't do it, Harvey.
Then supposing you drink some, Donna.
Very well, I will.
Victor, it'll kill her. Donna, wait. I'll drink it. You're a fool, Victor. But come along.
This is going to be very interesting.
Not as much as you think.
Get off of me! I'll kill you! Oh. Maybe that'll hold you, Harvey.
Harvey.
I'm all right, Donna. It just hit my shoulder. I hope you're satisfied now that it is poison, Victor.
Maybe. But you two are getting water from someplace. All right. Hand over that canteen, Donna.
Please, Victor. That's for Donna.
I'll take care of it for all of us. And if either of you make a move toward me, I'll shoot both of you. Good night. And sleep tight, both of you.
The night slowly fades. The chill of dawn creeps in. Then, as the sun comes over the horizon, Harvey stirs fretfully, opens his eyes, and looks for Donna. She sits beyond the dead embers of the campfire, her hands folded before her, staring blankly into space. Harvey raises up with a start and moves quickly to her side. Victor is sprawled on his back, the hilt of a hunting knife protruding from his breast.
Donna. Good. What's happened to Victor?
He's dead, Harvey.
Dead? That knife. Why, it's yours, Donna.
Yes, it's mine. Now no one will ever know. Will they, Harvey?
No.
I had to.
Harvey, hello there.
It's Dr. Saunders. Here we are.
Well, thank heavens we found you. Sighted a ship, built a signal fire. They're waiting for us. Well, what's this?
Well, Victor must have gone crazy in the night and stabbed himself.
Now, let me see. He's dead, Harvey. How'd this happen?
I told you he must have
stabbed himself.
No, he didn't. I stabbed him. It's my knife. I got to thinking and I did it. I crept over and I stabbed him.
Oh, I see. When did you do this, Donna?
It was not more than an hour ago. I couldn't help it, Doctor. I couldn't help it.
Please, Donna, please. There's nothing to fear.
I didn't want anybody to know. Because of Alice.
They won't know, Donna. You didn't kill him. What? He's been dead for at least 3 hours.
Well, what do you mean?
Look at his eyes. Look at his lips and his tongue. The swelling of his stomach. Did you test the pool, Harvey?
Yes. Every pool we've come to has been heavy in mineral content. I warned him, but he thought we were lying to him. Last night he pulled a gun and took Donna's canteen. There wasn't much in it, but it was all we had.
He's been drinking whiskey, so a little water wouldn't satisfy him. So he drank from the pool. Poor Victor. I guess it's just as well.
Don't worry, Donna. No one will ever know. We'll lay doctor.
There's nothing to tell. Except Victor Jackson poisoned himself in a fit of extreme thirst.
No, Donna. No one will ever know. You did your best. You tried hard to make things work out. But somehow fate seemed to take things right out of your hands. But you know better, don't you, Harvey? You know what happened. Tell us, Harvey. Tell us.
After Victor took the canteen from Donna and drank the few swallows in it, he fell off to sleep. Then I took the canteen and filled it from the poison pool. I knew he'd wake up with a greater thirst, and he did. But I'm not sorry. He's better off. And I found I do love Donna. And I'll take care of her for the rest of her days.
There you are. From drama to tragedy. From tragedy to a beautiful love story wherein they will live happily ever after. I know.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler stories are written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originate from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time,
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you the incredible tale of the Secret Seven. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Mummers in the Little Theater of the Air. Now, the Hermit.
Ghost stories, weird stories, and murders, too. The Hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. Have you heard the story? The mystery of the thing, eh? Then listen while the Hermit tells you the story.
Startling new development and mysterious disappearance of Dawn Forestier, beautiful wife of Dr. John Forestier.
Hextree, you two in Forestier case.
Sure, I saw the coat. It was Dawn Forestier's, that's for sure. Had her name stitched in it. As beautiful a piece of sable as a poor newspaper reporter ever looked upon. Yeah, and her other clothing was there, too, underneath the coat.
Hextree, big foul play in Forestier case. Police hunt for body.
Well, read it aloud, Clara. It is believed that the beautiful Dawn Forestier has been murdered. This morning, several hours after Dr. Forestier reported his wife missing, Sexton Rolfe Griggs of Green Cedar Cemetery found a bundle of clothing inside the cemetery gate, which has been identified as belonging to Mrs. Forestier.
Oh, golly. In the burial ground. Readers of the Gazette will recall the dramatic circumstances which have surrounded Dawn Forestier since early this year. She was discovered one morning in the spring, wandering in the park near Longview Hospital by Dr. John Forestier.
Sure, I remember. Read all about it. She was a victim of
amnesia.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that means you can't remember who you are or where you came from or anything. It tells all about it here in the Gazette.
The doctor took her to the hospital.
Yeah. And he named her Dawn.
Uh-huh. And fell in love with her and married her.
They never discovered who she was. It says here, it was thought at the time the beautiful woman who later became the bride of Dr. Forestier might have attended a masked ball or came from the stage. But no such person was ever reported missing. Sure. Don't you recall it, Clara? She was dressed in an old-fashioned gown. It was torn all to tatters. Yeah, and now she's disappeared again, as mysterious-like as she came. Oh, gee, ain't it awful. You know, Clara, I kind of got it figured out. I'll bet she was the moll of some gangster who spirited her away and murdered her. Gee, murdered. Probably cut into 100...
Gentlemen of the press, I have called you here to my home to tell you that you need not continue your search for Mrs. Forestier.
What do you mean, Doctor? Not to continue the search?
What's the dope, Dr. Forestier? Have you located her? I think perhaps we have.
Well, where is she, Doctor?
Where'd you find her? Please.
What are you going to do?
Please, gentlemen. If you will kindly allow me to do the talking, or rather, if you will permit Mrs. Forestier to speak. Then she is here in the house? No. My wife will speak to you through a letter she left behind for me. I only discovered it this evening. For you see, she had placed it in a volume of verse from which I often read to her. Oddly enough, I had thought I would never want to open the sonnets from the Portuguese again. It was against my will that I turned to it this evening. Perhaps guided by dawn. Who knows? Who can say? It was here I found her letter to me. What is in the letter, Dr. Forestier? I'm about to read it to you. There will be a few passages I will omit. They are personal messages meant only for my eyes. But here is the story of the disappearance of Dawn.
My darling John, this is going to be the most difficult and tragic hour of my life. For in this letter, I must say farewell to you, my devoted husband. The story I have to tell you, John, will be so strange and terrible that at first you won't believe it. But as you remember me, as you recall the circumstances of our meeting, how you found me dazed and wandering in the park one spring morning, how we've never known who I was or where I came from, then you will give more credence to my story. You named me Dawn because you found me at sunrise. Forrest, dear, because you loved me. We met in the dawn, my darling. But I must creep away from you in the darkness of the night. Oh, John, how I've loved you. And yet how disturbed I've been since I've lived here with you. I've tried to keep it from you, but your analytical mind and keen eyes have often noted my condition. You've repeatedly said...
What is it, Dawn? What's wrong?
Nothing, darling. Why?
You know, dear, I often think it must have been during the night time that you were mistreated or abused by someone or something which brought about your amnesia.
Why, John?
Because it's always in the night time that you appear nervous, disturbed.
Oh, John, you're imagining things. It was not you, John, who was imagining things. It was I. At least at first I thought it was a product of my imagination. It happened for the first time a few days after we returned from our honeymoon and had come here to live. You had left my room. I had turned off the light by my bed, prepared to sleep. First, I thought I must be dreaming. From a distance, I heard a singing wind, like the opening strains of a melody played on an organ. Something quickened within me. I seemed to know the melody. I thought to myself, everything is going to come back to me. I shall know who I was before I became Dawn Forestier. I listened intently. And then as I was listening, my outer bedroom door seemed to light up. Yes, that's it, to light up. I sat up in bed. A street light shining through my window made the thing that materialized against my door very discernible. I could see that it was something phosphorescent. It glowed and shimmered in the half-light. Then I could see that it was taking a shape and form, the form of a human being. For many seconds I looked upon it, too frightened to speak. Finally, I got out the words, "What are you?" There was no answer. When I spoke, it disappeared. In the morning, I was convinced I'd dreamed it all. But the next night, the same thing occurred again. Once more, I was aroused from a half-sleep by the music of the wind. The second time, the glowing figure seemed to be closer. I spoke again. "Who are you?" This time, the figure didn't vanish so quickly after I'd spoken. It lingered a few seconds and then faded away like a picture on a screen. This materialization occurred for 7 consecutive nights. It was then, John, that I asked a favor of you. Remember? John?
Yes, darling?
Would you think it too bold of me if I asked if we might go away for the weekend?
No, darling. I wish we could. I've noticed how nervous you've been the last few days.
I'm sorry, dear. I don't know what it is.
Don't let it distress you, Dawn. You're not entirely well, you know. Maybe some time before your nerves stop playing tricks on you.
You're so helpful to me, John.
I wish I might grant your request to go away for the weekend, but my work at present makes it impossible.
Oh, it's all right, dear. It was only a suggestion. I'm really all right, so long as I have you. You had said it would be a long time before my nerves stopped playing me tricks. Oh, this was something to cling to. It was silly of me to get upset. No human figure really materialized in my room. It was my nerves playing me tricks. But the visitations didn't stop, John. Hearing the singing wind, having that glowing, shimmering thing appear in my room was continuous. And then came the thing that struck terror in my heart. This night I had fallen asleep. Again, the music of the wind aroused me. I opened my eyes, and then I gasped in fright. For this time, the glowing figure was standing beside my bed, so near me I could reach out and touch it. Then something terrible happened. I found I couldn't breathe. It was as if something was cutting off my breathing. I struggled for air. And while I struggled, the thing near me began to make a strange sound. Then I sensed what was happening. The thing was somehow taking the breath from me, getting it into its own body. I must do something quickly. I sat up. I threw my arm out as if to push the thing away. I struggled to push it away. And as I touched it, I could feel something cold and gelatin-like. And then it disappeared. That was the night, John, that I screamed.
Darling, what is it? What in the world is it? Dawn, look at me. Tell me, what was it? A nightmare?
John! From then on, events transpired rapidly. You made an appointment for me with Dr. Bland, the eminent psychiatrist. Oh, I know, darling, you were upset because I refused to go to him. But I knew by then that it was no use. The thing was growing bolder all the time. Many nights it stood over me in my room, and without touching me, was yet able to take the breath from me and command it to enter its own body. As it did this, night after night, it became stronger, and I became weaker. You will recall vividly what occurred 2 weeks ago tonight. We were invited to the Westings for dinner, and we accepted. An hour before we were to leave, I sat at my dressing table, putting the last finishing touches to my makeup. It was only dusk outside. Never had the thing appeared but in the nighttime. I was brushing my hair when I heard the melody of the wind. The figure stood right behind me. And John, I could see what it was. In the mirror, I could see what the thing was.
And what can be the thing that haunts and torments the beautiful Dean Forestier, eh? The hermit who knows all the weird and terrible happenings on the earth. The hermit will tell you all before the night is done, yes.
And now, the hermit.
And now, Dr. Forestier continues to read to a group of newsmen the letter his wife, Dawn Forestier, left for him before her strange disappearance. Listen to Dawn Forestier's story of the mystery of the thing.
This, John, is going to be the difficult part to make you believe. That as the thing stood behind me at the dressing table, I could tell what it was. We didn't go to the Westings for dinner. Instead, you put me to bed.
I shouldn't have allowed you to accept, darling. You haven't been up to par for days. I'm going to call Ralph in to see you tomorrow. You don't look well, darling.
Don't call anyone in, dear. It'll do no good.
Nonsense, honey. There are very few things that medical science can't cure these days. And believe me, darling, I'm going to have you well again.
Your doctor friend came. He gave me medicine to take. Oh, I knew it was no use at all. And yet I would do anything to humor you. For the thing that I now recognized was getting so strong that it was always near me. As I grew weaker, it grew stronger. And I wondered that you couldn't hear it breathing in my room. Now it had a power over me. A strong, compelling power. It was the master. I, almost a slave. Night before last, it exerted its will for the first time. It compelled me to rise from my bed. It was so strong now, it could actually make sound.
Come with me. Come with me.
As I rose from the bed, its phosphorescent glow seemed to envelop me. We moved toward the door, and it opened without the touch of a hand. We seemed to glide down the stairs, out of doors. The wind that touched my face was like the refrain I'd heard over and over again. We moved along the street, I and the thing. With great speed, we covered the streets and were soon on the outskirts of the city. I could see now the place which was our destination. Then I mastered all the willpower left to me, for I understood clearly all the dark things I'd not known before. Oh, but John, there was you. I couldn't go to this place where the thing was taking me. I couldn't enter there without somehow leaving word for you. I struggled. I fought with my adversary. I was gaining. I broke away. Somehow I got breath and strength enough to return home into my bed. Now comes the end of my story. And my farewell to you.
Here, gentlemen, I will omit a page. It is personal. But what happened to Dawn? Where is she? Since this morning, when the sexton at Green Cedar Burial Ground found my wife's clothing, permission has been granted by the state for me to check up on the material found in this letter. I've almost finished reading to you. I'm refraining from reading the last pages. till we have made a visit to the cemetery. If you men of the press will get in your cars and follow me, we may be able to complete and verify the information given to me by Dawn Forestier.
Hello, Dr. Forestier. The men have nearly completed digging.
Thank you, Sexton.
What goes on, Dr. Forestier?
As you can see, these men are engaged in opening up a grave.
We've come to the casket, Doctor.
Very well, Sexton. If you'll please open the box.
Yes, sir. Can you lift the casket out, boys?
Right.
Now, gentlemen, after the box is opened, I will read the remainder of my wife's letter. Open it, please, Sexton. Great heaven.
Dr. Forestier, great Scott, why have you opened this grave?
Sexton, will you reach in and procure the diamond ring that lies in the coffin?
Yes. Here it is, sir.
This is my wife's ring, gentlemen.
How did it get in this coffin?
Here are the last pages of my wife's letter to me.
Now comes the end of my story and my farewell to you. John, I knew from the moment I saw the thing in the mirror of my dressing table. I knew from then on who and what it was. The first night I was strong enough to break away from it as it drew me to the gates of Green Cedar Cemetery. And I've spent my last day writing this letter to you. For tonight, the thing will appear again. And this time, I must follow it. I must follow it to the grave, John. Into the grave. I know how it will be. The thing, the protoplasm that has appeared before me so many nights and has grown in features and strength, will absorb me until I'm no longer a living person, and I must follow it. First, I will hear the music of the wind. Then the thing will appear, and I will be dissolved into it. John, my darling, in case you don't believe my story, open the grave near which you will find my discarded clothing. For I'm wearing the ring you gave me, my love. I'm wearing it as I return to the grave. For you see, John, the thing that I saw in the mirror, that which has gained power over me, is I, John. It is my own ghost, come to claim me to return to the grave from which I broke away.
Ain't it awful, Clara? Could anyone believe such a terrible thing could happen on this earth? It's almost too horrible to talk about. Yeah. There, when they opened that grave, lay a decayed skeleton. Wearing the same satin gown that Dawn Forestier was wearing when she was found wandering in the park by Dr. Forestier. And there was Dawn's ring inside the casket. Yeah. It says here in the Gazette that the inscription on the tombstone over that grave read, Lila Manton. And Lila Manton was a famous actress 85 years ago. She died one night very suddenly, just as she was to appear on the stage. Her cue to appear on stage was an organ playing. The music was written by the man Lila Manton was going to marry that night after the theater play was over. And the name of the man was David Forestier. He was a relative of Dr. John Forestier. But she died that night. The marriage never took place. What do you think it means, Clara? Does it mean that Lila Manton returned from the spirit world to live out her life that was ended so suddenly? Sure, I think so. But her ghost body made her come back to the grave. Well, that's how I got it figured out.
Don Forestier was haunted by her own ghost body until it finally absorbed a new vision and shape and made her return to her grave. Yes, turn on your lights. Turn them on. I'll be back. Pleasant dreams.
All characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermit's Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, or occurrences is purely accidental.
Come in. Welcome. Welcome to Mystery Theater. I am Hyman Brown. There is a saying, there do be girls in Galway that are the fairest in the world. Of course, there are other things in Galway, all Ireland for that matter, that you don't find anywhere else. Banshees, the little folk, and of course, the leprechaun himself. Blarney and the Blarney Stone itself. So many things that are too hard to credit. The only way is for you to make a trip there for yourself. And we are about to do that now.
Oh, Mother of Heaven, he's at it again, Mary.
Uncle Terence?
Who else? Rattling his portrait against the chimney stones and wailing like the banshee he is.
Oh, well, Sean, you know what he's after. Turn the picture face to the wall and give the poor man the chance to dress himself in privacy.
All right, Mary. Oh, but where would he want to be off to today? There's no wake or wedding or holy day to celebrate.
Well, if he's taken advantage of the leprechaun's promise, there's something special in the wind. Now, you being the man, take a wee peep there and see if he's gone.
He's gone. The canvas is bare as a turnip.
Then mark my words, Sean Daly, we're in for some excitement in Glenford. I wonder what will be this time.
Our mystery drama, The Wakeful Ghost, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Paul Hecht. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Brian Mackin finished his last year of medical school and found himself with $1,000 left of his inheritance and 2 weeks before he began his internship. He was weary from the long struggle for his medical degree because in spite of scholarships, he had to work outside to raise money for the 6 years of study. Both his parents were dead. So far as he knew, he was alone in the world. That his background was Irish, and he had some vague memory that an aunt and uncle were living still in the old country. So he decided to spend the 2 weeks on a vacation, which was to change his whole life.
Nobody's going to believe this, but it's exactly what happened to me in Ireland. After roaming around a few days in Dublin, I took a train for Ballinasloe and Galway, to the west. The only clue I had to my uncle and aunt was an old postcard with that postmark and their names, Sean and Mary Daly, which is sort of equivalent to John and Mary Smith. I didn't have much hope of finding them, but it was a joy just to have nothing to do with my last 3 days playing detective. No one was more surprised than I when a ruddy-faced little gentleman walked up to me at the station.
Sure, now, I couldn't be mistaken, but just for the politeness of the thing and observing the formalities as 'twere. But you wouldn't be Brian Mackin from America.
Well, yes, that's exactly who I would be.
And now you're maybe wondering who I am.
Well, yes, I am indeed.
Sure, I'm your great-uncle Terence on your mother's side, once or twice removed. For I was born on the wrong side of the blanket, they say. Oh, I don't know myself nor care, for sure. In my own opinion, I was a changeling, which accounts for my close association with the... well, that's of no matter for the moment. Terence Krushkin is the name. Terence Kinsella Clonmay Krushkin. But sure, Uncle Terence will serve. It's the way most people know me.
Well, I'm still puzzled. How did you know me?
I've a little cart and a pony waiting. Oh. And if we want to get to your aunt and uncle's before dark, I'm thinking we'd best get along. And I'll tell you all on the way.
I don't mean to be rude, sir, but I still would like to know how you knew I was coming here today. I only made up my mind on the spur of the moment this morning.
Now that's where you're wrong, do you see?
What do you mean?
Well, while we're riding along, would you like a little dash of poteen to warm the cockles of your heart?
Is that the Irish whiskey you make out of bog water that's about 180 proof?
The same?
No, thanks. No, that's the stuff I had last night in Dublin that knocked me out like a Mickey. I'm still not over it.
Well, now then, to answer your question.
Yeah.
How I knew to expect you. Do you remember the little chap in the green bowler you met at the Snug last night?
Oh, yeah, I remember him. He introduced me to this nectar.
Well, now, McDrouche is a friend of mine.
That's not what he said last night.
That he wasn't a friend?
No, I mean that wasn't his name.
Oh, he probably called himself Michael Mahan or some such.
Yeah, that's right.
Sure, that's what he uses as a cover when he's out and about the town.
What is he, a secret agent, IRA or something?
Not him. He's all peace and goodwill. He's a leprechaun.
A leprechaun?
That's right.
Oh, God, come on, Uncle Terence. Stop pulling my leg. Michael Mahan was no leprechaun.
Did he have a little green bowler?
Well, I don't know if you could call it green. It was
green.
Old.
And did he have pointy little ears just under his hat rim at the top, like?
Well, as a matter of fact, medically, I was interested because the auricular cartilage was strangely shaped.
The what was what?
At the top of his ears.
There. You see? There's your answer. Enough to convince an American. Anyway, your friend the leprechaun sent me a message in a way that we have. And that's how
must be the greatest put-on of all time. You're not going to tell me you're a leprechaun, too.
Oh, no. I'm more of a banshee, you might call me, but with special privileges. Oh, yes, quite special. But that can wait. Oh, Mariner.
Oh, is this where my aunt and uncle live?
It is.
Sean and Mary Daly?
That's who they are.
Are they expecting me?
Lord bless you, no, but you'll be welcome, son, as welcome as the flowers in May. Here, take your bags and jump on down.
Well, aren't you coming in with me to introduce me?
Well, sure, you're a nice, well-mannered lad, and you'll manage by yourself. But it's time enough to put Maureen and the cart and myself away till any of us is needed. God hold you in his pocket till we meet again.
We are going to, aren't we?
Oh, yes, indeed. I don't know how 'tis to be arranged, but I have plans for you and the future of more than one.
At the moment he was calling it back to me, the twilight was upon us. It must have been some trick of the rising evening mist, but I swear before he reached the corner of the building, Uncle Terence, the old-fashioned cart, and Maureen, who pulled it, seemed to disappear in the gathering gloom.
Good evening to you, young gentlemen.
Excuse me, are you by any chance Mrs. Sean Daly?
I am that.
Did you have a brother who emigrated to America called Thomas Mackin?
I did. And you're from America?
Yeah.
You couldn't be... Is it Brian you are? Brian Mackin, whose mother was Margaret Denise.
That's me. Hi, Aunt Mary.
Oh, Brian. Oh, me darling boy. Oh, forgive me. Come in. Sean, will you look who's here? It's Tommy's son and Margaret's. This is your Uncle Sean.
Well, 'tis a pleasure to meet you.
Oh, sit down. Sean, take the boys' bags.
Yes.
How did you ever find us? Oh, it's been years since we lost track. Sean and me had to move so sudden like, and our letters seemed to go astray. Now tell me about Tom and Margaret.
Well, Mother and Dad both died suddenly within a month of each other. Well, I've been so busy burying myself in schoolwork, I didn't... I let everything else go.
Oh, you poor darling. Oh, if I'd known. Oh, you must tell us all about it.
Can I get you a wee nip to settle you?
Oh, no, thanks. I'm learning to be careful of Irish nips.
Well, then I'll get you something to eat. Now, you'll stay the night with us in a few days.
Sure, I've got till the weekend before I have to catch my plane home.
Oh.
Anyway, I'll wait to have dinner with all of you. Aunt Mary, Uncle Sean, and Uncle Terence.
Uncle who?
Uncle Terence. He met me at the station, brought me here. I'd never have found you without him. He just went to put the horse and cart away.
A little mare with one black eye and one white?
Yeah, that's Maureen.
And did you expect to meet him at the station?
No, he absolutely floored me. I mean, the only reason I came to Ballinasloe was because I found an old card from you to Mother with a postmark. I was just taking a wild stab in the dark that someone might know about you or where you live. I wanted to... Well, I mean, as far as I know, you are my only living relative.
Oh, we are, darling, we are.
Well, I didn't know about Uncle Terence, and, well...
And what, Brian? You can be free with us.
Well, I don't know what to say. He talked about leprechauns and banshees, you know, that sort of thing. And, well, I might have thought he was a little, I guess you'd say touched, except for... Well, I shouldn't talk this way. I loved him. He was fun and amusing, full of a wonderful zest for life, but sort of scary, too. Is he the same at home here?
Oh, he can be all of those, though we don't see much of it anymore. Uncle Terence is a great problem to us.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
Nothing to do with you.
I hope you won't tell him some of the things I just said or intimated. When he comes in for dinner, I mean.
He won't be here for dinner.
Oh, I thought he lived here.
Well, so he does, in a sort of way.
I think it's time that we told the boy the truth, Sean, as best we can.
Yes. Well, you had a good long look at Uncle Terence. He wouldn't forget it.
Oh, no, never.
Look behind the picture and make sure...
Yes, he's back again. Now, come here. You see this portrait, Brian? Now, would that be Uncle Terence?
Oh, yeah. That's him. That's him to the life.
You're not exactly. The gentleman you are looking at has been dead these 35 years.
What?
The only problem is that he won't stay decently in his grave.
So Brian Mackin has come all the way to Ireland to find a real aunt and uncle, and in addition, a quite unreal uncle, a man who appears to be able to rise from the grave full-bodied by the mere device of having his portrait turned to the wall. No wonder Brian is convinced it's all illusionary, a pipe dream programmed by that wee poteen. And yet, this is only the beginning. Mystery Theater will be back shortly with Act 2. Back again to our world of fantasy and a young American trapped in a web of superstition, illusion, or perhaps just the spell Ireland can weave so easily about any visitor to its shores. Still, whatever doubts and fears he may have taken to bed with him, they are all dispelled by a glorious sunrise that wakes him up with cock-crow.
My window faced to the east, with the sun streaming in and striking shafts of golden light from a blue river a few miles away. I climbed out of the host of warm blankets and quilt that covered my bed. The room was cold enough for me to seek the sun's warmth directly. And it was there, at the window, I first saw Sheila. She was not a small girl. She was tall and sturdy, but she walked as though each footfall was no heavier than a feather landing on the ground. She had long brown hair and purple eyes, with a wide mouth that, well, once I saw it break in a smile, made me make up my mind this was going to be my gal. Since she was approaching the house carrying a basket, I don't suppose I ever dressed faster in my life to get down in time not to miss meeting her.
Good morning, Brian. And did you sleep well?
Oh, yes, the best sleep I've had since I can remember.
Sure, it was a short enough one, and you were so tired.
Well, that cock was crowing, and...
that old rooster, he's an old fake. Small use he is to hens anymore, his best days being over. Never a chick in the last 2 years. There's not over 4 or 5 layers we have left. So Sheila here and me, we have a bargain. Oh, you'll not have met Sheila O'Shaughnessy from the next farm over. Sheila, this is my nephew, all the way from the United States of America.
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mr.
Mackin. Brian Mackin.
Oh, it's a good West Country name. Mr. Mackin.
Yeah, well, my grandfather came from here. From Galway, I mean. They say he was quite a bully boy.
Aye. Well, those days are past, praise be. Still, the way things are, we were better off with a shillelagh than a gun.
Oh, well, I couldn't agree with you more. Anyone who plans to be a doctor...
Is that what you're away to be?
Well, I already am. I mean, I've graduated and have my license. Now I have to intern and be a hospital resident for a few years till I start out on my own.
Oh, that's grand. I have a great admiration for doctors.
No, then this'll have to hold, or the bread'll burn up on us. And I want you to get it home with a little heat left in it.
This is Mrs. Daly's bargain with me. I bring her a basket of eggs, and she bakes the most delicious bread this side of heaven.
Here's the basket. Keep the towel tucked in good and tight, man.
Never fear.
That's a heavy basket. Why don't I carry it for you to your house?
I was going to give you your breakfast.
Yeah, well, it'll wait. I always like a little exercise before I eat.
Well, you'll be after getting that, all right. It's a good 1.5 miles to Sheila's place, and a road like a switchback all the way.
Oh, the basket is nothing. It's light as a feather.
No, I really would like a walk, if you don't object.
I don't object. I've a curious turn of mind, and I'd like to hear all about America.
Oh, what I'd really like you to be able to do is to show it to you, but why don't you show me Ireland first?
Here, was that Sheila O'Shaughnessy then?
The same.
Oh, now, damn it. Well, why didn't she wait long enough for me to get down and get my little morning peck on the cheek, huh?
Sure, she has little interest in an old gaffer like you. But you should have seen her reaction to Brian and his to her.
Well, will you look at the two of them? She's over shoulder high to him. Oh, what a fine couple they'd make.
Don't I know it? And don't I know just as well I should never have let the boy go off with even a pinch of hope in his heart. No, and she can't ever be for him.
And is it really true that in Chicago they have a building that's 96 whole stories high in the air?
Oh, yes, that's true enough. They're so damn high that half the time the people on the top floors can't tell what to wear when they go out.
Well, how is that?
Well, you see, it's air-conditioned. And when the cloud cover is low, they can't see down to the street, so they don't know if it's raining or snowing or cold or hot or what.
Will you just imagine that now? Living above the clouds. It'd be a sort of fairyland.
Well, nothing like the one you live in here. Right on the ground.
Sure. Air is lovely. But there are other lovely places in the world I'd want to see.
Hey, you know a lot about America anyway.
Well, I watch the telly, you know. And I read a lot. And Oh, here. It's winded you are. I'll slow down a bit.
It's just damn hills. Up and down like a roller coaster.
That's what Mrs. Daly meant by a switchback.
I'm surprised to find myself so out of condition.
Will you be staying with the Dalys for a while?
On one condition.
What's that?
That you'll take another walk with me. Tomorrow's Saturday. We could take a picnic lunch along and climb that mountain over there.
Oh, I'm afraid I couldn't do that.
You have another date?
No, it's not that. Oh, you see, my dad's dead, and it's just my mother and me, and she's half crippled with rheumatism.
Oh.
I couldn't be leaving her all alone all that time. And then there's the farm chores to be done.
Well, I could come over and help you get those out of the way.
Dr. Mackin.
Brian?
Well, it's a bit soon and all. But if you want, Brian... Oh, it's just no good. It's not the way it should be.
You don't want to go with me. Is that it, Sheila?
Sheila. I do want to, Brian. I do.
Oh, well, then come.
It'd be my only chance now. I'll meet you. Here, by this brig we're about to cross. And before dawn tomorrow, so we'll not be seen. We'll spend a whole long, lovely day together. With no one the wiser.
But can't I tell Uncle Sean and Aunt Mary?
Oh, don't tell anyone. It's our secret.
But the picnic...
I'll take care of that. Now, you leave me here. Till tomorrow at, say, 4:30.
Well, whatever you say. Sheila...
I know. So do I. God help the both of us.
She was gone in a second with that light, loping stride that covered ground almost as fast as a man running. I watched her as long as I could, away down that dusty, twisting, hilly road, appearing and disappearing, till at last she was out of sight. But not out of mind. Never out of mind. Sheila. Just her name was a song of love. I walked back on air. But fortunately, as it turned out, as I came back in the house, the first thing my eye fell on was the portrait of Uncle Terence. And for the moment, Sheila was out of my mind. Oh, no, thanks. I couldn't eat another thing. Now, the only thing I'm hungry for now is information.
About Sheila, is that you mean?
Sheila. No. I'd rather find out about her directly.
Brian, about Sheila. Maybe I ought to tell you something.
No, Uncle, I'd rather for the moment stick to Uncle Terence. Now, you said he's been dead for nearly 35 years.
Oh, yeah, 2 years almost to the day before that portrait was painted. He died in 1940.
Now, are you sure of that?
Oh, sure, I know it well. I was just a slip of a girl not married to Sean yet. But it was the biggest wake this part of Galway has ever seen. Ah, 'tis a pity he couldn't have enjoyed it for himself. He always was the life and soul of them, with his stories and all.
Ah, yes, he does dearly love a wake, just as much as a wedding.
I did, Sean.
Did what?
Did love a wake.
But now, look, I saw him last night. I talked to him. He brought me here.
Now, lad, you'll have to remember, you had a wee drop taken, and poteen can scramble a man's brains.
I can't believe that the drip... How did Uncle Terence die?
A hero at Dunkirk.
Dunkirk?
He was in the First World War, you know, in the Navy. And nothing would do, but he ought to be in the last big one, too.
But a man 60 years old, they wouldn't take him.
No.
So he joined up with the Home Guard. When the retreat at Dunkirk came, with his Navy experience, he was taking a boat back and forth the whole 3 days.
And when he saw that it would be his last trip, he found one of the fighting boys to take his ship back and gave up his own place to stay behind with a machine gun.
The last boat out, just ahead of the Jerry's, brought him back. They say he had more lead in him than salt in a full salt cellar.
But his finger was still wrapped around the trigger of his gun.
It was a sad wake, that, Uncle Terence's. The only sad one I'd ever been to. Although none of them are the same without him to keep the jokes flying.
Even Mahan had naught but sorrow in him. Him who always had a twinkle in his eye. I remember him just standing in front of the portrait there. Just standing. Not even drinking from his glass.
And do you remember what he said? It was this. He says, a broth of a boy, Terence, me bucko. And you should have lived 100 years. Well, don't you worry. We'll see you do.
I always wondered what he meant by that.
Well, now, don't you see? If he was McDrewish, if Mahan was a real leprechaun...
Now, tush, boy. Don't let our Irish fancies run off with you. Sure, all he meant was he wouldn't be soon forgotten. Well, now, I have to be off to work, and Mary has things to do, and Brian, don't dwell on Uncle Terence. find some other thoughts to fill your head.
Yes, I have. I have.
And that's the great bog to the north. Don't ever go near there, Brian.
Why not, Sheila?
Once the peat catches you, you'll never get free. And they say it'll swallow a man in less than a minute. To the southwest are the rest of the Schlevachti Mountains, the ones we're in now. And away down there, to the southeast, is the River Shannon.
What's the matter? Are you cold?
How could I be cold with your arm about me? Bold. That's what I am. Bold.
Because you love me. And how could you be bashful with a man who loves you now, tomorrow, and forever? I just can't believe my luck.
Don't.
Don't what?
Ah, Brian Boyne. Don't say anything else. It's all been madness from the start.
Love from the start.
For us, the same thing. I should never have allowed you to. But I wanted. I loved. And sure, God can't punish me too deep for just one day of all I've dreamed. Kiss me. We've got to go. It's twilight already.
Oh, just a little longer. And what about tomorrow?
We have no tomorrows. Just kiss me. Goodbye, my love. Goodbye, Brian. Goodbye.
Again, she was gone from me on the wind, gliding and leaping down the mountain, picnic basket in hand, as sure-footed and graceful as a mountain goat. Sheila! Sheila! Wait! She didn't stop to look back, and I plunged down after her, recklessly and clumsily as a boar. I hadn't gone 50 yards before I caught my foot on some trailing root, falling heavily and knocking myself stone cold for a moment. By the time I came to, she was gone from sight, and in the gathering darkness, limping heavily, it was all I could do to find my way back to the Daly farm.
My darling, there you are. Sure, we thought you might be lost in the dark.
Yeah, I'm lost in the dark, all right, Aunt Mary. Now, look, I don't know if it's another of your Irish fantasies or what.
Oh, where have you been all day, lad? Oh, and you're hurt. Yeah. Sean, come in here.
Oh, well, I'm coming, Mary. Wait, you sound as though someone put the fear of God in you.
Yes.
What's happened at all?
It's Brian. He's hurt.
What?
And more than physically, I'm thinking... Were you with Sheila O'Shaughnessy this day?
Yes, I was. And I love her. And I know she loves me.
Oh.
But she's told me goodbye. Why? I mean, am I crazy? Is she just another figment of my imagination?
Oh, you see, Sean, I told you we should have told the boy the truth.
Yeah, well, better late than never. Sheila is engaged to be married to Malachi Malloy.
Well, is that all?
Huh?
Well, then all she has to do is break it.
No, she has a marriage contract.
Well, surely that has no real legal standing.
Today, no. Except, well, you see, a few years ago, Sheila's father had a heart attack. He got into financial difficulties, and the only way out was through Malloy, the loan shark. He lent him the money in exchange for his daughter when she became 21. Well, sure, Joe thought he could have things straightened out before then, but he suddenly had a second attack and died.
Yeah, well, I'll pay the money back.
Have you got it?
Well, no, not right now, but as soon as
Oh, no good for Malachi Malloy. Besides, you make so much as one move at Sheila, and in this county, he'd have his woolly boys sew you in a sack and bury you in the peat bog. And the wedding is day after tomorrow.
Now, look, just wait a minute. I mean, this is crazy. This is the 20th century. I'm an American citizen. Must be something I can do. What the devil was that?
Oh, it's Uncle Terence. He wants out again. The Lord knows what he'll stir up this time. But there's no way to stop the man.
So here we are, back again about where we started. Where are we? What can Uncle Terence do or undo? Even supposing that's what he's after, Still, why couldn't it be? Since he's now well established as a denizen of the afterworld. Mystery Theater will return shortly with Act 3. It was W.S. Gilbert, probably the finest lyricist of all time, who wrote of John Wellington Wells that he was a dealer in magic and spells, blessings and curses, and ever-filled purses, in prophecy, witches, and knells. I mention him only because it brings us back to our story of magic, fantasies, and so far, pleasant sorceries. But will it remain that way as Uncle Terence's portrait rocks on the wall, and once again we hear the eldritch scream of the banshee wail?
I'll turn the picture to the wall.
But if he's going to appear, it'll only be to the one who turns the picture.
I think this time we'd better let it be Brian.
Now, look, I'm not going to ask any questions anymore. Just leave me alone. I'll turn the picture.
But Brian!
Come away, Mary. We're out of this entirely.
All right, Uncle Terence, or whoever you are, I am about to turn the picture. And all I say is, you get me Sheila, or show me how to get her. And I don't care what the price is, short of my immortal soul, and I'll pay that gladly. Here you go.
Who wants your immortal soul?
Where are you?
Turn around. You have eyes, haven't you? Sitting right here in the fireplace nook.
Oh, what are you? Fact or fiction?
Oh, why now, in a manner of speaking, I'd say somewhere in between.
Well, does it make any sense to talk to you?
All the sense in the world.
Even suppose I believed, if you're a banshee.
Now, what's the matter with a banshee?
Well, it's evil, isn't it?
The abysmal ignorance of the world. A banshee, young man, is a domestic spirit devoted to the care of its own particular family.
Oh, well, are you going to help Sheila and me?
Oh, sure, I'm going to do my best, but I'm not infallible. We'll have to be quick and nimble as the devil on this one.
Well, why can't I just go to this Malachi Malloy and straighten it out man to man?
To begin with, did you ever see him?
No.
Oh, he's formidable, lad. No doubt of that. The man is a giant, and he's made of steel.
Well, look, whose side are you on, mine or his?
Easy, lad, easy. Am I not the banshee, and aren't you one of the family? Besides, he's a black Irisher if there ever was one. But I've got to take thought on this, if you're to have the chance I brought you here for in the first place.
You brought me here?
Well, sure, you didn't think as an American you'd have enough sense to get here and pick the right Irish girl for yourself. Now, let me go on back up to my frame and get everything shipshape and squared away. I'll see you on the morrow. And, watch your step.
Uncle Sean and Mary were off to bed by the time our conference was through. I was grateful. I didn't want to talk about Sheila or her intended husband any more that night. I hoped to sleep, but I tossed and turned till morning, and then made the mistake of stepping outside the house for a breath of air. Coming down the road towards me was a great mountain of a man, all covered with black hair wherever his clothes didn't conceal it. And one thing his clothes could not conceal were the bulging muscles that strained at every seam. He was a good 5 inches taller than I was and 30 pounds heavier. And
would you be the American Brian Mackin?
Yeah, that's my name.
I'm Malachi Malloy.
Well, I kind of guessed that.
I'm of the understanding that you took my intended bride up the mountain yesterday.
Well, she was kind enough to take me up for a picnic and show me the countryside.
A picnic, was it? And the grass stains all over her dress? I should have brought a whip. But instead, I'm going to beat you with my bare hands.
Malachi, don't.
Now, you stay out of this, Sheila.
What's going on, Brian?
No, there's just a little something between me and Mr. Malloy.
Oh, the Lord be praised. Keep them apart and kill him.
Oh.
Don't touch him, Malachi.
Now, you stay back, woman, or I'll kill him. Now, put your hands up, Mackin.
If God always defends the right, he was out for breakfast that morning. Now, I'm not exactly a Patsy, and I usually can take care of... myself in a fight. But this was a Willie Pad against a Marciano. He just made hamburger of me until he stopped and turned with me lying at his feet.
Have you learned a lesson as well as him, Sheila girl? If you haven't, I'll beat him to death. I'll make sure he never rises again.
Oh, in sweet Mary's name, leave him be, Malachi. I'll marry no one but you if you'll just leave him be.
All right, so be it. Now get out of this country tonight, Mackin, or I'll wring your neck like a chicken's.
Oh. Who's that?
Open the window and let me in. Quick now, I'm fading in the daylight.
Uncle Terence, the picture.
Now watch out for it. Let me in there. And close those curtains before I disappear entirely. There, now, sure, that's better that is.
What are you? You're just a portrait. And how could you get to the second floor window?
A warning. The only trouble I ever found with a girl is they talk too much. The answer to it all is I'm a banshee, and I look out for my own. Brian is one of them.
Oh, how is he? Was he sore hurt?
Oh, a few bruises, and maybe he lost a tooth or cracked a rib. But what's that to a broken heart? You should know. Am I right?
If you mean the way I feel. I was getting ready to tie a sack of potatoes around my neck, throw myself in the Shannon.
Well, now, that'd be a whole lot ahead. Now, I have a better idea. How would you like to meet Brian at Clonmelly's Gate on the way into the Great Bog tonight at midnight?
I can't do it. I owe my father his debts. And besides, Malachi would kill him.
All right. Spare me all the melodramatics. What I mean is, how would you like to convince that hickory-headed, lame-brained Malachi that's what you plan to do?
Why?
Now, what is a banshee for? Will you let me take care of the arrangements from then on?
I will, Uncle Terence. I will.
And, if I'm successful, will you let me give you away when you marry Brian?
How could a banshee do that?
Oh, you let me handle that, too. Just say yes.
Yes. Oh, yes. Yes.
Is that the banshee himself? Is it the leprechaun? God save you, McGrush.
God save you, Terence Christine.
Come here, Brian. Get us a firefly there so we can see what we're at. There, now. That's better. Do you see what Malachi did to the lad?
Oh, what do you want, right, Brian?
Yeah, well, I took a good beating, but I'll live. It's nice to see you again, Mr. Mahat.
Yeah, he said, no. Now, we all know what to do.
Yeah, I just show myself in the moonlight with you in that cape and hood, and then...
And then McGrush will dematerialize you back to the farm.
Right.
And Malachi will have no one to chase but me, thinking I'm Sheila. I'll tell you all the rest later. You have the shoes, McGrush?
Just the one. You know, we leprechauns never make but one magic shoe.
Well, no matter. I can hop like a toad long enough until he's well in the bog. Psst. Now, 'tis midnight. Here he comes. Send Brian home, Rush. And give me the shoe. Off I go.
Sheila, I warn you. Wait for me. So you tried to slip away with your lighter love, But you won't get away from me so easy. Where are you leading me? Well, we're in the bog. I'm caught. I'm sinking. Sheila, help me. I'm sinking in the bog. Now come back. Now there's a darling girl. You wouldn't let me go down to a dark, murky death, you that knows every path and every... Well, that's not you. It can't be. The bogles have a hold on me. It's Terence Christine. And who's that wee man beside you?
Oh, a little friend. One of the wee green men. Here we are, your nemesis or your saviors. And which would you want us to be?
Oh, Lord alive! Save me! I'm up to my waist already.
That's no problem. A little piece of paper. And since it's hard to read in the moonlight, I'll give you the gist, as they say. I, Malachi Malloy, hereby legally and completely accept the fact that all debts or claims against Thomas O'Shaughnessy are revoked and considered null and void.
This is blackmail.
So was what you did to my friend. And the bog is even blacker, and you're sinking even deeper.
All right, I'll sign.
But there's a wee bit more.
What?
I also cancelled the marriage contract between myself and Sheila O'Shaughnessy, and in consequence of my breach of promise, I award her the sum of £2,000 to see her and her mother started off in a new country. In exchange, I would accept the farm, now mortgaged to me, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
For God's sake, stop talking. I'm up to my chest already. I'll sign anything.
But would you live up to it? Now, there's the real stuff.
Please!
You wouldn't have any idea now of attacking young Brian again.
No.
Should we trust him, do you think, McGroosh?
Sure. He's an Irishman after all. And yet one in trouble enough, and you never have to worry.
Goodbye. Happy future
Don't
to
forget
you.
to send pictures
Yes,
of the
right.
wedding.
No, goodbye.
Sorry I have to leave. I have to get back for my job.
We're sorry, too, but we'll take care of Mother O'Shaughnessy till you're married and have a place to stay.
Well, Mary, all's well that ends well, but who'd have thought it?
You said they made a wonderful couple.
I'll never understand how Malachi suddenly got so generous.
I'll never understand why, but I can guess how.
What do you mean?
Take a look. We're going to have to get a new picture to hang over the fireplace.
Oh, now, what's it doing turn to the wall again? What's he up to now?
It isn't turned to the wall.
Huh?
It's just a blank canvas.
What do you mean?
Have a look for yourself.
Holy mother, it's blank on both sides. Where's Uncle Terence?
I've a feeling he's off to America. He always did want to see the United States. Well, we can leave it up to Sheila and Brian to worry about him now.
I'll be back shortly with a final thought. You can believe it or not, but to the best of my knowledge, that's the way it all happened. And if there was a lot of magic in it, there's just as much in love. The exact quote doesn't spring to mind for the moment, but the burden of it is that no matter what happens, love will find a way. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Virginia Payne, Jada Rowland, Leon Janney, and Ian Martin. Associate Director, Marlon Swing. This is Hyman Brown, Producer-Director, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, then, pleasant dreams.
Welcome, everyone, to Heartbeat Theater. This is your host, C.P. McGregor, inviting you to be the guest of the Salvation Army for the next half hour. Our star this week is Janet Scott. The psychiatrists tell us of the very fine line dividing sanity and the trouble-shadowed world of the other side. They tell us how easy it is to cross that line, and that sometimes we aren't aware that it's been crossed. In our story this week, The Ghost of Danton Hill, a woman believes she has passed the line. But has she passed it or been pushed over it? Our story was written by Christopher Young and stars Janet Scott as Deirdre Danton. Here now is Act One of The Ghost of Danton Hill.
It wasn't as though I hadn't heard them talking. I say them, when a singular pronoun would be more proper, for it was he who always did the talking, planning, scheming. And sweet child that my niece was, Angie never suspected. But I knew. Creeping senility was his theme in talking about me, but Angie wouldn't accept it. Then he changed his tactics. So smooth he was, so impeccably persuasive. I knew his kind. My typewriter wrote of Gilbert long before I'd met him or Angie had married him. He was the villain in Springfield Revisited, even to the nightmares that Gilbert so often had. Oh, those were the days. My books at the peak of their popularity, and Mr. Danton still alive. Such a thing could never have happened to Deirdre Danton then. Oh, why do I ramble so? The fact remains he talks, and Angie listens. Angie listens.
Well, what do you think, Angie?
Oh, Gil, you know I'm not too bright about real estate or any of your business deals for that matter.
Well, you get the picture, don't you?
Gil, is it honest?
When you're talking about business, the meaning of honesty broadens. If you mean, is it legal? Yes, 100%.
But you said that only 10 years ago all of this property was underwater. What's to keep it from happening again?
Right now, the lake is at the lowest point in history. It would take 5 consecutive years of double that normal rainfall before that property would be underwater again. Do you know what odds there are against that happening?
Are there any more for the number of dry years it took to create this area?
Believe me, Angie, it's the chance of a lifetime. People want to invest in land, vacation property. Cabin sites are at a premium.
Oh, aren't you talking about the impossible anyway? $40,000.
Which could be resold at $400,000.
But $40,000, Gil. You don't have $4,000.
Oh, sweetie. Sweetie, honey, you don't work with cash on deals like this. Some good legwork, planning, a little whining and dining, especially of the right man at the bank. And the whole deal is swinging for under $16,000.
Gil, that's a fortune, and you just don't have it.
So what am I supposed to do? Let the opportunity of a lifetime slip through my fingers because Auntie Deirdre insists on tying up a fortune in a box full of stodgy old stocks and bonds?
She's 73 years old. Her books don't sell the way they used to. You can't blame her for being conservative.
Oh, Angie, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. It's just that knowing she plans to leave everything to you and that it can't be forever before she either or becomes too senile to manage her own affairs. Well, I just get impatient and frustrated.
Oh, I think that's why you keep having those nightmares and headaches all the time.
Look, honey, let me show you this. Charlie Keith, you remember him, the advertising artist we met last month?
Oh, at the Peterson party?
Yes, that's right. He did this layout for me. No charge. I promised to cut him in. You see this? Color picture of the area as it is now. Just empty meadows covered with wild grass. The lake and the mountains for a backdrop.
Well, the view is nice, but the property is so barren.
Now you're talking like my first customer. So watch. Here we have a piece of celluloid with a lifelike drawing of a few cabins, trees, rustic road. You take it and you lay it on top of that first picture. Well?
Makes a big difference.
Well, that's the idea, Angie. We lure them with this ad. Then they get copies of this in the mail. People have no imagination, but show them this, and you got a sale.
It's very clever.
The $16,000 I mentioned, that includes this as well as advertising space, mailing expenses, the whole bit.
Oh, if you want me to, Gil, I'll ask Aunt Dee.
Oh, it's a waste of time, and you know it. I was thinking of taking a mortgage on the house.
Well, you can't do that, Gil. It's not ours.
Your aunt gave it to us, even put it in our name.
Which was only a beautiful gesture to show her regard for us. Put a mortgage on it, and it's the same as if you drew $16,000 from a personal account behind her back. Oh, please, Gil, I just won't hear of it. I mean it, Gil. As much as anything I've ever said to you.
Angie, honey, this is one chance to give you everything I've always wanted to give you.
Gil, it's an awfully big move. Your nightmares, headaches. What will happen with the pressure of a deal this size?
I don't know, Angie, but I plan to find out. Somehow or other, I'm going to get that money.
It's a terrible thing to eavesdrop. It's a characteristic I've always despised. But I'd never been alone before, nor had anyone ever plotted against me before. I knew the time was coming. I knew by the desperation that was reshaping Gilbert's face before my very eyes. Always planning, scheming, and my money was the key to all his ambition.
Morning, Gil. I must have overslept.
You look so beautiful, I didn't want to wake you.
You don't have to say that. I'll make your breakfast anyway.
Well, to prove my sincerity, please note that I've already had breakfast. Not only that, but Auntie Dee joined me, and I'll have you know she said I boiled her eggs exactly right.
You must give me your secret.
Well, I used a stopwatch. But now, honey, to complete this generous gesture, let me pour your coffee, and then I'm going to get at the dishes.
Oh, I'll take the coffee, but you can leave the dishes. Day girl comes this morning.
Oh, fair enough. Don't understand how you get through the morning on just a cup of coffee.
3 cups, thank you. How'd you sleep last night?
Had 2 dreams, both pleasant. Sure makes a difference in when I get up in the morning.
Good morning, Angie.
Oh,
Gil.
Morning, dear.
Such a beautiful day. I thought I'd make a fancy breakfast for us all.
What?
How about buttermilk pancakes and Canadian bacon? I'll put the coffee on. Oh, you've already made some. Well, I'll put another pot on.
Well, Aunt Dee, you know how Angie is. She can't get more than a cup of coffee in the morning.
Well, you and I can eat, and she can nibble a little.
But well, that is, you and I just ate.
What do you mean?
Breakfast. I let Angie sleep, and I made us breakfast.
Sure you didn't have a dream, Gilbert?
I'll bet you fell back to sleep, Aunt Dee.
Nonsense.
But, Auntie, look at the sink with the dishes. 2 cups used for coffee.
I see.
You just don't want Angie to know how perfectly I made those eggs for you.
Eggs? No, of course not.
Now, look, darling, we can prove the whole thing. Are you or aren't you hungry?
I'm not in the least hungry. I think I'll go work in the garden for a while.
How strange.
It's a little frightening.
Yes. Yes, it was.
That was the first thing that happened. Only a week later, I wanted to do some work, and my typewriter was missing. That evening, Gilbert reminded me that I'd asked him to take it in for an overhaul. Even Angie remembered my mentioning it needed work. But I would never have asked him to take it out during that period. I was in the middle of a very important chapter. But all they had to do was to remind me of the breakfast I had forgotten, and I could argue no longer. There were other things, forgotten things, lost things, and the talk continued. More and more of it. I had to know what they were saying about me, and so I'd sneak down the hall and listen through their door at night.
I'm really worried about her, Gil.
Well, things haven't been too easy for her since your uncle died. Honey, maybe she should have stayed upstate. All her friends are there.
Oh, I think when you get old, you want to be with your family. And Lord knows there are few enough of us left.
You were going to tell me about that letter from her brother.
Oh, yes, that was really weird. Well, you remember I told you she had a brother, Wesley, who disappeared about 20 years ago?
Oh, yes, I remember.
Who disappeared sounds so melodramatic. He was a good man, according to Aunt Dee, but an alcoholic. There was something about the Salvation Army getting him off the liquor for a while, but when he went back to the bottle, he lost all his self-respect and told his wife she was better off without him. Well, no one in the family could ever find him again. Anyway, this morning she was all excited. Said she got a letter from him. Well, you heard her. It was just before you left.
Oh, that's right.
I didn't suspect anything. I shared the excitement for a while. But then I asked to see the letter.
You mean there wasn't any?
Of course not. She imagined the whole thing, poor dear.
Fantastic.
Well, she is old. I remember how mixed up my grandfather would get in his last years. He'd refer to something he thought happened the day before when actually it had been 30 or 40 years. Oh, it's so sad, Gil. I always thought of her as being so alert, actually young for her years.
Well, I guess I did, too. Of course, I won't deny if this keeps up, it puts us in a good position financially.
How can you think of things like that?
Well, I was just going to say, now that it's happening, I wish it hadn't.
Oh, I got a letter from Rita this morning.
Oh, your roommate from college?
Mm-hmm. Oh, she's in a real spot. She had her baby, Her husband is still overseas, and the baby nurse who was going to help out broke her leg. Skiing, of all things.
And sweet little Angie is going to play baby nurse for her closest friend.
You won't mind, will you? I'll only be gone a week or so, and she's so alone. Both only children, and their parents in the middle of Iowa and Texas. I just can't say no to her, Gil.
Oh, of course, honey. And don't worry. I'll humor Aunt Dee along.
Oh, I'll worry about the both of you. Gil, I wish you'd see a doctor about those headaches and nightmares.
Well, I sure had a beaut last night.
I know. You talked in your sleep. Run, 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 you kept saying over and over again. In your dreams, Gil, what do you keep running from?
I don't know. I just don't know. Wherever I'm headed, it seems big and important, and yet I'm not happy there either. Angie, did you ever look at yourself and think, boy, you're clever, and yet hate yourself for it?
No.
Well, let's forget it, eh? Can you reach the lamp?
Pleasant dreams, darling.
Humor me along. That was the way he put it. I'd outwitted a dozen of his kind in 300 pages. I was younger then. And now Angie was going to be hundreds of miles away for a week or longer. I was frightened. So very frightened. I slept late the following morning, waiting for Gilbert to leave. I had dinner ready the minute he came in, and each evening, as soon as the dishes were done, I found an excuse to leave. An early movie, research at the library. Anything to avoid Gilbert. And even on the fourth night, when thunder warned me of a late spring storm, I called a taxi from the library just as it closed at 10. By the time I dismissed the cab at Danton Hill, the rain was coming down in torrents. I was surprised to see the house in total darkness. I feared for a moment that Gil had gone out, forgetting I never bothered to carry keys. But his car was in the garage. I was almost relieved to know he was at home. I rushed up the walk and was soaked by the time I reached the front door. I could hear the bell inside as I pressed. The record playing was going. Gilbert must have been having one of his headaches, for he always liked to play the masters while he waited for the pain to subside. I rang the bell again, and again, and again. Lightning burned the night blue-white, and somewhere I heard a dog barking. Why didn't he answer? Gilbert! Gilbert, let me in! I'm soaked! It's frightening out here! Gil! Let me in! Why didn't he answer? The dog's barks turned to howls, and then a sudden bolt of lightning outlined a figure all in black, its arms raised, not 10 feet away from my own front porch. Gilbert, please! Please, let me in! Let me in!
That was Act One of The Ghost of Danton Hill, starring Janet Scott as Deirdre Danton. To most human beings, the unknown is a fearful thing, full of haunting terrors, misty shapes, and weird sounds conjured up primarily by man's own overactive imagination. We think of the unknown as evil, but if we analyze the word unknown, we find it means merely not known. That experience is lacking on a certain subject. This does not constitute a logical basis for fear, yet you and I still fear the unknown. We have to be taught not to. The Salvation Army constantly works with the unknown in all its varied forms, and yet does not fear it. One of their jobs is to show us why we needn't fear it either, because they and we believe in the power of one about whom was written, "I will fear no evil, for thou art with me." With this strength, the unknown becomes no longer evil and fearful, but simply not known. Simple and effective. Try it. Now, Act Two of The Ghost of Danton Hill, starring Janet Scott.
Oh, I'm sorry, Angie, but I had to ask her to come home right away.
You said something about hallucinations?
Well, I don't know what else to call it. She went out right after dinner last night, but was only gone an hour. It was obviously going to storm, and I guess she figured she better get home, and she went right to bed.
Oh, that'd be about 8 o'clock.
Yes. Well, it started about 10:30. She was screaming from her room, something about, "Gil, let me in, please let me in." I tried to talk to her, and she went into this wild story about being locked out in the rain, pounding on the door.
Oh, that poor dear.
Then there was something about a dog howling, and to top it off, she said there was some black figure threatening her, like a ghost, she said.
I can hardly believe it.
Well, I didn't know what to do. I figured I'd better call the doctor.
Of course.
He gave her a sedative, and, well, that was maybe midnight. About 1, I realized I just had to call you.
Oh, I better be in there when she wakes up.
Oh, Angie, honey, I left out some of the details, the accusations she made against me. I don't see any reason to go into them, but I don't know if I can take much more of this.
I'll talk to the doctor. I guess we'll have to do something.
Well, if you're going in there, I better put on some more coffee.
Oh, I'd love some.
Well, just prepare yourself for anything she may say.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course.
I'm not asleep, Angie. I've been praying for you to come home.
Is there anything I can get you?
No.
Oh, here. Let me fix the pillow for you. There now.
It seems like it was all a dream now.
Oh, that's probably all it was.
But it was so real, so terrifying.
Gil's dreams are that way, too.
I can't help wondering about myself. It seems only yesterday when I thought of anyone of 73 years old as being weak of mind, feeble, crumbling. I don't feel that way, Angie. Really, I don't.
And you're not.
I'm not sure anymore. You're all I have in the world. Such a small family, so few of us left. I need you, Angie. I need you for encouragement. Tell me I'm not just a foolish old woman. Tell me.
Oh, now that's absolute nonsense, and you know it.
Do I? I have to think about it, Angie. I have to do lots of thinking. A person losing his sanity is not necessarily aware of the fact himself, but I wasn't ready to accept it. These things could all be explained. Gil could have lied about the typewriter. He could even have written a letter from Wesley and then destroyed it. For all I knew, he was the shadowy figure on the porch. I had to know. And then I thought of Brian, Wesley's son, Brian Peck. Why, he'd be in his 30s, Santa Barbara. He was married and living in Santa Barbara, California. If he was anything like his father, he'd be a good man. He would come and get me, take me to California. I called the long-distance operator, and she found a listing for him. Then at bedtime, I set my little alarm for 5 a.m. It would be 8 or 9 in California, I wasn't sure. But at least Angie and Gil would be sleeping.
Well, Aunt Dita, I just don't know what to say. These things you told me about, they're
They're unbelievable, Brian. I realize that. And I'll admit I'm not sure whether they're actually happening or I'm imagining them, or Gilbert is carrying out a diabolical scheme.
Well, I've got to do something. It's been years since I've seen you, but I never forget how much time and money you spent trying to locate Dad when he disappeared.
Oh, I think of Wesley so often. I just know he'll turn up one of these days.
Turn up? Well, Aunt Dita, didn't you get my letter last month?
Letter?
About Dad. He came back to us just last February. He was a very sick man. He passed away a month ago.
Oh, no. No, Brian, I never saw the letter.
Well, from what you already told me, I know I had the right address. I located you through your publisher.
Brian, you have to help me. I just can't travel by myself. But if you'll come for me, I'll pay all your expenses.
Well, Auntie, it's almost impossible. I'm in missile work for the government, and, well, I might be able to swing 2 days, one to fly there and one to fly back with you.
Fly? Oh, no. No, I couldn't do that. It was just last year I lost your uncle in a plane accident. I just couldn't...
Oh, look, Auntie, I'm late now, but I promise you I'll do something. I think I have an idea, though it's impossible.
Brian. Hello, Brian, are you there? Hello, operator, someone. Hello, Brian. I lay there thinking. It didn't really bother me that we were cut off, if that's all that it was. The first light of dawn appeared through the window. I'd closed my eyes and tried to sleep some more. He would help. Brian would help me. I'd hardly noticed the steps in the attic above when I heard the voice. Sure. The very words, the very sound my dear husband had muttered so often in his sleep. Over and over they echoed through the room. I kept telling myself, Deirdre, you're dreaming. Wake up. Deirdre, wake up. Please wake up.
Pour me some, too, will you, Gil?
Full cup?
Mm-hmm. You had trouble sleeping again last night, didn't you?
Why, no, why?
Oh, I thought I heard you get up.
Oh, well, I had a little indigestion, and I got something for it.
I think I'll bring Auntie her breakfast in bed.
That won't be necessary, Angie.
Oh, morning, darling.
I want you to make an appointment for me with a doctor, a psychiatrist.
Oh, Auntie D, what's this all about?
And you'd better have my lawyer drop by here, too.
Auntie, what is it?
During the night... Well, no matter. I guess I'm older than I realized.
I'll call Dr. Jeffries right away if you want me to. I'm sure he can recommend someone.
I'd appreciate it.
Oh, honey, you'll have to wait till I get downtown and call the phone company.
Is it out of order?
Since last night. I tried to make a call about 10:30, and I checked it just 10 minutes ago. It's still on the blink.
You mean the phone hadn't been working all that time?
Afraid not.
Angie, please do what I asked you as soon as you can, please. It happened again the very next night. Only this time I was ready for it. I was sick, and soon would be seeing someone who would help me. That's all it was. The voice was in my mind. It had to be. Mr. Danton was dead for over a year. There are no such things as ghosts. Danton Hill wasn't haunted. I was.
Hello?
Is Mrs. Deirdre Danton there, please?
Well, she's resting right now. This is her niece. May I help you?
Oh, perhaps. I'm Major LaSalle of the Salvation Army here in town.
Oh, yes, Major LaSalle. I believe we've met. I was a guest at the Home League meeting several weeks ago.
Well, I just learned that your aunt is the Deirdre Danton, and I'm about to take advantage of a celebrity in our community. Are you familiar with the League of Mercy activities?
No, I'm afraid not.
Well, it's not too unlike the Home League in some respects, although men are welcome in this group, too. We visit hospitals and rest homes and, well, simply try to spread a little cheer wherever we can.
Which sounds like a wonderful old-fashioned idea. I thought that kind of thinking had gone out of style.
Well, anyway, whenever possible, we try to secure a guest speaker whom we feel would be an inspiration. We have a meeting coming up at the Crestview Senior Citizens Home, and we'd consider it an honor and a privilege if your aunt would speak about her work.
Oh, I hate to answer for her. She hasn't been too well, and, well, yet this might do wonders for her. Would you mind dropping over and talking to her about it?
Why, I'd love to. Would this afternoon be all right?
Well, I think so. I have some shopping to do, but I'll tell Aunt Dee to expect you.
Thank you very much, and I do hope we meet soon.
Mrs. Danton, I suspect I've made you talk more than you wanted to.
No, not at all. I feel better just having told you everything that happened.
And I'm afraid I deliberately led you into talking about yourself.
Deliberately?
Mrs. Danton, I'm most sincere in wanting you to lecture for the League of Mercy. But I will admit that the invitation was, something of a device to meet you.
That's very flattering, but it was hardly necessary.
No, I don't think you understand. You see, all the recent events you've just told me about were made known to me before I came here.
Angie's talked to you?
No. Brian, your nephew.
What?
You see, you didn't imagine the phone call to him. It took place. So naturally, I can't help believing that there's an explanation for everything that took place.
I didn't imagine the phone call?
With your permission, I'd like to talk to my husband about this.
Yes, anything you say.
Now, it won't be possible to check on everything, and playing Sherlock Holmes is a little out of my line, but... Now, there are only 2 cabs in this town,
Jess Purdy's and Sam Allen's. I'm sure we can find out what time either one of them brought you home from the library the night of the storm.
And if it was after 10, then I didn't imagine that either.
No.
Excuse me, but I'm still a little confused. Brian must have called you.
Yes, of course. We've never met, but he's quite active as a volunteer in Salvation Army work. And he has a long list of personal experiences with the Army.
And he asked you to look into my situation.
Evidently his hands were tied, but ours aren't.
And I'm beginning to feel mine aren't either. Major LaSalle, you can count on me for that League of Mercy program next week. And so, my friends, you can see my characters are all quite fictional. Consider, for example, the book I'm beginning right now. It's the story of an ambitious man, a man who stopped at nothing to better his own material wealth, a man who deceived his lovely wife, a man who played ghost and tried to frighten the very life out of an elderly woman by such unlikely devices as recordings that he played from the attic in the middle of the night, a sick man. Hardly the type of thing that ever really happens. I only hope the ending isn't too unbelievable. For the victim of his insidious plot decides not to bring charges against him. Instead, the elderly woman decides to find for him the medical and psychiatric help she was convinced she needed for herself. Hardly a conventional ending for a novel of this sort, but it was inspired by the person to whom the book will be dedicated. Your own Mrs. Major LaSalle, a Salvationist dedicated to your well-being and the well-being of all people in need all over the world. A woman who, like Salvationists everywhere, fights evil with love. It's strange, but an enemy confounded with this unique weapon usually finds joy in his own vanquishment.
That was the final act of The Ghost of Danton Hill, starring Janet Scott as Deidre Danton. Listen again next week for another Heartbeat Theater story. Heartbeat Theater is a presentation of the Salvation Army and is one of the programs selected to be heard by our men and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Until next week, this is your host, C.P. McGregor, saying thanks for listening and have a happy week ahead.
Item here, Mr. Bradley. Girl in mystery drowning, Pennaquit, Maine. While her sister stood helplessly on the dock Abigail Thorne, 26, was drowned in the bay here at midnight last night.
What?
According to her sister Sarah, the older girl was about to board her ship.
The Black Swan.
What? Why, yes, that's the name. How did you know?
How did I know? Because it had to be. It had to be.
Midnight, the witching hour when the night is darkest, our fears the strongest, and our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a moment in The Black Swan. And now, Murder at Midnight, tales of mystery and terror by radio's masters of the macabre. Our story by Leon Meadow is The Black Swan.
It's odd, isn't it? How familiar sounds revive old memories. Listen to the waves against the dock. Yeah, it's 6 years since I, Amos Bradley, last heard this sound. Last stood here in the moonlight, looking out over Pennaquid Bay. And there she rides at anchor, just as she did 6 years ago. A black ship against the sky. 45 feet of black-hulled beauty. Loveliest sloop ever turned out in the main shipyard. 45 feet of unholy black evil. The Black Swan, she was named, but a better name would have been Ship of Death. Yes, she was even launched in blood.
Henderson! Oh, Henderson! See my son anyplace?
Hello, Mr. Thorne. Left Fred on deck. Well, how do you like the Black Swan?
Lighter. Fine talk about a ship built for Fred Thorne.
Well, Fred thinks she's the trimest job he ever turned out.
Trim? A pleasure ship. Well, what are you waiting for? Will you tell Fred I'm here?
Oh, yes, sir. I'll get him just as soon as we check the keel plate. Yeah, we're going to launch her in a few minutes. Stay around and watch her hit the water.
Stay around. Watch. Old, broken down Caleb Thorne. That's all he's good for, anyway. Stay around. Watch.
Hello, Father. How are you?
Stay around. Watch. Watch as good as buried. Built for a girl. Think your sister'll like it?
Abby'll be pleased, Father. It's a fine birthday present.
All right, Ben. He's just about ready. All set here, Fred.
Okay, Henderson. I'm coming down, too. Want to check the clearance. I'll see you in a minute, Dad.
Go on, go on.
All right, over here.
Captain Thorne will stand here and watch. A worthless, peg-legged old man. The sea is the Lord. The sea giveth a man his life and taketh his life. Stand aside, Caleb. What's taking him so long? Seems to... What's that? Fred!
One of the braces, Father. It's slipped. Hey, Henderson!
Henderson, you fool! Get down here! The braces are giving away! Fred! Son! Get out!
I'm trying to. I've got the wedged in. If I move the other brace, I'm afraid. Henderson!
Hurry, Fred. Just hold on.
Hurry, she's starting to fire.
Yes, launched in blood. Murderer of Fred Thorne. The Black Swan never left the yard. For months, she lay there on the waves like a stranded whale on a beach. There was talk in town about old Caleb turning strangely on the one thing he was supposed to love, his daughter Abby. But I dismissed it as idle village gossip. Actually, no one knew very much about the family. The Thornes kept to themselves on that little island of theirs. You can just make it out. Yeah, they're beyond the breakwater. And then one day, about 6 months after Fred was killed, I ran into Philip Hazlitt on Main Street.
Hi, Amos. Just the man I want. I'm looking for a first mate.
Yeah, since when?
Well, I had a note from Abby yesterday. She wants me to bring the Black Swan out to the island.
The Black Swan? I thought the old man...
Changed his mind, I guess. No, you never can tell with him.
But, Abby, I mean, after what happened...
Oh, come now. You certainly haven't started believing that old wives stuff.
No, of course not. But the old man swore he'd never look at the ship again.
Search me. Well, anyway, I'm to bring her out Saturday. You want to come?
Yeah. Think I do.
Here, Amos. You take over the wheel. She handles like a dream.
Well, Fred knew how to build them.
Now, watch it. She's trigger light to the touch. Well, maybe this is the turning point. Maybe now Abby will set the date, now that she's put these childish fears behind her.
You've been patient, Philip.
I'd wait forever for Abby Thorne.
How about the old man? You know how he feels about Abby, or how he was supposed to.
You'll just have to learn to like it. Cut her closer to the boy. That's it, Amos.
Right.
Now, a few points. Ah, there we are. There's the dock.
Abby was standing there on the little dock, waiting for us, waving to us as we anchored in the cove and jumped into the dory. A dark-haired, willowy girl. Lovely girl. And next to her was Sarah, Sister Sarah, 14. A smaller, incredibly faithful replica of Abby, except for her eyes. Her piercing, stony blue eyes, which were like Caleb's. Frighteningly like Caleb's. Abby had planned a picnic for us at Arrow Beach on the other side of the island. She and Philip had set out first to get away from Caleb, I suspect. And I was to bring Sarah along later. Well, just as we were about to leave the house, Caleb stopped me. He'd scarcely uttered a word since our arrival.
I want you to see something, Amos.
Oh, all right.
You come too, Sarah, to Fred's room.
All right, Father, only I know what it is.
Yes, Sarah knows. It's our secret. We keep it locked in Fred's room. We waited till Abby was gone. Abby's left us.
Left?
Oh, Father means she's with Philip.
Yeah, Abby's gone. Abby's left us. See Amos on the floor there.
Why, it's a tool chest, complete set.
His tools, Fred's. All his tools. His planes and chisels and gouges.
And all the bits and braces and mallets.
All his tools.
Aren't they beautiful, Amos? The way they shine? We keep them shining and clean. Just the way Fred always kept them.
It's our secret. Abby doesn't know. Abby's left us. But Fred is back now. See all his tools.
And someday Father's take them and put them all in that big chest. And bury them out at sea.
That's what Sarah and me planned. Only now I have a better idea.
You didn't tell me, Father. You didn't. Where, Father? Where could there be a better place?
There's a better place, all right. Well, go on. Get to your picnic. There's a better place, all right.
I don't remember much about that picnic, except Abby's unusual quietness, Philip's efforts to keep the conversation alive, and Sarah's strange restlessness. She stared at me constantly, warning me silently with those intense blue eyes, warning me about that secret of Caleb's. Well, I was glad, I know that, when we finally said goodbye late that night, rowed out to the Black Swan, and cast off.
Amos, I don't get it.
Get what?
The ship, the way she's acting. She's not responding. She's sluggish.
Temperamental. Wait till we get out beyond the cove. She feels the wind. Looks stiff out there.
Hey, that's the jib. Came loose from the cleat. I'll go for it. You take the wheel, Amos. I don't like the way she's handling. She's nosing down in this heavy stuff.
Okay.
Hey, the wind shifted. Bring her about.
I know. I'm trying.
Jewel. Go on, take it. Pull her over. All the way. Quick. I got her over as far as she'll go. You better get the mainsail down. Before... Hey, watch your civilian. Get up. Get up.
Yes, he was gone. Swept overboard by the backlash of a splintered mast. Lost in the darkness. Philip Hazlitt, second victim for the Black Swan. Somehow, I managed to get the Swan back. And shortly afterward, I left Pennicuik to work in Boston for my uncle's engineering firm. I heard nothing from or about the Thorns for a year when I received a short, formal note from Abby. Her father had passed away peacefully in sleep. Well, I would have been less surprised had Caleb's death been more violent, had the Black Swan somehow been involved. And then, once more, Pennicuik and the Thorns receded into the past. 3, 4, 5 years slipped by uneventfully before the Black Swan again revived my half-forgotten fears. I had just returned from a conference to find Miss Brewster, my assistant, standing at my desk, glancing at the evening newspaper. She looked up as I entered the office.
You're from Pennicuik, Maine, aren't you, Mr. Bradley?
Yeah, what about Pennicuik?
Well, this little item here. Possibly you know the girl. Sounds positively spooky. Listen. Girl in mystery drowning, Pennicuik, Maine. While her sister stood helplessly on the town dock, Abigail Thorne, 26, was drowned in the bay here at midnight last night. What? According to her sister Sarah, 20, the older girl was just about to board her ship.
The Black Swan.
What? Oh, yes. That is the name. Black Swan. How did you know?
How did I know? It had to be. It had to be.
The dark of night, and a ship with a past that is just as dark. What would you expect of a ship that was launched in blood, but... Murder! At midnight! And now back to Murder at Midnight and the Black Swan. Who has the ship of death singled out for its next victim? Listen as Amos tries to find the answer.
So you didn't think a ship could be a murderer? First, Fred Thorne, who built the Black Swan for his sister Abby. Then Philip Hazlitt, who loved that sister, Abby. And then Abby. Lovely, dark-haired Abby herself. And who's to be next? Well, that's why I'm here now. Why I've come back after all these years to Pennicuik Bay. I'm going to find out tonight. Yeah, I know. It's late and dark. Care to come? No? Can't say I blame you. What's that? May storm a bit later. Well, fine. That suits me just fine. I'm going out there, see? Sailor myself. Before this night is done, I am going to know the answer. In pretty good shape after all this time. Somebody must be taking care of her.
Somebody is, Amos. Very good care of her.
Abby!
That surprises you, Abby coming back here.
It can't be.
Do you need a flashlight to reassure you? Wouldn't Abby's ghost be more companionable in this pale, thin moonlight?
It's you, Sarah. Little Sarah. For a moment,
You thought I was Abigail. Yes, Amos, you were the one who always said I was the image of it. I am. A pale image. A reflection without substance. Come over here and sit down, Amos. After all, we have a lot to talk about. You want to know, don't you? You came back to find out about Abby.
The Black Swan?
Yes, Amos. But the paper didn't say how or why, did it? It didn't tell about the fights we had, Abby and I, after Father died. The bitter fights we had about the Black Swan. Until one day, a few months ago it was. Well, why not, Abby? Why not sell her? What's so precious about that horrible ship? I won't, that's all. I won't. Hasn't she caused enough grief? Let her rot to pieces in the harbor. I won't sell. You're afraid, aren't you? Afraid she might kill someone else. Yes. Yes, I'm afraid. Then make sure she never has another chance. Sure? How? Destroy her. In the harbor. Destroy her? Yes, Sarah. Yes, why not? With some gasoline at the house, we could burn her in the harbor. Tonight.
And that's what you were going to do that night?
Yes, Amos. We put 2 cans of gasoline in the dory and rowed out to the Black Swan.
But it said in the paper you were standing on the dock.
I was. We were about halfway out when suddenly a strange feeling of terror swept over. Put back, Abby! Put back! Not now, Sarah. No, this is the way it must be. No, I tell you, no, I don't trust that ship. You won't ever have to. Again. I can't, Abby. I can't. Take me back. Help me, please, or I'll jump overboard and swim back. All right. I'll put you ashore. And then I'll come back. And I'll do it alone.
I see.
See what? Do you see me standing there watching the dory in that choppy swell? Do you see me standing there watching Abby get to her feet, a gasoline can in one hand? Do you see it happening swiftly, without warning, the Black Swan rolling violently, swamping the dory? Do you see Abby pitching forward, her head striking the black hole? Do you see her plunge backwards, her knees catching the gunwale, her body snapping like a broken oar? Her head beneath the water. When I got there, she was dead.
The Black Swan again.
Yes, the Black Swan. And we're the only 2 left who care.
And we'd come back to find out.
Amos, who loved my sister in silence. And Sarah.
And Sarah, who?
I might have told you once. She went away like the others.
I've come back, Sarah.
Yes. Because there's no rest for you either. No rest until we know. Look to the anchor, Amos. It's time we did know.
My friend at the dock was right. It's going to storm.
Yes, I think so. And we haven't learned anything. She's handling like any other ship.
Only better. It's Fred built her to handle.
She's biding her time, that's all.
What are you thinking?
Do you remember the picnic that day?
Yes, sir.
That night, after you and Philip had left, I went to Fred's room. They were gone. His tools, the chest.
Gone? You mean Caleb?
Yes. Father had taken them away while we were picnicking over at Arrow Beach.
Take them where?
He wouldn't tell me. He said he'd found a better place. He kept saying that over and over, but he would never tell me where. Poor Father.
Yes, sir.
He changed so after Philip was killed.
How?
Well, it goes back to Fred, my brother Fred. Don't you see, Father commissioned Fred to build the Black Swan as a birthday present for Abby. It was one of the ways he thought he could, well, buy Abby away from Philip.
And Fred was the first victim of the Black Swan.
Yes. Then, Philip. And the more Father tried, the worse it became. Abby wouldn't talk to him, not a word.
In death, Philip took Abby further away from your father than he could possibly have done in life.
Philip's death? No, Amos. Philip's murderer did that. The Black Swan.
We'd better put about and head back, Sarah. I don't like the way she's blowing up.
And I don't care, Amos. I feel so different now about everything.
Now that the Swan is behaving herself?
Yes.
Well, maybe so, but the weather isn't. Now that you've promised to come back to Boston with me and to leave all this behind you, I'm not taking any chance.
Anywhere you say, Amos, anywhere. Because now I'm free. See how she's riding the storm? It's as if she were free, too.
Any sign of that breakwater yet?
I should catch it in the next lightning. It's somewhere off port. I know it is. It can't be far now.
Keep your eye peeled.
I am. There, Amos. It is. It's...
What did you say?
Off port now. Hold her till I tell you, then cut in. I think we can make it on one run.
Okay, say when.
All set?
All set.
No! Swing her in now, Amos.
I am. I'm trying. I'm giving it everything
No, Amos, quicker. We'll hit the rocks on the other side of the anchor.
She won't hold her.
Put her about then, quick.
She won't. She's not answering the helm. She's gone dead the way she did the night Philip.
It's my fault.
It's all right. It's all right.
Damnation.
You're safe. It's all over.
Oh, Amos. Amos, the ship.
Finished, dear. All finished. Can you sit up? Here, take my hand. Look, Sarah. I want to show you something. Over there. Can you see?
See? See what? You mean the shining...
Yes, sir. It's half submerged.
Why, there... No. No, they can't be.
They are. They're his tools. Fred's tool chest and everything.
Father. Father did it.
Yeah. When Caleb said he knew a better place, he meant in the ship.
Oh, Father. Father.
Yes, he took the chest and nailed it up under the deck, up at the bow. That's why the Black Swan acted so strangely the night Philip and I left the island.
But, Amos, tonight she was acting so beautifully, too.
I know. That's because somehow all these years she's been rocking there in the harbor. The chest worked itself loose, just loose enough so it would shift with the ship's motion.
But then, I mean, what happened when we tried to bring her in tonight?
Well, my guess is that the chest suddenly got itself wedged in tight in one place, off center. That's why she wouldn't answer the helm.
Fred's chest. Yes, Amos. Yes, that's why she rolled so badly the night Abby and I...
Don't, Sarah. It's all over now.
Yes, it is over now, isn't it? It was almost over for us. And then no one would have known.
We know now, Sarah. Yes, the Black Swan has been brought to justice. And by her own hand.
A wild, strange family. And a ship that was launched in blood. With such a setting, it's no wonder that what was meant as a tribute and an act of love turned into murder at midnight. Remember to be with us again when death comes in with the rising tide and the clocks strike 12 for murder at midnight. Our story storyteller Amos Bradley was played by Lawson Zerby. With music by Charles Paul, Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader.